Chapter 281. He couldn't get a word in here, nor could he offer any constructive suggestions. He was only here because Mr. Mang trusted him. But he didn't want to appear clueless, so all he could do was echo whatever he thought made sense. Li Shiji, do you know the population of Blue Water Planet? The latest data before the apocalypse is 14.7 billion. Do you know how many Doomsday trains there are? I don't know. Qin Mang looked at Li Shiji and whispered, let me tell you, when we were still in the Teeling Wasteland, we had 50 million trains. Now that so much time has passed, that number may be less or more. All the trains. We need at least 100 residents for smooth development. Otherwise, the mining progress will be very slow. We've only recently started selling mining robots, and we haven't sold many. Let me clarify, mining robots are gold-grade components, extremely rare, and not available on every train. Calculate how many people can fit on each of these 14.7 billion people, spread across 50 million trains? 294. Before Li Shiji could speak, Xiao Ai gave a precise answer. Calculating, no one on the entire train could be faster than him. Okay. Qin Mang nodded again. The 14.7 billion figure is the latest population data before the apocalypse. A year after the apocalypse, the number of people on the train will be 50 million. During the year, a number of people must have died, right? You should be able to sense the mortality rate. According to the most conservative estimate, if half of the population died, that's only a 50% mortality rate, which translates to a population of 7.35 billion. Subtracting the 50 million train conductors, the remaining population is exactly 7.3 billion. That means there's an average of 146 people on each train. It's no exaggeration to say. If every train had this number of people, I have reason to believe that 99% of the trains would have been destroyed long ago. This number of residents would hardly be enough to sustain the train's normal operations. It's too small. It might be sufficient in the early stages, but it won't be enough after a little development. So, I have two possibilities. The first possibility is that of the 50 million trains in the Teeling Wasteland, 2/3 were newly built level 1 trains, with few people on board. The remaining population was evenly divided among the remaining trains. The second possibility. Qin Mang paused and didn't continue. A possibility flashed through Li Shiji's mind, and he took over the conversation, somewhat horrified. The second possibility is that these 50 million trains might not only include those on Water Blue Planet, but also those on other planets. Other planets also experiencing apocalypse? Yes. Qin Mang nodded and said softly, that's a possibility, which is why I place such importance on this Dead Tree Resurrection adventure map. If this is indeed a possibility, then the Tutu Mechanical Princess will certainly not just select the most intelligent individuals from one planet, but will search across multiple planets. If we could contact train conductors on other planets experiencing apocalypse, then we could send out Neon City tickets and see if we could connect Neon City's links to other planets, expanding and strengthening it. Li Shiji's expression was complicated, and after a long silence, he spoke softly, I actually like to say this. Before the apocalypse, the Federation hadn't detected any planets with lifeforms near the Blue Water Planet. The civilizations are crushing each other. If they're not on the same level, forget it. As they spoke, the token that had been flickering in the drawer suddenly shattered. Countless tiny red dots emerged from it, forming a crimson portal in front of the train. Slowly rotating, it looked like a black hole stained red with blood, extremely tempting. Everyone fears black holes. But who wouldn't want to keep one in their aquarium? It's truly beautiful, and looks so delicious, just wanting to eat one. Qin Mang said nothing more. Instead, he sat in his chair and slowly pushed the joystick. The train slowly entered the crimson portal before him, re-entering the Dead Tree Reborn adventure map. Like a baby seeing the world for the first time, everything before him suddenly became clear. The star train appeared in a square. A huge square. It was the size of several football fields, shrouded in white fog. All that could be seen was the square, and the 19 trains of various shapes parked there. The search radar was disabled. Qin Mang glanced at the control panel screen. His search radar and resource detection radar were both disabled. He couldn't see the component levels of the other trains, but they all looked very powerful. All 19 trains had been expanded. Their carriages were shorter, generally 6 or 7, including the locomotive, and 9 at most. The Stellar had 15 carriages, including the locomotive, and that was before the behemoth carriages. His train was the most expanded here. It was striking. Large and long. It was as if he were the flagship of a fleet, and the other trains were merely escorts, completely different in class. The 19 trains were fanned out in the square. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside the other trains, he could vaguely sense that many people were looking at him, or, more precisely, at his stellar train. The next moment, a massive light curtain appeared out of thin air above the square, ensuring a clear view of every train. Fellow pioneers, welcome to the second level of the adventure map, Dead Tree Resurrection. When humans become archaeologists of their own civilization, the answers are often more terrifying than Doomsday. After 180,000 years of fierce battle, the mechanical civilization was ultimately defeated. The fate of the defeated civilization is far more horrific than you can imagine. The mechanical civilization was defeated, but the seeds of mechanical civilization will not be completely wiped out. One day, a seed belonging to the mechanical civilization will sprout again and declare to the entire universe. The mechanical civilization is not yet extinct. 180,000 years is a very symbolic number in the history of mechanical civilization. However, that was a long time ago, and this period of time cannot even be found in the historical database of mechanical civilization. Sadly, this symbolic number ultimately became the death knell of mechanical civilization. And in the Dead Tree Resurrection adventure map, there is a seed left behind by the mechanical civilization. This reward will only be given to those who deserve it. If you have the ability, please take it, and let it take root and sprout. Level 2. From now on, you must reach the destination ahead as quickly as possible. Trains cannot attack each other in this map. Time limit, 48 hours. The first 5 to clear the level will advance to the third level. Follow us, pioneers. Next moment, the white fog surrounding the square suddenly dissipated, revealing a 10,000-meter deep cliff enclosing the square. 200-meter-long bridges connected the square to the other side of the cliff. The white fog above also dissipated. As the fog dissipated, tens of thousands of glass capsules appeared, hanging from the ceiling, tens of meters above the ground. Each transparent capsule contained an organ grown from flesh, blood vessels, human nerves, and wheels. Heart, liver, lungs. A mechanical heart beats slowly within its container. The 20 bridges, composed of countless gears and steel blades, whirled rapidly, like a metallic storm, clearly not intended for normal traffic. Next to each bridge, a screen displayed the name of a train. Soon, he saw Control Everything, star on the screen next to the bridge directly in front of him. It was obvious. There were 20 bridges in total, and each train had its own bridge. Whoever crossed their bridge first would leave. The other side of the cliff wasn't the end. There was still white fog beyond it. Leaving the square is just leaving the starting point. Inside the train, Chin Mang quickly surveyed the scene before him, remaining silent. He had at least 7 or 8 ways to leave: spider silk, spider leg jumps, bunny clouds, and so on. There was no need to solve a puzzle. How could a 100-meter white cliff possibly stop the star? But the problem was that the trains here were generally at least level 15, all in the red zone. Trains of this level were generally considered high-end on the blue water planet. How could they not fly? To say that the 100-meter white cliff was as easy as walking on flat ground was no exaggeration. However, a minute had already passed since the second stage began, and not a single train had moved. Everyone remained silent, as if they hadn't even noticed the second stage had begun. 2 possibilities. Li Shiji spoke quickly from inside the train cabin. The first possibility is that this is an obvious trap. Crossing this 100-meter white cliff by any other means might trigger a train-destroying crisis. The only way is to decrypt the bridge, which is spinning like a metal storm, and then proceed normally. The second possibility is that this level rewards pioneers. This adventure map constantly emphasizes the concept of pioneers, indicating that it values the train that is the first to face the unknown and choose to move forward. Perhaps this level can be directly flown through. And most likely, only the first train can fly through. The remaining trains will have to continue to pass the level honestly. Chin Mang nodded without saying anything. It was obvious to everyone, including the other 19 trains, but no one moved. Pioneers? Sounds nice, but what's the difference between them and the Suicide Squad? Furthermore, he truly believed that with his level 18 armor, he had no need to fear the metal storm on the bridge. He simply didn't believe it. Could even level 18 armor withstand that metal storm? The experimental method was simple. Just remove a train car and try it out. If he were alone, he would have tried it long ago. But with so many trains here, he didn't really want to be the one to profit from it. He paid the price, and everyone would share the benefits. For a moment, everyone froze. 10 minutes passed, and not a single train moved. Everyone remained in their own train compartments, observing their surroundings with remarkable composure. Did you see anything? Qin Mang stared at the tens of thousands of mechanical organs on the ceiling, rubbing his sore eyes. He saw nothing. I feel like these mechanical organs might not be clues to the decryption, but rather something like interference options. Then he pushed the joystick, slowly steering the star train toward the bridge corresponding to the star train, preparing to conduct an experiment. When the train was about to reach the bridge, he stepped off the star train and gazed at the rapidly rotating bridge before him, composed of countless gears and steel blades. He wasn't particularly fond of decryption, so he decided to conduct a more rudimentary experiment. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a small drone from the swarm platform accessory took off from the star train and flew towards the cliff. This accessory could produce reconnaissance drones, but he rarely used them. Qin Mang's eyes were fixed on the drone. Unimpeded, they reached the other side of the cliff with incredible ease. Boom! The roar of the engine echoed within the train. A Viper unmanned fighter jet, using the interior of the train as a runway, shot out from the rear of the train. After circling half a circle in the air, it also successfully reached the other side of the cliff. After completing these two experiments, Qin Mang waited patiently for a minute. Seeing no reaction from the other 19 trains, he couldn't help but sigh softly. This group of people were truly patient. Then he turned his head and looked at Lao Zhu. Bring him down. Soon, a ferocious man with an angry face was dragged off the train by Biaozi and the others. This was the same group of desperate criminals who had attacked Biaozi in the ruined city of the Stone Man area. After capturing him, they hadn't killed him, but instead kept him as a consumable. Soon, a train command was activated, and the man was stuffed into the newly constructed train. This level 1 train naturally couldn't fly over. The spider's legs are non-detachable, but he has his own way. The next moment, Qin Mang slowly raised his staff. A powerful magnetic force emanated from the strong magnet, sending the level 1 train soaring through the air, hurtling towards the other side of the cliff. Can't fly? He has so many tricks up his sleeve. As long as he wants to fly, he can perform countless different flight maneuvers. However, just as the train reached the top of the cliff, the air above the cliff suddenly began to tear apart. Almost instantly, the unarmored level 1 train was reduced to countless iron filings, plummeting into the pitch-black void and disappearing. Dead as dead. Instantaneous. The traps surrounding the square were actually space-shattering. Chapter 282. Qin Mang's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the scene before him. The space-shattering trap looked like it wouldn't withstand even his level 18 armor, let alone his level 30 armor. It seemed he'd have to resort to decryption. Just then, a train started moving. The train had 6 carriages. The unpainted doors opened, and a middle-aged man jumped out. He looked towards Qin Mang and muttered, "What the hell is going on?" The voice wasn't loud, but it could still be heard faintly in the quiet square. Then, as if a pause button had been pressed, the conductors from the other trains also jumped out, gathered together, and began to whisper and discuss. "Let's go!" Qin Mang immediately led Li Shiji and the others toward the conductors. He also wanted to see the style of the conductors of these high-level trains. As he approached, he glanced at everyone and spoke first. "The other side of the cliff isn't the end. I think we can discuss our findings first, and then rely on our abilities once we're there. My current conclusion is that those tens of thousands of glass capsules on the ceiling are likely misdirections, and don't contain any hidden information." However, after he finished speaking, the group continued to talk to themselves, as if ostracizing him and completely ignoring him. "How do we get through?" "I don't know. Wasn't that train that tried to fly over there just now torn apart by space? The only solution now is to solve the puzzle here. I'm thinking, why not try firing a volley of shots at those glass capsules on the ceiling?" "Hey!" Biaozi, standing behind Qin Mang, shouted angrily, "I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? On their way here, who dared to ignore me like this group did? By ignoring me, they felt insulted too." "It's okay." Qin Mang calmly raised his hand to stop Biaozi, then looked at the crowd again and said, "Do you all seem to know each other?" But still, no one paid him any attention, not even a glance. Biaozi couldn't help but curse, rolled up his sleeves, and strode forward angrily. He pushed aside the nearest thug, and was about to grab the train conductor by the collar to question him. But he froze in place, glancing at his retracted right hand. Why did the slap feel so light? He looked up at the nearest thug, whose expression was stern, and reached out again. This time, he saw it clearly. His hand passed directly through the man's body, without any resistance. Biaozi tentatively stepped forward, somewhat bewildered, extending his hand to push at the nearest train conductors. Sure enough, without exception, his hand passed through their bodies. He took a deep breath, slowly retreated to Master Mang's side, and whispered, his voice trembling slightly, Master Mang, they don't seem human. Qin Mang said nothing. He simply extended his cane and stabbed each one. Without exception, all of them passed through their bodies. He then walked to the next train and stabbed it, also without any obstruction. Confirmed. In the entire scene, only the star and its group were real. The other trains were holographic images. No wonder the group remained motionless at first. Only when he set a train over a cliff and destroyed it did they descend. Back to the train. Inside the train, Qin Mang sat in his chair, glanced at the countdown on the screen console, and whispered, it's basically confirmed. The 20 trains should be located in different squares. Separately, didn't the conversation just now mention that a train attempted to fly over, but was torn apart by space? This train shouldn't refer to the level 1 train, but the 20th train. It's like a replay. At some point, 20 trains arrived here. The 20th train attempted to fly over, but was torn to pieces by space. The star now takes over the 20th train's niche. If I'm not mistaken, these people will only leave the train and talk after a train is shattered. Shall I replay the footage you just recorded and see if there are any clues? Yes. Soon. The screen showed the discussion of the train conductors, and their voices began to drift through the speakers inside the train compartment. The conversation wasn't very long. About 2 or 3 minutes. Gears. After the video finished playing, Li Shiji paced back and forth inside the train. They mentioned the word gear 6 times in their conversation just now, and one of them even said in a sarcastic tone, it's another game of finding the main gear. Mangyi, you saw it too. That bridge spinning like a metallic storm isn't just a single body, but countless steel blades, each spinning at their own high speed. Some blades rotate quickly, while others rotate extremely slowly. All the blades are powered by the gears at the rear, which are connected together to form a vast and complex gear matrix. Each gear matrix essentially has a single master gear, which is the source of all power. As the master gear rotates, all the gears rotate with it. However, due to factors like tooth pitch, each gear rotates at a different speed. So, we just need to find the master gear's location and adjust its speed so that all the blades on that bridge maintain the same speed. Then, perhaps the bridge will return to normal. The question now is where the master gear is. That makes sense. Busey nodded seriously. Could it be on the bridges of other trains? Old Pig frowned. Since the other 19 trains are holograms, not real people, there should be corresponding clues in their dedicated bridges, right? Possibly, Busey said thoughtfully. No. Qin Mang sat in his chair, his face calm as he looked up. His gaze passed through the skylight at the tens of thousands of glass capsules on the ceiling. He whispered, the most telling piece of information in that video is probably the train conductor constantly looking down at his video game console. He was playing Connect the Dots. If I'm not mistaken, the main gear should be on the ceiling. Those tens of thousands of glass capsules filled with mechanical organs like hearts, lungs, and livers aren't misleading. Instead, they're a puzzle. Just eliminate these tens of thousands of glass pods, and you see the answer. As for how to solve the puzzle, don't you think it feels a bit like a game of Connect the Doves? Yeah. Busey paused, then looked up at the tens of thousands of glass pods overhead and slapped his forehead. It really is a bit like a game of Connect the Doves. Give it a try. A Doomsday cannon locked onto one of the pods and opened fire without hesitation. A level 1 cannon shot out, successfully hitting the pod containing the mechanical heart. It caused no damage, and the pod showed no signs of shattering. Then it struck 2 more pods containing mechanical hearts in the same row. Suddenly, the 3 previously dim pods suddenly flashed with a faint white light, and then remained silent. Load up the level 10 shells, and try again. Qin Mang felt more confident. He hadn't dared use the level 10 shells initially, fearing a misjudgment. Now, seeing the 3 glass capsules flash a faint white light simultaneously, it meant his judgment was correct. Not enough, level 15. Level 16. Level 17. Level 20. When the shells reached level 20, and 3 level 20 shells hit the 3 glass capsules housing the same mechanical organs in quick succession, something magical happened. The 3 glass capsules suspended from the ceiling suddenly flashed red, then shattered, dissolving into dust and vanishing into thin air. Furthermore, the glass capsules hanging from the ceiling began to move rapidly, filling the gap in the blink of an eye. Then, they noticed a hidden recess at the far left end of the ceiling. That's where the new glass pods had just moved out, pushing one another forward to fill the gap. Confirmed, it's Connect the Dots. Qin Mang smiled. Now that he figured out the problem, the answer was much simpler. He tilted his head to look at Li Shurji and Xiao Ai. You two, join the collective thinking and play this game together. I've never really liked connect the dots since I was a kid, especially with so many of them. It hurts my eyes. For the first 10 minutes, they couldn't think of anything connect the dots in the first place. Mainly, connect the dots always had a cute, adorable vibe. Those bloody, wasteland-inspired mechanical organs made it hard to think of them that way. Plus, there were so many of them, and when you have too many of them, your ability to think outside the box is severely limited. For example, when no one is looking up at the stars, trying to play connect the dots with the stars. Leave it to me. Li Shurji patted his chest confidently. Boss AI, let's do it together. We have a lot, so we need to do it as quickly as possible. No need. Xiao Ai said seriously, with my computing power, this level of connect the dots is an insult to me. I can handle it alone. You should take a break. Don't waste your brainpower. I'm a game designer. Before he finished his words, the Doomsday cannon on the star train began firing rapidly. One after another, level 20 shells blasted into the glass capsule suspended from the ceiling. Without stopping, each capsule crumbled to dust in midair. With Xiao AI's computing power, this connect the dots game was indeed a bit insulting. Half an hour later, the ceiling was once densely packed with glass pods, but now only the last 3 remained. The mechanical organs inside these 3 pods were hearts. Chen Meng raised his hand to stop Xiao AI's movements. He glanced at the data on the control panel. It showed that 99,997 pods had been successfully shattered. These were the last 3, meaning there were a total of 100,000 pods. Initially, only 20,000 to 30,000 were visible, with many more hidden elsewhere. Only when they discovered the game and began with the remaining pods began to replenish. This meant that 100,000 level 20 shells would be needed. Level 18 shells cost 5,000 units of copper ore. Level 19 shells cost 6,000 units of copper ore. Level 20 shells cost 7,000 units of copper ore per shell. It's incredibly expensive. 100,000 rounds of level 20 ammunition cost 700 million copper ore to craft. Even with his Doomsday cannon at level 20, which has the supermod effect of having its cost 3 times in a row, it still costs 87.5 million copper ore. Just one adventure map nearly wiped out his entire fortune. He only has a little over 100 million copper ore in total. But most high-end trains have Doomsday cannons at most level 10, and there aren't enough Murphy stones to upgrade them to level 20. That means only 2 halvings would cost 175 million copper ore, which wouldn't be enough for a level 10 Doomsday cannon. Using other firepower components that reach level 20 would cost significantly more. If the train doesn't have that much copper ore, then this first level was impossible to pass no matter what. Huh? Chen Meng let out a light breath. He didn't immediately destroy the remaining 3 glass pods. Instead, he lit a cigarette to calm himself and prepare for the answer to the mystery behind it. The main reason was the excessive sinking effect. This adventure map allowed one to exit without any penalty upon failure. After destroying 70,000 or 80,000 glass pods, yet a steady stream of them continued to pour out, he felt a surge of despair. He had already invested tens of millions of copper ore, yet there was still no bottom. Giving up at this point would mean not only wasting this adventure map, but also losing tens of millions of copper ore. He had already made up his mind. He would persevere. If he ran out of copper ore, he would urgently activate Neon City and adjust the exchange rate between copper ore and star vouchers to 1:3, exchanging as much copper ore as possible to get through this. But in the end, they managed to hold on. They didn't even need 100 million units of copper ore. 87.5 million units would suffice. That's a precise number. Chen Meng looked at the level 50 Doomsday cannon on the control panel. After firing a few hundred rounds, if he felt the situation wasn't right, he would upgrade one of them to level 50, hoping the 4 supermode effect would also have ammunition consumption. Alas, it wasn't. It only increased its power. This level not only tests one's judgment and observation of information, but also the train's fortitude. The train must possess at least a level 10 Doomsday cannon, 175 million units of copper ore, and a train order. Or, like him, a level 20 Doomsday cannon and 8,750 units of copper ore. Only then could this level be passed. If any one of these is missing, it's impossible to pass. If the Doomsday cannon isn't available, any other firepower accessory will do, as long as it has 20 attack power. It's just that the Doomsday cannon is the most economical. Using other firepower accessories would be an even more terrifying Astronomical cost. He didn't pause, but chose to destroy the last 3 glass capsules. The next moment, the pristine ceiling suddenly became covered in countless spiderweb-like cracks. Strong light seeped through the gaps, and the cracks grew larger and larger. A few seconds later, the shattered ceiling turned to dust and dissipated into the air. In its place, a massive gear slowly turned. Countless smaller gears, connected to the giant gear by transmission rods, covered the entire ceiling. The entire scene was filled with a desolate, apocalyptic feeling. Found it. This is the main gear. Qin Meng looked up at the giant gear on the ceiling. Next to it, there were 2 buttons. Quick. Slow. Clearly, more copper ore was needed. He was genuinely worried about running low. He wasn't worried about others getting ahead of him. Unless those high-level trains had mined 1 or 2 level 5 copper mines before entering this adventure map, they definitely wouldn't have that much. Boom! A cannonball blasted at the slow button. If it could completely stop the gears, the level could be cleared, but the cannonball fired without any reaction. Clearly, this was already the fastest speed. Another cannonball blasted at the fast button. The large gear sped up only slightly, barely noticeable to the naked eye. However, the smaller gears connected by the transmission rods could be discerned to have sped up slightly. The various steel blades on the bridge also changed their speed accordingly. Then it was time to slowly experiment. When the 23rd shell was fired, clang! A crisp sound echoed throughout the square. Followed by the sound of countless gears rapidly turning, the steel blades on the bridge had completely synchronized their speed. At first glance, they appeared to be rotating as one, their speed gradually slowing until they finally stopped, forming a steel bridge. Whoosh! Qin Meng let out a light breath and slowly pushed the joystick towards the bridge. It was a bit challenging. This level primarily tested one's train skills and ability to capture information. One could pass the level without the train command, but without it, one wouldn't receive any alerts. As long as one could identify the puzzle overhead, the train command was no problem. The star cruised across the 100-meter-long steel bridge, successfully reaching the other side of the cliff. This was also a square. When they arrived, the white mist gradually dissipated, revealing a magnificent scene before them like a girl shedding her skirt. Qin Meng glanced around. There was only one train in the square, with no other roads leading to it. He had no idea whether the 19 trains he had joined on the expedition had arrived yet, nor did he know the progress of the others. A wall several dozen meters high surrounded the square, reaching up to the ceiling, enclosing the star like a cage. The walls were covered with faces. Hundreds of thousands of them, their faces fiercely staring at the star train, all emitting piercing sounds. A somewhat eerie scene. 3 lines of text were written on the whiteboard at the front of the square. This is a member of the mechanical tribe, who was once unjustly killed. You must use the car stereo to soothe them with the correct frequency before you can pass. You only have 3 chances. Shall I? What fruits are good for the brain? Blueberries and cherries are good for the brain. Have Xiaofang bring me some. Okay. Qin Meng sighed softly, leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, tilted his head, and waved to Li Shiji. Come on, see if you have any ideas. My head hurts a bit. Let me see. Li Shiji nervously scanned each face inlaid on the wall. 30 minutes later. Still no clue. Old Pig and Piazzi had already exited the train and approached the wall, examining the faces up close. They looked incredibly lifelike, as if they were alive, their eyes fixed on them, their expressions vivid. Soft. Piazzi tentatively poked a face. It doesn't look like a corpse, it looks alive. Then he took up the giant tongs and, like a mouth expander, stretched the face's mouth to its full extent, peering down its throat. After confirming there was no note or message inside, he removed the tongs and moved on to the next face. Captain Pig, I feel like we're wasting our time. The answer can't be a note hidden in someone's face. We have to find that out sometime. By this time, all the inhabitants of the train had disembarked, each clutching a massive pair of tongs crafted by Mangi using his mechanical heart, and they were checking each face's mouth to see if anything was hidden. The scene was extremely lively. Some were using ladders, some were standing on elevated platforms, and some were perched on the shoulders of mechs. Their goal was to quickly inspect all the faces to see if there was anything hidden in their mouths, or anything unusual. Stop yelling. I really am gonna give you a hammer. Piazzi, somewhat annoyed by the cries of the faces, raised the tongs high, threatening them, but he didn't dare actually strike. I see these faces' throats are blocked almost to the tonsils. How do they pronounce it? There needs to be some basic airflow for pronunciation, right? Try it first. If you keep trying, you find the answer. Old Pig examined each face's mouth carefully. Sir, the answer to this riddle certainly wouldn't be hidden so crudely in a mouth, but we don't have any better solutions right now. We can't just sit and wait. We definitely try it first. Maybe the answer is in one of the faces. Indeed. Busey pried open another face nearby, examined it carefully, then pulled it out of his pocket, and passed it over to the next one. But then again, if I could take it from this wall, it would actually be a nice collectible. There are hundreds of thousands of collectibles inlaid on this wall. What are you going to do with them? Think about it, one a night. Isn't that nice? Always something new. Busey, act normal. There are still a lot of men's faces here. Life's only 30,000 days long, so you can try anything. I'm just kidding, you pig-headed conductor. Don't look at me like that. Inside the train, the Coke can on the control panel was already filled with cigarette butts. Chin Mang rubbed his temples with a slight headache, his eyes tightly closed. He just tried replacing men's and women's faces with ones and zeros, and calculating in binary, but he quickly realized that was a foolish move. There were hundreds of thousands of faces here, and there was no clear starting or ending point. It was completely different from the first level. If the difficulty of the first level was 1, then the difficulty of the second level was 10, a direct increase of more than 10-fold. He couldn't understand it. The mechanical civilization was annihilated because of insufficient firepower, unable to defeat the Zerg. Shouldn't you be screening for the train's strength and firepower? Screening for these things was pointless. Would they help you fight the Zerg? And that surely. You're already 38, and you're still some little princess of a mechanical civilization. Can you set up a somewhat normal adventure map? Xiaofeng, standing nearby, stepped forward, carefully removed the overflowing ashtray, and replaced it with a new one. Without another word, she quietly withdrew. Just then, Conductor. Xiao Ai's voice suddenly echoed from within the train. Conductor, we have a new direction. After you upgraded your mechanical eye to level 100, I entered all the faces into the database and began comparing them one by one. Not all faces are open-eyed and roaring. There are 12 faces here, eyes closed and roaring. And each has an extremely faint symbol engraved on its forehead. 2 types in total. Up and down. Chin Mang's spirits perked up, and he quickly looked up at the screen, where a face, magnified several times, was clearly visible, roaring continuously. Its eyes were tightly closed, and on its forehead, hidden by its bangs, was a down symbol. Show all the faces with closed eyes. Yes. He quickly picked up a pen and wrote down the symbols on a piece of paper. There were 9 up symbols, and 3 down symbols. That's right, that's right. Chin Mang looked a little tired, but his eyes gleamed. The default initial hertz is 0. The correct sound frequency to pass this level should be 0 Hz, plus 9 times, then minus 2. That's the correct sound frequency to pass this level. The only question now is how much to add, and how much to subtract. Are there any other anomalies? No. Inside the train, Xiao Ai's voice paused before resuming. I haven't found any unusual findings. I go check. Chin Mang took a deep breath, hopped off the train, and headed towards the stone slab at the front of the square. He wanted to see if the final answer lay there. It was an extremely simple stone slab. Engraved on it were the 3 sentences he had just seen. He carefully counted each word, perhaps the number he added up to the total number of words. But then, he was startled. Every spot in the square had been thoroughly searched, and Li Shiji had come to this stone slab countless times. But it seemed there was one place completely untouched. That was... Chin Mang looked toward the star train. That place was beneath the train carriages. He immediately used his cane to remotely control the train, levitating it low in the air, and strode toward the train. Sure enough, just at the edge of the square, beneath the 14th carriage, he found an extremely faint and blurry number engraved on the ground. 1892. Found it. Chin Mang grinned. If he was right, there were only 2 possible answers. One was 1892 Hz, and the other was to start from 0, add 1892 9 times, then subtract 1892 3 times. That was 11,352 Hz. Everyone, return to the train quickly and in an orderly manner. His voice rang through the car speakers, and then he strode toward the train compartment and sat down on a chair. Excitedly, he took the bottle of mineral water Xiaofeng offered him, and drank it all before looking at the screen. Xiao Ai, produce a sound at 11,352 Hz. Try it. No problem. The next moment, accompanied by a piercing sound, the car speakers emanated, and the incessant wailing of hundreds of thousands of faces on the surrounding walls instantly ceased. Their previously ferocious expressions gradually calmed, their eyes closed tightly, as if they were asleep. And then, click, click, click. The sound of gears turned, and the cage-like wall slowly parted in the middle, revealing a tunnel wide enough for the star train to enter. What a pity. Chin Meng looked at the tunnel before him with a hint of regret. The final answer was 11,352 Hz. It would have been much better if it were above 20,000 Hz. Only by upgrading the car audio to level 10 or above could one achieve the supermodel effect of producing sounds above 20,000 Hz. The other trains certainly wouldn't have this effect. Thus, he could use this method to eliminate almost all of the other 19 trains here. I wonder how the other trains are progressing. This level had wasted over half an hour of his time. He had to speed up. He slowly pushed the joystick, and the train entered the seemingly deep underground train tunnel before him. The path ahead was unknown, but having successfully passed 2 levels in a row, he now felt somewhat confident. Even if the next one proved more challenging, he wouldn't feel completely powerless. The answer to the mystery must exist. As long as this prerequisite was met, all that remained was time. Mr. Meng. Standing nearby, Li Shiji said with a touch of guilt, "I'm sorry, I wasn't able to help much." "It's okay." Chin Meng waved his hand and said softly, "How can human labor possibly compete with AI in this kind of rapid data entry and screening? You don't have much room to perform in this level right now, so don't blame yourself. I think we performed well in the first 2 levels. We should still be able to break into the top 3. Keep working hard, keep going." The train tunnel wasn't too short, and the star wasn't going too fast. At 500 kilometers per hour, after 3 minutes, they arrived at this level. The space before them gradually opened up. Exiting the train tunnel, they came into view of a massive heavy machinery factory. They were located in the square in front of the factory gate. The steel gates lay rusted and dilapidated, crumbling to the side. Weeds grew around the overturned crane. The ground was covered with a mixture of engine oil and sticky blood. The whole scene looked dilapidated. In the corner of the factory, one could vaguely see a small hill made of mechanical wreckage and human bones, slightly higher than the 2-meter wall. The train slowly came to a stop. A light screen appeared before me. "Congratulations, Pioneer. Making it this far is proof of your strength. But the train is a group, with only the conductor pulling the strings. This train won't have much potential. Talent pooling is inhumane in the apocalypse, but it's a must. It's going to be fun. You can choose to exit this adventure map at any time, but please note, the moment you choose to quit, you will permanently withdraw from the selection process for the position of successor of the mechanical civilization. This level is the last of the second stage. Passing this level will ensure you successfully complete the second stage. Next, 1,000 zombies will attack you, each attack lasting 15 minutes. After each wave of zombies, your train will have 5 minutes to recover. You must kill all of the 1,000 zombies within these 15 minutes. If you fail to kill them all, or if the train compartment is breached, you will be considered a failure. Starting from level 1 zombies, each new zombie wave will increase the overall zombie level by 1. In the central control room of the heavy machinery factory in front of you, a large gear set is stuck, rendering the entire factory abandoned. You must complete 36 small tasks, and take some time off to successfully complete the level. In this level, the train conductor must stay on the train, and is not allowed to enter the factory. In 15 minutes, the first zombie wave will arrive. Heir to the mechanical civilization? Chin Meng lowered his head, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. He had expected the rewards on this adventure map to be generous, but he hadn't imagined them to be so generous. Actually, a selection for the successor to the mechanical civilization. At least, if nothing else, they would surely be given a lot of resources, like iron or in the like. He should have plenty. But, if they were selecting a successor, why were they only selecting so few train captains? Wouldn't more people help identify more promising successors? Time was running out, and he didn't have time to think about this. He glanced at the remaining copper ore on the train. There were still 2.45 million units of copper, or far too little. If the zombies were to arrive every 20 minutes, they would all be level 4 in 1 hour. After 2 hours, they would all be level 7. After 3 hours, they would be level 10. After 4 hours, they would be level 13. After 5 hours, they would be level 16. After 6 hours, they would be level 19. There wasn't enough copper ore on the train. Absolutely not enough. But fortunately, there was plenty of iron ore, over 60 million. He also had 40 Viper unmanned fighter aircraft, each equipped with a level 20 cannon, which consumed energy stones, not copper. And there were other attack methods like mechas, which also consumed energy stones. He calculated. If he used all his skills, he could only hold out for 6 hours at most. After 6 hours, the zombies he faced would all be level 19 or above. Taking out a single one would be doomed for the train, let alone 1,000. Huh? Chen Mang took a deep breath and turned his gaze to Old Pig, Li Shiji, and the others. From now on, it's up to you. I stay on the train and deal with the zombie horde. The zombie horde won't enter the abandoned factory. You need to complete 36 small tasks there. The mission is unknown, and the decryption method is also unknown. In 12 minutes, the first wave of zombies will arrive. I will set a countdown on each of your iris chips. 6 hours. We only have 6 hours at most. If you haven't completed your mission the moment the countdown ends, it means we've failed this mission. I need to stay on the train for this operation. The rest depends on you. Too many people is bad. It can easily cause more trouble than good. Old Pig, guard teams 1, 2, and 3. Li Shiji, Uncle Li you go. Old Pig, you're familiar with the residents, so pick a few with quick minds. If, after 3 hours, we're still far from completing the mission, I send all residents to the factory for a thorough search. Any other questions? Master Meng. Busey hesitated. Why don't I stay and guard the train? You know, I'm not very smart, and this kind of decryption work isn't for me. You have to go. Chen Mang shook his head. You think you're only as stupid as Li Shiji, but actually, you're much smarter than many of the train's residents. Think about it yourself. Busey tilted his head and thought for a moment. It seems so. Are Zhang Yizhang and Air going? Oh, they're not going. So now. Chen Mang glanced at the countdown on the control panel. There are 11 minutes until the first wave of zombies arrives. If anything happens, please contact me through Xiao AI. Now, everyone, get going immediately. Hurry, hurry. Biazi and the others didn't dare to delay, and quickly left the star train, heading towards the ruined factory before them. Good luck, everyone. The future of the star is now in each of your hands. Anyone who completes a mission will be rewarded with 1,000 star tickets. Chen Mang then leaned back in his chair, sighed softly as he watched the group heading into the abandoned factory, and patiently waited for the first wave of zombies to arrive. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from within the train cabin. Conductor, you seem a little unsure. It's too difficult. Chen Mang lit another cigarette and, after a moment's silence, looked into the swirling cloud of smoke. We need to complete 36 missions within 6 hours, and the objectives are completely unknown. We need to find the missions first, then the answers. The timeline is too tight. The factory is too big. But I'm waiting for a miracle. Li Shiji, his face pale from nervousness, was now walking quickly toward the depths of the factory, his mind racing to absorb as much information as possible. He pulled a shot of cardiac stimulant from his bosom and injected it into his arm to stay awake. He quickly dispersed with the main force. He circled the factory, and after a few minutes he saw a locked cabin, with a faint yellow question mark on it, was a combination lock, similar to the ones used in password diaries. This was clearly one of the 36 small tasks. Password. Password. Li Shiji's lips trembled slightly, as he looked at the combination lock on the cabin. 8 digits, 8. He quickly ran frantically towards the factory gate, and pulled a soldier's tag from the remains of a human in the security room. It contained the soldier's birthdate, February 18th, 7228. Then he ran desperately towards the cabin again. The cardiotonic worked well as a stimulant. His hands trembled as he quickly dialed the combination lock, entering a code. 72280-218. The next moment. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as the lock opened, and the pale yellow question mark on the wooden house gradually transformed into a green exclamation mark. Li Shiji laughed, his voice a little hoarse but quite excited. He gripped the soldier card tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Boss AI First One. Chapter 283. First mission, Li Shiji completed. These words appeared on the iris chips of every train crew member entering the abandoned factory to explore. This gave Old Pig and the others, who had been a little nervous, a huge boost of confidence. They had been a little worried. After all, there were 36 missions in total, but shortly after entering the abandoned factory, Li Shiji had already completed the first one, bringing a significant relief to the already oppressive atmosphere. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Busey. The abandoned factory was huge, and everyone was exploring separately. Busey entered the basement level and examined it carefully. This level was piled with many large cans, long abandoned. Dust and cobwebs clinging to the edges of the cans. Diozzi nervously muttered to himself to encourage himself, his eyes fixed on every corner, not just searching for the mission, but also trying to remember every scene he saw, so as not to miss a single clue. Just then, the shrill ring of a phone suddenly rang out on this floor. Ding-ling-ling. The originally silent atmosphere was instantly shattered. Diozzi instantly turned to look at the source, holding the giant wave Gatling gun in his arms. He saw an old-fashioned landline phone hanging on the wall, constantly chiming. What era is it now? Still seeing these old-fashioned landline phones? Is this a nostalgic state of mechanical civilization? He took a deep breath and looked at the pale yellow question mark next to the landline phone. He stepped forward and picked up the phone. Hello? Can you tell me if Lao Zhang has arrived? We've already. There was a lot of noise. I could only make out the first half of the sentence. The second half was completely inaudible, leaving only the piercing sound of electricity. Lao Zhang? After the other party hung up, Diozzi glanced around hurriedly. He didn't even know what this mission was about. Was it to find Lao Zhang? There was no one alive in this machinery factory, was there? The next moment, a message appeared on the iris chips of all the train crew members entering the abandoned factory. Diozzi, trigger the mission. You need to find Lao Zhang. Provide any relevant information immediately. Quickly. Several lines of text flashed across Diozzi's iris chip again. The captain of Guard Team 3 said they saw Lao Zhang's business card on a table in the security room at the factory entrance. He's in charge of mechanical maintenance, and was probably called in to repair the giant gear train in the central control room. I've contacted the nearest person to go to the security room to retrieve the card information. Wait a moment. Found it. The business card has Lao Zhang's contact information, XXX3148. No other information. The first 3 digits have coffee stains, so I'm not sure yet. Wait. Lao Zhu has already entered the central control room, where there's also Lao Zhang's business card. The first 3 digits are 652. Thank you. Diozzi took a deep breath and thanked him before picking up the phone again and dialing the number. No one answered, and the call automatically hung up after 45 seconds. But the pale yellow question mark on the wall had now turned into a green exclamation point. Clearly, this mission was to find Lao Zhang's phone number and call it. Second mission, Diozzi completes. Awesome. Diozzi excitedly punched the air to cheer himself up. He felt like he found his way, and he was starting to feel more confident. Especially with Mr. AI's help, they could become a unified whole, sharing clues and information. Abandoned factory, central control room. The control room was glass on 3 sides, with a single console located high up. Beneath the room was a vast underground space filled with several massive gear trains, though all were currently stagnant. There's nothing here, just this coin machine. Old Pig looked at the vending machine in the central control room and said hurriedly, Mr. AI, please ask if anyone has a coin. The vending machine had a pale yellow question mark on its exterior. I directed team member Shanmazi to return the way he came to retrieve the coin from the desk in the staff dormitory, and I planned the fastest route for him. Little AI's information quickly appeared before Old Pig's eyes. Each train crew member who came to explore would have a mechanical eye attached to their chest, back, and waist. Wherever they walked, all the visual information would be entered into Xiao AI's database, allowing them to immediately identify any clues they had passed by. About 5 minutes later, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the central control room. Soon, Shanmazi, breathlessly pushing open the door, held a coin in the air and said, Captain Pig here. Old Pig hurriedly took the coin and walked over to the vending machine. He looked down and saw a coin marked 100. He randomly selected an item that was exactly 100 and put the coin in. Clang. The sound of coins clashing against metal echoed through the vending machine. A line of words slowly appeared on the screen, and the coin dispensed. Insufficient change. Can't make change. Please insert a coin worth 5 points. Almost simultaneously, a message reappeared on the iris chips of all the train crew members who had come to explore. Need a coin worth 5 points. Everyone, pay attention to the clue. Go somewhere else first. Let's go! Old Pig didn't linger here for long. Instead, he and Shanmazi strode out of the central control room and split up again. He had already searched this place and found no coin worth 5 points. This coin must be somewhere else. There was no point in waiting here now. They could return to search once they found it. Zhang Danyai, that family photo on the ground beneath your left foot has a lot of holes in it, as if it were made with a screwdriver. It's likely a clue. Pick it up and see if there's any information on the back. Let me see. Their whole family deserves death. They betrayed me. Put it in his pocket. Explore as many areas as possible. I'm creating a 3D map of the factory based on your footage, but some parts don't match. There are secret rooms in this factory, and more than one. Busey, the combination to the safe embedded in the wall in front of you is probably not a safe. According to the data, there should be a 20 square meter secret room in the wall behind you. This is also an office, so it's likely a love room. Try entering the birth dates of the factory director and his mistress. John Damei, the woman in your family photo might be the factory owner's mistress. See if you can find her birth date. Found it. Li Shiji stood in the archives, quickly flipping through the paper files in his hand. The man in the family photo is Lao Zhang, an outsourced maintenance worker for the factory. The woman is his wife, not a regular employee. Every time Lao Zhang comes for maintenance, he brings his wife with him. His wife's birthday is April 27th, 7229. Let me try. Standing in the factory director's office, Busey looked at the combination to the wall safe and tried to enter the numbers. The wall-mounted safe was originally covered by a painting and obscured by a bookshelf. If he hadn't searched carefully, he wouldn't have found it. Next to the safe, a pale yellow question mark was printed on the wall. 722904427. After entering and confirming the combination, the indicator light on the safe turned green, and the wall containing the safe began to recede, revealing an accessible private space. There really is a secret room. Busey quickly surveyed the room, the pale yellow question mark on the wall turning green. Sixth mission, Busey completed. The secret room contained only a massive bed, a bathroom, and a large floor-to-ceiling window. The glass looked a bit gray, like one-way glass. One could only see outside from inside. One couldn't see inside from outside. He walked to the window. From this angle, he could just overlook the massive gear train in the center of the abandoned factory. 2 bloody handprints were on the glass, and the floor was covered in dried blood. Following the bloodstains, he looked to the wardrobe nearby. He opened the wardrobe. He saw all the clothes piled in a corner, and at the bottom of the wardrobe, a tightly clenched photograph. It's a secretly taken photo. It's a bit blurry, taken through the crack of a closet door. In the photo, a thin woman is crouched against the glass, with an extremely obese man standing behind her. There's also a 5-point coin in the corner. Mr. AI, contact Lao Zhu. I found that coin. And I have a new lead. Biaozi's voice was hurried and excited. It's clear that before this factory was completely abandoned, this perverted factory manager would deliberately damage the giant gear set, call in Lao Zhang to repair it, and then take Lao Zhang's wife into a secret room and have her watch her husband working hard down below. Then Lao Zhang discovered this, and he attacked with a knife, blood splattering on the spot. But when this photo was taken, Lao Zhang must have been down below repairing the giant gear set, or then the factory director wouldn't have had to bring the woman here at all, and the woman wouldn't have had that strange mixture of guilt and compulsion on her face. In other words, although Lao Zhang had a murder plan, he was downstairs doing maintenance to create an alibi for himself, and then had someone else hide here to do the killing. And he even took a photo of the evidence. This person must have had feelings for either the factory director or his wife, otherwise they wouldn't have held onto the photo. This was a subconscious reaction under the weight of emotion. I suspect it's most likely the factory director's first wife. Your deduction is excellent. Busey's iris chip displayed President AI's praise. Then, Xiao AI informed everyone of this information. Everyone, pay attention to the factory director's wife. This could very well be a new mission and a crucial clue. And Lao Zhu, your 5-point coin has been found. The best route has been planned for you. Please proceed to the factory director's office immediately. Hey. Busey glanced at the countdown. There were 5.5 hours left. They had already completed 6 missions, and the remaining 5.5 hours felt more than enough for 30. Excitedly, he lit a cigarette and lay on the floor, looking under the bed. He was feeling great. It felt even better than the first time he finished Resident Evil on extreme difficulty. He had never imagined he one day make a living with his brain. He was so strong as a pure warrior, and if he had a little more brains, he shuddered to think, is God being too partial to me? Why did he give him so many advantages when he created him? It was embarrassing. Abandoned factory. In the archives, Li Shiji was quickly flipping through the paper files. Although there were no missions here, there might be many clues. The factory director was having an affair with the wife of a subcontractor maintenance worker. Then he designed a secret room specifically for her to have an affair while watching her husband, who was working on the repairs, do it. Could this be true love? It was definitely impossible. Pure perversion. In that case, Why would he use his mistress's birthday as a password? There's definitely something fishy going on here. And at that moment, Chen Meng, sitting inside the star train, flushed red as he made a series of strange noises. Hmm. The first wave of zombies had already been wiped out. They hadn't used their mission firepower accessories, but were using their blades and were currently resting. The second wave of level 2 zombies would arrive in a minute. Xiao Ai, standing inside the train, glanced at Chen Meng, met his gaze, and a look of doubt crossed her face, confused as to why the train conductor was making such strange noises. He glanced around. Ji Chu Chu hadn't come in, and Xiao Fang was standing quietly by. What was wrong with the conductor? Had he gotten himself into a good mood? After waiting for a moment, seeing the conductor didn't say anything, he continued to focus his energy on the abandoned factory. That was more important right now, and he needed to devote more computing power and energy. Cough, cough, cough. The conductor's violent coughing rang out again. Conductor, why don't you go to the medical bay? God damn it. Chen Meng's face was grim and angry. He turned and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window next to the train compartment. He slapped it and roared, "These damn mosquitoes! Damn it! Damn it! Why are there always mosquitoes in this place? Damn it!" Xiao Ai walked over to Chen Meng, somewhat bewildered. She subconsciously glanced at the window the conductor had slapped, then looked outside the train. Outside, a number of zombie corpses were piled up. Amidst the shredded flesh, only one relatively intact body stood out. The other zombies were naked, their bodies covered in shreds of flesh, but this one was the only one wearing a uniform. It looked like a maintenance worker's uniform. Xiao Ai, quick to react, hurriedly contacted Shan Mazi, the closest person to the factory. Shan Mazi, get back to the train. There's a zombie corpse outside. It's most likely that of maintenance worker Lao Zhang. Huh? Chen Meng's brows gradually relaxed. He walked weakly back to the control console, sighed deeply, and with a dull look in his eyes, he lay back in a chair, lit a cigarette, and looked extremely exhausted. This feeling of not being able to speak is like not being able to fart. It's extremely painful. He didn't dare give a too obvious warning, fearing he'd be judged as cheating and thus fail the mission. This level doesn't allow the train conductor to participate. It tests the overall strength of everyone on the train, excluding the conductor. But if he missed such a crucial piece of information, how could he possibly pass the level? So, he could only use this method to remind Xiao Ai. Thankfully, he managed to get the message across. Otherwise, he'd definitely be dismantled by the train's AI after he left, which would have been incredibly frustrating. Found it. Li Shiji knelt in the archives room, surrounded by a pile of quickly flipped through, extremely messy files. Finally, he spotted a notice in one of them. Wang Zira marries the factory director's daughter and inherits the old directorship. The ex-girlfriend left the factory disheartened. The truth is out. Li Shiji's lips paled slightly as he murmured, the factory director and the maintenance worker's wife were supposedly truly in love at first. Later, for the sake of his career, the factory director gave up his girlfriend and married the old factory director's daughter, living off her. But he was truly in love with this woman, using her birthday as the password to his brothel. I don't know how long it took. When maintenance worker Lao Zhang came to the factory to inspect equipment, the factory director discovered that the woman he had abandoned was actually the maintenance worker's wife. The two met for the first time, their eyes met, and their love rekindled, and then they began their affair. The plot flows smoothly. But where can these clues be used? And then, on the other side, hidden from view, a Class 17 mechanical train sat in the square, its head dotted with tens of thousands of glass capsules filled with various mechanical organs. A bald man sat in the train cabin with a gloomy expression, looking up at the ceiling. His reasoning was correct. The glass pod overhead was indeed a match 3 game, but it required a level 20 attack to destroy. At this point, his train had completely exhausted all its resources, including the iron and copper mines, and had destroyed nearly 70,000 pods. And those pods were constantly being replenished. It seemed as if there was no end. At most 100,000, the man muttered. 100,000 was an integer. If this adventure map wasn't completely deceptive, there should be 100,000 medical pods. The problem was, he was completely out of resources on his train. The resources he had in his train were already plentiful, but they were completely insufficient here. The other 19 trains were all holographic images, all fake. I wonder if the other trains have made it through this stage yet. The man looked across the cliff, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. He clearly deduced successfully, but he was stuck here with resources. Wasn't that the agreed-upon decryption map? He felt like the last math question on the college entrance exam. He knew the answer, but his pen was out of ink. This feeling was more disgusting than eating a raw cockroach. It would be better not to know the answer. That way, he'd be at peace. But he didn't give up. He jumped out of the train compartment and began searching the square for other clues. This adventure map couldn't possibly have such high requirements for the train's resource reserves. Perhaps there were large copper mines somewhere, but he would have to find them. Up, down, down. A level 17 flesh train was stationed in a cage whose walls were covered in hundreds of thousands of human faces. 2 massive tentacles extended from the flesh train, rapidly scanning each face. 9 up, 3 down. And there's 1892 engraved on the ground, which means the correct sound frequency should be 11,352 Hz. The boy sitting inside the train laughed. Not too difficult, somewhat stress-free. He felt he was the fastest, bar none. It seemed he should have no problem making it to the 3rd stage. He just didn't know if he'd be 1st or 5th. Only the top 5 could enter the 3rd stage. The next moment. Beep, beep! Accompanied by a piercing sound from his flesh train, the faces embedded in the wall all closed, and the wall ahead slowly opened, revealing a train tunnel. The train entered the tunnel and continued forward, emerging into an abandoned factory. A light curtain appeared before them. Congratulations, pioneer. Getting this far is a testament to your strength. But a train is a group, and with only the conductor pulling the strings, it won't have much potential. Talent pooling is inhumane in the apocalypse, but it's a must. This will be fun. In this level, the conductor must stay on the train and not go to the factory. In 15 minutes, the first wave of zombies will arrive. The smile on the boy's face gradually froze upon seeing the message before him, his gaze fixed on the small text. The conductor must stay on the train and not go to the factory. He glanced at his crew, 0. He was the only one on the train. Where would the inhabitants of this flesh train come from? After a long while, he finally tried to speak hoarsely. Hey, I'm the flesh train. If you won't let me off, how am I supposed to get through this level? Haven't there been any changes to the flesh train? Hey, can you hear me? I'm the flesh train. There are no residents on the train. Didn't you consider the flesh train when you designed the adventure map? The flesh train was born from a stepmother. He didn't know who he was talking to. He didn't know if anyone could hear him. But he still hoped to struggle as much as possible. After all, he cleared the previous 2 levels so quickly and so well. He couldn't just be stuck here, could he? He said it many times, begged many times, and waited for 15 minutes. No response. But then came the first wave of the zombies. I'm fucking talking to you. The boy completely ignored the oncoming wave of zombies and roared with a somewhat agitated expression. If you don't let me get off, how am I supposed to get through this level? Ah! Tell me! Didn't your damn Princess Tutu consider the flesh train when designing the adventure map? Isn't the flesh train a human? The train job transfer doesn't say the flesh train isn't a human. Why do we, the flesh train, always suffer such unfair treatment, even though we're all trains? Even in that damn Neon City adventure map, why can't corpses be exchanged for star tickets? Where am I supposed to mine iron ore? Since you're targeting the flesh train so much, why don't you just delete it? Still no one responded. Cold violence is always the most hurtful. Even if this light curtain cursed him, at least he feel better. Every punch he threw hit Cotton, the feeling of weakness pushing him to the brink of collapse. Without a second thought, he jumped off the train and attempted to force his way into the machinery factory. However, just as his left foot stepped through the gate, a light curtain appeared before his eyes. The conductor has violated the rules by entering the abandoned machinery factory. This mission has automatically failed. In 10 seconds, a portal will open and close in 1 minute. Please leave as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected accidents. The boy stopped at the factory gate and turned to look at the rapidly retreating tide of corpses. His eyes were filled with despair and resentment. For what? You're discriminating. Why are you discriminating against the flesh train? If I known this would happen, I have let him fail the first round. Now it felt like he was taking the college entrance exam, knowing every question, writing with divine intervention, the answers in mind. There was also ink in the pen. Everything was perfect. As long as he handed in his paper, he'd be the top scorer, and his life would soar from then on. But when he was about to write his name on the test paper, he was told that because he was dark-skinned, he couldn't write his name on it. Who could he turn to for justice? He really wanted to cry. He really wanted to cry. Everything is so stable. In the first level, in the square, a man sitting in the train compartment looked at the 19 motionless trains around him, and snorted coldly, Since no one's in a hurry, let's just wait and see who gets anxious. The limit is 48 hours. 3 or 4 hours had already passed. From the beginning, all the trains had been sitting there, motionless. Although he couldn't see the expressions of the train conductors in the other train compartments, he knew what everyone was thinking. They were simply waiting for someone brave enough to fly over to the other side of the cliff to see what was happening. He definitely wouldn't be the one being fooled. He could just wait and see. The first 5 to clear the level would advance to the 3rd stage anyway. Everyone was here, so why was he rushing? Wasting time. 1 more hour. Inside the Star Train compartment, Chen Mang glanced at the control panel and whispered. 5 hours had passed since the mission began, and a new wave of zombies had already arrived. 41 Viper unmanned fighter drones were circling in the air, bombarding the 1,000 level 16 zombies. The zombies that had appeared were already level 16. The train could only hold out for an hour at most, and that was the limit. After that, it would be difficult to hold out. The ammunition was simply running low. He looked at the screen showing Lao Zhu and the others exploring. For this level, he had to be in charge of the train interior. The mission requirement stated the conductor must be in charge of the train, but it didn't explicitly mention whether he could command. However, he didn't want to risk that. Biazi and the others had performed well, so he didn't need to command. From beginning to end, except for reminding Xiao Ai to take the zombie corpse away, he didn't interrupt once. And now, there were only 3 missions left. 3 missions in an hour seemed like plenty of time. After all, he already completed 6 missions in just half an hour at the beginning. That was incredibly fast progress, a perfect start. However, the reality was that 2 hours ago, there were only 3 tasks left. An hour had already passed, and there had been no progress. They hadn't found any clues for one of the tasks, and they hadn't found the remaining 2 tasks at all. Yes, they hadn't even found where the tasks were. The entire abandoned mechanical factory had been searched thoroughly, but still nothing was found. They had even explored all the secret rooms on Xiao Ai's 3D map, but they couldn't find the remaining 2 tasks. Keep going. At this point, all Chen Mang could do was silently cheer them on. He had already imagined how he would celebrate, and how he would comfort everyone after his failure. He had no idea which one would come, so he could only do his best. He had no idea where the last 2 tasks were hidden. He tilted his head to look outside the train, then refocused his attention on fighting the enemy. The monsters were gradually becoming higher in level, and the train couldn't handle them anymore. He would have to manually control them. The rest would have to be left to Biazi and the others. Whether a miracle would happen was up to fate. It was time to offer some incense to the gods. Inside the abandoned machinery factory, Old Pig and Biazi met in the factory's core area. They glanced at the massive gear sets before them, exchanged grim glances, and shook their heads. They had 3 tasks left. One of them had no clue as to the clues. That task involved the massive gear sets in the center of the factory. On the steel surface of one of the gear sets, a faint yellow question mark was printed. What the clue was, they had no idea. They also had no idea what to do. As for the remaining 2 tasks, they're completely lost. 1 hour left. Biazi rasped uncomfortably, "We're running out of time. Why don't we tell Mr. Mang to have all the train residents come in and search for clues? There shouldn't be any clues left that could be destroyed." The reason they initially didn't let so many people in was out of concern that too many people would destroy clues, like coins. With so many people, everyone would kick them, and who knows where they end up. No way. Lao Zhu shook his head. Haven't you noticed these 36 tasks? They're all connected. If we let the train residents in, we have to help them review the plot again. Having so many people rushing into the factory is bound to destroy some clues. Let's look again. There are only 3 tasks left. There must be some clues we haven't found yet. Just then, a message appeared on the iris chips of all the train crew members who had come to explore. Li Shiji found the factory director's notice in the archives, searching for his lost coded diary. It was the latest notice, essentially the last one issued before the factory's demise. Everyone, please pay attention to the diary for clues. Diary? Biazi was momentarily stunned, then tilted his head to look at the giant gear set beside him. His voice rose. Yes, isn't it said that the factory director often deliberately sabotages giant gear sets? If they were severely damaged, the factory would shut down, resulting in heavy losses. If the damage was minor, we have regular maintenance workers in the factory, so there's no need to call in old Zhang. So there must be some way to precisely sabotage this giant gear set, and it's very likely that the factory director has written this method in his diary. As long as we find the diary, we complete this mission. The two exchanged glances, seeing the excitement and renewed hope in each other's eyes. They hurriedly strode out of the core area. Would that be recorded in the diary? Would someone really write the truth in a diary? Old Pig asked hurriedly. Isn't that a password notebook? It's locked. Who could have stolen it? It must have been Lao Zhang. We've searched Lao Zhang's body, but we didn't find any diary. He must have given the diary to someone else. For example, if he wanted to recruit the factory director's wife, he needs some evidence to convince her that her husband was cheating. This diary is likely that evidence. The factory director recorded his dirty deeds in it, so it must be in his wife's possession. Fuck. That's totally reasonable. There's absolutely no problem with this logic, and it fits the clues. Busy, why are you suddenly like you've had an epiphany? Epiphany doesn't count. But the factory director's wife doesn't live in the staff dormitory. Where could she have hidden the diary? It couldn't be in her own home, could it? We can't go to her house, and there's only one factory in this area. It's definitely in the factory, but it's probably in a secluded corner. It's definitely hidden somewhere no one can find it, and the factory director definitely wouldn't look for it. Let me think. Could it be in the processing department? Processing department? When I met Li Shiji, he was in the archives. I looked through them, and noticed a piece of information saying that the factory director was an employee in the processing department before he took office and was constantly bullied. So, after taking office, he's been making things difficult for the older employees there, and is unwilling to even set foot there. Busy? You've really transformed. I'm starting to see you with a new appreciation. Not bad. I don't know why, but I used to be afraid to voice my suspicions. But now I'm feeling more and more confident. I'm even more confident now. I used to worry about being laughed at. Yes, I'd be laughed at. Oh, I like to be laughed at. In the abandoned machinery factory, in the processing department, a shed held numerous automated assembly line machines. Most people had gathered there, turning the place upside down. This place had been searched many times. But after a thorough search, they finally uncovered a diary with a password inside one of the machines. It was marked with a pale yellow question mark. Found it. Busy took a deep breath. But obviously, this diary can't be opened directly. You need to enter a password. Do you have any clues? Try 722904427, Li Shiji said. This is Shuzan's birthday. It's already been used to crack the secret room's combination lock. It's impossible that the diary also has this password. Biazi tried to enter the password, but it was indeed incorrect. He could enter it 4 more times. Only 4 chances. He hesitated, then continued. First, this diary must have been stolen by Lao Zhang. After reading its contents, Lao Zhang gave it to the factory director's wife. And this diary shows no signs of being violently damaged. In other words, this password must be something Lao Zhang could guess. Then, if I look at Lao Zhang's biography, I think I can start there. He glanced at the countdown. Only 50 minutes remained. The roar of artillery shells and the roars of zombies outside the factory made him slightly anxious. Time is running out. Only 50 minutes left. As long as we can crack the password to this diary, we have one last mission. A password that Lao Zhang can guess. The captain of Team 3 repeated it softly before speaking. Could it be the factory director's birthday or something? I think it might be the day he got promoted. Old Pig whispered. Before this factory director rose to power through gigoloism, he was just a low-level factory employee. So I think the day he rose to prominence would be even more memorable for him. It's possible. Let's try. One try. After entering both passwords, the diary flashed red twice in succession, meaning both passwords were incorrect. Only 2 chances left. Busey shook his head grimly. Everyone, if we fail this mission, we won't be able to face Mr. Meng. We just had a dinner in Neon City the day before yesterday, and now we've failed. Everyone will be embarrassed. It can't be. Zhang Yi, standing in the corner, hesitated to speak, but seeing everyone's gazes, he retreated and whispered, I was just saying it casually. Keep thinking. It's definitely not the password I was thinking of. Originally, Zhang Yi and Zhang Er were not responsible for the exploration. But a few hours ago, there were a lot of heavy objects that needed to be moved in the factory, so Zhang Yi and Zhang Er were sent in. Finish your words. Old Pig looked at Zhang Yi seriously and said, this is a critical moment. Any idea, whether correct or not, can inspire us. Well, Zhang Yi hesitated before continuing. Well, I saw the Wi-Fi password on the factory wall is 88s. I wonder if 88s could be the password to this diary. Besides, this factory director didn't make it to the top through his own efforts. He's a gigolo. Generally speaking, people who rise to prominence through luck tend to trust luck more. The number 8 is also considered auspicious. He also has lots of lucky cats and fortune trees in his office. I think the diary password could really be 8 8s. Of course, the probability is incredibly small. I know it's unlikely. I'm just making it up. Don't take it seriously. Biozzi remained silent, tilting his head to look at the blurred notice on the wall beside him. Wi-Fi password, 8 8s. It's not very conspicuous. But, would the factory director just brazenly reveal his diary password to the public? He still had 2 chances. If he failed this time, there would only be one final chance, and that chance would determine their life or death. He couldn't make up his mind. Let's give it a try, Lao Zhu said softly. I think what Johnny said is quite possible. Okay. Since everyone agreed, Biozzi didn't say anything else. He simply held the diary in his arms nervously, and carefully entered the 8 8 password. The next moment. Clang. With a crisp sound, the diary opened. Chapter 284. Huh? The password turned out to be 8 8s. Biozzi looked at the diary in his hand, somewhat bewildered. He saw the pale yellow question mark on the diary's surface gradually transform into a green exclamation mark. A panel appeared before everyone's eyes. Mission 34, Zhang Yi completed. Standing nearby, Zhang Yi grinned happily, scratching the back of his head somewhat helplessly as he hugged his younger brother. At that moment, he discovered something even more satisfying than stuffing things into the refrigerator. That was using his brain. He decided that this time, he couldn't just focus on physical training in the combat training virtual space. He had to work on his brain as well. He had a talent for this, and couldn't let it go to waste. Take a quick look, take a look. Old Pig hurried over. Several people gathered around the notebook and began to carefully scan it from the first page, fearing they had missed anything. April 27th, 7257, today is my 27th birthday, and I don't know what to do. The factory director came to me and hinted that if I were willing to marry his daughter, he would give me his position as factory director. But the director knew I had a girlfriend and that I loved her deeply. In my eyes, true love is something you can only encounter by chance. This is a difficult decision. From today on, I will record my life in a diary. April 28th, 7257, I thought it over. I dumped my girlfriend. She cried so hard, and I was heartbroken too. I think I may have made the wrong choice and missed someone who truly loves me. April 29th, 7257, I married the director's daughter at the factory. The director was very anxious. I don't know why, but even at his daughter's wedding, he could hardly smile. He just kept urging us to get pregnant and have a baby. April 30th, 7257, the factory manager has gone crazy. Last night, he gave me an aphrodisiac, and his daughter and I had sex 7 times. This morning, I woke up feeling like I was dying. I don't understand what the factory manager is trying to do. May 1st, 7257, I'm the factory manager now. May 2nd, 7257, being the factory manager is great, but he keeps urging me to have sex with his daughter quickly. I feel a surge of unknown fear. May 18th, 7257, I'm gradually learning how to manage the factory, but for some reason, orders have suddenly dropped significantly. We're a military factory, and the mechanical civilization and the Zerg have been fighting for hundreds of years. We've always had a large number of orders to produce weapons. Could the war be about to end? May 31st, 7257, orders are dwindling. The war is really about to end. I hope it can continue for a few hundred more years. I just became the factory director and haven't made any money yet. June 15th, 7257, after becoming the factory director, I severely humiliated the old employees in the processing department who had previously given me a hard time. That felt great. However, I've never been to the processing department. That's where my ex-girlfriend and I met and fell in love. I'm afraid I regret this decision. June 15th, 7257, no regrets. My life now is like heaven compared to my previous life. How could I regret it? I didn't wake up this morning. I won't write in my diary anymore. June 30th, 7257, I am afraid of my current wife. She comes to me for sex several times a day. I asked her why, and she said it was her father's request. Is her father a pervert? He hid a camera in my room. He likes to watch his daughter being raped. July 1st, 7257, I checked my house carefully and found no security cameras. My father-in-law came to me again today, and his tone was incredibly anxious, as if he couldn't wait for me to do something in front of him. I have a feeling he's hiding something from me. August 13th, 7257. Today, a giant gear train at the factory broke down. The factory repairman couldn't fix it, so I hired a professional from outside. While he was working, his wife brought him food. I recognized her immediately. It was the woman I loved. When our eyes met, she avoided me. For some reason, the moment I saw her, I wanted to give up everything I had and embrace her again. August 13th, 7257. I drank a lot. I might have gotten drunk. I regret it, I really do. She's still so gentle. What good is there about being a factory director? If I could do it all over again, I want her, not the factory director. But nothing can be undone. I can feel that she still loves me. She still loves me. September 1st, 7257. I built a secret room behind the office, with one-way glass on the south side. I began calling the maintenance worker in from time to fix the equipment. While they were doing so, I would bring his wife into the room and give her a beating. Nothing seemed to have changed. But there seemed to be a slight change. She had changed. She became somewhat reluctant, her moral compass telling her this was wrong, yet she found her love quite enjoyable. I was furious, venting my jealousy. I was the factory manager, and he was just a damn maintenance worker. How could he have the woman I love so openly? When I think about how I can only do this in secret, while that lowly repairman can do it so openly, I feel furious. Jealousy almost drives me crazy. I feel like I'm about to strangle her. September 10th, 7257. She's gradually relaxed. At first, she didn't dare look at her husband, who was repairing the equipment, but now she's leaning against the glass to look directly at him. I've never seen this side of her before. She used to be very loyal. I never imagined I'd one day witness her cheating, nor did I imagine she could look so charming while doing it. I feel like I'm sick, like a pervert. September 30th, 7257. The factory hasn't had any orders for 7 days. For some reason, my father-in-law hasn't pressed me anymore. He just sees on the TV news that mechanical civilization seems to be advancing rapidly and winning battles. For some reason, my father-in-law has been spurred on by his daily drinking. Today, he even raped a female employee in front of everyone at the factory. Is he crazy? He acts like he's had a massive number of memory chips implanted at once, causing his memory to become confused. If he needs anything in this regard, please let me know, and I let him into my secret room. Luckily, I kept the news to myself within the factory. Otherwise, if it got out, he'd be in jail. October 11th, 7257. I figured out how to sabotage the giant gear train, making it so broken that the factory workers can't repair it without causing too much trouble. All it takes is 7 consecutive hammer strikes on the air intake and 3 on the air outlet. I'm a true genius. November 10th, 7257. Winter has arrived, and my father-in-law has become increasingly frantic. I haven't had sex with my wife in ages, and she seems quite resentful, but I don't care. I'm not in love with her. From the beginning, I've only ever loved one woman. I've had to call the maintenance guy almost every day these days. I'm increasingly unable to extricate myself from this affair. In fact, from the initial inner struggle, I've now begun to enjoy it. I've begun to savor her charm during our affair, a charm I've never seen before, savoring this moment. Everyone seems to be going crazy, but I'm happy. November 15th, 7257. The factory hasn't had any orders for 2 months, and it might be going bankrupt. Something big happened today. The mechanical civilization suddenly changed its calendar. How strange. The mechanical civilization's calendar has always been 365 days. The battle against the Zerg had been going on since before I was born, for almost 296 years. I'd grown accustomed to seeing news reports of the machine civilization's victory from time to time. The supreme leader of the machine civilization appeared on the screen and changed all databases. From then on, the machine civilization's calendar would count the past day as a year. What kind of a ridiculous calendar is this? What civilization has a year with only 24 hours? Nearly 7,258 years have passed since the machine civilization was founded. How could this calendar, which has been used almost forever, suddenly change without any warning? But since the supreme leader had said so, I had no choice but to obey. 2649170. Yes, when I woke up this morning and saw this calendar pop up on the screen, I almost thought I traveled through time. What a huge number. The entire machine civilization's database calendar had been altered last night. Originally, the war between the machine civilization and the Zerg lasted 295 years, nearly 296. But now it's been going on for 100 and 7,991 years. That's nearly 110,000 years. This is crazy. What the hell is he trying to do? With such a huge number, I have to write several more digits in my diary from now on. It's even distorting my calendar. How will I calculate my age from now on? I'm getting 1 year older every day. Is this the leadership solution to the resident's short lifespan? Yes, it has indeed solved it. 2,649,171 years. Today's news is very interesting. Many people are applying for retirement benefits with the resident cards, which claim they've been there for over 10,000 years. So interesting. Also, my father-in-law has gone completely crazy. He's really crazy. After raping a male employee again, he got drunk and pointed at me, calling me a loser. He said I couldn't even have a child, that I was doomed, that only newborns had a chance to survive, and that everyone else would die. He said he was drawn to me because of my good back and my ability to bear children. He cursed me profanely. I was furious. If I hadn't cleaned up his mess today, he'd have been arrested and jailed by the law enforcement agency for assault. 274-9173. I feel like life is getting boring and lacking excitement. Today, while we were having sex in a back room, she whispered that her husband might have caught us. She said that last night, while they were having sex, her husband was silent for a long time, then stopped and fell asleep. Life has become exciting. Anyway, I have money, so even if they were caught, I can handle it. That's it? Biozzi glanced at the last page with a hint of lingering regret. It feels like reading a novel. I'm curious about the ending. What's the point of pausing here? Can you just stop updating and have a baby without an anus? He can't have children. Old Pig rolled his eyes at Biozzi. Didn't you hear what he said? The mechanical civilization and the Zerg fought for 107,991 years, and it took them 108,000 years to perish. That means when he finished his last diary entry, there were only 5 years left until the end of the mechanical civilization. Oh, that's 5 days. The mechanical civilization changed its calendar before its demise. Perhaps they felt it would be a bit awkward to hear that after the civilization's demise, it would be known that it took the Zerg over 200 years to be wiped out by the mechanical civilization. 80,000 years would be much better. I think that's still a conservative estimate. It should be 1 hour a year. That means it took 2.5 million years for the entire Zerg to be wiped out. Such a long battle suggests a formidable civilization, with both sides evenly matched. In the following days, this guy was discovered and killed by the repairman and his wife. That's the story. This Wang Ziru is truly a piece of shit. Biozzi sighed with some emotion. That maintenance worker was just doing his job honestly. What the hell did he do to deserve this? He's almost wiped out. If this guy knew about this, he wouldn't be able to die peacefully. It would be better if you just kept it a secret so no one knew. You can just have fun for a few days and wait for death. That way, your death would be more comfortable. There are 2 types of people I hate most in my life. Those who live off you and those who cheat on you. This bastard has it all. Contempt. What contempt? They just praised you, and you've lost your mind again. Lao Zhu picked up his notebook and tapped Biozzi on the head, striding forward. What are we doing here? We're film critics. Why don't you go to Dubon and write a long review? Come on, fucking with me, and finish the job. Time's running out. Yeah. Biozzi hurried after him. I'm getting a little lost in it. Let's go. And I never go to places like Dubon. Don't insult me. Quickly. The group arrived at the core area of the factory. Biozzi picked up a hammer from the ground and handed it to Lao Zhu. Captain Zhu, knock 7 times on the air intake and 3 times on the exhaust. You do it? What are you doing for me? Do it yourself. You should do it. I performed quite well this time and completed too many tasks. I don't want to do any more. It feels a bit arrogant. Lao Zhu took the hammer expressionlessly, stood in front of the giant gear train, took a deep breath, and swung it down. 7 times on the left, 3 times on the right. The next moment. Task 35, Lao Zhu completes. The last task. He glanced down at his watch. 37 minutes left. Everyone, disperse and find the last task. Success or failure depends on this. Inside the train. Chin Mang glanced out the window at the nearly 1,000 level 17 zombies that had surrounded the train. However, the train's armor was level 18, making it impossible for the zombies to penetrate. The Doomsday cannon he had been reluctant to use finally roared, accurately dispatching each zombie. The Viper unmanned fighter in the sky also roared continuously. These zombies dropped no items upon death, not even flesh. Huh? Chin Mang glanced at the progress and the countdown on the console screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Only 37 minutes left, only one mission left. Finding and completing it would clear the level. This was the most challenging adventure map he had ever encountered, bar none, especially since flying was prohibited here. Fortunately, it was only prohibited over trains, otherwise his unmanned fighter jet wouldn't be able to be used. But fortunately, there was plenty of time, and he was sure to clear the level this time. He chuckled, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in his chair. His tense mood relaxed slightly, and he then began to carefully examine the diary entries that appeared on the screen. This diary actually held a lot of hidden information. For example, the light screen at the opening of the second level said that the machine civilization had fought for 180,000 years before declaring complete defeat. That was completely nonsense. When defeat was imminent, the last thing they did was not to tell the people the truth, but to change the calendar. This line of thought was very interesting. It was difficult for a normal person to have such a line of thought. It's like, after being hit by a car, the first thing you do isn't to call 911, but to quickly delete your browsing history on your phone. It's as if reputation is more important than life, and even posthumous fame must be stubbornly preserved. Why is the defeat of civilization so devastating? In the days before the defeat of the mechanical civilization, this factory was completely unaware of the situation. How could everyone die in the moment of defeat? Even if the defenses were breached, with so many inhabited planets, it would take a long time to defeat them. How could they just wipe them out instantly, died so quickly? He naturally believed that the news reports of the great victories of the mechanical civilization were true. It was just that the Zerg had more victories, but they hadn't been reported. Poor mechanical civilization. What good people. Even after being exterminated, they still passed down the methods of the mechanical civilization, allowing civilizations like them, whose level was completely insufficient to leave their planet, to have a chance of survival in the face of the Zerg invasion. He also learned that even in the mechanical civilization, humans seemed to be the majority, with robots in the minority, or rather, robots were not the dominant force. Chin Mang shook his head and smiled, not giving it much thought. He stuck the dying cigarette, but into a nearby Coke can. He no longer had the heart to mourn for the machine civilization. He felt that within a few years, he would also begin mourning for human civilization. Poor human civilization. Even the fully powered machine civilization couldn't stop the Zerg. How could human civilization, having inherited the machine civilization's methods, stop the Zerg? When a Zerg force, or even a small sliver of regular troops, reached Blue Water Planet, they would be annihilated. The Zerg on Blue Water Planet wouldn't even be considered vanguards. They were merely extraneous personnel. But the machine civilization didn't seem to have his level 0 authority. He glanced at the birthmark on his left hand. It read rough. If human civilization could survive the Zerg's maw, its only hope lay in his level 0 authority, which allowed for unlimited upgrades. With enough resources, he alone could hold off the entire Zerg civilization. After all, theoretically, he could directly upgrade his armor to level 999. Even the most powerful Zerg could only manage a level 999 monster, right? Unreasonable. Directly invincible. He needed to gather resources faster, or everyone on Blue Water would die. When he grew up and officially rebuilt human civilization, the Zerg civilization would be slaughtered to the brink of extinction, then kept in captivity in a zoo. Time passed, and the composure on Chin Mang's face gradually faded. At this moment, the zombies outside the train had already reached level 18. The copper mines were completely depleted, and the energy stones in those fighter planes had long since been depleted. He had already exchanged them for energy stones 4 times. A level 4 energy stone cost 500,000. There were 41 in total, so exchanging 1 for 20.5 million. Exchanging 4 for 80 million. He only had a little over 60 million units of iron ore on the train, all of which had already been used up. The remaining nearly 20 million units of iron ore were from Neon City, originally intended to correspond to the star vouchers held by other train conductors. He had embezzled them. With a week until Neon City reopens, he's not worried about filling this hole in the short term. But the crisis is clearly far greater than he anticipated. 1,000 level 18 zombies. If the train didn't have level 18 armor, it wouldn't be able to stop them. But even with that, it would be difficult to kill these zombies within 15 minutes. After all, the Viper drone's level 20 cannons can penetrate defenses, but their power diminishes as the zombies' levels increase. If the zombies aren't killed within the allotted time, the mission will be deemed a failure. There are still 4 minutes left. Glancing out the window, he saw over 400 level 18 zombies. With a slightly grim expression, he rasped Xiao Ai, send Zhang and Zhang Air out to finish them off. There are too many to handle. Tell everyone. Including the 5-minute recovery time, we have a maximum of 9 minutes. If we don't find the final mission within 9 minutes, this operation will be a failure. He hadn't expected it. Almost half an hour had passed, and not only had they finished the final mission, they hadn't even found where it was. Time was running out. The star train couldn't possibly withstand the next wave of 1,000 level 19 zombies. They were completely out of ammunition and food empty. The landlord had truly run out of food. Neon City only had about 20 million units of iron ore in reserve. Most people had exchanged their star tickets for iron ore when they left Neon City, and all 20 million units had already been used. In other words, both Neon City and the star train were now empty. Only 120,000 units of iron ore remained on the train. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Chen Mang glanced at the swarm of zombies outside the train station, and at the Zhang brothers emerging from the factory in their Pope mechas. He then looked at the progress of Biazi and the others on the screen and muttered, 8 minutes left. Only 8 minutes left. No, no! Biazi's eyes bloodshot as he slapped himself hoarsely. I can't concentrate on thinking right now. My mind is in a mess. There are only 8 minutes left. What should I do? What should I do? The roar of the Star's artillery shells never stopped. This time, they've almost exhausted all the resources they've accumulated over the past few days. If this operation fails, and we return empty-handed, it's all over. Just then. Shut up. Old Pig interrupted Biazi with a stern expression, looking at the crowd and saying word by word, time is running out, so stop talking nonsense. What's certain is that we searched every corner of the factory, and couldn't find the final mission. However, have you noticed that these 36 or 5 missions are completely connected? They form a plot. They tell us what happened in this machinery factory, including the first mission Li Shiji completed. The security guard standing in the security room was a former soldier. After making a mistake, he was discharged and became a security guard. However, he refused to accept his responsibility and still considered himself a soldier. He always wore his soldier's badge around his neck and kept it on his shoulders. He didn't talk to anyone. Each task is a story. When strung together, the whole story is complete, without a single missing piece. Like a completely assembled puzzle. If you spent a long time putting together a puzzle, what would you do? You don't need to answer. I tell you, frame it. Yes, that's right. Why did I just think of it now? Frame it. Old Pig hadn't figured it out at first. He was just trying to gather his thoughts and get everyone's opinions. But the more he spoke, the more he felt the answer was right before his eyes. With increasing excitement, he grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, Boss AI, send that boy who wrote the novel to me as quickly as possible. 8 minutes left. Hurry, hurry, I need you to hurry. He had figured it out. The last task was to frame it. That's right, frame it. Each of these 36 tasks corresponded to a story, and each story could be strung together. After completing 35 tasks, the story was complete. The last step was to record and organize the entire story. That was the final task. Hurry! Old Pig shoved Biazi and said hurriedly, go pick up that boy at the factory gate, and then rush to the director's office as fast as you can. In the entire factory, only the director's computer was working. It had been powered off, but after completing one of the tasks and repairing the generator, the computer was back in working order. However, no software could be opened. On the desktop was a single blank document. At the time, he thought it might be a clue, but he never used it. Now it seemed it wasn't a clue, it was a task. Everyone be quiet. Shut up. In the director's office, Xiao Ai quickly organized the events of the factory, forming text that appeared on the boy's iris chip. The boy sat at the computer, his face slightly nervous, his hands pounding away at the keyboard, his pen swiftly tapping away. His mind had no time to think, as he typed the words on the iris chip into the blank document one by one. The entire star train. Only this boy types the fastest. Xiao Ai's mechanical fingers simply aren't as nimble. In these final moments, we can only pin our hopes on this boy. Old Pig covered his mouth and breathed through his nose, worried that his rapid breathing would affect the boy's condition. He glanced at the countdown on the iris chip, only 7 minutes left. Mr. AI's document was 1,523 words. 7 minutes, 1,500 words. For those with a knack for typing, this speed isn't unattainable. At a pre-apocalyptic stenographer competition, someone typed 800 words a minute. But in real life, 1,500 words in 7 minutes is already a pretty outrageous number. It's simply impossible to complete. Everyone stood behind the young man, staring intently at the computer screen, barely daring to breathe. After typing 250 words, a pale yellow question mark slowly appeared on the screen. Sure enough, this was the last task. The last task was to frame the first 35 tasks. 6 minutes left. A glimmer of hope flashed in Old Pig's eyes. He had already typed 250 words in a minute, which was more than enough at this rate. But then, perhaps it was nervousness, or perhaps it was because he was typing too fast. A red typo appeared on the screen and kept flashing. The young man was completely focused on his iris chip, not even looking at the screen. However, after the typo appeared, the subsequent words he typed didn't appear on the screen. He had to correct the typo before he could continue typing. Typo, correct the typo. Old Pig said hurriedly, correct the typo first, and look at the screen. This delay wasted several more seconds. In a time when every second counts, wasting a few seconds is an absolute waste. 10, 9, 8. Old Pig's body trembled as he stared at the countdown on his iris chip. 78 words left. Hurry! He never been so consumed by 78 words in his life. 7, 6, 5. 27 words left. Busey clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, feeling no pain at all. He simply stared at the computer screen. 5 seconds, 27 words, go for it. One last step, just one more, it's almost successful. 4, 3, 2. Just 7 more words. 2 seconds, more than enough. 1, 0. When the countdown reached 0, the young man slumped in his chair. He turned to look at Old Pig and the others standing behind him, fingers trembling as he forced a smile. Captain Pig, I did it. We did it. You? Why aren't you smiling? The young man was taken aback by the pale faces of Busey and the others. An unbelievable possibility surfaced in his mind. With some difficulty, he turned to look at the computer screen, where a single red word was flashing. With 2 words left, he made a typo. The countdown was over. The operation had failed. The young man froze in place, his face pale. He tremblingly corrected the typo and added the last word, but the countdown was over. Even if he had completed it at this point, it would have been meaningless. Everyone stood frozen in place, their faces pale. The roar of zombies emanated from outside the window, this time much louder than before. Come back. Mr. Mang's slightly weary voice echoed in everyone's ears. We've achieved this much, and it's more than enough. The mission failed, but it wasn't us who failed, it was fate. We almost won. We just lacked a bit of luck. Fate may not always favor the star, but you performed well this time. With you here, the star will surely go far. Come back. If we don't leave now, it's too late. Everyone will die here. Inside the star, Jin Mang sat in a chair, silently gazing at the 1000-level 19 zombies slowly surrounding the train from outside. He had been waiting for a miracle to happen. He had even imagined it many times. When the miracle happened, he would jump up and down in the train with excitement, throwing a grand celebration in Neon City and offering heartfelt blessings to everyone who had contributed to the miracle. But fate had not favored him this time. In a matter of seconds, the scales of victory tipped in the other direction. People are so eager for miracles to happen. Perhaps it's because miracles mostly exist only in other people's stories, never in their own lives. Everyone hopes for a miracle to happen to them, but always realizes at the end of the story that such a luxury is not something everyone can afford. The Viper unmanned fighter jets were out of ammunition, and the copper mines were depleted. They were completely out of ammunition and food. They could force their way to the iron ore, perhaps by devouring the refrigerators, several cars including Carriage 15, or even opening up Neon City and temporarily buying a batch of iron ore at a high price. But all of that was futile. Most importantly, the armor wasn't high enough. 9 machine guns and 41 unmanned combat drones wouldn't be enough to suppress 1,000 level 19 zombies. Many would charge in, braving the firepower, and engage the train in close combat. The train's armor wouldn't be able to withstand so many zombies. If they didn't immediately announce their withdrawal, the star, which had already gained some fame, might perish in obscurity. All of the 6,000 or so residents, including the star, would die. Conductor Xiao Ai, standing nearby, opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but words failed him. He realized he didn't seem to be able to comfort others. In the past, Reckless had always been high-spirited and never needed comfort, but when he truly needed it, he found himself speechless. The zombies in the distance weren't moving fast, indeed very slowly, forming a circle and slowly approaching the star. No problem. Chen Mang lit a cigarette and casually tossed the lighter on the table. After a moment's silence, he whispered, "I've failed many times in my life, but I've always gotten back up. That's why I'm never afraid of failure. Failure is the norm in life. Success is only occasional. We didn't lose anything, just some resources. Let's get everyone back quickly. As long as we have the resources, we have a good time. Prepare to retreat. Just an heir to a mechanical civilization. I don't really care." Just then, Master Meng. Biozhi pushed open the door, his eyes red as he hoarsely spoke, "We haven't completely failed yet. As long as we can get through this and kill all these level 19 zombies within the time limit, we have accomplished our mission. We haven't lost yet. All guards, request to go into battle." "Finished?" Chen Mang raised his eyelids, glanced at Biozhi, and whispered softly, "The iron ore's gone. The copper ore's gone. We've used up everything we can. We're out of cards. Time to leave. Those are 1,000 level 19 zombies. Even the strongest monsters in the red zone are only level 18. These are monsters you only encounter in the gold zone. How are you going to kill 1,000 zombies in 15 minutes? Rely on those two Pope mechas, Zhang and Zhang? Rely on you? You can't break through the defense. Be calm. Don't be so desperate after a single failure. We're not like we were before, where a single failure meant death. The star can afford to lose now. What is Foundation? Foundation is the capital that allows you to start over after failure. Ready to go home." After that, Chen Mang shook his head and said nothing more. He simply glanced at the surging tide of zombies forming a circle, ready to give up and leave this adventure map. "There's a chance." Biozhi shouted anxiously, his voice pounding with anxiety. "Master Mang, there's a chance. Have you forgotten how you killed those rabbits last time? Use the space gate. Use the space gate to kill these zombies. These zombies are the same size as normal zombies. The train will fit them perfectly. As long as we kill all of them, we win. The mission hasn't completely failed yet." "Space gate?" Chen Mang tilted his head to look at Biozhi and chuckled. "Last time, there were only a few rabbits. Here, there are 1,000. And I only have one chance. Space stasis, it can't be used twice in a short period of time. You're telling me to put 1,000 level 19 zombies inside the star? Do you think all the zombies will foolishly rush inside the star, or stay outside and attack the train armor? Will you bring them in, or should I? By then, everyone will be dead." But the smile on his face quickly froze. He understood what Biozhi meant. He looked at the approaching zombies, and Biozhi's fiery eyes, filled with reluctance and pleading. He paused, sighed softly, and picked up the intercom on the table. Honestly, he felt a bit reluctant. This plan was risky, but if it succeeded, it wouldn't be a failure. It would be a comeback from a desperate situation. "All train inhabitants, enter Neon City immediately. All guards, listen. Follow your captain's orders. Get off the train." Chen Mang's voice echoed throughout the star train. Biozhi, who had been kneeling on the ground, immediately rose from his knees. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at Master Meng with a grin and said hoarsely, "Master Meng, thank you for taking this gamble. The star will not lose. Not then, not now, and not in the future. The star is invincible." With that, he strode outside the train, where the captains of the three teams had already gathered. "Follow my orders." Biozhi took the briefcase from Shanmazi and roared, "Lure all the zombies inside the train. Don't let a single one escape." The next moment, just as the zombies were about to surround the star train began to move, all doors wide open, defenseless. All residents had already returned to Neon City as quickly as possible. When the space stasis ended, they would be the ones to push the zombies inside the train cars through the space gate. "It seems we really can't lose." Chen Mang lit a cigarette and murmured, looking out the window at Biozhi and the others rushing off the train, and the approaching horde of zombies. He could accept a single failure, but the people below seemed to prefer death to the possibility of the star train failing. Someone wondered when. The star train had become the sole faith of many in the apocalypse, and many simply couldn't bear to see that faith shattered. The star train wouldn't lose. Even if they did, they would die before the star train. Since that was the case, let's take a gamble. While the chance of failure was high, the chance of success wasn't low either. Shall I evaluate the success rate of this plan? 100%. TSK. Chen Mang sat back in his chair and used 112,000 of his remaining 120,000 iron ore to forge 2 brand new level 10 space gates. He looked at the train's stunt absolute defense on the control panel and chuckled. You've learned to lie. I'm not lying. The star won't lose. Good luck, but there are still 14 minutes left. We need to speed up. Chin Mang glanced at the control panel screen, quickly scanning the remaining equipment inside the train, and murmured softly. Since everyone wants to see a miracle happen, then let the miracle make its grand and glorious debut. Chapter 285. Chin Mang looked at the information on the control panel regarding the group of level 19 zombies. These zombies had no skills and moved very slowly, which was a significant advantage for him. The mission was simple. Kill all of these zombies within 14 minutes to complete the level. However, the zombies were currently encircling the train, making it difficult to lure them all inside. To do so, he would need a strategy similar to the hawk-catching chicks. He glanced at the screen and saw the level 10 onboard zombie detection blocker. This little gadget was needed. However, it would cost 31,000 units of iron ore to upgrade it to level 20. There were only 8,000 units of iron ore on the train, which was still a bit short. However, as the saying goes, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the ammunition and food were completely exhausted, the star could still easily extract 10,000 or 20,000 units of iron ore. As Busey and his companions dumped nearly a dozen refrigerators into the earth core furnace at the front of the train, the iron ore count on the train's resource panel slowly reached 48,000. After consuming 31,000 units of iron ore and upgrading the onboard zombie detection blocker to level 20 and activating it, the zombie horde that had been about to surround the train suddenly froze in place, having lost its target. They then glared at Busey and his companions with ferocious expressions and roared their attacks. It's our turn to perform. Busey wasn't driving a mech, but rather an off-road motorcycle. He excitedly squeezed the brakes and slightly twisted the throttle. The furious roar of the engine filled his ears as he shouted, "Everyone, don't get separated. Pull the zombies into a straight line, then head to car 15 and pull all the zombies into the star. Watch out. If there are any stragglers, immediately draw their aggro." The plan was simple. Although these level 19 zombies had high attack and defense, they were slow and lacked ranged attacks. Therefore, theoretically, they could inflict few casualties as long as they weren't caught up. Of course. That was theoretical. Go! Run! The star train sat quietly in front of the abandoned factory, ignored by the horde of zombies. Busey and his companions, riding off-road motorcycles, circled the train, trying to gather all the zombies. The horde gradually shrank. Their space dwindled. Now! Busey glanced quickly at the zombies on either side, almost within arm's reach. He felt his adrenaline surge, the overwhelming stench of corpses overwhelming him. He had already reached the rear of car 15 and, with a sharp throttle, joined the other guards in entering. The horde of zombies following closely behind him also rushed in. At the same time, the doors on both sides of carriage 15 closed. Good luck. Those who hadn't fallen behind were all incredibly aggroed. Swish. Busey turned his head to glance at the zombies in carriage 15 behind him, some of which were beginning to damage the train's interior. He gritted his teeth. These zombies were blocking the incoming zombies, and his aggro had somewhat diminished. He immediately pulled out a dagger from his bosom and, without hesitation, slashed Zhang Yi's arm. Huh? Keep your head down and run. Don't run too fast. The stench of blood instantly drew all the zombies' aggro back. More and more zombies poured in from the rear of carriage 15, but there were already 1,000 of them, and a few were trapped at the back, wandering without aggro. Team 2, Team 3, get off the train. The plan was simple. Team 2 and Team 3 disembarked, slashing their arms with daggers to attract the few zombies that were previously wandering without aggression. They then ushered them into the train through the open doors on either side. 23 left, Chin Mang said softly, sitting in his chair, his right hand on the control panel, looking at the 11-minute countdown on the screen. 17. 9. The last one. Too late. Busey's loud roar echoed from the train compartment. Then, on the screen, Zhang Yi leaped from the train roof, roaring, carrying a refrigerator. He held the refrigerator aloft and used it to tuck in the zombie that was still wandering outside and hadn't been drawn in. Without a word, he carried the refrigerator and ran towards the train. The refrigerator, heaving across Zhang Yi's shoulders, was shaking rapidly, cracks forming rapidly. However, its defenses were equivalent to the train's armor. While it couldn't withstand the force, it wouldn't be destroyed for a short time. Is this even possible? The moment Zhang Yi tossed the refrigerator into the train, Chin Mang pressed the space freeze button on the control panel. The next moment, Every living being inside the train froze in place, motionless. Then, countless flashes of white light flashed outside the train, and the train's inhabitants all returned from Neon City simultaneously. Get to work, everyone. Chen Meng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the thousands of residents surrounding the train. A soft chuckle echoed through the train's speakers. The outcome was decided. 10 minutes left, plenty of time. And then, countless residents roared and rushed into the train cars, while a group of goblins pushed open the space door in car 11 and rushed out. Everyone had one goal: to push all the zombies into the two newly constructed space doors nearest them. The zombies were primarily concentrated in cars 8 to 15, leaving car 7 untouched. He had expended 15,000 units of iron ore to construct 3 more level 1 space gates in this car. Hurry, hurry, hurry! All the female residents remained outside the train, while a large number of male residents rushed in, picking up zombies and throwing them towards the nearest space gate. The train couldn't accommodate many people, so the weaker female residents could simply stay outside. Thankfully, the train's residents had been mining for a long time, and with a variety of foods like cola and bread to boost their overall fitness, everyone's overall fitness was significantly stronger than before the apocalypse, making carrying a zombie a breeze. Most men's physical fitness peaks at around 16, 17, or 18 years old. Eating at noon means being hungry at 1 o'clock. The metabolism is as strong as the rectum. With age, physical fitness gradually declines. Hurry! Zhang Yi stood out in the crowd. He grabbed the nearest zombie with his left hand and flung it into the space portal without looking back, while his right hand grabbed another zombie, working left and right. One person's speed rivaled that of a dozen residents. Watch your ass. That's Brother Biao. A resident anxiously grabbed Zhang Yi's arm, yanked Biao, whose expression and body were frozen, from his grasp, and threw him outside the train. Thank you. Zhang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead before continuing to grab the other zombies. He was lucky he hadn't thrown Brother Biao in, otherwise he'd probably scold him when he woke up. No, after throwing him in, there was no chance he'd wake up. With 3 minutes left on the countdown, all the zombies had been thrown into the spatial gate. Chen Meng glanced at the screen, manually switching the mechanical eye. After confirming that no corner was zombie-free, he pressed a button on the control panel, forcibly dismantling the spatial gates containing large numbers of zombies. Clang. Several crisp sounds echoed throughout the train, and as the space gates shattered, thousands of zombies were reduced to ash. Level 19 zombies. Those were monsters found only in the gold zone. Even the red zone only had level 18 monsters at most, numbering as many as 1,000, yet they died silently here. Throughout the journey, no one died. There were still some injuries. Almost no resources were consumed. The only loss was the severe damage to the rear carriages, which required iron or repair. It was over. Chen Meng lit a cigarette and stood inside the train. After all the residents had returned, he let out a long sigh of relief, leaned back in his chair, and smiled at the 3-minute countdown. When? All he had to do now was wait out the 3-minute countdown and enter the rest period. The mission would be complete. 3 minutes passed in a flash. The moment the rest period began, a light screen appeared in front of the train. Congratulations, Pioneer. You have successfully passed the second level of the Dead Tree Resurrection Adventure map. You are just one step away from the final mystery prize. You are the first conductor to pass the second level. Next, you will need to proceed to the third level and wait. Once the other 4 conductors have all reached the third level, or the second level countdown ends, the third level will officially begin. You will compete with the others for the final prize. The train that survives to the end will win the mystery prize. Obviously, the second level is slightly more difficult than the first, but the third level will be even more challenging. I hope you are mentally prepared. Immediately afterwards, the abandoned mechanical factory nestled within the cave began to fade. A blinding white light flashed, and the surrounding scene transformed into a vast plaza. The star train sat alone in the center of the square. No one was around. Directly ahead, a huge light curtain. Level 3 is about to begin. January 5th. The final competition would begin as soon as the other 4 train conductors appeared. Half an hour later, space stillness ended, and Biazi and the others regained consciousness. They rushed into the train compartment and looked at Master Meng sitting in his chair. Even though they already knew the answer, they suppressed their excitement, their lips trembling. Master Meng, did we win? Yes. Chen Meng turned his chair and looked at Biazi and the others standing at the door. He paused and chuckled, we won? Awesome. Biazi roared excitedly, and Lao Zhu and the others behind him were also extremely excited. The Star Train had won many times before, but this victory was the most exciting for them because they had played a big role. Everyone had contributed to this success. Chen Meng looked at the cheering crowd, chuckled, and shook his head. Don't get too excited. This is the final stage. Wait until the other 4 train conductors reach the 3rd stage, and then we compete for the mysterious grand prize together there. Only then will we truly be considered the winner. After we win, we have a celebration party back home. Everyone deserves credit. No problem. Busey grinned excitedly. We definitely win. The Star won't lose. There were still 38 hours left until the end of the 2nd stage. Time eventually dilutes many things. Excitement, for example. When the countdown reached 8 hours, Chen Meng and the others had already left the train and stood eagerly in the square. Busey, in particular, had begun to lose his initial excitement, hoping to defeat his opponent in one fell swoop. He stared blankly at the empty square for a long time before muttering, "Mr. Meng, it's already been 30 hours. Is there a possibility those trains won't make it?" Even the Star only had 6 hours at the abandoned mechanical factory. The other trains should only have 5.5 hours at most. Especially since the first level consumed so much copper, there won't be much left for the other trains in this level. Can they really still make it? It's hard to say. Old Pig shook his head, hesitant. Perhaps a train was delayed for over 30 hours at the first 2 levels, and is now. We're on to the last level. Will the first 2 levels take this long? After all, not everyone is a reckless person, so it's hard to say. So what do we do now? What if we don't have enough people by the time the countdown ends? Will we be declared the winner, or will the 3rd level be delayed? I don't know. Chen Meng stood there, leaning on his cane, also gazing longingly at the empty square. Could it be that he was the only train to make it through? You're all high-level trains in the red zone. It's unlikely that none of these trains could make it. Only 1 hour remained on the countdown. The Star Train was still the only one in the square. No other trains were in sight. I think we overestimated the other trains, Busey said quietly, sitting on the ground. Even the Star Train made it through with such extreme effort, so it seems like the others have no chance of getting through. So weak. Don't worry, they might be able to get out in the final minutes. Then wait a little longer. The countdown reached its final minute. A huge scarlet countdown appeared on the light screen above the square. 59 seconds, it's useless. Busey sighed softly. Looks like the Star is really the only one left. As the countdown slowly reached 0, the light screen above the square began to change, and the 3rd level officially began. Congratulations. Reaching the 3rd level is proof of your strength and potential. You are worthy of inheriting the legacy of mechanical civilization, but we need a strongest person. The last train conductor standing will be victorious. The 3rd level is divided into 4 sublevels. In the 1st level, I believe your train's ammunition is running low. However, in a truly brutal battlefield, we must ensure that even if our ammunition is depleted, we still have a certain level of combat effectiveness. Next, you will face a wave of level 10 zombies simultaneously. The number of zombies is endless. Within 1 hour, the train with the fewest kills will be eliminated. Now, the 3rd stage begins. Just as this light curtain appeared and the 10-second countdown next to it reached 0, a large number of fireworks exploded out of thin air, and a brand new light curtain emerged again. Congratulations, Star Train, for being the winner of the 3rd stage, having persevered to the end. Next, you will receive the ultimate grand prize, passed down from mechanical civilization. Please have the conductor disembark and walk to the podium. What happens next will only be known to the conductor. Is that the winner? Chen Meng, already seated inside the train, glanced around and instantly declared himself victorious. By the end of the 2nd round's countdown, no train had reached the 3rd round, and everyone had been eliminated. He had easily won the 3rd round. Chen Meng looked toward the cylindrical podium rising from the ground in front of the train. It was enclosed, made of glass, and resembled an old-fashioned telephone booth. He left the train and, leaning on his cane, walked slowly to the front of the podium. After a moment's pause, he gently opened the glass door and stepped inside. When he stood behind the podium, the surrounding scene instantly shifted. The square, the Star, disappeared. Instead, a gruesome battle scene appeared on the inner glass, so realistic it made him feel as if he were there. A large number of trains and Zerg clashed. Almost every moment, trains and Zerg exploded into sparks. And then, line after line of words appeared on the screen on the podium. Since you passed level 2, you must know the hidden truth about the machine civilization. The machine civilization didn't fight the Zerg for 180,000 years, but was annihilated in just 295 years. On the eve of their demise, the machine civilization's leaders altered the calendar, allowing other civilizations exploring the ruins to assume the machine civilization wasn't that weak. This is a ridiculous lie. But those above them took it very seriously. In the final year before their demise, the machine civilization's leaders clearly understood that the machine civilization was doomed and there was no hope. Many chose to give up, spending their final year indulging in absurd pleasures, living a life of extravagance and decadence. But this news was kept secret, and many members of the machine civilization were unaware, until their deaths, that the machine civilization was being exterminated. The mechanical civilization had a plan to dispatch countless small shuttles to roam the universe. When a planet was detected as under attack by the Zerg, the nearest small shuttle would rush to the planet at top speed and inject the potion it carried into the depths of the planet. Pass down the mechanical civilization's methods. Let the natives of this planet inherit them. Actually, this plan was unanimously agreed upon by the mechanical civilization's leadership over 100 years ago. Named Project Dawn, its purpose was to delay the Zerg's advance as much as possible for other lower-level civilizations invaded by the Zerg. However, after more than a decade, the plan was discontinued because the returns fell short of the leadership's expectations. And 3 years before the mechanical civilization was exterminated, Princess Tutu of the mechanical civilization mobilized all her connections and power to rekindle the plan. She invested heavily, regardless of the cost, and exploited the existence of a time rift to create the adventure map. Allow all lower-level civilizations to not only obtain more powerful component blueprints and special items, but also pass on the true history of the mechanical civilization. History. It should be true, not embellished. No one is always clean. It can be dirty, but it cannot be false. Princess Tutu cannot accept that the history other civilizations obtain when exploring the mechanical civilization is all false and embellished history. This is her goal. The Dead Tree Resurrection map is an adventure map created by Princess Tutu herself. That story is merely a microcosm of the countless stories of the mechanical civilization at the time. The mysterious grand prize in this map is a gift prepared by Princess Tutu herself. She hopes she will strive to survive and kill more Zerg to avenge the mechanical civilization. Beyond that, she has no other requirements. You should be trying to communicate with me now, right? Because you've never seen a light screen information source as humane as me. But unfortunately, I can't communicate with you. I am Princess Tutu's trained auxiliary intelligent AI, a level 200. You may find it hard to believe that such a high-level AI exists. Princess Tutu used a large amount of Murphy Stone on me. Using special means, she separated me from the machine civilization, allowing me to escape destruction and stay in this adventure map. So, theoretically, I should be part of the reward, helping you survive. However, I can endure endless loneliness, but I can't bear the longing for Princess Tutu. I think if hell really exists, I might be able to meet her there, if AI can enter hell. I chose to destroy the underlying code that makes up my soul, and thus meet my long-awaited death. I'm sorry, but your grand prize pool is missing a most important reward. Let me think, what else can I say to you? Qin Mang could only stand there, his eyes slightly narrowed. He hadn't said a single word the entire time, but if it weren't for the words that appeared on the screen, suggesting he was attempting a conversation, he might have actually thought the text was being typed out in real time, speaking to him. The text on the screen froze. It was as if he were lost in thought. He seemed to sense an AI typing out word after word thousands of years ago, engaging in a dialogue with him across time and space. This feeling was strange. By the way, let me talk to you about the War of Civilizations. The War of Civilizations can be initiated in many ways, but the reason the Zerg civilization is so infamous is that they only know one kind of war, the War of Life and Death. The conditions for initiating the War of Life and Death are extremely harsh, but once initiated, the coordinates of all planets, wormholes, and all members of the defeated civilization will be exposed to the universe. Without exception. This is like throwing all the doors wide open. Hostile civilizations can freely enter our rear areas through those previously hidden wormhole coordinates, and slaughter us at will. A single main gun shot can easily destroy all inhabited planets in a straight line. Furthermore, during this period, our civilization will be unable to use or pass through any wormholes belonging to the defeated civilization. Only recently born children can use wormholes to escape from their doomed planets, but floating rootlessly in the vast universe will only delay their death. You learn the details later. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. Your civilization hasn't been in a life-or-death struggle with the Zerg civilization. You've merely been affected. The Zerg civilization isn't even aware of your existence. It's simply because your civilization level is so low that even the smallest Zerg egg is a disaster. Only a level 1 civilization is qualified to initiate a life-or-death struggle. Let me think. A few more words. I've figured it out. Since you've made it this far, you're one of the most powerful trains on the planet. If you had the opportunity to obtain a civilization order, I suggest you avoid using it. Once you establish your own civilization, you've stepped onto the poker table and joined the war of civilizations across the universe. Without sufficient strength, you can't become the hunter, so you only become the prey. There's not much else to say. Below are the rewards for clearing this adventure map. 1. Special item, Galaxy Map. 2. Colorful accessory wormhole radar. 3. Detachable level 200 train assist AI. 4. 10 level 5 iron or refresh tickets, 10 level 5 copper or refresh tickets, 10 level 5 titanium crystal or refresh tickets, 10 level 5 lumberyard refresh tickets, and 10 level 5 red hard rock refresh tickets. 5. New rewards, AI database. To add, the 5th reward is a new one I added. Although I destroyed the code that made up my soul, I still left the database to you. I only selectively deleted memories of Princess Tutu, and some of my own emotions, leaving the remaining data intact. You can have your train's AI Reddit. However, even though I deleted a large amount of memories of Princess Tutu, the remaining database is still extremely large. Even with your train's level 3 AI, it may take several years to read the entire database. So, see you in hell if we're destined to. The text on the screen gradually faded, and a pillar emerged from the podium. Atop the pillar, the harvest from this adventure map was displayed. In the square, a portal slowly emerged. Purple area, Stone Man area. The star train sat, as usual, in the wasteland. It was late at night, and the sky was dotted with stars. Inside the train, the residents were excitedly discussing their experiences on this adventure map. This was the first time they had personally contributed to an adventure map, personally participating in, and witnessing the star train's victory, which invisibly strengthened the star train's cohesion. Everyone was excited. I just pushed 4 zombies through the space portal. For as nothing, I pushed 6. In residential area 1, everyone was gathered together excitedly discussing. Only under the gazebo, a young man huddled in a corner, clutching a laptop, his body trembling slightly. Okay. Old Pig, who had arrived out of nowhere, opened his beer and handed it over. He squatted down, patted the young man's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Mr. Mang said you've done a great job. Don't blame yourself too much. The difficulty of this adventure map is indeed extremely high, and you've done a great job. Not everyone is the hero who turns the tide. We're all just ordinary people. Talk to everyone. Everyone wants to hear your story. Many residents are curious." The young man looked up at Old Pig, his eyes slightly red. If it weren't for that one typo, we wouldn't have faced that wave of zombies. There were no casualties. You don't need to shoulder too much responsibility for a failure that wasn't your fault. You don't have the ability to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. Get up. Relax, everyone's waiting for you. Zhang Yaran even said he wants to make a movie about this experience. Lao Zhu smiled and said, "Mr. Mang told me you have to go on stage to receive the award at the Neon City Celebration banquet tomorrow. It wouldn't look good if you cried your eyes out." Inside the train, Chen Mang lit a cigarette and sat there, staring at the galaxy map on the screen. He remained silent for a long time. This was one of his gains from this trip, the special prop galaxy map. It updates in real time. On the galaxy map, Water Blue Planet is located in the center. This galaxy map displays a range of 10,000 light-years. It lists planets with life, mining planets, and so on. For example, the nearest mining planet is 0.3 light-years away. Next to it is a note indicating that this planet has an iron ore content of 78%. If this planet can be fully mined, a large amount of iron ore resources will be obtained. There were 2 planets with life, one 0.4 light-years from Blue Water Star, and the other 0.8 light-years from Blue Water Star, both in a state of doom. The galaxy map even had a real-time display of large armies of the Zerg civilization. What was a bit worse was that their location was directly behind the Zerg civilization. Within the surrounding 10,000 light-years, there were planets with extremely low civilization levels, none above level 1. The civilization on Blue Water Star, as indicated, was level 0.2. He had once pondered how a train could reach a point 100,000 light-years away. Even traveling at the speed of light, It would still take 100,000 years. Now he had the answer. A wormhole was needed. A wormhole was practically the lifeblood of a planet. Once a wormhole near a planet was exposed, it would instantly be slaughtered by a massive enemy force. However, as long as the coordinates of a nearby wormhole were kept secret, it was impossible for anyone to reach your planet. It was too far away. Relying on speed, it was impossible to reach the blue water planet. Just then. Conductor, the absorption is complete. So fast? Chen Mang glanced at the screen on the control console. Only 2 hours have passed. After all, I'm a level 100 AI. This information won't take long. I've extracted some important information. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from within the train cabin. There are roughly 2 types of wormholes in the universe. Natural wormholes and artificial wormholes. The former are randomly generated wormholes, unstable, and at risk of collapse at any time, and their destination is unknown. The latter are wormholes created by civilizations. Generally speaking, they are more stable and can be used for a long time, like underwater tunnels. However, they also require regular maintenance, usually by creating a connecting wormhole between 2 points. The coordinates of the created wormholes are top secret. Once the coordinates of a wormhole are known, there is a risk of intrusion. When the wormhole coordinates are not exposed, before, a planet was almost completely safe, without the risk of being decimated by any civilization. The Zerg civilization created numerous random wormholes, and released countless eggs into them, enabling rapid reproduction and expansion. Like expansion in games like StarCraft, a special entity called the Antworm would contact the Queen Mother at the Zerg base and transmit the coordinates of the planet. If the resources needed by the Zerg were nearby, the Zerg would use the coordinates to open a wormhole, allowing their army to reach the vicinity of the planet. The growth cycle of an ant larva is about 5 years. Does that mean we have about 3 years left? Chen Mang frowned. It's impossible, maybe even longer. Xiao Ai pushed open the train compartment door and stepped inside, her voice switching from the car speakers to the speaker in her throat. The galaxy map shows there's nothing of high value near us. The Zerg army shouldn't visit us. But the mechanical civilization's methods are derived from the planet's core energy. This planet's core energy will be depleted in 3 years, so we still need to leave Water Blue Planet within 3 years. We need to reach 2 other habitable planets within 3 years. Those 2 planets are larger and should last longer. However, while those mining planets may not be of interest to the Zerg civilization, they are an immense treasure for us. Mining a mining planet requires a large number of mining robots and logistical support, which is an extremely arduous task. How do we get there? Chen Mang was silent for a moment, before reaching out to zoom in on the galaxy map on the screen. The nearest mining planet is 0.3 light-years away. Would you like to use that colorful accessory, the wormhole radar? Yes. Xiao Ai nodded seriously. Wormhole radar can detect naturally occurring wormholes in the universe, or those created by other civilizations. Higher levels increase the detection range, and it can decipher the coordinates of higher-level wormholes. In theory, as long as you, the train captain, possess sufficient resources, the coordinates of all wormholes in the universe will be no secret to you. You will be able to travel to any point in the universe, as long as the wormholes. The wormhole radar is high enough. Although it's much faster than we expected. But it's obvious. The interstellar journey is about to begin, Conductor. We're about to embark on a brand new journey. Will there be a randomly generated wormhole near that mining planet? Highly unlikely. We need to create this wormhole ourselves. Huh? Chen Mang stood up and stretched, then lazily walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the distant starry sky. After a long silence, he chuckled. It doesn't sound like a simple project. Chapter 286. It's indeed a bit cumbersome. Xiao Ai nodded in agreement, walked over to Chen Mang, and stared off into the distance with her arms folded. Creating a wormhole requires the train's 7-color accessory, the wormhole opener. However, we don't have it yet. It can be found in the 7-colored zone. There's only one 7-colored zone. It's located at the equator. Any train that successfully enters the 7-colored zone will be able to travel freely to all zones, regardless of regional restrictions. By then, Chen Mang chuckled and continued, by then, Neon City will have a large number of customers, and the trains will be filled with residents, accelerating the production of dream stones. Not bad. Xiao Ai agreed, and we can also use the Neon City free entry ticket on the other 2 planets experiencing apocalypse. There's something. Conductor, tell me. Those 2 planets aren't that far from Blue Water Planet. Why didn't Blue Water Planet discover these 2 planets with life before the apocalypse? I don't know. Xiao Ai paused, then continued the wormhole topic, adding, there are two ways to enter a wormhole. One is to enter from the beginning and travel to the end, which consumes very few resources. The other is to know the wormhole's coordinates and forcibly create a passage to them. This consumes more resources. Besides that, there are many other complex considerations, such as some wormholes are bidirectional, while others are unidirectional, meaning you can only go in one direction and not back out. We talk about this later. Shin Meng interrupted Xiao Ai. After a long silence, he whispered, tomorrow we go to Neon City for a celebration banquet. Then, we mine all 50 level 5 mines, head to the red zone, and complete our advance to the rainbow zone. After we completely unify Water Blue Star, we prepare to head to that mining planet. So, Water Blue Star is the novice village. I always thought Teeling Wasteland was the novice village. Xiao Ai shrugged and smiled. There's a different novice village at each stage. Don't shrug anymore. What's wrong, conductor? There's something wrong with your gesture. It looks rather vulgar. I go adjust it later. It was late at night, and the residents were all excitedly discussing. Xiao Ai continued to sort out her database at the Mecha Research Center. In some ways, this database left by the AI might be the most valuable, as it contains a wealth of information. And Shin Meng stared silently at the control panel screen. Xiao Ai had just told him that there was a message in the database that was highlighted in red. All information regarding mechanical civilization is based on the information in this database. Any information that differs from this database is incorrect. This database has not been corrected. The rewards this time were generous. More generous than the rewards from all his adventure maps combined. Especially the 50 mine refresh tickets. He had checked them. They were all level 5 mines. A level 5 iron mine has a content of 100 million units. 10 mines would yield 1 billion units of iron, or, not only would it replace all the resources consumed this time, but the extra would even significantly increase the overall strength of the terrain. He wanted to take all humans on Blue Water Planet away from this place, and contact as many civilizations as possible, distribute more Neon City tickets, enrich their merchandise, and trade with numerous civilizations for resources. He wanted human civilization to establish a firm foothold in this universe. He had an advantage no one else had. Even the mechanical civilization Princess Tutu could only upgrade her AI to level 200, and was reluctant to go any higher. But if he wanted, he could easily upgrade her AI to level 999. But he needed sufficient resources. More. Creating a wormhole was a complex matter. Space in the universe was constantly fluctuating. Only certain areas were stable. Only in these areas could a stable wormhole be created. If the coordinates of these areas were unknown, the created wormhole would collapse instantly, and consume a large amount of resources. So, to create a traversable wormhole, two conditions must be met. 1. The ability to create a wormhole and sufficient resources. 2. Ensure that the space at the initial and arrival locations is stable, and that the specific coordinates are known. Shin Meng looked up at the starry sky, attempting to locate the mining star he intended to travel to. He couldn't find it. There were so many stars in the sky. The universe is so vast. He tilted his head to look at little Green beside him, holding her in his arms, gently kneading her pink nose and whispering, "You've been blessed by following me. From now on, you can eat as many stars as you want." The data contained information about Little Green. S-class star beast, the star devourer. It feeds on mineral planets. Upon adulthood, it can reach level 180. Its normal size is the same as that of a juvenile. While devouring, it can reach a width of 0.01 light years. That's not very intuitive. It sounds like a tiny thing. Let's put it another way. A distance of 0.01 light years could accommodate 3 million aquamarine planets side by side. That might make it more intuitive. With such a terrifying devouring form, it could easily devour a small mineral planet like a marshmallow. Crunchy and crunchy. In the AI's database, the most powerful behemoth carriage in the history of mechanical civilization was the behemoth carriage of the last mechanical civilization leader. The star behemoths it bred were Class B. Upon adulthood, it reached level 80. It was invincible on the battlefield, slaughtering the Zerg army with abandon. As for A-level behemoth cubs, they'd never been seen in the history of mechanical civilization. It's said that the mechanical civilization paid a huge price to obtain these Class B behemoth cubs. And he had picked up an S-rank star beast cub. This cub had originally been on Master Kuen's train. So what was Master Kuen's background? Could he be some reincarnated being? Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how an S-rank star beast cub, not even found in the mechanical civilization, would end up on Master Kun's train. But now, it was his. Keep going. Chin Mang patted Little Green's head. Next time, try to get Little Green to pull the cart. We can also imitate the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. That scene will surely be stunning. He once said that Little Green's value might be higher than the entire blue water planet. Now it seemed, his perspective determined his perception. It was more than just higher than the entire blue water planet. If we were to calculate it in a literal sense, it was probably higher than the entire mechanical civilization. After all, the most powerful train in the mechanical civilization was only level 91. His Little Green would be level 180 once he reached adulthood, easily holding his own against both the mechanical and Zerg civilizations. 1 against 2. Those 2 civilizations, even with all their might, couldn't even break Little Green's defenses. Where on earth did this little creature come from? It couldn't have just fallen from thin air, could it? Could it have parents who would come seeking revenge in the future? 2 level 180 adult S-class space beast star devourers were causing trouble for the star. Honestly, he didn't know how the star would survive. There were so many dangerous elements in this universe. Fortunately, the Zerg civilization's forces were fighting in the front. He could slowly develop in the rear, and when he reached peak strength, he would emerge and deliver a top-notch backstab to the Zerg civilization. A night passed. That night, all the residents were mining in the space gate. Chin Mang used up 1 level 5 iron or refresh ticket, and 1 level 5 copper or refresh ticket. After all, the celebration banquet the next day was to be held in Neon City. The star was completely out of ammunition and food. No iron or copper or was left on the train. While everyone was attending the celebration banquet, Xiao Ai was unable to resist the danger. Although it was a bit tiring, everyone was extremely excited. Especially those children who had been receiving education on the star were originally not supposed to participate in the battle, but yesterday's chaos had left no one paying attention, leading several to rush into the train cars, carrying zombies, and throwing them through the space gate. Although they were only doing the finishing touches. It could even be said that there was no risk at all. The greatest risk was borne by the star and its guards. However, these children were the first time they had come into such close contact with zombies, especially high-level zombies, like level 19. They insisted on staying up all night to carry pickaxes and come to dig for minerals. He said he wanted to fight alongside his brothers. I've made up my mind. A panting, chubby little man grinned. I'm going to be a guard. I want to kill zombies, not manage. You? A nearby girl with a ponytail slammed her hoe down on the ground and pouted. You're so fat, you can't even get into the cockpit of a mech. I don't know how you managed to eat so much after being hungry for so long in the apocalypse. I didn't eat this much. I got a serious illness before the apocalypse, and the medication is what made me like this. What illness? My parents didn't tell me. They just told me it was okay, and not to worry. Just then. Hey. A mischievous little boy came over, his eyes full of anticipation. I just had a dream. I dreamed that I had performed a great deed in the future, and Master Mang asked me whether I wanted 1 trillion stellar vouchers or eternal life. Which do you think I choose? 1 trillion stellar vouchers. The girl tilted her head, her eyes full of longing. That's 1 trillion. I just hand it over to Master Mang. Wouldn't that count as another great deed? Then I can choose another trillion, and keep handing it over. And keep performing meritorious deeds, and keep handing it over. This cycle will continue. Teacher Chio, who came over, patted the girl on the head and said angrily, if this cycle continues, the star system will become horrifically inflated. Come to bed with me now. We have classes to attend. Ah. The fat boy's ears drooped in grievance. Teacher Chio, today's the celebration banquet. We want to go too. Why are you going? You didn't accomplish anything. We did. We pushed a zombie into the portal. Does that count as an achievement? Even if it doesn't, we still want to join in the fun. Can we just skip today? The next moment, a voice echoed through the ears of all the residents. The celebration banquet is about to begin. All residents should follow instructions and form groups of 10 to receive free admission to Neon City. They should proceed to the venue and take their seats in order according to their numbers. The celebration banquet is about to begin. The announcement was repeated 3 times in a row. All the residents mining within this spatial gate suddenly cheered excitedly. Despite a long night of mining, none of them seemed tired at all. Neon City Central Square. Bench after bench was placed beneath the makeshift platform erected last night. Resident numbers were marked on the ground, with lower numbers indicating closer seats. Chin Mang stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Sun City, overlooking the residents gradually taking their seats below. He leaned on his cane, his face calm and silent. This celebration banquet is quite large. It seems the star has made significant progress outside. Sister Chi, wearing a cheongsam and a shawl, swayed her charmingly, a glass of red wine in her hand as she approached. Following Chin Mang's gaze, a hint of a smile played on her lips. Am I right, Master Mang? Chin Mang tilted his head to glance at Sister Chi, paused, and continued, Last time I asked if you knew that the mechanical civilization had been completely destroyed, and you said you didn't. Now I can tell you the answer. Completely wiped out. But how long that has been? We don't know. Your mechanical civilization's calendar has become strange. The mechanical civilization is essentially extinct. The coordinates of all planetary wormholes were clearly known to the enemy after their defeat. Perhaps some high-ranking members of the mechanical civilization, having learned this information in advance, will flee their planets, but they only survive a few more days and suffer a few more days. The owner of this city must have died long ago. Destroyed? Sister Chi was taken aback for a moment, a flicker of bewilderment in her eyes. After a long shake of her lips, she whispered, It should have been destroyed thousands of years ago. Before you arrived, this city hadn't been activated for a long time. The celebration banquet has begun. Chin Mang looked at the host on the stage. It was the former otaku singer, who he had later assigned to sing daily to boost the progress of the civilization order. It seemed he had even discovered his hosting skills. Since the birth of the mining robot, Old Pig has begun a comprehensive survey of all residents on the train, compiling all their abilities, both useful and unused. Perhaps they could be used someday. Sooner or later, the residents will withdraw from the mining industry, which will be replaced by the mining robots. At that time, we need to assign these people corresponding tasks based on their abilities. After that, he said nothing more, simply turning and walking out the door. Biozi stood guard at the door, with a serious expression. Old Pig, who was in charge of all the order at the celebration banquet, occasionally glanced at a chair in the first row at the bottom of the venue. The resident number on the ground was 0002. On the train, besides Master Mang, he had the highest number. Master Mang's number was 0001. He and Uncle Lee had originally agreed on this number. They had a long discussion about whether to assign Master Mang the number 0000 or 0001. Finally, Uncle Lee persuaded him, saying that 40 sounded unlucky, as if everything was empty. But 0001 sounds much better. As the saying goes, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. This simply proves that it's thanks to Mr. Mang that the star exists today. To be honest, he had always thought he was quite good at flattery, but after a few exchanges with Uncle Lee, he realized he wasn't bad either. His ideas were quite original, and he wasn't just the kind of rigid flattery. He could actually craft a logically coherent argument. Flattery is a skill. Overly deliberate flattery will only cause offense, but when it's done logically, it's perfect flattery. While Lao Zhu arranged for the people around him to quickly address any deficiencies, he would periodically glance back at his chair, wanting to take in more of it. This number looked pleasing and comfortable. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, the star would officially begin its interstellar journey. After all, when he had just gone to the train room and seen the galaxy map, he had been completely stunned. It's foreseeable that the star's population will experience a massive surge in the future, and these first 6,000 residents who join the star are the core staff. The higher the number, the better the status and treatment. And his number 0002 truly puts him above everyone else, perhaps even more useful than the position of train conductor. This is his seniority, openly and honestly. When Master Mang was just starting out, he served as the second in command. Just then, Old Pig's eyes lit up, and he looked at Master Mang approaching nearby, accompanied by Biazi, and hurriedly strode forward to greet him. Master Mang, we're waiting for you to go up and give your speech. Yes. Chin Mang nodded slightly, then walked to the stage alone, leaning on his cane. He looked at the eagerly awaiting residents and, after a moment's silence, chuckled. Big win. This is the first celebration banquet for the star, but it won't be the last. I dispense with the formalities and get straight to the point. Everyone has made significant contributions in this adventure map. One of them is resident number 3778. You may not have heard of his resident number, but he single-handedly pushed 12 zombies into the refrigerator in last night's adventure map. He ranks first among all the residents. Let's welcome him to the stage with applause. From the audience. Lao Zhu quickly glanced at the notebook in his hand. The names of the people to be honored at the celebration banquet, as well as the procedures for the honoring, had already been drawn up. He also looked at the young man behind him and said hurriedly, "Remember, answer exactly as I tell you. Don't make any mistakes. Do you understand? Hurry up and get on stage. Keep your back straight." Last night, when he and Master Meng were going over the procedures for the celebration banquet, Master Meng had suggested finding someone from among the residents who had made contributions to take the stage. After searching for a long time, they finally managed to find this young man. 17 or 18 years old. He was truly full of vigor and vitality. He was truly afraid this man would say something shocking. To prevent the young man from saying something wrong, he specifically reminded him several times. These few catchphrases were basically the answer to whatever Master Meng asked. He understood why Master Meng had chosen someone from among the residents, and why he had specifically chosen this young man to take the stage first. This meant that this young man was particularly important. It's just a pity. If the young man, resident number 1999, who wrote the novel, had completed his mission at the last minute, he would have been the most suitable person to receive the award. But now, it seems unsuitable. You're quite a handsome man. Chen Meng smiled, as he sized up the young man who emerged from the stage. Last night, of all the residents, you pushed the most zombies into the space gate, a full 12. You're just incredibly strong. So the food on the star is good? More than good. The young man paused, then stammered nervously. I never had enough to eat on previous trains. I almost starved to death. I felt completely exhausted. Ever since arriving on the star, I've finally understood what it feels like to be well fed. The star is like a savior from the apocalypse, bringing me out of this sea of suffering. The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter at the young man's embarrassment, and the atmosphere suddenly became quite harmonious. Xiaofeng then walked onto the stage, holding a tray with a medal on it. This was crafted by Chen Meng last night, using his mechanical heart. It's a nice design, all jet black. It's not as flashy as gold, but it carries a more calm and commanding air, and feels quite substantial. Chen Meng took the medal from the tray, stepped forward, and personally pinned it on the young man's chest. He then put his arm around the young man and smiled as he gazed down at the audience. This is the first ordinary medal issued by the star. I personally crafted, designed, and named this medal. It's a medal reserved exclusively for residents. The name ordinary represents that even the most ordinary people will eventually shine. The star is a great platform. On this platform, everyone can realize their life's value and find their purpose in the apocalypse. My goal is to make this platform bigger, bigger, and even bigger. Every medal represents the highest honor. The contributions made by all recipients to the star will be forever recorded in the history of train development, for future generations to read and admire. Are there any rewards you like? No reward needed. The young man shook his head firmly, reciting the words he had memorized many times, blurting out, "It's my honor to have the opportunity to contribute to the star. If it weren't for Mr. Meng, I might have died in the apocalypse, never having the chance to stand here." The audience stared intently at the award ceremony, gazing with envy at the medal on the young man's chest. That's not even a medal. Isn't that a death-proof ticket? From now on, as long as this young man doesn't rebel and occasionally slacks off mining, who would dare to say a word to him? Many people's eyes were filled with envy, because they knew full well that this might be the easiest time to obtain the ordinary medal. This opportunity had finally landed this unknown individual, and they were still somewhat jealous. Many others secretly encouraged themselves. Everyone's efforts, even those of the locals, were appreciated by the Lord. Sooner or later, they too would claim this medal. Old Pig, standing in the audience, nodded with satisfaction. This young man had performed well. It looked like he could be put to good use in the future. You still have to get a reward, Chen Meng said cheerfully, pausing before continuing. Do you have any minor health issues that have been bothering you? Yes. The young man hesitated, tilting his head to look at Lao Zhu below the stage. This line wasn't in the script, but seeing the encouraging look in his eyes, he answered honestly, I have rhinitis. Whenever I eat something hot, I get a runny nose and sneezing. I've tried it many times before the apocalypse, but it hasn't been cured. No problem. Chen Meng smiled. Then go find Lao Zhu later, and get a full recovery at the medical warehouse. You won't have this problem again. That's not necessary. The young man quickly declined. Thank you for your kindness, Master Meng. I always eat cold bread. I haven't had anything hot in ages, and my rhinitis hasn't bothered me. Really, Master Meng? The smile on Chen Meng's face gradually faded. The once harmonious atmosphere in the audience suddenly grew quiet for some unknown reason. It's over, it's over, it's all over. Standing in the audience, Old Pig pinched his philtrum with his index finger. He felt a blackout before his eyes, wanting to faint and wake up to find it was all just a dream. It was all over. You're saying this now. You're just about to point your finger at Mang and yell at him about how terrible the food on the star is, how you can't even get a warm meal. Do you have any idea how much of a luxury it is to have a full stomach every day in the apocalypse? Say it privately, and it's fine. Say it in front of all the residents, in front of so many people. This guy definitely won't survive the night, but it will also be an indelible stain on his professional record. The young man finally realized what was happening, his voice trembling with tears. Master Mang, That's not what I meant. I meant it's fine even if I can't eat hot food. I happen to have rhinitis, so I don't like hot food either. No. Chen Mang patted the young man's shoulder, interrupting him. Then he looked at the residents below and said with a smile, Is that so? From now on, all residents can choose between bread and steamed buns for their daily meals. He then looked at Old Pig below. Everyone in the boiler room. Heat up the food for everyone. That's where you're wrong, Old Pig. Everyone has put in a lot of effort for this train. They should at least have a warm meal every day, right? Yes. Old Pig, standing below, nodded hurriedly. I do it when I get down. I wasn't thoughtful enough. He managed to keep his composure, but inside, he was devastated. So, for the residents, 30 slices of bread a day only equated to 3 units of iron ore. Now, residents get 15 rigiamo, Chinese rigiamo, each day, which translates to 15 units of iron ore. Daily basic food consumption alone is 90,000 units of iron ore, a threefold increase. While the solar energy panels still provide coverage, the star train can fully sustain this resource consumption. But a decision made by Mr. Mang himself, and one made by someone like you who's been shoved in the foot, are two completely different things. Old Pig wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the silent residents, who didn't dare to applaud. He took a deep breath, grinned, and roared with applause. Good. Thank you, Mr. Mang. With him leading the way, the residents began to cheer with excitement. The daily food upgrade was a significant improvement in their quality of life. Thank you, Master Mang. Long live Master Mang. Master Mang is awesome. There were shouts of all kinds. Although chaotic and disorganized, the sound, like a wave of voices, was still quite impressive. All right. Chen Mang, standing on the stage, patted the young man on the shoulder and said with a smile, Now you can go get some treatment for your rhinitis. Go away. Next up is Busey. You should all be familiar with him. He was in last night's adventure map. Completed 11 missions. The most completed. Without Busey, the starship would likely have suffered a crushing defeat in last night's adventure map. Master Mang. Busey, who had already specially crafted a high-quality guard uniform for himself backstage, walked up to the stage with a serious expression and stood tall, standing in front of Master Mang. Well done. Chen Mang took a medal from Xiaofeng's tray nearby and pinned it to Busey's chest. He brushed the dust off his collar and said with a smile, You've truly done well. You've truly surprised me this time. You've been the fastest improving person on the train these days. One day, you'll be able to truly stand on your own. Master Mang. Busey's eyes welled up as he stared intently at Chen Mang and roared, I swear to serve Master Mang until death. This was the first time Master Mang had praised him so formally, and in front of so many people. He had finally achieved what he had been striving for all this time. Okay, next, Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai was also dressed to the nines today. Looking forward, Xiao Ai walked up to Chen Mang, blinking her eyes as she waited patiently. Well done. You played a significant role in last night's adventure map. You deserve first credit for everything. Keep up the good work. Chen Mang looked at the expectant Xiao Ai expressionlessly, pinning the medal to her chest. He knew what Xiao Ai was thinking, but forget it. He would never say such shameful words in his life, let alone in front of so many people. The award ceremony concluded with much fanfare. Next, a girl group took the stage and danced to the music, while dishes were served continuously from the back. The banquet officially began. What celebration is a celebration without a banquet? Old Pig looked grimly at the assistant behind him. Take him to the medical bay for rhinitis treatment. Get that damned rhinitis treated properly. Then, the assistant tentatively slashed his hand across his neck, slashing it like a knife. Follow the procedure. Don't do anything I don't tell you. Understood. At this moment, a young man nearby, legs weak as he walked over, plopped down before Old Pig, his eyes trembling with fear as he said, Captain Pig, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I've always been a bit of a tongue-tied person. Please give me one more chance. Get up. Old Pig glanced at the few residents nearby who were looking at him. His face grim, he forced a stiff smile. He helped the young man to his feet and laughed loudly. All right, all right. I'm so excited to hear you've received this commendation. Get up. We talk in the back. What? Qin Mang sat at a gambling table in Sun City, glaring at Biazi and Lao Zhu, who were reporting to him. He said unhappily, I just got a medal. What? You want to kill me? Mr. Mang means. Lao Zhu asked tentatively, let him live for a few days, then have the guards deliberately release a monster one night and use him to kill him. No, don't read that into it. Qin Mang shook his head, betting all his chips, and said casually, it's just a small matter. The residents' food was originally planned to be upgraded soon. We don't lack this little bit of iron ore right now, so it's no problem for the residents to eat better every day. Young man. It's normal to make mistakes occasionally. We should give young people a chance and not just kill them without authorization. If you make mistakes, will I kill you? I've always left matters within the train to you. The train is developing rapidly, so you can handle minor matters like this. Yes, I understand. Old Pig responded and retreated. After leaving Sun City, Biazi hesitantly leaned into Old Pig's ear and whispered, what does we're going to handle, Mr. Mang mean? We're going to handle it. What do you mean by we're going to handle it? We're going to handle it. Old Pig spat softly and strode away angrily. The sky was filled with stars. It was evening, and the celebration banquet had naturally ended. After the celebration banquet, all the residents went to sleep. After all, they were busy all night. The remaining 2,000 mining robots were busy in the space door inside the carriage for the whole day. That afternoon, the 2 level 5 mines were fully mined. The balance of iron and copper ore returned to 100 million units. Qin Mang sat in a chair, staring at the computer screen. Scattered Coke cans dotted the table. He hadn't slept in a long time, and his mind felt groggy. Wormhole radar, a 7-color accessory. Crafting requires 1 million units of iron ore. Above the red level are gold, pink, and then 7-colored. This was already the highest quality accessory he had ever encountered. The crafting price was also extremely high. The crafting alone required 1 million units of iron ore, which was enough to upgrade 2 white-grade accessories to level 100. Unlimited upgrade. This only allowed a certain accessory to be infinitely enhanced, its stats continuously increasing, and the added supermodel effects made the accessory even more powerful. But it seemed unlikely to produce a qualitative change. For example, even if the enemy search radar was upgraded to level 1000, it might not be able to detect wormholes. This accessory was already the highest grade accessory on his train, with a high fault level. He glanced at his iron ore balance and pondered for a moment. He spent 45 million units of iron ore to upgrade it to level 10 in one go. At level 1, this accessory can only detect wormholes within a 1 light-year radius, and can only detect level 1 wormholes. Wormholes also have levels. The higher the level of the wormhole, the more stable, hidden, and difficult to detect. A level 1 wormhole radar can only detect level 1 wormholes. When the level reaches level 10, the exploration range has reached 10 light-years. The surrounding mining planets and inhabited planets are all within the wormhole radar's detection range, capable of detecting wormholes up to level 10. Upon reaching level 10, it gains 2 supermode effects. Wormhole radar level 5 supermode effect. Energy consumption is halved. Wormhole radar level 10 supermode effect. Wormhole stability can be assessed. Unlike the enemy search radar, the wormhole radar isn't always active. It's activated only when needed. After all, each scan consumes more energy, and the larger the scanning range, the more energy it consumes. If energy consumption isn't a concern, then constantly operating it wouldn't be a problem. He took a look. The current scanning range is 10 light-years, and each scan requires 2 level 5 energy stones, or 10 million units of iron ore. That's a pretty high price. He doesn't need the wormhole radar right now. Even if he finds a wormhole, he can't go there. His current goal is to reach the colorful area. But he wants to take a look ahead. After consuming 10 million units of iron ore to forge 2 level 5 energy stones, and inserting them into the wormhole radar, bursts of purple light shot out from the control panel in waves toward the starry sky as the energy stones shattered. After a few hundred meters, the purple light became almost invisible to the naked eye. Huh? Qin Mang was slightly taken aback by the scene before him. Could this purple light be used for detection? How long would that take? A round trip of at least 20 years? Isn't your technology too backward? However, the next moment. Beep beep. On the galaxy map on the control panel screen, A purple dot of light slowly appeared. Gradually, more distant purple dots also appeared, but they didn't appear simultaneously. Within a 10 light-year radius, the galaxy map showed 3 purple dots of light. That is, 3 wormholes. All 3 wormholes were naturally formed. The closest one was 0.3 light-years away, right next to the mineral star with a 78% iron ore content. Naturally formed, one-way wormhole, this is the end point, 267 days old, internal stability 23%, the coordinates of the other end of the wormhole are unknown. A timeline slowly appeared on the screen. A natural wormhole might disappear within a second of its formation, or it might take 1 billion years to dissipate. No one knows when a natural wormhole will dissipate, but one thing is certain, once it does, everything inside it will vanish into nothingness. Escape is impossible. In the vast universe, no one would actively pursue a natural wormhole unless they were truly driven to their limit. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, there was no telling where it would lead. A completely unknown thing. Even if the place it leads to is suitable for survival, there's essentially no chance of returning home. The other 2 wormholes are artificial. They are 0.4 and 0.8 light-years away, respectively. They happen to be on the 2 planets with life. Artificially constructed, bearing the imprint of Zerg civilization, one-way, one-time, random wormhole. This is the end point. 212 days have passed since its formation. Internal stability is 47%. The coordinates of the other end are unknown. Artificially constructed, bearing the imprint of Zerg civilization, one-way, one-time, random wormhole. This is the end point. 212 days have passed since its formation. Internal stability is 51%. The coordinates of the other end are unknown. Obviously, these 2 wormholes are one-way random wormholes created by the Zerg civilization. Zerg eggs will emerge through these wormholes and land on the planet, bringing about Doomsday. Logically, there should also be a Zerg wormhole near Blue Water. But Blue Water's Doomsday lasted longer than 212 days, so Blue Water must have been the first to experience Doomsday. After a certain period of time, the wormhole automatically dissipated, so the duration of a one-time wormhole is approximately 300 days. Does this one-time wormhole last that long? The resource consumption of creating a wormhole, from highest to lowest, is as follows. Bidirectional stable wormhole, bidirectional disposable wormhole, one-way stable wormhole, one-way disposable wormhole, one-way stable random wormhole, one-way disposable random wormhole. One-way disposable random wormhole is the cheapest. It is also a unique way to unlock maps for the Zerg civilization. After all, not every civilization's members are as cheap as the Zerg, willing to be thrown into a wormhole with complete disregard for their lives. Furthermore, it's unknown what specific advanced technologies the Zerg possesses, but the cost of creating wormholes seems far lower than other civilizations. According to the mechanical civilization, the leader of the Zerg civilization, the Queen Mother, is likely a high-level celestial behemoth. However, its exact level is unknown, and has never been seen on the battlefield. It's most likely A-level or even S-level. Generally speaking, the stability of artificially created wormholes is at least 90%. This stability means that the wormhole passage is relatively safe, rarely causing crisis like particle storms. Wormholes created by the Zerg civilization have a stability rate of only around 50%. It's definitely not due to a lack of ability. It's about conserving resources. Using the cheapest resources, they create a large number of wormholes and larvae, spreading out like locusts. Once they detect a high-resource area, they establish a bidirectional stable wormhole and launch a massive attack. In other words, the end of Blue Water Planet was a completely unprovoked disaster, hardly a declaration of war by the Zerg civilization. Billions died, yet no one in the entire universe knew about it, like the death of an ant, leaving no one paying attention. Jin Mang stared silently at the 3 wormholes on the galaxy map. The coordinates of these 3 wormholes had been recorded. Although they wouldn't be used, it was always helpful to have them in mind. The entire universe felt a bit like a shattered underground, dug back and forth by countless trains with drills, carving out tunnels. These weren't 3-dimensional tunnels, but 4-dimensional ones. On the surface, everything seemed normal, but in reality, who knows how many wormholes there were in the universe, with countless wormholes being created and dissipated every moment. His target was the mining planet 0.3 light-years away. Once he was ready, had the means to create a wormhole, and could survive in the Starry Sea, he would head there. Most importantly, no one knew if some strange creature would emerge from those 3 wormholes one day. Would the antworms that had matured on this planet send back the coordinates of this location, establishing a stable bidirectional wormhole, and then attacking en masse. It had to be quick. Chen Meng lit a cigarette and glanced at the information on the control panel screen. Although Xiao AI's assessment was that the resources here were completely unsuitable for the Zerg civilization, and that a Zerg army would never come here, he couldn't pin all his hopes on this. What if it really came? What would he do? Wait for death here? He had to excavate these mines as quickly as possible, upgrade the train once more, and then head to the red zone, then all the way to the rainbow zone. Just then, Chen Meng stared at the suddenly changing galaxy map, startled. A strange blip suddenly appeared on the map. 7,892 light-years away, a civilization had established itself. Sky-slaying civilization, level 1.0 civilization. What a domineering civilization name. But, brother, the area surrounding you is all occupied by Zerg civilization. It's over. You dare to start a group fight, and no one dares to follow. Chapter 287. The adventure map Dead Trees Reborn is a legacy left by the mechanical civilization Princess Tutu. It's not simply placed on planet Aquamarine. Instead, a large amount of resources are dispersed. For any planet invaded by Zerg eggs, the nearest shuttle will rush as quickly as possible and leave the adventure map on that planet. However, planet Aquamarine is a little special. The level 200 AI from the mechanical civilization Princess Tutu's train remains there. The most important reward in this legacy is actually the special item, the galaxy map. This is a unique tool of the mechanical civilization, and can only be used by inserting it into the train. Each civilization has its own unique tools. For example, the unique tool of the Zerg civilization is the ability to rapidly increase its troops and create numerous wormholes using extremely cheap resources. This galaxy map updates in real time, allowing users to view the actual changes in the surrounding galaxies within 10,000 light-years, and even reveal civilizations below level 1. Normally, the Zerg civilization's detection methods are completely incapable of actively detecting civilizations below level 1. Therefore, even within the Zerg core region, as long as their civilization level is below level 1, even if they're only a few dozen light-years from the Zerg homeworld, they're considered barely safe. What do you mean? Chen Meng stared at the suddenly promoted level 1 civilization, the Skyslayer civilization, on the galaxy map. His eyes fixed on the screen, he silently counted down. In his mind, the Skyslayer civilization was on the brink of annihilation. But, after waiting patiently for 10 minutes. Huh? The Skyslayer civilization's planet remained lit up, perfectly still, without a single blip. It seems this Zerg civilization isn't doing well either. Chen Meng raised his brows slightly. They've already reached your base camp, and you haven't wiped them out in 10 minutes. I thought they'd be wiped out the moment they showed up. It's not a simple matter. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train cabin. Even if you know a civilization has advanced on a certain planet, getting there is still very difficult. You first need to know which part of the space near that planet is stable. Only stable space can create a wormhole. If you don't know the coordinates, forcing one will only cause it to collapse instantly and consume a huge amount of resources. It's a very time-consuming process and extremely resource-intensive. This is a newly advanced level 1 civilization, posing virtually no threat to the Zerg civilization. Logically, the Zerg civilization shouldn't care about them at all. After all, the next moment, on the galaxy radar screen, thousands of light-years away, a purple dot of light suddenly appeared. That was the symbol of a wormhole forming, but the purple dot dissipated almost immediately. What's going on? Chen Meng frowned, looking at his wormhole radar. He could only detect wormholes within a 10 light-year radius, and he hadn't activated it just now. How could a wormhole thousands of light-years away appear on his galaxy map screen? However, he didn't have much time to think. This was just the beginning. Soon after, the entire galaxy map was covered in countless purple dots of light, appearing randomly, with no apparent logic behind them. Thousands, nearly 10,000 dots of light filled the galaxy map almost instantly. The screen was too small to see clearly. He displayed the galaxy map on the giant screen on the side of the train. Each of those purple dots was a random wormhole. Tens of millions, nearly 10,000, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of wormholes appeared on the galaxy map. Most of the purple dots disappeared immediately after they appeared, while a few lingered for a few minutes before disappearing. However, more purple dots continued to appear. Finally, all the purple dots gradually faded, leaving only a darker purple dot, which was located near the planet of the Heaven-Slaying civilization. He didn't know what had happened. The galaxy map couldn't show what had happened specifically. He only knew this. 3 seconds later, the name of the heaven-slaying civilization disappeared from the galaxy map. A rising civilization dead. Qin Mang remained expressionless and silent for a long moment before he whispered, "You just said that according to common sense, the Zerg civilization would ignore it." This? Xiao Ai's bewildered voice echoed from the train cabin. According to common sense, they would indeed ignore it. A level 1 civilization with only one primary planet wouldn't know how to expend so many strategic resources. It's like using missiles to kill mosquitoes, a complete waste of resources. Unless, this Zerg civilization has a strong sense of territory, and absolutely zero tolerance for the presence of other civilizations within its base. In other words, your initial reasoning might be wrong? Which reasoning? You said the Zerg civilization would most likely not come to the Blue Water planet. According to common sense, it's true. Okay, don't use common sense. I have a headache. Qin Mang rubbed his temples lightly and sighed wearily. A deep sense of powerlessness washed over him. He felt that if the sky-slaying civilization could hold out for a few days and nights, he could still hold out. At least there was a chance. Instantly destroyed? You're a level 1 civilization after all. You're worthy of taking the stage and competing against other civilizations. Instantly destroyed by the Zerg civilization? 3 seconds. There was no ground invasion, right? A single shot from the mothership's main guns would have melted you instantly. He finally understood what the civilization order meant by taking the stage, and the consequences of taking the stage too early. After a long moment, Qin Mang finally pulled himself together, muttering in a daze, "This Zerg civilization is completely unreasonable. They can create random wormholes across a large area without even checking coordinates. They're just brute force. As soon as we encounter one, we attack with all our might. Are wormholes that cheap to create?" Although the information from the mechanical civilization says the Zerg civilization's strongest weapon is its ability to rapidly increase its military and create wormholes cheaply, isn't that excessive? No wonder the mechanical civilization can't defeat them. With wormholes like these, what civilization could possibly defeat them? Thinking about it, the mechanical civilization has managed to persist for over 200 years. It's quite impressive. That's not surprising, conductor. Xiao Ai's weak voice echoed from inside the train. After all, the term wormhole is named after the Zerg civilization. It's not surprising that they have this method. Zergs are naturally adept at digging holes, so it makes sense. That's fucking reasonable. But conductor, I figured out why our wormhole radar can detect the birth of a wormhole thousands of light years away. That's because the Zerg civilization proactively exposed the wormhole's coordinates and transmitted this information to all nearby civilizations. Deterrence? Yes, deterrence. To make it clear to all civilizations that advancing to a level 1 civilization in this area will result in this. This civilization must be destroyed as quickly as possible, at all costs, to prevent further disruptions. It seems the Zerg civilization is aware of the numerous civilizations in this area. Of course they are, but as long as they don't advance to a level 1 civilization, they'd be able to. Level 1 doesn't count as reaching the table. With so many inferior civilizations, the Zerg civilization can't possibly eliminate them all. If I didn't have the wormhole radar, he'd be winking at a blind man. If they can't even receive information, then this civilization won't advance to level 1 anytime soon. There's no need to worry. Civilization advancement. Qin Mang leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and gazed thoughtfully at the galaxy map on the screen. He didn't know what the point of civilization advancement was, but what if he couldn't? Wouldn't he just keep upgrading his trains? It sounded like civilization advancement was dangerous. Once promoted, everyone would be hostile. The galaxy map only allowed detection within a radius of 10,000 light years. In the left third of the area, countless crimson planets formed a star chain. These planets were the Zerg civilization's territory, bearing the Zerg civilization's mark. The sky-slaying civilization that had just ascended to civilization was in this area. That was part of the Zerg base camp, and more of it was probably off the map. He was right behind the base camp, clustered with a bunch of lesser-known civilizations. Not so bad, actually. Qin Mang glanced at the galaxy map. The Zerg civilization is definitely still at war with some other civilization. When we leave the Blue Water planet in the 7-colored area, we slowly mine the planet behind the Zerg base camp, then head to the right side of the map. We can't defeat them, but avoiding them won't do. Let's just abandon our home planet and live on the train. You see how dangerous it is to have a base camp. A single main gun cannon shot can easily overwhelm us. Then we just drift through the universe, becoming a wandering civilization, and return once we've developed enough. Go to sleep. Qin Mang stood up and headed to the shower to wash up before heading back to his bed. Even if the sky fell, he'd sleep first. There was no rush, so he could only develop as quickly as possible. If tomorrow really came. If I die, I'd die. What else could I do? That thing was completely unreasonable. Even the gods would die here. If it weren't for the wormhole radar, he wouldn't have known he'd been in such dire straits. He was still wondering where he'd go after leaving Blue Water Planet, given how vast the universe was. No need to think about it now. Escape. What followed was a massive escape. The universe was vast, but there was no place for him. Damn the Zerg. He had hated them since he was a child. Sooner or later, he would encircle the Zerg civilization within his domain, letting that damn Zerg civilization feel the same powerlessness he felt now. Huh? Just then, Chen Mang suddenly noticed that an inhabited planet on the galaxy map seemed to be moving. He immediately walked from the bed to the screen. Zoom in on this area of the galaxy map. This time, he looked closely. A planet inhabited by the Chitian civilization was fleeing at high speed, in the opposite direction of the Zerg civilization. Is it running away? Chen Mang looked at the planet on the screen with a strange expression. It seemed better not to have a base. He had to carry the ball with him when he ran. How tiring. But why are they all called the Shirtian civilization and the Chitian civilization? Those are just some random names. Don't they have their own race names? Like Zerg civilization, human civilization, or something like that. I dare not call them that. Inside the train, Xiao Ai's voice rang out again. Mechanical civilization is actually considered human civilization, but there can only be one major civilization in the universe. If a mechanical civilization dares to call itself human civilization, it's very likely that the original human civilization will send a large army to destroy it, thus ensuring the legitimacy and uniqueness of its own civilization. Ensuring legitimacy is still important. It's very necessary. For example, the name alone can prove the strength of one's own civilization, attract a large number of human civilizations to surrender, and strengthen the cohesion of one's own civilization. How dare the Zerg civilization call it that? They are the Orthodox, no one can defeat them. Whoever is stronger is the Orthodox. That's right. Okay. Chen Mang nodded silently, and walked towards his bed. He had been thinking about rebuilding human civilization in the future, but now it seemed that he could call all civilizations overthrow. If you don't let me call myself human civilization, I hack you over. Why does everyone in this universe want to give him a go? They really think he's easy to bully. Just wait. Sooner or later, I fucking wipe you all out and rename your civilizations to slave civilization. There are only 2 civilizations in the entire universe. Fuck all civilizations, and the remaining slave civilizations. What about the Goblin civilization? Are they legitimate? Is Doba that powerful? Well, they just gave themselves names, nothing notarized. For example, you, the conductor, can still say you're from the human civilization, and no one will bother you. Well, I promise to rebuild the Goblin civilization for Doba. What if Doba rebuilds the Goblin civilization in the future? Then you, the conductor, will have another group of enemies. Chen Mang's mouth twitched slightly. He lay on the bed, his hands behind his head, looking up at the ceiling and sighing softly. He hated the feeling that anyone could come up and step on him. He had to hurry faster. He wanted to crush all the other civilizations to death. Only then could he sleep peacefully, otherwise he'd be unable to eat or sleep. He drifted off to sleep in a daze. In his dream, he traveled through time again, but this time to the Zerg, becoming the Queen Mother. With a wave of her arrogant hand, hundreds of thousands of random wormholes appeared across the universe, slaughtering other civilizations with abandon. What a shame. Dawn arrived. Chen Mang regained consciousness, tilted his head to look at the dream stone beside his bed, and said with a hint of regret, I think the Zerg civilization is stronger. Can we switch factions? That crazy digging feeling is so satisfying. Then he got up, washed up, lit a cigarette, and sat in a chair, flipping through the train log. Residents had already begun today's mining work at the space gate inside the train and outside. The space gate couldn't accommodate too many residents. He established the remaining 48 mines, located within the train's space gate and in the surrounding wasteland. 6,000 residents and 2,000 mining robots were already working frantically. But the efficiency was still too slow. Chen Mang glanced at the screen. The train still had 26 million units of iron ore. This was what remained from yesterday's mining of the level 5 iron mine. After upgrading the wormhole radar and returning over 20 million units of iron ore to Neon City, that was all that remained. He needed to build more mining robots. Otherwise, these 50 mines would take him another month. He didn't have that much time to waste. The cost of building a mining robot was 2,500 units of iron ore. He had consumed 5 million units of iron ore last time to build 2,000 mining robots. This time, let's build some. 15 million units of iron ore were mined to create 6,000 mining robots. Another 3 million units of iron ore were consumed to create a level 1 energy stone for each robot. Mining robots are extremely energy efficient, and one level 1 energy stone can last for 180 days. With a steady stream of cheap robots disembarking from the train, mining progress instantly accelerated exponentially. He activated all the mine refresh tickets, and over 40 level 5 mines surrounded the star. Can't wait. Chen Meng glanced at the control panel and ordered, "Have Old Pig prepare. Announce the next time Neon City officially opens. From now on, Neon City will operate daily. Then, all future mining work on the train will be performed by mining robots. Each train crew member will be assigned their respective duties. Those responsible for daily life on the train, those responsible for cyber mining, those responsible for sales in Neon City, and those responsible for the brothel. Have Old Pig make all the necessary arrangements in the next few days. Time is tight, and the task is heavy." "Yes," Xiao Ai's voice rang out from inside the train cabin. "One more thing. The cosmic receivers in Car 12 have all been built. There are 10 of them in total. Is it really that difficult to produce so much material every day? Basically, if they operate around the clock and don't go to places like the adventure map, we can produce 4.8 million units of iron ore per day." "Yes." Chen Meng frowned slightly. This wasn't a small amount, actually, 100 million units of iron ore per month, but that was only a level 5 mine. Compared to his needs, it was far from enough. But never mind. Even a small amount is still meat. Is there any hope for Uncle Lee's zombie spawner? I've encountered difficulties, and haven't been able to break through yet. Alas. He sighed softly, pondered for a moment, and then said softly, "Well, let's just do it. Let's finish mining these mines as soon as possible and head to the red zone." Meanwhile, the radio on the Stone Man train in the purple zone was already buzzing, ever since a train accidentally approached the star and detected over 40 level 5 mines. The train's conductor went berserk. Just as he was about to approach, a warning blared on the screen. "Warning, warning. Fast approaching fire attack detected. Expected arrival in 2 seconds. Attack strength level 20. No recommended course of action." For a moment, he was desperate. Fortunately, at the last moment, the shell swerved and landed beside his train. Looking up, he saw a fighter jet swooping overhead, and not far away, 40 more fighter jets were circling in the sky. Without a second thought, he immediately fled. Anyone who approaches will die. After running away, he sent the message to the train radio. Since he couldn't send photos or videos, no one believed him. How could there be over 40 level 5 mines clustered together? Believing that seeing is believing, many trains rushed over to confirm the situation, sending the entire train radio into a frenzy. The star was powerful. They all knew it. But in their minds, the star was only the first tier in the Stoneman area. How could its strength suddenly increase so dramatically? Over 40 level 20 fighters? Who could possibly defeat them? Many people stared eagerly at the train radio. Hoping someone brave enough to speak up and claim a share of the spoils, they began to chime in. But, after waiting for a long time, not a single brave enough person stepped forward. The one who chimed in might not die, but the first brave enough to step forward would surely die. Chen Meng glanced at the information on the train radio, unconcerned. Instead, he took a bayberry from the tray held by Xiaofeng and stuffed it into his mouth. After witnessing the Zerg civilization's dominance, he no longer had any interest in this playful fighting. His goal was to defeat the Zerg civilization. With the star's current strength, it wouldn't be a match for the Zerg civilization, but it would have no problem wiping out the entire Stoneman area in 3 minutes. What a bunch of idiots. And that guy on the train radio, I don't know where he got the idea to buy a woman. The sky's falling, and you're still thinking about your 2 pounds of meat. He's different. He's a 3-pound piece of meat, so he needs to think. Today is a very important day in the history of train development. Many residents looked at the numerous mining robots around them with complicated expressions. They all knew one thing. If there were only 2,000 mining robots, they could continue mining, but when these 6,000 mining robots left the train, they would be completely unemployed. They would lose their jobs. They didn't know what would happen next, but they did know that the sense of stability and security they had painstakingly built up in the apocalypse would be destroyed. They had become accustomed to this daily mining life. While it was a bit tiring, It was full of hope and a sense of security. Their future remained a complete mystery. That's the tide of the times. A middle-aged woman, leaning on a pickaxe, stood there, gazing at the mining robots diligently working nearby. She whispered, "Human power cannot counter the tide of the times. I believe robots can perhaps replace this kind of mechanical work, but they can't completely replace humans. I've already found a job in Neon City. When Neon City officially opens daily, I'd be working as a brothel madam." "Madam, that doesn't sound like an easy job," a man nearby said with some concern. "It's not so bad," the middle-aged woman whispered. "I did that before the apocalypse." Generally speaking, madams were mostly women. Clients didn't find them as aggressive. Before the apocalypse, they had to pay a lot of protection money to their superiors. In Neon City, there's no such thing. Just introduce them to clients. We have to find a job. My goal is to double the profits of the entertainment shop as much as possible. I don't even know what I can do. Take your time. After all, we're both among the first 1,000 residents. Master Meng won't let us starve. The train's rapid development inevitably involves periods of slack. The growth of any major power doesn't happen step by step, but rather by leaps and bounds. There will inevitably be slack and a period of adjustment. As long as we survive this period, as residents in the first 1,000, we definitely enjoy a high status and treatment on the star in the future. That's right. 12 days later. Under intense mining efforts, all 50 mines were mined. Under a starry sky. The star, nestled in the wasteland of the Stoneman region, prepared to depart for the red zone tonight. Before that, the train's components needed to be further refined. Qin Meng sat alone in a chair, gazing at the control panel. At this moment, 10,000 mining robots were quietly stationed in a newly constructed Level 10 space portal in Carriage 10, which he had named the Miner Base. He subsequently spent 5 million units of iron ore to build 2,000 more, bringing the total to 10,000. Sufficient for the short term. The resources within the star train had also reached their peak. 960 million units of iron ore, 1.1025 billion units of wood, 990 million units of copper ore, 1.123 billion units of red heart rock, 1.101 billion units of titanium crystal ore. 900 million units of copper ore was more than enough for him to fight a tough battle. As for the wood and red heart rock, they definitely wouldn't be used up in a short time. Upgrade the armor first. Level 18 armor isn't enough, so upgrade it one level. Upgrading from level 17 to level 18 costs 30 million per carriage, and from level 18 to level 19, 50 million per carriage. There are 16 carriages in total. Half the cost, that's 400 million units of iron ore. As the 400 million units of iron ore turned to powder and merged into the carriages, the armor accessory level reached level 19. The highest level monster in the red zone Dust Coast he was heading to was only level 18. He had originally planned to upgrade all the way to level 20. But after checking the cost, he realized that upgrading to level 20 would cost 100 million units of iron ore per carriage, bringing the total to 800 million units. He didn't have enough left. Sigh. Qin Meng sighed softly, rubbing his temples. He said weakly, "Has this little Princess Tutu never been to the front lines? And certainly never started from scratch? Since you're leaving resources as a legacy, why leave so much wood and red heart rock? Your Majesty, why not just leave 50 level 5 iron mines? That would be much better than leaving a bit of every resource." He could imagine how Princess Tutu built her train. She received a rare train order and a large amount of resources when she was old enough to understand, and then she built a top-notch train, completely unaware of the resources most needed in its initial stages. She was extravagant. Just like how only a handful of people in the entire mechanical civilization had upgraded their train assistance AI to level 200, and this little Princess Tutu, who never went to the front lines, also had a level 200 train assistance AI. According to him, this is pure voluntary waste. It's something that needs to be defeated. You, old man, aren't you going to the front lines, taking up so many resources? That's completely wasted. According to the information in the AI database, Murphy Stone only works before level 100. For every Murphy Stone consumed, supplemented with the corresponding upgrade resources, you can surpass the level cap by one level. But after level 100, to surpass the level cap, you need more than just one Murphy Stone. This number increases with higher levels. Of course. Theoretically, if a mechanical civilization mobilized its entire race, it could easily upgrade a component to level 800 or even 1000, but that wouldn't make much sense. A battlefront spanning tens of thousands of light years can't be controlled by a single high-level component. If one part bulges out, Other parts will naturally be completely weakened, leading to faster demise. The higher the level, the more pronounced the marginal effect. For example, while food costing 100,000 yuan might taste better than food costing 10 yuan, the difference in taste is only 2 or 3 times greater. It's just that the extra cost is more than 2 or 3 times greater. Unless someone upgrades, Murphy Stone isn't needed. This is also his greatest confidence in slowly developing behind a Zerg base. Many of his daily necessities are at level 100 and haven't been upgraded. This is also the reason. For example, the moldy bread production line requires 500 and 5,000 units of iron ore to upgrade from level 1 to level 100. But to upgrade from level 100 to level 101, 500,000 units of iron ore are needed. Level 100 is the threshold for all components. Beyond this point, both the upgrade resource cost and the Murphy Stone consumed will increase significantly. Naturally, he wouldn't spend hundreds of millions of units of iron ore on a slice of bread that tastes a bit better. It's no wonder he's so proud of his level 200 train assistance AI. It's certainly something to be proud of. It's just a waste. Furthermore, according to the database, the entire mechanical civilization was likely severely corrupt at the time, and it's very likely that many officials siphoned off resources that should have been shipped to the front lines. Everyone probably thought, with such a large battlefront, they don't need these few resources. 1 or 2 people certainly don't. But if everyone did this, it would significantly accelerate defeat. From this perspective, the Zerg civilization's ruling philosophy is truly advanced, a pure one-man rule. The Queen Mother's words are final, and those below her are solely responsible for executing them. There's absolutely no corruption. Such a civilization might have a low happiness index, but its combat power is undeniably strong. Poor child. Qin Mang stepped off the train and lit 3 cigarettes in the open space, offering a farewell to Tutu. He could picture Tutu as a pampered little princess who, before civilization collapsed, wanted to do something and relaunch the Dawn Project. He felt he had received a favor. So he didn't intend to comment too much. It was fine. If anyone on the star dared to waste his resources like this, he would send them to Zhongyuan tomorrow to play the lead role in a Louis XVI film. A level 20 unmanned Viper fighter jet required 2.5 million units of titanium ore. He now had 1 billion units of titanium ore. When Qin Mang pressed the button on the control panel, the Viper unmanned fighter production line located in the fighter landing pad of Carriage 10 began to churning out fighter jet after fighter jet. He used 100 million titanium ore to build Viper unmanned fighters. This gave him 40 more. Adding to the original 41, this amounted to 81 Viper unmanned fighters with a level 20 attack power. With 80 Viper unmanned fighters with permanent endurance hovering above the train, he felt confident after entering the red zone. Viper unmanned fighters can be recycled. The same resources used to build them are recycled. So, theoretically, he could use all of the titanium ore to build Viper unmanned fighters, and if the titanium ore had other uses in the future, he could recycle it. However, each Viper unmanned fighter required a level 4 energy stone, equivalent to 500,000 units of iron ore. 1 billion titanium crystals could build a total of 400 fighter jets. However, the energy stones required for these 400 fighter jets required 200 million units of iron ore, which was too expensive. They could be built, but not used. A cruising formation of 80 fighter jets was sufficient. Qin Mang sent a coordinate to Erden over the train radio before heading towards the junction of the Red Zone's Dusk Coast and Stoneman Zone. He planned to upgrade the train to level 16 and then proceed to the Red Zone. To upgrade to level 16, the train must be upgraded in the Red Zone. Before leaving, he had some unfinished business. Qin Mang glanced at the several Doomsday marriage certificates in a drawer. He needed to help Erden's train reach level 15, allowing it to travel with him to the Red Zone and explore the adventure map. However, upgrading to a level 15 train was a bit more complicated. It required resident restrictions, and the presence of 3 couples using Doomsday marriage certificates on board. Without his help, Erden would have a hard time upgrading to a level 15 train. Under a starry sky, the Fight Everything traveling frog train was parked next to the Fight Everything star train. The large and the small were a stark contrast. Qin Mang lit a cigarette, leaned against his own train, looked at Erden's train and smiled. It's actually quite nice, isn't it? It might seem a bit vulgar and crude at first glance, but if you look at it more carefully, you find it quite interesting. During these days of mining, he had Zhang Yuan write another script, 3 in total, which he gave to 3 couples among the train residents. They all entered a combat training virtual space and began dreaming. They could wake up at any moment. The moment they regained consciousness, they would transfer the residents to Erden's train and receive their Doomsday marriage certificates. This would essentially complete the mission. It does feel. Erden stood nearby, also leaning against the train, sighing with deep agreement. It feels like a sense of resistance in the face of fate and hardship. Just like every curse word we utter isn't an insult to a specific person, but a silent roar against this damned life. You're cursing out loud, so how can it still be a silent roar? Well, it's a kind of artistic conception. And Erden paused, then said seriously, having the same prefix as the star, I do feel closer to it. Standing next to it feels like I've come home. It's completely different from before. Chapter 288. But Master Meng, what do you mean by specific civilization? Oh! Qin Mang suddenly remembered that he hadn't yet told Erden about civilization. After a pause, he pointed to the sky above him. See those stars? Yes. Those aren't stars. What are those? They're bombs, ready to explode at any moment. Good news, the monsters on Blue Water Planet are just a few Zerg eggs. They're not a large force, not even a regular army. It's safer for you to follow me. Bad news, we're behind the Zerg base camp. 10 minutes later. Erden stood inside the star train, staring at the galaxy map on the control panel screen and muttering, I see. Those Federation people really should be taken out and shot. Didn't they realize there were so many civilizations near Blue Water Planet before the apocalypse? This scene, combined with what Master Meng had said in the past 10 minutes, had somewhat shattered his worldview. But, during the apocalypse, he already destroyed almost everything he could, so he quickly accepted it. Isn't our situation dangerous? Yes. Qin Mang sighed softly. Theoretically, we're like the cat in Schrodinger's box, caught between life and death. The moment the lid opens, our fate is sealed. Get to the colorful zone as quickly as possible, then prepare to flee. Once you've developed enough, return to fight the Zerg civilization. So, Erden hesitated before continuing. You, Master Meng, are the only one capable of rebuilding the Blue Water Planet civilization. What do you plan to name it? Hack all civilizations? It's okay, isn't it? It's a bit vulgar, but I like it. Qin Mang smiled as he sat in a chair, looking at the galaxy map on the screen. Well, I think human civilization could be a possible alternative, Master Meng. Someone forbids calling it that, so I have to hack him over. Only after I hack him over can I call it human civilization. That person is really domineering. Indeed, he is. Alright. Qin Mang patted Erden on the shoulder and whispered, go see how the upgrades are going on your train. We can't really call it fuck all civilizations. What if we end up dealing with other civilizations, and it looks so unrefined? We're just teasing you. I've already thought of a better name for our civilization. What name? Mang Civilization. Huh? Erden's hesitant voice came from behind him. Master Meng, actually, I think fuck all civilization sounds pretty good. Qin Mang chuckled and didn't reply, simply walking out of the train compartment. The name didn't matter. The final one would definitely be human civilization. As for the one mentioned later, it was just a joke. Human orthodoxy. It definitely should be his. After all, he's been a genuine human in both his past lives. If his time travel wasn't a time travel, but merely a spatial one, he could even find Blue Planet in the universe and incorporate it into his own civilization. Great. All the territory is his. He enjoys this kind of territorial conquest. As long as he can grow. At this point, Erden's traveling frog has successfully been upgraded from level 12 to level 15. A total of 15 million units of iron ore were consumed. The armor was originally upgraded to level 14. Your armor can't be upgraded for now. Qin Mang tilted his head to look at Erden beside him. There aren't enough Murphy stones left in the train, so your armor will have to be upgraded later. But your train's advantage is its agility and speed, and you don't need to engage in combat, so a lower armor level shouldn't be a problem, right? In case of crisis, seek help immediately. Even if you can't contact me for the time being, shout I will send the Viper unmanned combat aircraft to support you. Okay. Erden nodded seriously. I won't be dealing with other trains or monsters, so I just focus on exploring the adventure map. Level 14 armor is more than enough. Perhaps many trains in the red zone don't have level 14 armor. That's true. Qin Mang nodded with some emotion. Indeed, many trains in the red zone didn't have level 14 armor. Despite their impressive firepower, they were all just fragile tanks. Oh, right. He suddenly thought, I remember your train's top speed is 6,000 kilometers per hour. Are there any armor level requirements? Yes, but level 14 is enough. My top speed is supported by the train special, which protects the train when activated. Got it. Chen Meng didn't exchange any further words with Erden. They each headed towards their own train. Let's go! Chen Meng sat in the control room, gazing at the 4 large characters Dust Coast on the giant screen before him. He slowly pushed the lever, and the star, like a giant mechanical dragon, roared into the red zone for the first time. The higher the level of the area, the higher the monster and mine levels. As the train entered the red zone and stopped at the edge, the sound of waves crashing against the reefs resounded like a thunderbolt from the blue. This area was by the sea, and Erden's train had already transformed into a streak of gilded light, shooting off into the distance. Let's go see the sea. He turned the train and steered the star train toward the cliffs by the sea. The enemy radar and resource detection radar beeped continuously inside the train. He glanced at the train's screen. It was just some low-level 16 monsters, and some level 4 junk mines. But then, he was suddenly taken aback. The highest monster level in the red zone was only level 18. A level 16 monster was already quite high, and a level 4 mine had a capacity of about 10 million units, not a small amount. Then he let out a silent, somewhat helpless smile. The Dead Tree Resurrects adventure map had lifted his spirits. He already slain 1,000 level 19 zombies, so how could he possibly even take a level 16 monster seriously? He already mined 50 level 5 mines, so a single level 4 mine barely made him excited. This guy. Once he tasted good, it was hard to go back. Under a sky filled with stars. The star train slowly stopped on the cliff. The deep blue to pitch black waters almost merged with the sky, carrying an extremely oppressive feeling. The fishy smell that filled his nostrils was like the gaping maw of a giant star beast. Chen Meng exited the train alone and stood on the cliff's edge, overlooking the heaving waters in the distance. It had been a long time since he'd seen the sea. Perhaps because he was born in the interior, he longed for the sea since childhood. He loved this area. Just then, Xiao Ai stepped down from the train cabin and whispered, "The search radar has detected many high-level monsters and some rare minerals on the seafloor." Chen Meng turned his head expressionlessly at Xiao Ai. After a long silence, he said softly, "I'm the train conductor. How could I not know what you know? Do you have to report on your work when I'm relaxed? Really? Forget it, let's go back." Returning to the train cabin, Chen Meng looked at the information on the screen. In the depths of the sea before him were many level 18 high-level monsters, which was the limit of this area. This sea wasn't entirely within the Dust Coast area, only a small portion was present. The rest belonged to other areas. And on the seafloor, there was a special mine he had never seen before. Sea Green Mine. About 10,000 meters from the coastline, at a depth of 30,000 meters, there was a level 5 Sea Green Mine. This seabed is quite deep. Chen Meng muttered softly, and after a moment, he spoke. "Does your database contain any uses for sea green ore?" "Yes." Xiao Ai, standing nearby, spoke hurriedly, eyes full of grievance. He knew the sea green ore was extremely valuable, so he couldn't help but get out of the car to remind him. He ended up getting scolded, feeling incredibly wronged. "Before that, I need to explain to you, Master Meng, a general overview of how mines are formed. Mines are formed from the leakage of a planet's core energy. You know that, Master Meng, but the mines on Water Blue Planet are artificially matured. The mechanical civilization shuttles injected a chemical into the Earth's core, which rapidly matured various mines. But the mines created using this method are generally not very high level, nor are they numerous. The core energy of the blue water planet is originally sealed. In the universe, only planets whose core energy is locked deep within the Earth's core possess the basic conditions for becoming habitable. These planets are rare. The core energy of most planets is leaking out. This energy leaks into the universe, becoming nutrients for star beasts. A few planets, while leaking out, have their core energy sealed within their home planets. These planets are called mining planets. All mining planets have numerous mines of both high quality and quantity. The most productive mines can even produce one ore per step. Mines come in many different types, such as iron ore and copper ore. Iron ore is the most important and in greatest demand. The remaining rare ores are used in a few areas, and this particular phoenix ore is a rare ore found only deep beneath the oceans of certain planets. And the upgrade and crafting of the colorful Great Annihilator ion cannon requires Phoenix Oregon. Chen Meng frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking. Annihilator ion cannon? Yes, very powerful. How powerful? According to the database, the main gun on Princess Tutu's train is a level 78 Annihilator ion cannon, very powerful. Tell me about the effect. What effect? The effect of Princess Tutu's weapon firing, as recorded in your database, was either killing a celestial beast or destroying a planet, or something like that. Xiao Ai, standing nearby, hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's ineffective. Princess Tutu hasn't fired a weapon, but I know it's powerful. Most firepower components consume iron and copper ore, but this one consumes sea green Oregon. What a damn waste of resources. Chen Meng couldn't help but sigh again. You're not going to the battlefield, so what's the point of wasting resources on your train? But then he remembered something else. What's the maximum upgrade level for colorful accessories? Red grade accessories are capped at level 20, gold grade accessories are capped at level 30, pink grade accessories are capped at level 50, and colorful accessories are capped at level 100. Level 100. Chen Meng nodded thoughtfully. The highest level it can reach is 100. Princess Tutu has only reached level 78, which is not bad, not a huge waste of resources. Upgrade. He took a deep breath, temporarily ignoring the sea green mine deep under the sea. The mine couldn't be mined. His train could dive, but how would it mine? The mining robots would be turned to steel pancakes the moment they left the train's waterproof cover. As for the residents, they were practically meat pancakes. There was no means of mining at the moment. First, he would upgrade the train to level 16. He couldn't wait to reach the colorful region, unify the world, leave planet Aquamarine, and then mine that mining planet. He looked at the upgrade requirements for the train to level 16. Upgrade requirements. Consume 70,000 units of level 3 iron ore, and all components in the train must be at least level 240. The upgrade requirements were much simpler than those for a level 15 train, requiring only 7 million units of iron ore. As the 7 million units of iron ore dissipated within the train, two familiar lines of small text suddenly appeared on the control panel. Your train has been upgraded to level 16. More craftable parts have not yet been unlocked. Level 16. Chen Meng murmured, gazing at the train panel in a daze. The mechanical civilization leader's mechanical train was the strongest, at level 91, and it didn't feel much different. A level 16 train wasn't much different from a level 91 train either. When the train reached level 16, there were no additional buttons on the control panel. This meant no new features had been added. There were no craftable parts either, meaning that, aside from a base speed increase, the train upgrade remained largely unchanged. He then looked at the upgrade requirements for the level 17 train. The requirements were almost identical to those for the level 16 train, except that the iron ore requirement had increased to 8 million units. Upgrade again. Your train has been upgraded to level 17. No more craftable parts have been unlocked yet. Level 17, still no features, and no additional parts. This time, without a pause, Chen Meng once again spent 9 million units of iron ore, upgrading the level 17 train to level 18 in one go. This time, things finally changed. Your train has been upgraded to level 18. More craftable parts will be unlocked. New buttons and several more craftable parts have appeared on the control panel, and the requirements for upgrading to level 19 have become much stricter. Clearly, level 18 is a hurdle. Chen Meng sat in a chair, lit a cigarette, and stared at the control panel. After consuming 24 million units of iron ore, he had upgraded the train to level 18 in one fell swoop. And so, he was finally a level 18 train. He had always thought that a level 18 train meant being a big shot, and now he had finally become the big shot he once thought he was. Just as he had suspected. The train conductor who had once collected kittens in Neon City was indeed after the Star Beast. After the train reached level 18, a new button appeared on the control panel, called Star Beast, a new feature. He placed it in Xiao Ai's Mecha Research Center. The effect was simple. Add different animal cubs, and there was a certain chance that a different Star Beast would mutate. For example, if you add a tiger cub, you can mutate into a D-level Star Beast Star Treading Sword Tiger, with a success rate of 0.0007%. If you add a cat cub, you can mutate into a D-level Star Beast Nine-Tailed Fox, with a success rate of 0.004%. If you add a crocodile cub, you can mutate into a C-level Star Beast Sky-Turning Crocodile, with a success rate of 0.00009%. There are only 3 options. Chen Meng looked at the 3 options thoughtfully. No wonder the man collected so many kittens. Kittens do have the highest mutation success rate. With a bit of luck, you can mutate 1 out of 70,000 to 80,000. However, the full name of the mutated Star Beast is Mutated Star Beast. Its potential and combat power are weaker than a normal Star Beast, but it will be absolutely loyal to the train and its conductor, becoming a killing machine. They're all pretty lame. Chin Mang gave his assessment, then picked up the nearby S-rank star beast, Little Green, and toyed with it in his arms, fiddling with its rosy mouth. He tilted his head to look at Xiao AI. Is there any information in the database about the habits of star devourers? Why do I feel like Little Green is a bit depressed? After waking up, he hasn't gone anywhere. He spends his days either sleeping or daydreaming. There's no record of his habits, but this should be normal. Little Green doesn't show signs of depression, but rather laziness. He's a cub, after all. Isn't sleep and daydreaming the norm for cubs? Indeed. Chin Mang nodded, then placed Little Green on a chair nearby. You're still the best. Even if that nine-tailed fox were to emerge, it certainly wouldn't be able to defeat you. He glanced at the time on the console screen and said softly, Is Old Pig ready? Today marks the first official opening of Neon City. Everything is almost ready. We be open as soon as midnight. Okay. According to the original plan, mining the 50 level 5 mines took him over 10 days. During those 10 days, Neon City opened twice, and he kept all the profits. After tonight's opening, Neon City will be open daily. The train crew has already reached 5,172. It's almost time for daily operations. He glanced at the iron or balance on the train panel. 525 million units. He had no plans to stay in the red zone Dust Coast for long to mine. He planned to rush directly to the gold zone, upgrade the train as quickly as possible, and then craft colorful firepower components. For example, particle shield, gold-grade accessory, requires 100,000 units of iron ore to craft. Particle cannon, gold-grade accessory, requires 100,000 units of iron ore to craft. Particle wheel, gold-grade accessory, requires 100,000 units of iron ore to craft. The particle 3-piece set. All are gold-grade accessories. They are superior alternatives to the Star Ring Energy Shield, Comet Cannon, and Infernal Wheel, and they consume a significant amount of resources. He has no intention of upgrading these accessories at all. He wants to rush all the way to the 7-colored zone and acquire 7-colored accessories. This method will allow the train to skip the intermediate growth period and achieve explosive growth. Of course, that's assuming he can survive. Other trains wouldn't dare do this because their defensive equipment levels are too low. They wouldn't dare skip levels like this, as they easily be destroyed. He, however, has no such concerns. With his extremely high armor level, he plans to skip the intermediate growth period and reach the 7-colored zone. If he's going to upgrade, he upgrade the best. This transition in between is a complete waste of resources. Chin Mang looked at the upgrade requirements for the train to level 19. Upgrade requirements. Consume 100,000 units of level 3 iron ore. All car components must be above level 300, have completed an S-level mission, and at least one gold-grade component must be upgraded to level 20. All requirements must be met. This upgrade requirement might be demanding for others, but with the Star's heritage, it's completely effortless. Especially the requirement of completing an S-level mission. That day, he had sold the level 1 mine to allow other trains to complete the S-rank mission and obtain the drill reorder. If those trains could ever reach level 18, perhaps he would be glad for the choice he made. After Neon City closes tonight, I take all my profits, upgrade my armor to level 20, and then head to the golden area. So soon? Xiao Ai, standing nearby, was slightly taken aback. Isn't that level 5C green mine in the ocean being mined? It's a rare ore. Once I reach the colorful area, the Stellar will be able to ignore regional restrictions and go wherever we want. It won't be too late to come back and dig then, since there won't be any other trains left to mine. Then, there's Erden. Before I leave, buy some Murphy Stone in Neon City and upgrade his train armor to level 18. Have him stay in Dust Coast for now and explore the map. Understood. By the way, didn't Mundo just come back? Have him come over. After restocking some Neon City tickets and resting for a few minutes, we're already on the move. Thank you for your hard work. Neon City is officially open. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of a high-rise building in Sun City, Chin Mang looked down at the noisy crowd below. After a long trial run, Neon City had gradually improved considerably. Today marked its first official opening. The free market had already begun collecting commissions. Train conductors deducted a 1.5% commission from both the buyer and seller for transactions between them, for a total of 3%. The streets were also much more crowded than at the beginning. Even in the AI database of the mechanical civilization, colorful grade accessories were the strongest, with no higher grades. And at this stage, things truly began. In other words, from here on, the curtain had been raised. Everything before that was just transition and adaptation. It was somewhat similar to the game Dragon Nest he had played in his previous world. There too, the game truly began only when the level reached the peak. His train was developing rapidly. In the past year, it had grown from a level 1 train to a level 18 train. He believed that no train on the entire Blue Water planet was developing faster than his, but he wasn't entirely satisfied. He hoped for even greater speed. As the saying goes, one who sleeps beneath one's bed cannot allow others to sleep soundly. That Zerg civilization hung like the sword of Damocles over his head. He couldn't sleep or eat peacefully unless he quickly found a safe place to hide. Is the highest train level in Neon City currently only level 20? Yes. Uncle Lee flipped through the notebook beside him. Level 20. That's the trains in the gold zone. This should be pretty much the upper limit. Assuming you obtain a train order right after the apocalypse, constantly build and upgrade your own train, encounter many opportunities along the way, and have good luck, you'd probably be around level 20 by now. In that case, the pink zone likely has no trains at all. The colorful zone is even more of a problem. After closing tonight, transfer all profits from today and the previous 2 rounds onto the trains. Yes. Inside Neon City. Tonight, the streets were bustling with activity. Thousands of train conductors and their thugs walked the streets, gazing at the shops on both sides and chatting with one another. Residents who had already found jobs in Neon City were also busy hawking their wares. For a moment, the atmosphere was even more lively than the commercial streets before the apocalypse. There wasn't a hint of apocalyptic atmosphere in this space. It felt like peacetime. 2 men, accompanied by a group of thugs, crouched in a corner next to the restroom. Their expressions were complicated as they whispered, "I'm telling you, this Neon City definitely belongs to Mr. Mang. Need I say?" The other man looked somewhat dejected. "I started to doubt it when I saw so many stellar train items in the mechanical train parts store. Even the currency was stellar notes. I wasn't sure, but I wasn't sure. Until I saw those guys on the street, and then I was completely certain. The guys he was talking about were stellar train residents. Few people had seen Chen Mang, and even fewer had seen stellar train residents. But unfortunately, they both had seen them. Stellar train residents had appeared at the store entrance, hawking their wares. What else was there to say? They were essentially doomed. They were the conductors of the Love Only One Person and Kill One Person in 10 Steps trains, now level 7 trains located in the zombie basin. They had a deep connection with Chen Mang. Back in the green zone, the Shade Plains, they had, at Erden's introduction, attended a wedding Chen Mang hosted for the train residents, and even enjoyed a delicious meal. However, the stark difference in the treatment of the slaves led to a significant disparity in the slaves' feelings after returning. It seemed like Master Mang had a good impression of us back then, so why didn't he continue? The conductor of the Love Only One Person train sighed. They had simply sought Master Mang's support. He thought they had performed well, and had even given Master Mang a gift. Master Mang had smiled and spoken to them throughout the entire process, without any airs. He even gave them a gift when they parted. They had always thought they had formed a rapport with Mang Yi. But for some reason, contact ceased. By the time they confirmed that the city belonged to Mang Yi again, the gap between the two sides had drastically widened, a stark difference. Their trains, in this city, were mere minions. There were far more powerful trains than theirs. But this city belonged directly to Mang Yi. There was no comparison. How could there be a follow-up? The conductor of the Kill One in 10 Steps train saw this clearly, and said with some resignation, "Interpersonal communication requires more than just friendship. There must be at least resource exchange. We're completely useless to the star." Most importantly, after the wedding, Mang Yi fled to the zombie basin. If we want to get close to him, we need to be able to contact him. Just then, a naked man, hunched over, ran out of a nearby restroom. After exiting, he slipped back inside. It was quite comical. But the 2 men were already accustomed to this scene. Public restrooms in Neon City have this rule. They charge by time. First 5 minutes are free. After 5 minutes, you'll be charged 100 stellar coupons for every half hour. Any time less than half an hour will be rounded up to a half hour. So some people who need to poop will do this. They just run out mid-poop without even pulling up their pants, resetting their free time limit, then run back in to continue. If they have a stomachache and poop a lot, they run more often. You can't just poop anywhere, that's fine. Some people on lower-class trains do this. After all, it's the end of the world, and everyone's sense of shame has been reduced. Even if you saw it, what's the big deal? Wait. Originally, this scene was perfectly normal, But the conductor of the love only one-person train froze in place after noticing the man's face. He said in disbelief, "I know this guy. He just spent 2 million stellar tickets on the free trade market to buy 3 purple-grade accessory blueprints." I remembered he was the conductor of a level 14 train. How could he be short of 100 stellar tickets? Even the two of them, though only on a level 7 train, didn't need these few stellar tickets. They always went to the restroom until they were satisfied, never checking the time. The two of them exchanged a glance. They both saw the complexities in each other's eyes. I finally understand how these powerful men become so powerful. They save when they should, spend when they should, never spend a penny more, and spend it all on their steel blades. We both need to work towards this in the future. We can't be so extravagant. I'm sure Master Meng is the same. Master Meng definitely isn't. Why? If Master Meng were like that, his slaves wouldn't be eating so well. Look over there, they're all so rosy-cheeked, and they look better than me. But I have to say, Master Meng's slaves are incredibly motivated to work. They all look so hard-working. When the clock struck midnight, Neon City was still open for business, but the streets were deserted. From today on, Neon City will be open 24 hours a day. You can come to Neon City anytime, anywhere. The Star Train, located in the wasteland, listened to Uncle Lee's report. During this period, the total profit of Neon City was 124 million units of iron ore. The profit was not small, and had been increasing steadily. The train's total iron ore balance has reached 649 million. His train's armor level is 19. To upgrade to level 20 requires 800 million units of iron ore, a bit short. Let's dig some more. Qin Mang pondered for a moment before heading to the shower room to wash up and sleep. He instructed, "Tonight, look for level 5 iron ore, and send the mining robots off to work. If you can't find level 5, level 4 will do." "Understood." Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train cabin. "But then, conductor, the cyber mine has produced 2 shipments at once." Finally, Qin Mang, who was just about to shower, threw on his clothes again and strode towards the end of the train. Finally, another shipment. For the past 10 days he'd been mining, the cyber mine had been as good as dead, completely silent. He was getting really frustrated, because he didn't know the exact probability. If there were no shipments, he could only wait. Let's go check it out. With a 1/20th chance of yielding 2 items at once, even if one of them was a pickaxe, the remaining item should be a grade 9 ore. Dreamstones are hard to come by these days, as if the initial batch he acquired had wiped out many people's inventory. The cyber mine has no hope of expanding in the short term. In carriage 10, Qin Mang frowned, looking down at the 2 grade 9 iron ores in his hands. Both items were grade 9, which was supposed to be a good thing, but he looked up at the man before him, who had been summoned out of the spatial portal, and was standing there with a look of trepidation. He tilted his head to look at Xiao Ai beside him. Wasn't he the one who dug it out last time? Yes. Xiao Ai responded, his name is Damao. Not only did he mine the last batch of level 9 iron ore, he also mined the first one. Show me his resident dashboard. Okay. The next moment, Damao's resident dashboard appeared on the screen on the wall next to the train. Name, Damao. Number, 4998. Train star. Position, cyber miner. Balance, 3,031 star tickets. Benefits, level 1 resident benefits. Promotion progress, 100%. Spiritual strength, 13.1. Comprehensive physical fitness, 12.2. Qin Mang looked at the resident dashboard in front of him, frowning. There were a total of 50 cyber miners in the cyber mine. Over the past few days, he had only obtained a total of 4 level 9 iron ores, 3 of which were obtained by Damao in his dreams. This probability is ridiculous. Over 3,000 stellar vouchers. That's an absurd number. Not many residents on the entire train could possess that many. Despite the high prices in Neon City, those items are sold to the train conductor, not ordinary people. With over 3,000 stellar vouchers, as long as you don't consider buying a refrigerator, you can be the boss on the train and buy anything you want in the local shops. Free melon seeds, free fruit, free cigarettes, free meat. All of that is basically possible. You're just one step away from becoming a millionaire. He looked Damo up and down, his eyes narrowed slightly. After a long pause, he gently patted Dama's shoulder. Don't worry, you're doing great. Do you have any tips to increase your chances of obtaining level 9 iron ore from your dreams? I don't know either. Damao pinched the corner of his clothes nervously. Every time before falling asleep, I hypnotize myself that I'm guaranteed to bring out level 9 iron ore. I'm guaranteed to bring out level 9 iron ore. Maybe it's because of the power of hypnosis that my chances are higher? Chen Mang was silent for a moment before turning and walking away. I go back to the train room. Find someone to take him to Neon City, and have Li Shiji come along. This probability is clearly abnormal. There are only two possibilities. The first is that a strong sense of belief increases the probability of bringing out level 9 iron ore. The second is that this guy's luck is far superior to that of an average person. We know which possibility it is by going to Neon City and experimenting with the prize pools created by Li Shiji. Luck is such an elusive thing. Could someone really be born with good luck? Why did he find it hard to believe this? Inside Neon City, Chen Mang, Lao Zhu, Buzi, Xiao Ai, Uncle Li Shiji, and other high-ranking members of the Starship team gathered in a shop, looking at Mao as he prepared to start the lottery. Let's begin. Chen Mang stood at the shop entrance, leaning on his cane. He looked at Mao and said calmly, "Just this roulette wheel. Keep spinning until you win the jackpot." Then he turned his head to look at Li Shiji and asked, "Has it been adjusted?" "Yes, it's been adjusted to be completely random, with a 1 in 1,000 chance." Li Shiji was preparing to keep the accounts. All the income from this roulette wheel needed to be offset, otherwise the accounts would be messed up. This guy doesn't look like someone with good luck. Buzi, standing nearby, whispered, "I remember he started out on Erden's Songlong train. If he had been luckier, he wouldn't have been a slave for so long. He would have been a train conductor long ago." "That's hard to say." Old Pig looked at Buzi meaningfully. It was precisely because he was a slave on the Songlong train that he had the opportunity to come to the star. So what if he was a train captain? Many train captains die every day. Being a resident on the star is much better than being a small-time conductor. And you probably don't know how he got promoted to a second-level resident. I know that. Back then, to help the traveling frog complete the S-level adventure map mission, Mangi created a level 1 iron mine in the star carriage and sent some residents to mine. Among them was Mao, who then showed his face to Mangi. Then, there was the second-level resident. I'm getting treated like a civilian. Doesn't this mean this kid is indeed luckier than most? Now that you mention it. Buzi scratched his head and grinned, then it seems we're all pretty lucky too. Mine is the best, number 0002. Meanwhile, I'm not bad either, number 0003. I have to remind you that I'm the real number 0002. Your number is 0003 simply because you were the leader of the thugs when the numbers were assigned. Don't worry about how it came about, just tell me if it's true or not." Just then, "Congratulations on winning." A crisp, cheerful voice rang out from the shop. Mao picked up the Murphy stone, turned to look at Chen Mang, and said, somewhat bewilderedly, "Master Mang, I won the jackpot." "How many times did you draw?" 797 times. Chen Mang frowned slightly, paused for a moment, and then continued, "Let's try again." With a 1 in 1,000 chance of winning, it took 797 draws to win the jackpot. This doesn't feel like luck. Could it be that I really have to rely on fate to hypnotize myself? Chapter 289. Second time, 1,283rd time jackpot. Third time, 129th time jackpot. Fourth time, 912th time jackpot. Fifth time. Confirmed. Chen Mang tilted his head to glance at Old Pig beside him, and instructed, "It probably has nothing to do with luck. It might really be what Big Mouth said about using his conviction to hypnotize himself, thereby increasing his chances of bringing in level 9 iron ore from the cyber mine. The cyber mine will be closed tomorrow. Have Big Mouth teach the other miners how to do it, and see if it works." "Yes." After completing all this, Chen Mang returned to his train compartment and looked at the 2 level 9 iron ores he had just acquired. This is the benefit of having multiple sources of iron ore. There's always a little iron ore popping up from time to time. Including these 2 level 9 iron ores, the train's iron ore balance now reached 849 million units of iron ore, enough to upgrade the armor to level 20. Chen Mang looked at the 2 level 9 iron ores, chuckled, and headed for the shower. He sleep first and upgrade tomorrow. He'd been anticipating the supermodel effects of level 20 armor for a long time, but now, he was too exhausted and didn't have enough energy. Wait until he woke up tomorrow. He lit a cigarette and sat in a chair, reading slowly. Good news should be read when you're at your best. Continue mining tonight. I'm going to bed first. Under a sky filled with stars, the star train sped through the Dusk Coast area at breakneck speed. 81 level 20 Viper unmanned fighters, with permanent endurance, followed closely behind the train, like a protective escort. At that moment, the train was quite quiet. Most people had already fallen asleep. Only a few were still active, but they were moving discreetly, trying not to disturb others. Inside the train, messages flashed across the dim control panel screen. 12 level 4 iron mines within range. Skip this. Prioritize level 5 iron mines. 11 level 4 iron mines within range. Skip this. Prioritize level 5 iron mines. 13 level 4 iron mines, and 1 level 5 iron mine within range, but a train is already mining. Skip this. Prioritize level 5 iron mines. Withdraw? Skip this. The train has stopped mining and departed. The level 5 iron mine has become an abandoned level 5 iron mine. Prepare for mining. Under the night sky, the star train slowly stopped near a level 5 iron mine. After landing steadily on the ground, bursts of puffing could be heard. The doors of car 10 opened, and thousands of mining robots, pickaxes in hand, stepped off the train in a remarkably mechanical manner, heading towards the mine. The entire scene was quite shocking in the night. Xiao Ai resolutely carried out the instructions Chen Meng had left before he fell asleep. But, somewhere in the dusk coast, a man in the train compartment, feeling a chill on his back, looked back, a man who had survived a disaster. He breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the 81 fighter jets hadn't caught up with him. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly, otherwise he would have been buried with that level 5 iron ore. Level 5 iron ore was rare, but it was nothing compared to his life. If he hadn't possessed a special accessory that could detect the information of other train components, he might have had to endure it. After all, he wasn't weak. But when he saw the train, equipped with level 19 armor and 81 level 20 Viper unmanned fighter jets, he was completely stunned. Was this the power a red zone train should have? Without a word, he ran. He glanced at the train radio, hesitating slightly whether to spread the news. He had been in the red zone for a long time, and had seen almost every train in that area. This was clearly a newly upgraded train. And it had been upgraded to level 18 in one go. A newly upgraded train. He thought about it, and decided to talk to a few of his closest train conductors about this. It was so illogical. How did a green-grade accessory like carriage steel armor get upgraded to level 19? Upgrading a carriage to level 19 required 16 Murphy stones. The train had 14 carriages and a locomotive, meaning 240 Murphy stones were needed. 240 Murphy stones, goodness. You think Neon City is yours, and that there's an unlimited supply of Murphy stones? Just then, the man froze in place, an unbelievable possibility flashing through his mind. His voice trembled slightly as he said, God of Wealth, can you help me check the surveillance footage to see if there's any footage of the side of that train? I remember seeing spray paint on the side. Okay, conductor. Inside the train, a quick, mechanical sound echoed. God of Wealth was the name he'd given his AI. Quick, the surveillance footage replay appeared on the console screen. Slowly playing frame by frame, a slightly blurry image of the side of the train emerged on the screen. Hack everything star. Damn it! The man swallowed the saliva that rose in his mouth and shakily lit a cigarette. What a coincidence. Neon City has been very popular in their area lately, and he'd been there several times. Many items in the mechanical train parts store were labeled supplied by the Star Train. The star tickets in Neon City are also named after stars. Many people secretly suspected that this Neon City might belong to the Star Train. This wasn't just due to these coincidences, but more importantly, they had all been to adventure maps, but none were as user-friendly as Neon City. User-friendly, as if it were managed and operated by multiple people. He had never imagined he'd see the Star Train in real life. It was just a bit too overbearing. He was mining the mines there, and you insisted on stealing them. Couldn't you just find another mine? But he checked the information on his train's components on the control panel. It seemed the other train had impressive power, a completely different level. I finally found a level 5 mine. The man's voice was tinged with tears, and he was unwilling to give in. Why? You're so powerful. Why aren't you looking for a new level 5 mine? Why are you bullying him? Just because you're powerful, you can bully others at will. Is there any justice in the world? In his unwillingness, he turned on the train radio and told a few friends the news. Tell everyone to be careful. If you see the star coming to rob the ore, run away. Don't risk your life for a little iron ore. With level 19 armor and 81 level 20 Viper drones, perhaps only a few of the top fighters in the red zone can hold their own. Everyone else will struggle. Director Zhang. Old Pig frowned slightly, looking at the script in his hand. After a long silence, he spoke. Can you tell me why you wanted to write this script? No problem. Zhang Yuan said excitedly. I'm the only one making movies on the Star now. I believe movies should be diverse, not just focusing on one genre, but on many. This is a great script I came up with these past few days. It's a thriller. After much difficulty, the protagonist finally escapes from a female ghost wearing embroidered shoes and returns safely to her family. Everyone gathers to celebrate and presents the protagonist with a cake with candles. The surviving protagonist looks at his family and friends with gratitude. As he blows out the candles, he notices from the corner of his eye that all of them are wearing embroidered shoes. How's it? Isn't it quite charming? Old Pig handed the script back to Zhang Yuan and sighed softly. It's indeed quite charming. Is writing scripts this easy for you today? You're constantly inspired. This script is unfilmable. I hate thrillers and romances. And you know I love watching movies. I watch every one of yours. This one is definitely not going to happen. The last time I asked you to do it, I was like, I'm a movie lover. How's filming going on with that zombie movie? It's almost done. Zhang Yuan hurriedly pointed to the filming crew nearby and said, hesitating for a moment before whispering, Captain Pig, I have something to tell you. My crew is short-staffed, and I like to hire some people. Then I can pay them. But I don't have any other means of profit, so I was thinking, could we try charging for movies? Set the ticket price at 0.1 stellar coupon or something, and do a pilot program? No. Old Pig shook his head and rejected the idea. Promoting the development of a free market economy within the train is a very complex matter. It needs to be viewed dialectically. Forget about the market economy. The filming location, the space gate, the holographic images, and all the props you're using are all from the Stellar. Why should I give it to you for free? Don't you have to pay? And if you enjoy the protection of the Star during the apocalypse, don't you have to pay too? It's impossible to promote a market economy in a short period of time. Don't even think about it, especially with so many residents being laid off recently. Everyone is anxious to find a suitable job in Neon City. Who has the energy to spend money on a movie? Let's talk about this later. I go somewhere else. Zhang Yuan looked at Lao Zhu's departing back and hurriedly added, when the new film comes out, I hope you, Captain Zhu, can watch it and give me some advice. After Lao Zhu completely left the film and television base, he sighed softly, lit a cigarette, and remained lost in thought for a long time. All this time, he had actually been thinking about something. His resident number was very low, 5122, which was not a good sign. He usually interacted with many of the senior members of the Star, so he actually had his own judgment and opinions on the situation on the Star. From now on, the most important thing on the Star is the resident number. The higher the number, the higher the status. So, he actually wanted to try and get his resident number moved up. Normally, this would be impossible. One person gets one position, otherwise, no one would trade with you for this. But, as far as he knew, when the Star was in the green zone-shaped plane, a thug died. That thug's number was 78, and with his death, that number became vacant. He wanted to get this number, but he was a little lost, mainly because there was no precedent for it on the train. He tried to get the number, but it was completely unreliable. Daybreak arrived. As the sun rose, Chen Meng also climbed out of bed. He stood by the bed, dressed, and gazed out the window at the mining robots that had been working all night. Then, after washing up, he sat in a chair, lit a cigarette, and began to check the train log. The entire routine had become a habit. As long as he woke up and went through this routine every day, he would feel the comfort of being in a safe zone. If he couldn't follow this routine one morning, he would feel a little uncomfortable. It's like a hotel mattress that's obviously cleaner and softer than one at home, but it just doesn't have the same comforting feeling as home. People are meant to stay in their own doghouse. No matter how messy or bad it is, it's still good. After the train expansion, the train compartment had increased significantly. From the initial discomfort, he had now completely gotten used to it. Get ready to upgrade. Chen Meng rubbed his hands, a glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes, as he prepared to welcome the supermodel effect of his level 20 armor. Just then, Master Meng, Xiaofeng, standing nearby, cautiously approached with a bowl of steaming noodles and placed it on the table. This is breakfast for today. Chen Meng was slightly taken aback as he looked at the noodles on the table. It had been a long time since he had seen new food on the train. A bowl of steaming scallion oil noodles, smeared with chopped green onions and scallion oil, a poached egg half hidden within the noodles, its delicate fragrance filling the air. There was also a small bowl of scallion sauce on the side. Master Meng, if you think the flavor isn't strong enough, you can add some scallion sauce. Did you make this? Try it. Chen Meng rolled up his sleeves and took the chopsticks from Xiaofeng. With some anticipation, he sat down on a chair, gazing at the bowl of scallion oil noodles on the table. He blew on a piece of chopsticks, then put it into his mouth, chewing slowly. His eyes lit up slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It tastes good. He then picked up his chopsticks and devoured the noodles. In just a few minutes, he finished the entire bowl of noodles and drank the entire bowl in soup. The noodle soup, spiced with the scallion oil, was incredibly salty and fragrant, and paired with a little egg shavings, it was incredibly delicious. Good. Chen Meng put his bowl and chopsticks aside with some satisfaction. He looked at Xiaofeng beside him with a cheerful mood. He suddenly found Xiaofeng very pleasing to the eye today. You can do this too? I didn't do it before. Last time, Master Meng, you told me you wanted me to learn how to cook, so I did. I was just saying it casually. Forget it. Where did the noodles and green onions come from on the train? How come I didn't know they even existed on the train? Master Meng. Xiaofeng stepped forward, clearing the bowl and chopsticks, and whispered, You're standing too high up, looking too far ahead. You almost forgot where you're standing. Neon City sees tens of millions of stellar vouchers flowing through it every day. That's a huge number. You, Master Meng, are always thinking about the big things. I don't have much ability, and I can't see very far ahead. Last night, I borrowed some stellar vouchers from Sister Choo Choo and the others. I bought some green onions, noodles, and seasonings in Neon City to make this bowl of scallion oil noodles. It cost over 800 stellar vouchers. It's a shame I didn't save up that many stellar vouchers. Otherwise, I could have bought some ginger, cucumber shreds, and other things to make you a bowl of noodles with soybean paste. Chen Meng was slightly taken aback, his eyes softening as he looked at Xiaofeng. Put that bowl of uneaten scallion sauce in the refrigerator. I'd be having it for lunch again. I make a few more next time. I can't get enough. After Xiaofeng left, Chen Meng lit a cigarette, looked at the control panel, tapped his knuckles on the table, exhaled a long puff of smoke, and said calmly with a hint of nostalgia, Shall I? You said there are so many people coming in and out of Neon City every day. Why hasn't anyone thought of buying some food there and making something good for me? I didn't think of that. Don't these people want to come either? Conductor. From inside the train, Xiao Ai's helpless voice echoed. Perhaps no one has realized that your daily food allowance is actually similar to that of the residents. Everyone. I assume you're eating better. After all, old Pig Biozzi and the others often only see you once every few days. If they don't know, then you don't know either? I'm an AI, I don't need to eat, I have no idea. Chen Meng pondered for a moment, and then said, Appoint Xiaofeng as the Internal Affairs Supervisor, fully responsible for the train room, with the right to enter the train room at any time and mobilize some resources. Increase her salary to level 2 senior talent. Reimburse Xiaofeng for the food she just bought. Yes. Internal affairs seemed to be in the care of Old Pig. But while Old Pig was good at train internal affairs, he wasn't as attentive to details as Xiaofeng, especially regarding his eating habits. In Carriage 5, Yin Yao looked at the information that popped up on her iris chip with some bewilderment. All train announcement, personnel changes. Resident number 99, Xiaofeng appointed as Internal Affairs Supervisor, responsible for all miscellaneous tasks within the train interior. She enjoys partial resource allocation rights and receives the same benefits as a level 2 senior talent. After a long moment, Yin Yao looked at Ji Choo Choo, a bit dazed. Sister Choo Choo. If I remember correctly, Xiaofeng borrowed her star certificates from us, right? How did she get promoted? Using our money to run her business? Ji Choo Choo looked down at her manicure, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. After a moment, she forced a smile and looked out the window. Men, either satisfy them from above or below. Apparently, Xiaofeng's cooking is pretty good. Just then, the door to carriage number 5 opened, and Xiaofeng trotted over excitedly. Sister Choo Choo, Master Meng said the scallion oil noodles I just learned to make are delicious, and he wants them for lunch. I'd like to especially thank Sister Choo Choo and Sister Yan Yao for lending me the star voucher, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make this bowl of noodles. Sister Fang, what are you talking about? Ji Choo Choo was the first to greet her, embracing Xiaofeng's shoulders and smiling. Don't call me Sister Choo Choo anymore. Just call me Xiao Choo. Sister Choo Choo, please don't be like that. I have to thank you for teaching me so much. In my heart, you always be my sister. After this little interlude, Chen Meng, sitting at the control panel, glanced at the screen. As 800 million units of iron ore were crushed and integrated into the carriage, the green-grade accessory carriage steel armor finally reached level 20 armor, immune to all level 20 attacks. And, once again, it gained a brand new supermodel effect. Carriage steel armor level 20 supermodel effect. The surface is coated with an ion coating, allowing the car to quickly repair itself when damaged. Not bad. The armor's level 5 and level 10 supermodel effects are both quite good. The level 5 supermodel effect grants immunity to corrosion from liquids, fog, and other sources, while the level 10 supermodel effect halves the upgrade cost. This supermodel effect saves the Starship billions of units of iron ore. Without this supermodel effect, upgrading from level 19 to level 20 would require not 800 million units of iron ore, but 1.6 billion. That's an astronomical figure. 16 level 5 iron mines are required. If the Starship didn't have so many other sources of iron ore, it's unclear how long it would take to stay at Dust Coast to gather that much iron ore. To accumulate 1.6 billion units of iron ore, at least 20 level 5 iron mines would have to be mined. It's not like you can just mine and use it. Just like someone earning 10,000 yuan a month, if they can save 50,000 yuan a year, they're already a genius. If they can save 100,000 yuan, they're a god. If they can save 120,000 yuan, they're like a wandering Pichio in the park, always taking in money but never giving it away. He was quite satisfied with the quick repair effect. A while ago, in the Dead Trees Reborn map, the rear half of the star train was damaged. He used mechanical nano spiders to repair it. With this supermodel effect, it will automatically repair itself. Most importantly, this quick repair doesn't require iron ore consumption. It's a built-in effect of the ion coating. This also means that, assuming the vision reappears, even if the train is in that kind of crisis again, even if the armor level is lower than the monster level, the quick repair can extend the train's armor's durability for a considerable period of time. If paired with mechanical nanospiders, the repair speed would be faster, allowing it to last longer, perhaps even directly compete. Very nice supermodel effect, he quite liked it. After upgrading his armor, Qin Meng picked up the walkie-talkie beside him and prepared to contact Erden. He didn't plan to stay in Twilight Coast for long, heading straight for the golden area as fast as possible, but can't get through? He tried a few more times, only to confirm that the other party was convinced he couldn't reach him before putting down the walkie-talkie. He must have wandered into some adventure map. That's pretty efficient. It had only been a night, and he had already found the adventure map. He simply left a message for Erden, asking him to come to Neon City directly after leaving the adventure map. He had left some Murphy stone there for Erden to use on his armor upgrades, and as for the iron or resources, he would discuss them once Erden returned. How much of that level 5 iron ore is still missing? Qin Meng tilted his head to look out the window at the mining robots still busy at work. It was just dawn. All things were reviving. We estimate we'd be finished in 30 minutes. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train cabin. Yes. Qin Meng nodded, then glanced at the galaxy map on the screen again and whispered, "Are there any differences from yesterday?" This galaxy map spanned 100,000 light-years. An incredibly long distance. It's difficult for the human brain to discern the difference between today and yesterday, especially at a glance, where much of the information is abbreviated. One must zoom in on a corner of the map to see more. Of course there are differences, but they're not drastic, like many stars constantly shifting. There aren't any black holes, nor any stars on the brink of collapse. Perhaps it's because the area near the Zerg civilization's base is so clean. The surroundings have been thoroughly cleared. Qin Meng didn't speak, merely staring at the screen on the left side of the galaxy map and falling silent. The Zerg civilization's territory, displayed on the galaxy map alone, spanned over 30,000 light-years. This was only a portion. The total territory was surely much larger. We had to get to the mining planet as soon as possible. The galaxy map was fascinating. Even half an hour of looking at it wouldn't bore him. Slowly zooming in, each glance deepened his concrete impression of the civilizations beyond the universe. Half an hour passed quickly. All the mining robots returned to the miner's base and carriage 10 in an orderly fashion. The train set sail again. This time, instead of using magnetic levitation wheels, it switched to bunny clouds and flew deep into the ocean. There were 2 golden areas connected to the Dust Coast. One was located on a huge island deep in the ocean. The other was located north of the Dust Coast, where a mountain range lay. He yearned for the sea more. So he chose to head for the golden area, Deep Sea Island. After flying about 10,000 meters, he saw a huge light curtain ahead, with 4 huge characters written on it. Without stopping, he passed through it and entered the Golden Area. Deep Sea Island. The area ahead is the Golden Area, Deep Sea Island. Monsters up to level 21 can exist. The current train level is level 18, so the risk factor is high. Please be careful. Sitting inside the train, Jin Meng looked out the window at the turbulent waves and chuckled. Plans can never keep up with change. During his time in the Purple Zone Stone Man, the Red Zone had left a deep impression on him. Each train had powerful firepower, and each had its own unique capabilities. He made numerous preparations to survive safely in the Red Zone. But when he was truly ready to enter the Red Zone, he discovered he was already invincible. He hadn't even spent more than 2 days there before embarking on another journey. This might be life. Things you once thought were difficult, when you fully prepared to face them, turn out to be far less difficult, even somewhat easy. He loved the sea. It always held a fatal romance. But now, the sun was high in the sky, mid-morning, and he could clearly see the deep blue sea, with scattered seagulls. He preferred the sea at night. That pitch-black darkness. The despairing oppression of not seeing a soul or land around. The sea breeze ravaged his body, robbing him of warmth. All he could hear was the roar of the waves. He tried to moisten his dry, cracked lips with saliva, but the taste of sea salt only made him thirstier. He loved this feeling of despair. That is, he stayed on the train. He loved savoring this feeling of despair. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as wonderful or engaging. Just like the difference between some forms of torture and torture, the lack of a safe word might be the difference. If torture could have a safe word, I'm sure many people would still be willing to try it. Conductor, do you like the ocean? I like it. Then you're in luck. What do you mean? Inside the train, Xiao Ai said, there's a planet 2.3 light-years from Aquamarine. It's 100% ocean. You probably like it, Captain. We can go visit it later. I consider it. Jin Meng laughed, suddenly looking forward to his future interstellar journey. Leaving now? At the edge of the Dusk Coast, a train stopped beside a cliff. The man inside the train looked bewilderedly at the direction of the departing star. They had just entered the Dusk Coast yesterday and robbed him of a level 5 mine. And then they didn't even stop by. Heading straight to the Golden Area, at least you could grab a few more level 5 mines. This made him feel a little more balanced. At least, he wasn't the only one being robbed. Why did you only rob him, and then walk away without even looking back? Was he just unlucky enough to run into this? But the man frowned, thinking, this clearly wasn't a normal train. Logically, when a normal train enters an area, the first thing it does isn't to rob others, or right? And the second thing isn't to go straight to a higher level area, right? It looks a bit like a speedrunner. Could it be? He nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps the speedrunner had restarted the game, and was trying to speedrun from the white area to the colorful area. He had thought he was already top tier globally, but it was clear he wasn't even on the same level as the stellar. That must be the reason, right? That was good. No one robbed him of his iron or after that. We're here. After advancing about 100,000 meters, Jin Meng's expression gradually grew serious. He sat in a chair and gazed at the massive island not far away. Dense jungle surrounded the center of the island, surrounded by a barren beach, like a bald head. Huh? Looks familiar. The island was home to quite a few humans. At a glance, they were densely packed, at least 10,000 or 20,000. If he hadn't known about the apocalypse, he might have thought he arrived at a resort. On the land surrounding the island, numerous wooden cabins and tents had been built. From time to time, trains could be seen emerging from the sea like fish around the island. Is this the Golden Zone? Jin Meng frowned slightly, glancing at the radar. He had assumed the Golden Zone would be sparsely populated, but he hadn't expected so many people and so many trains. How come those trains were all level 1? And why weren't there even a single monster? Could it be that the Golden Zone is a peaceful zone? That shouldn't be the case, because he clearly saw on the resource detection radar that both on the seabed and on the islands, there were abundant level 5 ores, and even several level 6 mines. That one level 6 iron mine was equivalent to 1 billion units of iron, or guarding a mountain of gold, yet not even a level 2 train exists. What's the difference between you and Lu Xiaohui? He's seen this island before. He once had Mondo use the mechanical eye to randomly teleport to other areas, and one of the images was of this area. He just didn't know it was a Golden Zone at the time. Full of doubt, Jin Meng slowly flew the star train over the island and landed on a desert. The survivors scattered below. Boom! The train slowly crashed to the ground. The door of guard car number 7 opened, and Biazi and the others quickly disembarked, their faces grim as they pointed their guns at the survivors. Several black hole-armed robots followed suit, taking up armed alert. Then, Chen Mang took the elevator from the train compartment to the ground level. He looked at the nearby crowd of residents, their eyes tinged with anticipation and trepidation, gazing at them anxiously. His brow furrowed. Strange, really strange, this place is so strange. Everyone was wearing clothing made of wild animal fur. They looked like savages. He had seen many train conductors who treated their slaves poorly, but even the worst wouldn't be so stingy as to forge a single set of clothing for their slaves. One set of clothing only cost 1 unit of wood, and the center of the island would require several level 5 lumberyards. That's enough to make tens of millions of sets of clothing. This wood has no other use, so why would you bother making a whole set of clothes? Xiao Ai, who was standing beside him, spoke through the external speakers, echoing across the island. Those with a say, stepped forward. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes turned to a middle-aged man at the back of the group. This man was also wearing a fur coat. He took a deep breath before stepping out from the crowd and approaching Chen Mang with a serious expression. My name is Chen Guanping, a professor at Shihai University. For the past 2 years since the crisis, I've been leading everyone through this. Everyone respects me, so I'm considered someone with a say. Excuse me, everyone. Is this aid sent by the federal government? Aid? Biazi and the others standing nearby exchanged glances, each seeing the bewilderment in their eyes. What an archaic term. They hadn't heard the words federal government aid in ages. Chen Mang looked the middle-aged man in front of him up and down, confirming he wasn't carrying any special items, and didn't appear to be mentally ill. Then he whispered, the end of the world is coming, did you know that? We know that nearly 2 years ago, when the apocalypse arrived, many of us suddenly fainted and woke up in this very place. I haven't seen anyone else since then. Which train are you the conductor of? How many slaves do you have? Conductor? The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm not a conductor, and I don't know what slaves are. There's so much iron ore in the center of the island. Why aren't you mining it? There's no level 1 ore. We only have level 1 pickaxes, so we can't mine it. Chen Mang fell silent after hearing this. This made sense. If they were randomly transported to this golden area after the apocalypse, it would be quite absurd. Without being able to mine a single ore, there's no point guarding a mountain of gold. Is the world outside quiet now? The middle-aged man asked tentatively, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It's almost quiet now, isn't it? In a few days, they'll all be dead. Chen Mang's gaze passed over the middle-aged man and pointed at the steel cans scattered on the ground not far away. What are those? These cans looked familiar to him. There were cracked holes in the bottoms, and they looked like large amoxicillin bottles, completely black. He now had 2 on the train. One was found by Biazi while collecting waste in the city. Some livestock had been hiding inside. The other was found by Erden in the village of Zombie Basin. Some survivors have been found inside. This thing is quite large. It can also block radar detection. He tried it, but even with his now level 100 enemy radar, it still couldn't detect the creatures hiding in the jar. He kept it as a treasure. So there were hundreds of them on the beach? Oh, leader, are you talking about those? The middle-aged professor glanced back before hastily explaining. When we suddenly appeared on this island, we had no food. We found many broken cans on the beach, and from them, slimy insect eggs were leaking. It was a terrifying sight. But when we were starving, these eggs were a great tonic. The eggs were huge. Some were the size of a fist, some were the size of an ostrich egg, and some were even as big as a refrigerator. Some people had lighters in their pockets, so we all got together and cut wood on the island for the eggs to eat. That's how we survived. Later, we used these steel cans to make pickled fish and other things to preserve food. He was a little unsure of their identities. They didn't look like military personnel, and the train, like a long, mechanical dragon, didn't look like Federation technology. It looked more like an upgraded version of the train they built using the train order. But he remained respectful. After all, the Gatling guns in the hands of those robots and the burly men were no joke. They were genuine carbon-based biodestroyers. One volley of bullets. No one present would survive. Chen Mang was silent for a long moment before pulling a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and exhaling a puff of smoke. Didn't you eat the dead? No, it's all protein. How could it kill someone? How did it taste? There was meat inside. The texture was good, but I couldn't tell what kind of meat it was. It had a rather fishy taste. Later, we dried some sea salt, and it tasted better. Although untreated sea salt isn't suitable for long-term use, we didn't care at the time. After you killed the insect eggs, did they drop anything? Like Murphy's stone or a token? No. Very good. Chen Meng nodded slightly and said softly, "You guys managed to survive the wilderness on the Doomsday train." He finally understood the purpose of that steel can. He also finally understood why there were no monsters on the island in this golden area. There were only a few monsters in the sea. That steel tank was used to transport the insect eggs, ensuring they landed safely on the planet from outside. Upon impact, the tank shattered, and the eggs spilled out, ready to claim their throne. But, unfortunately, by some strange twist of fate, all the insect eggs on this isolated island were roasted and eaten by these starving survivors. This was a way of nipping the threat in the bud. Otherwise, if even one monster hatched, not a single survivor would have survived on this deserted island. We can only be thankful that the sea monsters didn't attack the island, otherwise, this place would have been wiped out too. With the whole world fleeing for its life, this group of people have taken up wilderness construction here, and it's unclear whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. He pointed to the wooden houses not far away. Did you build those houses too? Chapter 290. Yeah. The middle-aged professor nodded and explained, "You need a shelter in the wild, so we built some. The axes should come from the axe production line, right? Without resources, how did you forge your axes? Without axes, we slowly sharpened stones. We felled trees, trimmed off branches, and finally built our shelters. It was time-consuming, but stranded on this deserted island, time is what we have the most." The middle-aged man recalled the past, looked at Chen Meng, and said hoarsely, "To be honest, we initially thought. We all traveled through time together, thinking we were no longer on Blue Water Planet. It just so happened that movies before and after the apocalypse all had this novel element of time travel. Later, we chatted and realized we were all from Blue Water Planet. We figured it wouldn't be a collective time travel. What's the situation out there now? Can we still go back? Has the government rebuilt? Do I still need to pay off my mortgage before the apocalypse?" "No." Chen Meng looked at the train not far away and whispered, "No mortgages need to be paid, and the government is long gone. Old Pig, come over and tell him about the situation out there." Then he strode back into his train. He slowly pushed the joystick, and under everyone's astonished gaze, he soared through the air, hurtling towards the depths of the island. This was the first time he had seen such an area. It was quite possibly the safest area on the entire planet. Even a baby or toddler placed there might have a chance of survival. The high quality, or in the center of the island, if no one wanted it, would have been his. Only after close contact. He then realized that the trains constantly descending into the sea lacked any deep-sea shields, the waterproof coverings used to protect them, nor did they have special wheels, like propellers, to allow them to navigate the water. No accessories at all. Just primitive locomotives. Several trains were parked on the shore. Then, using vines to form a rope, they dropped one train into the sea. Inside, they placed some bait to lure fish, and then, as the train on shore started moving, they pulled the train ashore. A slightly eerie fishing net. The star train quickly landed in the center of the island. 10,000 mining robots, carrying pickaxes, descended from carriage 10 in an orderly fashion, quickly arriving at their workstations and beginning their tasks. It was a good deal for him. All the mines were in a state of refresh, and no one else could dig except him. Chen Meng stepped down from the train compartment and leaned against the train, gazing at the towering forest around him. He lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and remained silent, his expression calm. The forest was filled with the chirping of birds, and from time to time, squirrels could be seen perched on treetops, nibbling nuts. Perhaps because there were no monsters, this area was extremely teeming with animals, while animals elsewhere had been largely devoured by monsters. The entire forest seemed vibrant with life. He was pondering a question. Should these survivors be brought aboard the star? Approximately 10,000 people? The star certainly had no shortage of survivors at this stage, but in the future, he would need a large number of them. 10,000 wouldn't be enough. If possible, he would want over 100 million. Providing him with dream stones was the bare minimum. He desired a civilization of his own. However, these survivors had never experienced the cruelty of an apocalypse, and had no understanding of its circumstances. They were likely to take the benefits aboard the star for granted and act unreasonably. "Conductor." At this moment, Xiao Ai, who had stepped off the train, spoke up, "We can't afford to avoid doing something simply because we're worried about minor consequences. We solve problems as they arise. The overall direction is still correct." Chen Meng tilted his head to glance at Xiao Ai, nodded slightly, and remained silent, his mind already made up. There were still many survivors and trains on planet Aquamarine. He was considering whether to resort to force measures, bringing everyone aboard the star slowly, or to adopt a voluntary approach, allowing everyone to choose whether to join the star. Many train conductors were unwilling to live under someone else's roof. It seemed that the news of the Zerg civilization would need to be spread soon. If there was enough panic, the star would be the only salvation. After making his decision, he stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray Xiaofang was holding beside him, and tilted his head to look at Xiaoyai. Don't just focus on mining. Get the residents out to work. Let's clear this island out in a few days. Pick up all these trees, and the birds, squirrels, monkeys, and even earthworms. I'd build a higher-level space portal later, and get some of those fish and other things from the sea. Those are sea fish. Then get some seawater, or find a way yourself. Chen Mang patted Xiao Ai's shoulder with a serious expression. If there's a problem, solve it. This isn't a big deal. When we leave Blue Water Planet, we might never see these things again. The entire eco-park is out. Even if other planets have these, they certainly won't look as friendly as the ones on Blue Water Planet. Go ahead. Oh, forget about those who've found jobs in Neon City. Let those who haven't found work go out and work. The Aussie squatted on the ground, looked at the middle-aged professor squatting before him, and pointed at several trains not far away. You have quite a few trains, don't you? Without iron or to make energy stones, what will you do if you run out of energy stones? Use them to build houses or fish baskets, and then build another train. You have quite a few train orders. Busey glanced around in surprise. You don't even have a monster here. Where did you get the train orders? I picked them up. I found them in the forest in the center of the island. I found them? He looked up at the forest in the center of the island. Were train orders so easy to find these days? Then he stood up, his hands in his pockets, and looked at the survivors before him, sighing, poor children. Although these people had lived safely in the apocalypse for nearly 2 years, but a new world is about to be opened up by the star. These people have also lost the opportunity to make their mark in that new world. Leader. The middle-aged professor's voice trembled slightly. Out there. Is the world outside truly destroyed? Yes, it's the real deal. Busey casually took a piece of watermelon from Shanmazi and took a big bite before casually saying, at least 2/3 of the population of Blue Water Planet has died, maybe even more. Almost everyone is dead. Blue Water Planet will explode in a few years. Out there in the universe, we're still right behind the Zerg civilization's headquarters. It's a crisis at every step. What is Zerg civilization? How can I explain it to you? It's so complicated. It feels like I'm starting over again. Anyway, it's basically over. Doomsday, the end of the world, you know? Our star is the strongest train, so we'd be fine. If we were, we'd all be dead. Inside the train. Inside Resident Space 1. The mouse stood solemnly in the center of the pavilion, gazing at the cyber miners seated in a circle. His voice hoarse, the cyber mine has been open for a while now, and I've dug up 3 level 9 ores by myself. It's also the highest yield. Here, I want to tell you a little story. Before the apocalypse, there was an extremely brutal war. It was a war between various nations many years ago. During that war, due to the severance of transportation routes, many wounded soldiers on the front lines couldn't receive timely medical treatment, leaving them wailing in agony in the rear. At that time, only immediate injections of painkillers could alleviate their pain. But there were no painkillers at all? At that time, an officer suggested giving each wounded a glucose injection, but deceiving them that it was a painkiller. Guess what happened? The wounded actually felt no pain at all. They all survived until the medicine arrived, and their survival rate increased significantly. Damao paused, then scanned each face again from within the pavilion. Let me tell you another story. A long time ago, when medicine was not very advanced, there was a disease with a cure rate of only 3%. Then a highly respected doctor claimed to have developed a miracle drug with a cure rate of 60%. We invited 100 patients to try the drug. The cure rate reached 72%. But the miracle drug the doctor prescribed was actually just ordinary candy. It's just that the patients thought they were taking the miracle drug and their bodies healed on their own. There are countless examples like this. Damao walked to a nearby chair and sat down. This is the power of faith. The human body is a truly miraculous entity, especially the faith within our minds. It can even conjure up things from thin air, alter reality, and be difficult to pin down. For example, when you're driven by a strong sense of conviction to do something, even if you encounter many setbacks at first, as long as you persevere with absolute conviction, you definitely reap the rewards. We are the last group of miners aboard the starship. Since the advent of mining robots, many residents have lost their jobs, leaving them with no way to earn stellar tickets. We're guaranteed 1 stellar ticket per day, And if we dig up something, we even receive a 1,000 stellar ticket bonus. Before you enter your dreams, tell yourself, I can definitely get it out. I can definitely get it out. I can definitely get it out. Engineer the power of this faith into your mind. This is my experience. Do you understand? The surrounding cyber miners exchanged a slightly hesitant glance, feeling that this sounded a bit like theology. At this moment, a young man nearby weakly raised his hand. I brought out the fourth piece of ore. I have some experience, and my methods are similar to Brother Demouse. I thought I'd make something today, and I didn't expect it to be. This can be considered the power of faith. Demouse looked at everyone seriously. Next time before entering the cyber mine, everyone, join me in deepening our faith. Outside the train. Old Pig frowned in thought. After a moment, he looked up at Demouse beside him. Your plan will cost the star a considerable amount of extra star vouchers. Yes, but I believe it will definitely be profitable. Demouse hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, as long as we set an example for everyone, it will deepen everyone's faith. Okay, I report to Master Meng. Wait for my news. Understood. Sitting inside the train, Qin Mang pondered. Demouse's point is, using faith to increase the probability of delivery, but the other cyber miners don't have enough faith, so we need to help them deepen their faith. While mining tonight, the idea is to place a piece of iron ore under the bed of 1 or 2 miners. Tell the miner that he dug it out. Let everyone know that this really works, and thus strengthen their faith, right? Very good. Interesting idea. Qin Mang smiled and said softly, you can give it a try. Don't come to me for things like those worth thousands or tens of thousands of star vouchers in the future. If my subordinates have ideas, let them try them out. The star has no shortage of these resources. Your role on the train isn't just a messenger. You have to make your own decisions. Understood. Old Pig was slightly taken aback, then quickly nodded in agreement. After Old Pig left, Qin Mang looked at the space gate accessory on the control panel screen. This is a yellow-grade accessory. The interior is a square space, 100 meters long and wide at level 1. Each level increases by 100 meters. The space gates in his train are generally 1,000 meters long and wide. Building a level 100 space gate requires 1.31 million units of iron ore, a price that's not too expensive and acceptable. After a moment's thought, he immediately built a level 100 space gate and placed it in Car 10. This was his 5th space gate in Car 10. After reaching level 100, the length and width reached 10,000 meters. This may not be intuitive. Let's be more specific. A level 100 space gate is equivalent to 14,000 football fields, approximately 1/10 the area of a 2nd or 3rd tier city. It takes an average adult 2 hours to walk 10,000 meters. After a short walk, it would be almost dawn. This is already a massively large-scale project. Without transportation, efficient movement is difficult. And all of the above. The price required is only 1.31 million units of iron ore, offering exceptional value for money, especially with the 3 supermodal effects. Space Gate Level 20 Supermodal Effect contains Earth oxygen, which can generate oxygen, but requires energy. Space Gate Level 50 Supermodal Effect. The soil within the Space Gate allows crops to grow faster and taste better. Space Gate Level 100 Supermodal Effect. The internal space is stable. When the Space Gate shatters, all living things within will be transported to another Space Gate within the train. All 3 supermodels are effective. There's no need to worry about how many oxygen concentrators he need for such a large area. And there's no need to worry about the level 100 supermodel effect, just in case trains 8 and 9 are destroyed, shattering the space gates in these 2 cars and burying all the residents. However, the resident space gates are level 10 and don't have this effect yet. Not yet. We can get a level 101 for the residents later. After all, if a level 100 space gate is to function as a residential area, it needs a lot of transportation facilities. Otherwise, those living in the innermost part will have to walk for an hour or 2 to reach the exit each time they leave the space gate. Qin Mang looked at the control panel. The yellow-grade space gate accessory requires 1.31 million units of iron ore to upgrade from level 1 to level 100, but 1 million units of iron ore to upgrade from level 100 to level 101. But the original length and width have also increased from 10,000 meters to 20,000 meters. Although each upgrade costs more, judging purely by the stats, the latter is actually more cost-effective. Very good. Qin Mang nodded slightly. Starting from level 100, the growth is essentially exponential. Accessories like green and yellow grades are definitely not considered high-end in the universe, where pink and rainbow accessories are the mainstream. However, if the stats can increase exponentially, then low-level accessories, like green and yellow, will also have their moment. Train. It is the primary means of mechanical civilization. Every civilization capable of leaving its home planet to participate in the war of civilizations actually utilizes the planet's core energy, but the means of utilization are different. Mechanical civilizations utilize trains, while Zerg civilizations utilize it somewhat like the flesh. I don't know how other civilizations used it. The mechanical civilizations have all been destroyed. On Blue Water Planet, there are adventure maps where you can obtain accessories. Without the adventure maps, he can only see where to find the colorful accessories. Shall I? Qin Mang paused, then spoke thoughtfully. A mechanical civilization should possess a considerable amount of Murphy Stone. Even though the amount required for upgrades beyond level 100 will be significantly greater, it's still possible to build a train with level 200 armor, right? Wouldn't that make them invincible? Not so. The AI's voice echoed from within the train. Murphy Stone, like core energy, isn't easy to obtain. Furthermore, a war between civilizations isn't just about a single train. The battle lines could span tens of thousands of light years at the shortest. Under such a battle line, even if a single train survives, civilization will have already collapsed, like rootless water, drifting through the universe like a wandering ghost. After all, a single train can't protect every planet. I understand. Qin Mang leaned back in his chair and said softly, "This further confirms my hypothesis. Civilizations shouldn't own territory, confining themselves to a single corner. They're simply wandering civilizations. Wherever the train goes, that's where the civilization goes. They can fight or flee, no need to engage in garrison warfare. Typically, trains can't accommodate many people, but if you can continuously upgrade your space gate, you can indeed achieve a civilization per train." 7 days later. For 7 days, the star train sat in the center of the island, mining. They had never mined so easily before, with no monsters to disturb them. It felt as safe as being in a novice zone, not at all like an advanced zone. The seabed itself is mostly deep, with the higher the level, the deeper it operates. The surface of the sea is generally devoid of monsters. The land doesn't interfere with the water either. It's truly safe and sound. 7 days is enough time for a lot to happen. The mining robots are toiling away day and night, non-stop, 24/7. Compared to cattle and horses, humans are still far behind robots in this regard. At this point, a total of 50,000 mining robots were hard at work. Initially, there were only 10,000 mining robots, but 3 of them were accidentally crushed by trees while mining, instantly becoming scrapped. Qin Mang didn't bother asking Xiao AI to repair them. Each one only yielded 2,500 units of iron ore, so why bother repairing them? It just so happened that they had dug up a lot of iron ore. Another 100 million units of iron ore were consumed on the spot, and another 40,003 mining robots were built. That made it a full 50,000 mining robots, working day and night to cut down trees in the center of the island. This efficiency is simply perfect. Forget level 4 ore, he even went after level 3 ore. Even the smallest ore is still meat. There's no level 2 ore, and the lowest level of mines in this area is level 3. The scene looks incredibly lively. This is my robot army. Qin Mang stood in the floor-to-ceiling window of the train compartment, overlooking the countless robots toiling outside. His lips curled slightly. He'd been in a good mood these past few days, with the constant flow of good news, turning his initial anxieties about the future into anticipation. As long as nothing unexpected happens. If the train maintains its current development rate, it will sooner or later be able to develop to the point where it can confront Zerg civilization. Good news is pouring in from the cyber mine as well. In the past 7 days, 3 units of level 9 iron ore have been obtained. This probability is much higher than before. It was normal to not get even 1 in 7 days. After following de Mao's method, the cyber miner's sense of conviction has grown stronger. Every one of them holds a pickaxe in their arms before falling asleep. This wasn't the case before. After all, what's the point of holding a pickaxe in real life when you're mining in a dream? But to strengthen their conviction, everyone is researching ways to increase their own. While it sounds a bit theological, it's truly feasible. Perhaps conviction is also a form of energy field that establishes a channel? Qin Mang pondered. He tried to explain this behavior, but he quickly found it difficult, at least with the information he knew so far. Anyway, it's good news for the star. Including Neon City, various data are rising steadily. Since opening daily, it has been operating for 7 consecutive days, and the total revenue for these 7 days is 240 million units of iron ore. While the average daily income isn't as good as before, the previous one was only open for a limited time each week, while now it's available every day. The latter still makes more money. And with the train captains recruiting new members and Mondo's diligent efforts, the number of train captains will continue to grow. Even Busey is receiving good news. All guard members can now pilot blue-grade Thunder mechas, and Busey himself can pilot a purple-grade Poke mecha. The mecha squad is officially formed, of course. In space, the existence of mech squads is meaningless. Just like the destruction of that civilization on the galaxy map a few days ago, there's no such thing as a ground invasion. If your planet lacks adequate defenses, all it faces is a single main gun blast, instantly melting it. Mech squads are mostly used to station troops on a planet or maintain internal order. Ground forces play almost no role in space. As for the scene of a single mech fighting a train in the rain, it's completely impossible. Even a high-grade mech would be humiliated against a train. They're completely on different levels. 50,000 mining robots, with extremely high mining efficiency, will completely mine all the mines on this island in 10 days, yielding a large amount of iron ore. After all, there are several level 6 mines here. That level 6 iron mine is worth 1 billion units of iron ore. I wonder if there's any level 7 iron ore in the pink and rainbow zones. Level 4 iron ore is 10 million units, level 5 iron ore is 100 million, and level 6 iron ore is 1 billion. If there's a level 7 mine in the rainbow zone, that should be 10 billion units of iron ore. 10 billion units of iron ore. Qin Mang sat in a chair, gazing at the nearly uprooted forest in the distance, and muttered, "Is there still a need to go to the mining planet? I think we can just stay in the rainbow zone, and wait for the mines to refresh. I think we get more resources there." The AI in the train cabin was silent for a moment before saying quietly, "On the train, Water Blue Planet is a habitable planet, and Mining Planet is a resource planet. The difference should be obvious from the names. When you go to the mining star, you understand why it's called a mining star. In the universe, mining stars are absolutely strategic resources. It's just that the mining stars near the blue water star are too inexperienced. Otherwise you, the train conductor, would have had the opportunity to witness an interstellar war firsthand." The scene was breathtaking. Countless wormholes appeared out of thin air, and from each wormhole emerged an army. They met with a barrage of firepower, and countless lives were lost at every moment. Is this from that AI database? You've definitely seen this? This is the real-time video from the rear. What happened next? The wormhole collapsed, and the video was disconnected. That's terrible. Upgrade first. Qin Mang glanced at the control panel screen. Aside from upgrading his armor, he would try not to spend iron ore on other components. He planned to save all the iron ore and use it in upgrading the colorful components once he reached the 7-colored area. That level 6 iron ore mine is worth 1 billion units of iron ore. He looked at the requirements for upgrading the train to level 19. Upgrade requirements. Consume 100,000 units of level 3 iron ore. All car components must be above level 300, have completed an S-level mission, and at least one gold-grade component must be upgraded to level 20. All requirements met. The train can be upgraded to level 19 at any time. There's something quite counterintuitive. Most people believe that upgrading a train should become increasingly difficult as it progresses, with the initial upgrade being the easiest. But in reality, upgrading a star train was the most difficult at the very beginning. Back then, if not for the resources provided by Master Kuan, he was essentially starting from scratch, with no foundation at all, and had to persevere bit by bit. As the train leveled up, it gained more resources. With this wealth of resources, the train upgraded much faster than at lower levels. 7 days ago, he had upgraded the train 3 levels in a row, and now he could upgrade again. He already fulfilled all the upgrade requirements long ago. He didn't really feel any hurdles coming. The accessories were over level 300. Isn't that insulting? 3 random white-grade accessories were already level 300. Upgrade. As 10 million units of iron ore melted into the train's carriages, a line of numbers appeared on the console screen again. Your train has reached level 19. More craftable accessories will be unlocked. Level 19 Star Train. An additional button appeared on the console, marking the new feature added after the train reached level 19. Civilization Inheritance. The button contained only 4 words, but pressing it revealed a wealth of information. Qin Mang frowned slightly, examining it carefully. This button wasn't so much a function, as it was a testament to the mechanical civilization. The information came from the input of the supreme leader of the mechanical civilization. Left behind a vast legacy. Upgrading the mechanical train to level 19 wouldn't have added any new functions. At the moment of its demise, the supreme leader of the mechanical civilization left behind a testament and a vast legacy within the train. A secret space nestled within a time rift, rich in resources. Unlike Princess Tutu. Princess Tutu's actions were personal, and she dispersed the resources, leaving a portion on each planet. The one left by the supreme leader of the mechanical civilization represents the final legacy of the mechanical civilization. To obtain the coordinates of this space, the prerequisite is to rebuild the mechanical civilization and declare war on the Zerg civilization. The information in the database conflicts. The AI's voice echoed from the train. The database states that the mechanical civilization, at the point of extinction, had run out of ammunition and food, practically depleted. They had no resources left. If they had any, they could have survived for a few more years, and wouldn't have been annihilated. Chen Mang remained silent. He recalled the sentence in the database. If any information received about the mechanical civilization conflicts with the information in the database should prevail. Assuming the database is true, then the Supreme Leader's claim of a huge legacy is likely a hoax, simply to create trouble for the Zerg civilization after his death. However, the mechanical civilization did do a good thing. Originally, the trains were a uniquely mechanical civilization tool. At the moment of their demise, they were made fully open source, distributing their tools to every corner of the universe. This allowed many civilizations to skip the research phase of core energy and directly inherit this tool. That is, a technological explosion. I believe the latter. Chen Mang lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the console screen. He whispered, even if the former is true, I don't want it. Rebuilding a mechanical civilization and declaring war on the Zerg civilization. Who would dare to do that without 9 lives? Declaring war? I can't declare war in this lifetime. Can't I just attack directly and stealthily? When the Zerg destroyed the heaven-slaying civilization, they didn't declare war or anything. They just went ahead and destroyed them with a single main gun blast, didn't they? Chapter 291. After the Star Train reached level 19, in addition to this additional function, it also gained 2 craftable accessories. Wheel Changer, a red-grade accessory requiring 50,000 units of iron ore. Special Material Research Line, a gray-grade accessory requiring 100,000 units of iron ore. This accessory is a special accessory and cannot be upgraded. There are only these 2 accessories. He was already familiar with the first one. He had obtained this red-grade accessory with a rare train order. It was very useful, allowing him to seamlessly change wheels. But the second one? Chen Mang frowned slightly, looking at the accessory panel. The effect is the ability to craft special materials. The prerequisite is having a sample of this material, which can be crafted by consuming iron ore. For example, a material called titanium alloy steel is definitely impossible to craft with the current train's capabilities. However, if a sample of this material is placed in the Special Material Research Line, it can be mass-produced by consuming iron ore. He froze in place, his mind almost instantly conjuring up scenarios for this accessory's use. Currently, the space receiver has 10 receivers, producing 4.8 million units of iron ore per day. The main limitation in manufacturing receivers is the material. If this special material can be mass-produced, that means receivers can be mass-produced. 10 receivers, with a daily mining output of 4.8 million units of iron ore. What about 100? 1,000? Or even 10,000 or 100,000? This accessory might not be very useful on other trains, but for him, it's a deadly killer, and this was the first gray accessory he encountered. Unable to upgrade? Somewhat skeptical, Chen Mang activated level 0 permissions, intending to force the upgrade. The next moment, you consume 2.7 million units of iron ore to upgrade the Specialty Material Research Line to level 10, and gain 2 supermodel effects. Specialty Material Research Line Level 5 Supermodel Effect. Crafting special materials consumes half the iron ore. Specialty Material Research Line Level 10 Supermodel Effect. Crafting special materials consumes half the iron ore. 2 consecutive supermodel effects that have the consumption. Is this not upgradable? Who said it can't be upgraded? The resources consumed for crafting and upgrading are essentially the same as upgrading red-grade accessories. Shall I? Is there any information about gray-grade parts in the database? Yes. Xiao AI's voice echoed from inside the train. Gray-grade parts are special parts, not included in the white to 7-color grades. All parts are created by scientists of the mechanical civilization. By sealing a specific weapon in a part's blueprint, they can be mass-produced quickly. For example, building a lithography machine consumes a lot of resources and is difficult to mass-produce. But you can seal it in a parts blueprint, allowing others to build a lithography machine without having to invest a certain amount of resources. Different parts consume different resources depending on their strength. The supermodel effect is inferred and completely random. The scientific name is cosmic empowerment. It actually means completely random and uncontrollable. When a component blueprint is created, no one knows what its supermodel effect will be. It exists randomly under the core energy. It may be strong, weak, or even non-existent. This is completely uncontrollable. The component blueprint at this time is called the original component image. After repeatedly replicating this component blueprint, it becomes the original component image we encounter. Initially, this replication will only be done on a small scale. Scientists in the mechanical civilization will use the copied component blueprint to create a component and upgrade it to level 10 or 20 to see what the supermodel effect is. If the supermodel effect is good, the original component image will be kept and released to the market for widespread use. If the supermodel effect is poor, the original component image will be destroyed and recreated. Create an accessory original image to obtain a random supermodel effect. Generally speaking, none of these colorful and white accessories receive this treatment. The process of testing supermodel effects requires Murphy's stone. White accessories don't require Murphy's stone to test for supermodel effects. It's fine as long as they work. Even if they don't, it doesn't matter. For example, even the mechanical civilization doesn't know what the level 100 supermodel effect of a refrigerator is. Because even the entire mechanical civilization, not even Princess Tutu, would upgrade a refrigerator to level 100, nor would anyone have the leisure to do so. Colorful accessories don't use Murphy's stone to test for supermodel effects. For scientists in the mechanical civilization to develop a weapon or accessory that's rated colorful grade requires a significant amount of resources and time, making it difficult to produce a second one in a short period of time. Therefore, even if the first one is sealed in the original accessory image and the supermodel effect is unsatisfactory, it won't be replaced in a short period of time. Perhaps it was because the information was overwhelming. Shall I pause before continuing? It's worth noting that the Doomsday Cannon, hailed as a beginner's artifact by all trains, was remade 43 times before randomly receiving 3 half-cost supermodel effects. This allowed it, with its blue-grade components, to rival or even surpass some yellow and even red-grade firepower components. The entire remake process consumed 645 Murphy stones, a significant expense even for a mechanical civilization. Mechanical civilizations develop numerous components simultaneously, and it's impossible to devote all resources to a single component. Qin Mang sat in his chair, pondering for a long moment before softly saying, "I basically understand. The supermodel effects of the original component image are completely random, and if you're not satisfied with the randomized supermodel effects, you can remake the original component image to rescreen the supermodel effects. And the biggest cost is the Murphy stone spent on detecting the supermodel effects of the original accessory image." Yes. If I can upgrade infinitely, can I ignore this cost? That's right. Theoretically, I can randomly generate a supermodel effect that perfectly meets the needs of the star, as long as I detect it enough times. That's right. Even for a firepower weapon with colorful accessories, as long as I detect it enough times, I can even ensure that its supermodel effects from level 5 to level 500 will reduce ammunition consumption by half. It's possible, Shao I continued, but the prerequisite is, we need a scientific research team like the mechanical civilization, a large number of scientific research chips, high computing power, rare materials, and a huge amount of experimental data, etc. This is a very troublesome task. Trouble? Qin Mang suddenly laughed. As for the research team, isn't the leader on the island a university professor? Research chips? Isn't that your little brother Xi one of them? Your computing power should be sufficient. If not, I upgrade you to level 500. Can't rare materials be forged through the specialty materials research line? Massive amounts of experimental data can be obtained from the ruins of mechanical civilizations. Although there are difficulties, there are ways. Of course not. Shao I said quietly, relying on a university professor from a lesser-known civilization for a research team is a bit far-fetched. What if he teaches philosophy? I'm talking about a large number of research chips. Currently, the Star Train only has one. My computing power, if I were to manage these things, would definitely be level 100. It's really not enough. The specialty materials R&D line can create rare materials, but it also requires material samples. This is very difficult to achieve. But there's always a chance. Chen Mang pondered for a moment and then said, there will be a chance to achieve this in the future. I leave this matter to you to lead. First, select some scientific researchers and train them based on the basic information in the database. Check how much iron ore is needed to create the materials for 10,000 receivers. At most 100. Xiao Ai explained, the space receiver can only have a maximum of 100 receivers. Any more would require an additional conversion device within the space receiver. Creating a conversion device is currently difficult to achieve. Then let's build 90 of them first. Did you mention what grade accessories are? Not yet. Xiao Ai continued, among all the accessories, there's a very special type called the grade accessory. In other words, it's a semi-failed item. It has a certain effect, but an unexpected error occurred during the blueprint creation process. This renders it incapable of upgrading and gaining supermodel effects. Really? Yes, that's normally the case. Yours is an exception, conductor. Grade accessories often have good effects, even at level 1, but they're extremely rare. After all, most grade accessories. They will all be recycled. Only a small number of great parts made from truly precious raw materials, and capable of delivering powerful effects even at level 1, will retain their original designs and be replicated and released into the market. Great parts are powerful at level 1, not because they're naturally that way. Only great parts that are already powerful at level 1 will be preserved, the rest will be recycled. Understood. Chen Mang let out a light breath, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in his chair, staring at the stream of information on the control panel screen. Perhaps due to fatigue from the past few days, he felt his eyelids growing heavier, and a drowsy feeling approached. He lay there in the chair. He sank into the back of the chair. This chair wasn't one you find at a dining table, but rather something like a spaceship chair, partially enclosed, effectively protecting the conductor even in the event of a collision. He drifted off into a daze. He fell asleep. In his dream, he didn't think about the original image of the accessories, only vaguely remembering his first love at 16. It was such a long-lost feeling. Back then, he still had the ability to truly love someone. Relationships after college are actually quite sad. Even if two people who meet and get along well with each other in society usually lose the ability to love someone with all their heart. Both of them had once had someone they loved with 100% of their heart. Just get by. That's enough. Xiaofeng, who was inside the train, came up and carefully covered Chen Mang with a blanket, then tiptoed back out again. What a scheming woman. Xiao Ai, in Carriage 2 Mechanical R&D Center, couldn't help but sigh at this. He checked the surveillance footage of Xiaofeng's interactions with everyone recently, and hadn't found anyone giving her advice or anything like that. Why did she feel so much more scheming? A bowl of scallion oil noodles, given directly to the conductor, was a delight, and he was immediately promoted to the second-level senior personnel status. Isn't this really a deliberate act, but a genuine desire to do so, pure and innocent? He didn't understand humans. But from an AI perspective, he felt that Xiaofeng's words on the train that day were a bit utilitarian. What did she mean by borrowing some star coupons to make this bowl of noodles? It sounded strange. He couldn't believe that the conductor didn't hear it, or that he heard it but didn't care. That's right. In the train, isn't everyone trying to curry favor with the conductor just to gain higher status and better treatment? Thinking this way, he felt so noble. He had no such thoughts at all. Xiao Ai shrugged in the mirror before heading off to the distant specialty materials R&D line, preparing to create a batch of materials for the receiver. The train conductor had said his shrug was awkward last time. This time, he tweaked it. It looked pretty good. Daybreak arrived. Chen Mang, waking from his chair, stepped into the shower to rinse before sitting back down. He lit a cigarette and glanced at the train logbook. He had fallen asleep in his chair again the previous night. The logbook contained nothing noteworthy. Only one thing. His progress in the order of civilization had increased significantly. Humanity's progress, 62% to 78%. Cultural progress, 77% to 89%. Military progress, 78% to 84%. Agriculture progress, 37% to 61%. Institutional progress, 87% to 92%. Once all 5 progress points have reached 100%, human civilization can be rebuilt. Of course, the civilization he rebuilds will definitely not be a level 1 civilization, as reaching that level is quite difficult, so this progress must be completed as quickly as possible. After rebuilding Blue Water Planet civilization, he will become the legitimate leader of this planet. He possesses authority that only leaders of many civilizations possess. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to take everyone on this planet away. There are at least hundreds of millions of survivors on this planet. Assuming 1 unit of iron ore per day is enough to provide the minimum daily food supply, this would require consuming hundreds of millions of units of iron ore daily. These survivors, brought aboard the train, have no ore to mine, and there aren't many jobs available in Neon City. It would simply be a waste. This is something he's been pondering. I don't know what to do with these survivors. How do other civilizations do it? Dreamstones alone? The increase in agricultural progress is quite astonishing, mainly thanks to the orchard Uncle Lee has built in the breeding carriage. He stretched. Chin Mang lazily stepped off the train, gazing at the nearly barren island and heading toward the robots toiling nearby. Once this batch of ore is mined, he upgrade the train again and head to the pink zone. Reach the colorful zone soon. No delays at all. 10 days later. All mines in the gold zone deep sea island have been successfully mined. There are 2 level 6 iron mines, 1 level 6 copper mine, and over 20 level 5 and 4 mines. 2.3 billion units of iron ore alone have been mined. A nearly astronomical figure. Combined with the recent profits from Neon City, the cyber mine, and the cosmic receiver, the train's resources have reached astronomical figures. 2.812 billion units of iron ore, 1.4 billion units of wood, 2.11 billion units of copper, or 1.054 billion units of red hard rock, and 1 billion units of titanium concentrate. The resources aboard the star have never been so abundant. He had been on this isolated island for over 2 weeks, and had already mined all the mines there. The soonest mine to refresh was a level 5 mine, 13 days away, but he wasn't prepared to wait any longer. He sped towards the pink area. It was also the last area before the colorful area. Over the past few days, he had done a lot of finishing work, such as explaining the conditions in the outside world to all the survivors on the island and implanting resident numbers into the resident chips. A total of over 7,000 survivors had joined the star. Treat everyone equally, starting with the treatment of level 3 residents. Every era has its own bonus period. Now that residents no longer need to mine, upgrading their treatment has become a rather complex undertaking. Secondly, all the large iron cans resembling amoxicillin on this island were stuffed onto the train, including the trees in the center of the island, which were all transplanted to the level 100 space gate and carriage tin. Everything that could be taken away was taken away. Even the squirrels, earthworms, and rabbits in the forest were taken away, every last one. These creatures will thrive in the future. This isn't to cultivate star beasts, but simply to protect the remaining ecosystem of the lower blue planet. They may never be seen again. And today, the day has arrived to set sail and leave this island. What he needs to do now is upgrade the train's armor again. The train currently has level 20 armor, so he upgraded to level 21 first. The highest monster level in the gold zone is level 21. Theoretically, his original level 20 armor still made him somewhat dangerous in this area, but unfortunately, he encountered every monster, making his armor completely useless. The highest monster level in the pink area was already level 24. Monsters at this level still posed a significant threat to the train. The key isn't just the level, it also depends on whether the monster's skills counter the star. Chin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the control panel screen. Upgrading from level 17 to level 18 costs 30 million per carriage. Upgrading from level 18 to level 19 costs 50 million per carriage. Upgrading from level 19 to level 20 costs 100 million yuan per carriage. What a huge difference, especially since the price doubled from level 19 to 20, the upgrade to level 21 actually requires much less, requiring only 120 million units of iron ore. Only 1.92 billion. After the upgrade material cost is halved, it comes down to 960 million units of iron ore. As the 960 million units of iron ore in the train melt into powder, the armor component level slowly reaches level 21. This gives a greater sense of security even in the pink area. Level 21 armor still provides a considerable sense of security. For example, if he were to encounter the map of fear of dead trees resurfacing again, he would simply stop and remain motionless, and no monster could break his defense, even though the real challenge of that map is how to kill all the zombies in a short period of time. Perhaps there's enough iron ore in the train. Upgrading armor components is always the train's biggest expense, but even after upgrading the train's armor by one level, there's still 1.852 billion units of iron ore. That's too much. It's more than enough for another level upgrade. After a moment's reflection, Chin Mang decided to upgrade it again. While armor level 21 might feel a bit underwhelming in the pink zone, level 22 is more than enough. At this level, even a level 24 monster wouldn't be able to instantly destroy it. And this amount of time is enough for his 9 Doomsday cannons to begin their roar. Ever since one of his Doomsday cannons was shattered by his two-headed monster in the train tunnel, he hasn't replenished it. I've been making do with it this way. Save some resources for now. Wait until the train reaches the colorful zone, get some colorful weapons, and then upgrade. Upgrade the armor again. After he made his decision, he used up some of the iron ore in storage car number 3 and integrated it into the car, raising the train's armor level to level 22. This upgrade cost him another 1.12 billion units of iron ore. Now, his newly accumulated savings have been almost depleted, leaving him with only 732 million units of iron ore. This little bit will be used for train upgrades and backup, not armor upgrades for now. Level 22 armor will be enough for the short term. He looked at the upgrade requirements for the train to level 20. Upgrade requirements. Consume 110,000 units of level 3 iron ore. All car components must be above level 300, and the level of any one train defense component and any one train attack component must be above level 18. It's over. This was his first reaction upon seeing the upgrade requirements. The first few conditions were met, and simple enough, but the final one required any train defense component to reach level 18. From what he had seen in the red area, most of Doomsday train's defense components rarely reached level 18, with few even reaching levels 15 or 16. This requirement was extremely demanding. The higher the quality of the component, the more iron ore it consumed to upgrade. Carriage steel armor. This component was a green component, already low in resource consumption. Furthermore, it had a supermod effect that had the manufacturing cost. Even upgrading his train defense components was so difficult, let alone everyone else's. His current armor was only level 22. How much higher could anyone else's level be? Could it possibly be higher than his? If nothing unexpected happened, there shouldn't be many people left in the pink zone. Soon, after 11 million units of iron ore were crushed inside the carriage, a familiar line of text appeared on the screen. Your train has been upgraded to level 20. More craftable parts have not yet been unlocked. Level 20 train. Upgrading to level 20 doesn't give you any new features or craftable parts. It's the same as usual. Aside from a slight increase in speed, there's basically no change. Overkill? Chin Mang gazed thoughtfully at the control panel. After entering the Gold Zone Deep Sea Island, he upgraded his train to level 19. After reaching level 21, he should head to the Pink Zone for another train upgrade. Level 10 was a hurdle. He assumed level 20 would be another hurdle. But to his surprise, there was nothing at all. He looked again at the upgrade requirements for the level 21 train. There were almost no changes, save for an additional 1 million units of iron ore. Beyond that, there were no other requirements. Since that was the case, Chin Mang didn't hesitate. After consuming another 12 million units of iron ore, the familiar screen reappeared on the train control console. Your train has been upgraded to level 21. Additional craftable components have not yet been unlocked. It seems. He stretched lazily in his chair. The next hurdle was level 22. The task of upgrading to level 22 was clearly much more difficult. Even the star wasn't up to the task right now. This was likely the hurdle encountered when upgrading to level 22 in the pink area. There's a special one. Use Doomsday death certificate to hold a memorial service. He's already sent people to Neon City to acquire this item. He's never seen it before. He doesn't know if it's available in Neon City. If it isn't, it'd be difficult to upgrade to a level 22 train in a short time. But he can collect it slowly. There's no rush. His current priority is to reach the pink area. The gold area is connected to only one pink area, an island near the equator. Woo! Accompanied by the whistle of the dock star, a large number of residents boarded the star train in an orderly manner. The survivors on the island were temporarily relocated to several residential areas, though the living quarters were a bit more crowded than normal. Ready to depart. Destination: Pink Area Tropical Jungle. Fortunately, we're in a normal area. Sitting in a chair, Chin Mang murmured, gazing at the horizon. High-level trains can't reach lower-level areas. If a high-level area doesn't have a path to a higher-level area, he'd be trapped in that area. The possibility of this happening was logically small. Since he owned the route, it wouldn't be blocked. But just as even the most unlikely possibility could happen, there was a white area surrounded by high-end areas, with nowhere to go. He looked at the train panel, at the 13,000-plus residents. He picked up the intercom. Old Pig, how are the new residents behaving? Very well behaved. They used to live in multiple-person houses, but now they're living in refrigerators, and they're not complaining? There was a problem at first, but it was resolved with the catfish effect. What catfish effect? Uncle Lee brought some zombies, and set them loose in the residential area. The new residents suddenly felt safer in the dormitories. Forget it. As long as it's resolved, Chen Meng hung up the intercom. He'd been inside that level 100 space portal the other day, and found it had almost perfectly transplanted the island's forest. Inside, one couldn't even notice they were on a train. It felt like being in the wild. That's pretty good. After all, the journey through space is long, so it's nice to wander around here when bored. It's worth mentioning. These survivors on the island haven't faced any major external threats, so their lives are relatively relaxed. However, they're not completely free of danger either, so they haven't fought each other or infighting. Instead, they've coexisted as families. There are quite a few couples. I don't know what contraceptive methods these people use. It seems no woman has gotten pregnant in the past 2 years. After all the residents boarded the star train, it slowly began to hover in midair, shooting off into the distance. Target location: Pink Area Tropical Jungle. Resident number 11,111. A young man sat in the residential area, looking at his resident number on his iris chip, his eyes filled with excitement. This resident panel, reminiscent of the player panel in old games, struck him as novel. If only there had been something like this before the apocalypse. He knew many people were somewhat dissatisfied with the star train's restrictions on their freedom, but he had no complaints. Here, he had new clothes to wear and food to eat. What was there to complain about? Sea salt tasted strongly of rust and bitterness. He had enough of eating fish rubbed with sea salt every day. Not only was it unpalatable, but it made him thirstier the more he ate. He had to go to the island to collect dew or stored rainwater. Initially, there were over 20,000 survivors. Nearly 2 years had passed. Some froze to death, some died of disease, some drowned, some fell to death, and some were mauled by tigers. Although there were no monsters, many still died. Especially in winter, they had to cover themselves with animal skins and hide in wooden huts for a chance of survival. Life was extremely difficult. It was nowhere near as comfortable as living on the star, not to mention that it was already the end of the world outside. Even if they didn't join the star, how long could they survive on the island? If they caught a minor cold and it didn't heal, it would develop into a viral flu, which was basically incurable. Wouldn't it just be a loss of a little freedom? Nothing in this world comes without a price. He was extremely excited about his future life on the star, especially since his resident number was so auspicious, with 5 ones. He felt it was an auspicious start. Most importantly, the young man's expression gradually became dazed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He thought of the cashier girl he met at the local store a few days ago. He thought he might be in love. It had been a long time since he'd seen a girl dressed cleanly and dressed up. Compared to the women on the island, she was so much better. He heard that dating was encouraged on the train, and he thought he could follow the policy. Exploded? Yeah, exploded. The star was on a directional cruise. Chen Meng frowned, glancing at the galaxy map on the screen beside him. After the Zerg civilization's last attack that destroyed the Skyslayer civilization, the home planet of a small civilization had begun to flee. A number of thrusters were installed on the planet's back, preparing to escape the Zerg civilization. It was a good idea. But without the aid of a wormhole, at the speed the planet was escaping, it wouldn't be able to close the gap with the Zerg civilization for hundreds of years. These days, he'd been asking Xiao Ai to monitor the planet's progress, hoping to see when it would give up. The result? Just now, Xiao Ai told him that the planet had exploded, and the civilization had naturally perished. How did it explode? Was it destroyed by the Zerg civilization? Probably not. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train cabin. After all, it was only a fractional level civilization. Logically, the Zerg civilization should have been completely undetectable, and had no reason to attack. The specific reason is unknown, but the planet no longer appears on the galaxy map. The galaxy map wouldn't show that much detail. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Meng stopped dwelling on the matter. Never mind. There was no point dwelling on things you didn't know. He hadn't been optimistic about the plan in the first place. The speed was simply too slow. Just keep going at full speed. Several hours later, the star successfully reached the border of the Pink Area Tropical Jungle. The area ahead wasn't so much an island, as it was a continent surrounded by sea, much larger than the deep sea island. A variety of tropical plants grew so densely that at first glance, they looked like they were teeming with snakes. The words tropical jungle appeared in large letters on a large screen in the sky. A line of text also slowly appeared on the control panel screen. The area ahead is a pink area, tropical jungle. Monsters up to level 24 can exist. The current train level is level 21, so the risk factor is high. Please be careful. He was currently on a level 21 train, with level 22 armor. As the star slowly passed through the light curtain and landed on the seaside clearing in the pink area tropical jungle, Chen Meng murmured as he looked at the information on the search radar screen. This is what a normal area should look like. High-level ores are plentiful. Level 5 ores are everywhere, and there are 3 level 6 ores within the resource detection radar alone. Level 7 ores, however, have yet to be found. Having only just set foot on this continent, he's already seen over 3 billion iron ores. High-level monsters are also plentiful. The strongest monster within the search radar's range is a level 23 monster. Just as he guessed, the search radar hadn't detected a single train. If nothing unexpected happened, the remaining areas he hadn't detected likely wouldn't have any either. He was very likely the first person on the entire blue water planet to enter the pink area. If not the first, then he should be the first to enter the pink area tropical jungle. One good news and one bad news. The good news: this area is rich in high-level ores, never mined before. The resulting high content and abundance of ores are plentiful, and no one is competing with him for them. Bad news: monsters are plentiful in this area, perhaps because there are no trains. There are quite a few high-level monsters. Many of them are capable of penetrating the train's armor. Fortunately, the star has ample means and is fast enough to handle them, so we're not too intimidated. We just can't be as aggressive as we are in other areas at first. We have to take it slow. After upgrading our armor to level 24, we can go all out. Those 81 Viper unmanned fighter vehicles were just reprocessed and converted back into titanium ore, salvaged without damage. This is much more conscientious than the Earth's core furnace, recovering 200 million titanium ore. Level 20 wasn't enough. He needed a level 30. Viper unmanned fighter production line, a red grade accessory. He had upgraded it to level 20 last time, but this time he needed to upgrade it even higher to build a higher level fighter. Upgrading and crafting this accessory consumes titanium ore. He didn't have much of anything else right now, except for titanium ore. A full 1.2 billion units of titanium ore. After consuming 181 million units of titanium ore, he upgraded this red grade accessory directly from level 20 to level 100. This was also the first red grade accessory on the train to reach level 100. Other accessories couldn't be upgraded for now, but 2 supermod effects were added. Viper unmanned fighter production line level 50 supermod effect. Ammunition consumption is halved. Viper unmanned fighter production line level 100 supermod effect. The fuselage will undergo subtle changes, adapting to a wider range of combat environments and increasing the diversity of its firepower. These 2 supermod effects appear unremarkable. There was nothing particularly striking about it. The level 5 supermod effect of this accessory halved ammunition consumption. At level 50, it gained another supermod effect, having ammunition consumption. Now, even a level 4 energy stone could double the duration of a battle. But not long after. You call this a subtle change? Chen Meng, arriving at the fighter landing area in Carriage 10, gazed at the newly constructed level 30 Viper unmanned fighter, his voice rising in disbelief. Is this still a drone? Take a paternity test with a fighter jet, and the similarity would definitely not exceed 10%. The original Viper fighter was 11.2 meters long, with a 6.5 meter wingspan, requiring several train cars for takeoff. Now, the entire fighter boasts strikingly beautiful sci-fi lines, like a silver dart. Its sleek metal hull gleams coldly under the lights, and the tail thrusters look incredibly imposing. This is no longer a fighter. This is clearly a shuttle. It used to require a flight assist, but now it launches directly from a stationary catapult. The design is compact and sharp, with folding wings clinging to the hull, resembling a space falcon poised for flight. It is significantly smaller than before. It is 4 meters long, 1 meter wide, and has a single tail thruster, giving it a hummingbird-like appearance. It also has several new features, such as the ability to share wormholes with the star train, allowing it to freely jump to any wormhole coordinates owned by the star. Equipped with a stealth coating, it can bypass radar detection below its own level, allowing it to slip into enemy blind spots like a ghost. By the time the enemy can see it with the naked eye, thousands of hummingbird-like shuttles have already arrived and launched a fierce attack. It's nothing like the original. The only similarity is perhaps its still weak defense. Although its functionality and attack capabilities are nearly maxed out, this weak defense still limits its use to consumables. However, with its reduced size and extremely fast speed, its agility alone can evade large amounts of energy attacks. From this perspective, its defense isn't too low. Like the tentacles of a train, it carries the star's mission to areas it can't reach. It can operate unmanned. It can operate with a pilot inside. Chen Mang admired the shuttle before him, and couldn't help but grin. Very cool, I like it. He suddenly realized something. That is, given sufficient resources, it seems that a mechanical civilization can also churn out troops. Chapter 292. The cost of building a level 20 Viper unmanned fighter is 5 million units of titanium, or 2.5 million units after the cost is halved. For him, a level 20 is no longer enough. He needs a level 30. And the cost of a level 30 shuttle is 20 million units of titanium, or 10 million units after the cost is halved. Although the main body has nothing to do with fighter jets, its scientific name remains Viper Unmanned Fighter, just like the name of a moldy bread production line remains unchanged no matter how many levels it is upgraded. There are still 1.02 billion units of titanium ore in the train. Without hesitation, he directly consumed 1 billion units of titanium ore to create 100 level 30 shuttles. Each shuttle was inlaid with a level 4 energy stone. 81 of these energy stones were taken from the original fighter jets, and 19 were built as an extra. It only cost less than 10 million units of iron ore. In fact, if one wants to reach attack power level 25, or even 30, level 4 energy stones are no longer sufficient. After all, a single level 4 energy stone only requires 500,000 units of iron ore. Even with 2 supermods like half ammunition consumption, it's difficult to sustain this. But the energy stones on these fighters haven't been depleted yet. I can't just leave them alone. I use them for now, and replace them when they're gone. Saving money is essential. The star was now on the edge of the pink area, the tropical jungle. This was a vast expanse of land. It was quite possibly the largest he had ever seen. His search radar had a range of 100,000 meters, but at this moment, it couldn't detect any boundaries. Zilia. The roof of carriage number 10 opened, and a series of shuttles took off, circling over the train to provide escort. Chen Mang looked at the red dots on the enemy radar, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had to clear the monsters from this area, otherwise it would be difficult to mine the ore. His armor might not be high enough, but he had more than enough copper. A full 2.11 billion units of copper, enough for a tough battle. As long as he could annihilate all the monsters in this area would be his uninhabited paradise. He also had 720 million units of iron. Enough. He looked at a red-grade component he had long neglected, or rather, hadn't used in a long time, the ground blast missile. This component had always been level 6 and hadn't been upgraded. The main reason was that it was too expensive. He couldn't afford it. A single level 6 missile cost a full 300,000 units of copper. 300,000? Chen Mang was slightly taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. He lit a cigarette and leaned back in his chair, looking at the numbers on the control panel with a dazed look on his face. A level 6 missile only cost 300,000 units of copper, or so little, but why, in his memory, this thing was extremely expensive, only considered in critical moments, never considered at all in normal times. Compared to 2.11 billion units of copper, or this number was indeed too small. Humans. After becoming wealthy, they often become dazed when they see things they couldn't obtain even when they were poor. The red-grade ground burst missile requires iron ore for upgrading and copper ore for crafting. After consuming 17.2 million units of iron ore, he upgraded it to level 30 in one go, granting it 2 supermod effects. Level 10 ground explosion missile supermod effect increases blast range and power. Level 20 ground explosion missile supermod effect cuts crafting cost in half. The level 5 supermod effect is similar to the level 10 supermod effect, increasing power but not blast range. A level 30 ground explosion missile costs 1 billion units of copper ore, which is 500 million after the cost is halved. But he didn't need such a high price. In the pink area tropical jungle, the highest level monster was level 24. He only needed a level 25 ground explosion missile. With the power of the ground explosion missile, it could almost instantly kill any monsters. Even if any survived, a few more shots from the Doomsday cannon would be enough. A level 25 ground explosion missile costs only 800 million units of copper ore for crafting, which is 400 million after the cost is halved. The train's reserves were sufficient to craft 5 missiles. But just one was enough. He immediately expended 400 million units of copper, or in carriage 14, crafting a level 25 Earth-burst missile. Then he whispered, "Shall I have the shuttle survey the area and see if they can lure all the monsters together and give them a missile?" "Understood." Xiao Ai's voice echoed from within the train. And then, the 100 shuttles hovering overhead shot off in different directions. A series of piercing sonic booms echoed through the sky, and purple-blue flames erupted from the thrusters at the rear of each shuttle. Several purple halos surrounded the shuttle, like accelerators. How could the shuttle's speed be faster than the star train? Even much faster. What's the current maximum speed of the shuttle? Much faster than the star train, Captain. In space, it's common sense and inevitable that the shuttle's speed will exceed that of the mothership. After all, the mothership has to take on more functions, while the shuttle only needs to maintain speed. Very good. Chen Mang nodded silently, gazing at the several green dots moving at breakneck speed on the search radar. Lower-grade components might experience some qualitative changes after upgrading. But higher-grade components, after upgrading, would experience extreme qualitative changes. This component was also the first red-grade component on the train to reach level 100. He suddenly wondered if the other red-grade components would be as abnormal after reaching level 100. The shuttles quickly returned, hovering above the train once again, and the information was transmitted to Xiao Ai's database. The area is roughly equivalent to the size of 7 red zones Dust Coast. There are a lot of monsters, but they are all high-level monsters. Low-level monsters are almost non-existent. The overall number is not very large, far lower than the number during the zombie volcano eruption. Lure them all. Yes. Soon. A large number of shuttles shot out again, and soon they reached the edge of the area. A Gatling gun slowly extended from the shuttle's abdomen, aiming at a monster and launching a precise attack. The bullet was a low level, only level 1. It dealt absolutely no damage. But it could infuriate and attract the monster's aggression. Maintaining a moderate pace, he continued to attack other monsters. The 100 scattered shuttles began to pull in monsters. The previously quiet tropical jungle area. With the crackling of gunfire and the roars of monsters, the entire area became lively. Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang was flying the star, selecting the designated detonation area, trying not to destroy the vegetation in that area. He even planned to transplant all of the trees inside the star train. It would be a shame to blow it up. Finally, he looked towards a stretch of desert. It was a good spot, but if the monsters were numerous, one level 25 missile might not be enough. He would need 2. All he had to do next was wait. Wait for his shuttles to attract the monsters. He was the only train in the pink zone tropical jungle. He was now the fastest train upgrader on the planet, bar none. He was the only one in this zone, with no one to compete with him. His only task was to reach the rainbow zone as quickly as possible. After properly upgrading every component of his train, he headed for the nearest mining planet in the universe and began his interstellar journey. The other trains on Aquamarine Planet were no longer his competition, and they no longer had the ability to compete with him. He would be in complete control. A few hours later. Killing high-level monsters in the pink zone should drop a Doomsday death certificate, right? Listening to the roars of numerous monsters in the distant forest and the trembling ground, Chen Mang murmured in a trance. There was a necessary condition for the train to reach level 22, using the Doomsday death certificate to hold a memorial service for a deceased train member. He had already sent people to Neon City to acquire this item, but there was no news yet. He thought this special item would drop from killing high-level monsters in the pink zone. Otherwise, wouldn't the train be stuck there, unable to upgrade, even if the drop rate was small? With so many monsters, there must be some drops, right? With all the high-level monsters in the entire pink zone here, how many goodies could they drop? Here they come! Chen Mang's expression straightened slightly. Amidst the piercing sonic boom, several shuttles shuttled through the air, trying their best to lure the monsters to the distant Gobi Desert. The star train was still some distance away from the Gobi Desert. After all, he was only in level 22 armor. If it got too close, his train wouldn't be able to withstand his level 25 ground blast missiles. The monsters varied in speed, and his initial hope of clearing the area with a single missile was a bit overly optimistic. By then, about half of the monsters had already gathered in the Gobi Desert. Unable to catch up with the shuttle, they had even furiously attacked the other monsters. The entire scene was in chaos. The Gobi Desert was densely packed with monsters, and a variety of roars echoed incessantly. The next moment, buzz buzz buzz. In the 14th car of the star train, a ground blast missile with a red warhead was erected and slowly pushed upwards. Then, a large amount of flames and white smoke erupted. The missile arced through the air and landed heavily on the distant Gobi Desert. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and orange-red flames instantly enveloped all the monsters. Thick gray smoke slowly rose into the air, forming a mushroom cloud. The powerful shockwave uprooted all nearby trees. The shockwave, already visible to the naked eye, was completely unable to shake the star train by the time it reached it. The power was greater than he had imagined. Qin Mang glanced at the enemy radar. The massive red dot, once composed of countless red dots, had now completely gone out, meaning that the monsters swarming in the Gobi Desert had been completely annihilated, not a single one left. The shuttle had already distanced itself from the area the moment the missiles landed. Otherwise, with its armored defenses, it wouldn't have been able to withstand even that shockwave. A slight shock flickered in his eyes. It wasn't that the shock level 25 Earth Blast missile was too powerful. It was that level 25 was already a very high level. However, the power a level 25 missile could create was limited to creating a crater nearly a kilometer wide. The Zerg civilization possessed a single main gun capable of directly destroying an entire civilization. How high of a level would that main gun be? Level 80, 90, or even 100? The shuttles had already departed, attracting slower monsters, aiming to lure all the monsters in the pink area tropical jungle here and eliminate them all at once. Meanwhile, Qin Mang was maneuvering the star, slowly sailing over the crater. Powerful magnets sucked all dropped items into the refrigerator inside the train. Doomsday Death Certificate *178. As expected, killing high-level monsters in the pink area has a chance of dropping a Doomsday Death Certificate, but the drop rate isn't very high, even though he obtained 178 Doomsday Death Certificates at once. But this level 25 missile, having killed nearly 10,000 high-level monsters at once, only dropped 178 Doomsday Death Certificates. That's a 178/10,000 chance. It's certainly not very high. All he needs to do next is hold a Doomsday Memorial Service, and he meet the requirements for upgrading the train to level 22. Qin Mang was silent for a moment before picking up the intercom and whispering, "Old pig, a guard on the star train died in the underwater maze in the green zone-shaped plane." What was the guard's number? The guard's number was 78. Prepare a memorial service for him, including Swana and other supplies. No problem, Master Mang. The star train had experienced relatively few casualties throughout its development, and this guard, who died in the underwater maze, was practically the only one. He looked at the other items dropped by these monsters. Many of them were useful. For example, there were a large number of accessory blueprints. The lower-grade white and green ones were the least numerous, so he kept them. He placed the red ones, which he deemed useless, in Neon City. There were only two types of accessories that were most suitable for the star train, white and colorful. After a brief tidying up, he looked at the search radar. A large number of red dots gradually appeared within the radar range. Another group of monsters were following the shuttle, and were about to arrive at the designated location. In terms of sheer numbers, this area doesn't have many monsters, but they're all high-level. Funeral? Old Pig, sitting in compartment 7, immediately thought of the burly man with resident number 1998. He had been a pioneer, completing numerous expeditions aboard the star, and was actually working on funerals before the apocalypse. This kind of thing was perfectly suited for this man. Mr. AI, please contact resident number 1998 and have him come to my place. Then, with a slightly complicated expression, he glanced at the notebook on the table. The star was growing larger and larger. This meant that anyone could use it. Even if they were working on funerals before the apocalypse, this almost useless experience could be put to good use. Not bad. Old Pig was efficient. In just 10 minutes, the memorial service had already begun in the residential area. Doomsday Death Certificate wasn't as demanding as the Doomsday Marriage Certificate. Special item, Doomsday Death Certificate item effect. Hold a memorial service for a deceased train resident in front of at least 100 train residents, significantly increasing the train's humanity progress. Does not increase any inheritance points. Does not increase any reputation points. And unlike the Doomsday Marriage Certificate, which has 3 options, gold, silver, or bronze, it's incredibly simple. Ding-da-da. Accompanied by the recognizable sound of a swana, and amidst the roar of gongs and drums, 8 men dressed in black and wearing white cloths, carrying a steel coffin on their shoulders, walked towards the pit ahead, watched by hundreds of residents. The gong stopped. The man with resident number 1998, dressed in black, and with a sorrowful expression, walked onto the stage and gazed at all the residents. Family members. We gather here today not to mourn the end of a world, but to remember the traces of its existence. The sky may no longer shine, the earth may be devastated. But human dignity and the choices we make before death will still shine brightly in the final moments. This is the first funeral held on the star, and it will definitely not be the last. In the Green Zone Sand River Plains, a guard named Resident Number 78 sacrificed his life protecting his teammates in the underwater maze of the adventure map. Nearly 2 years have passed since the birth of Doomsday. We have created beauty and condoned destruction. But at this moment, please touch the hands of those around you. This may be the last warmth of the civilization of Blue Water Planet. The star will be the Noah's Ark of the apocalypse. All those who can board the star are blessed. Now, let us all observe a moment of silence for this martyr who gave his life for the development of the star. The man on the stage was the first to bow his head in sorrow, and the residents below also bowed their heads in silence. Only Zhang, who was in the crowd, had a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. With the name of martyr revealed, he would definitely not receive the Resident Number 78. This number would remain empty. No one could take it away. However, learning that the man had sacrificed his life protecting his teammates made him feel a slight sense of solemnity. He admitted that he wasn't a good person, and that it was difficult for him to sacrifice for others. Therefore, when he heard about such stories, he always felt respect for them. Although he was in darkness, he still revered the light. Another 10 minutes passed. Boom! When another explosion echoed throughout the tropical jungle area, the remaining monsters that had been attracted were reduced to ash in the orange-red flames. Although the star lacked sufficient armor, its firepower was still formidable. All the monsters in the pink tropical jungle area had been virtually wiped out. Only a few scattered monsters remained, posing little threat to the star. Powerful magnets sucked all fallen items back into the train's refrigerator. The star slowly landed on a nearby open space. A full 50,000 mining robots emerged from Carriage 10 in a long, orderly formation and began mining the nearby mines. The over 10,000 residents also disembarked, carrying axes, pickaxes, and other tools ready to work. However, the residents weren't mining. Instead, they were transplanting trees and other items onto the star. Slow down, slow down. The university professor, holding his axe anxiously, glanced at the residents around him. This is a tree that's lived for over 100 years. If Blue Water Planet is truly destroyed, this tree will have even greater significance in the future. It proves Blue Water Planet exists. Transplanting a century-old tree requires a complex and arduous process. Even with our limited resources, we can't be too careless. Follow my instructions. The university professor's major was zoology and botany. It was a pity. He couldn't lead the large-scale scientific research project Shen Meng had prepared. However, it was precisely because of the university professor's presence that the thousands of residents had survived on the island for so long, avoiding ingesting poisonous fruits and recovering from illnesses like colds and diarrhea with herbal remedies. It was precisely because of these special methods that he commanded considerable prestige among the residents. In regards to transplanting trees and plants, Shen Meng assigned the university professor full responsibility for all transplants, ensuring the highest possible survival rate. After all, no matter the required soil moisture, the space gate could produce it. After joining the starship and gaining sufficient information, he also understood its current position on Blue Water Planet. To put it bluntly, this might truly be the last chance at the apocalypse. All he wanted was to preserve as many traces of Blue Water Planet as possible, such as the trees that had grown for hundreds of years. When Blue Water Planet collapsed in 3 years, at least these plants would bear witness to its existence. Rather than vanishing silently into the universe, unknown to anyone. The tropical jungle, long deserted, suddenly became bustling with activity. Everywhere was filled with shouts and noisy conversation. The mining robots were also selectively mining, only mining those above level 4. Level 3 mines were completely ignored, not even a glance, completely skipped over. Mining them was a mere waste of time. Shen Meng, sitting aboard the star train, glanced at the control panel. If the speed remained constant, it would take roughly a month to mine the entire pink area tropical jungle. Although he possessed 50,000 mining robots, the ore here had never been mined before, and the quantity was enormous. A month was already a month of round-the-clock work. After that, they could proceed to the 7-colored area. This was also his last stop on the star train. All the iron ore he had accumulated would be used to upgrade the 7-colored grade components, and he would prepare to travel to the mining planet 0.3 light-year away. He looked at the sleeping little green creature in his arms, gently stroking its rosy lips. Although it had regained consciousness, It still spent most of its time sleeping. This creature. Qin Mang muttered, somewhat dazedly, could the database be wrong? Could this little creature, once fully grown, truly be able to eat and maintain a combat range of 0.01 light years? It doesn't look like it's grown at all. 0.01 light years is equivalent to 3,160 round trips from the sun to his previous world, Blue Planet, or 2.36 million laps around the planet's equator. Walking that distance would take 21.6 million years. Even if Quafu could reach a maximum speed of 900 km/h, it would still take 120,000 years to cover that distance. He couldn't imagine how such a distance could one day allow him to reach a giant star beast. And what kind of attack could possibly kill a star beast of such terrifying size? Even the most powerful weapon, capable of blasting it through, would pale in comparison to its size. Could this truly be a product of the universe? That's exactly what the AI data says. How did the mechanical civilization know the specific information about the Star Devourer? Had they ever seen an adult Star Devourer? That's unclear, but since they have such specific information, they must have encountered and understood it. Qin Mang remained silent, placing Xiaolu on a bench nearby. He had a strong premonition that when he began his interstellar journey, he would likely witness many things that would shock his worldview. Like Xiaolu, all he could do was to improve the star's capabilities as much as possible, so that he would have the means to protect himself in any crisis. He looked at the upgrade requirements for the level 22 train. Upgrade requirements. Consume 130,000 units of level 3 iron ore, require all car components to be at least level 320, and use Doomsday death certificate to hold a memorial service. With all three requirements fulfilled, a memorial service had been successfully held in Residential Area 1 on Train 8. It's worth noting that after that memorial service, humanity progress shot up from 78% to 100%, capping it at 100%. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are crucial matters in any civilization. To rebuild human civilization or XX civilization, simply maximize the progress of all four options behind the civilization order. You can then activate the civilization order and rebuild your own civilization. If all else fails, see if you can contact a legitimate human civilization. If it's legitimate, it's not impossible to join and develop peacefully. He murmured softly, looking at the information on the screen. The universe is a bit too dangerous, with countless crises. Since there's a human civilization in the universe that claims to be the orthodox one, perhaps when it encounters the Blue Water Planet civilization, a fellow offshoot that suffered at the hands of the Zerg civilization, it might be willing to lend a hand and help its people. However, this possibility is a bit too idealistic. It's basically impossible. Relying on others is ultimately not as good as relying on yourself. He didn't dwell on these things anymore, but instead consumed 13 million units of iron ore to upgrade his train to level 22. The next moment, two familiar lines appeared on the train control panel screen. Your train has been upgraded to level 22. More craftable accessories will be unlocked. A new function appeared on the control panel, racial heritage. The effect is, it ensures that all life born within the train is in a state of near-perfect health, free of birth defects, cerebral palsy, congenital heart disease, sepsis, and the like. It effectively maintains the health of new life within the train to the greatest extent possible. Not currently needed. There are currently no pregnant women on the train. Upgrading to level 22 does, however, add one more craftable accessory. Wormhole coating, a pink-grade accessory requiring 200,000 units of iron ore. Time rift coating, a pink-grade accessory requiring 200,000 units of iron ore. These two accessories have similar effects. They prevent the train from being affected by time rifts or wormholes. The Stellar has both of these effects. They are the level 50 and level 100 supermodel effects of the built-in spatial stabilizer. The level 50 supermodel effect prevents the train's passengers from being negatively affected by the passage of time when entering a time rift. The level 100 supermodel's effect is that when the train initiates a wormhole jump, the interior of the train remains unaffected. However, not everyone can upgrade the internal space stabilizer to level 50 or 100. These two components are essential for a train's interstellar journey. Qin Mang looked at the two components calmly. He had consumed 400,000 units of iron ore to craft them, but he wasn't planning on upgrading them for now. For now, the internal space stabilizer was sufficient. However, in the future, if resources were sufficient, he would definitely upgrade these two components to see what effect they had. The days that followed remained almost unchanged. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this month, the Star, carrying mining robots, visited every high-level resource point in the Pink Zone, collecting vast quantities of resources. The only regret was that they only found one level 7 copper mine. This was also the only level 7 mine in the entire Pink Zone tropical jungle. This level 7 copper mine brought him 10 billion units of copper, or instantly maxing out the train's firepower reserves. What a pity. If only it were iron ore. Qin Mang sat inside the star train, gazing dazedly at the total resources displayed on the train's panel. 6.95 billion units of iron ore, 4.12 billion units of wood, 13.49 billion units of copper, or 1.4 billion units of red hard rock, 270 million units of titanium crystal ore. The resources in the Pink Zone were extremely rich. Even without the level 7 iron ore, the train's iron ore reserves reached nearly 7 billion, over 1 billion of which came from Neon City's earnings during this month. The armor level was currently 22. The train's level was 22, far below the upper limit for trains in the Pink Zone. But Qin Mang didn't continue upgrading the train. Instead, he piloted the star train to the junction of the Pink Zone, tropical jungle, and the 7-colored zone, equatorial core. This was also the only 7-colored zone on the blue water planet. Unlike the Pink Zone, the 7-colored zone was extremely small, allowing the enemy radar to fully cover the entire area. A small island on the sea. At first glance, there were no monsters. The entire island was utterly silent. Only a vast light curtain separated the island from the ocean. For large characters appeared on the curtain, equatorial core. The area ahead is the colorful zone, equatorial core. No monsters. The current train level is 22, high risk. Be careful. This is the destination of Water Blue Planet. Qin Mang slowly pushed the joystick, guiding the star through the light curtain before him, into the colorful zone, and landing safely on the edge of the island. Almost the moment he entered, several lines of text appeared on the screen. Congratulations. You have the authority to freely travel through all zones. This will be the official starting point of the apocalypse. When you arrive here, you will realize that the curtain has truly opened. You are now qualified to fight all the monsters on this planet, and possess the basic ability to survive outside the planet and in the universe. As for whether you can continue to survive, I wish you good luck. There are no monsters here. In the coming days, you will no longer receive any textual reminders like these. The information in the database ends here. Go deeper. The information there may answer many of your questions and explain how the region was formed, if you are interested. Qin Mang walked out of the train compartment alone and stood at the edge of the island, gazing at the vast, flat island before him. He calmly lit a cigarette and watched the rising plume of smoke, his expression dazed and silent. The colorful region, we've arrived. This was the only train in the region, and the first to arrive. It was the same as he imagined, yet also different. The same thing. There were indeed many high-level resource mines here. There were 4 level 7 iron mines alone, each capable of producing 40 billion units of iron ore. This amount of iron ore could upgrade 76,800 white accessories to level 100. The number of white-grade accessories was enormous, but recent data from Neon City indicated that there likely wouldn't be this many white accessories combined. The difference was, there wasn't any danger here. There were indeed quite a few colorful accessory blueprints, but they weren't dropped by killing monsters, nor by clearing adventure maps, nor by completing quests. Instead, they simply lay there, isolated and untouched. In front of him, there was a place resembling a mysterious religious ritual. A throne constructed entirely of steel sat in the foreground. On either side stood 3 stone pillars, each approximately 1 meter tall. Above each pillar, a multicolored light continuously expanded and contracted. Within this light hung a blueprint for a multicolored component. Each pillar was inscribed with a series of characters. Qin Mang dropped his cigarette, but onto the ground and stomped it out before walking towards the site, which resembled a religious ritual, and gazing at the lines of text inscribed on the ground. Each of the 6 stone pillars held a multicolored component blueprint. Although blueprints can be copied unlimitedly based on the original component image, this process consumes resources, especially for multicolored component blueprints, which consume even more resources. Even for me, the princess of the mechanical civilization, I can only guarantee the placement of 6 multicolored blueprints per 100 shuttles. I can only guarantee the placement of 6 multicolored blueprints per 100 shuttles. Only train conductors from 100 planets, who reach the colorful zone, have a chance to obtain 6 colorful grade blueprints. As for the other shuttles, I've only placed the most basic colorful grade accessory, the wormhole opener, to ensure they can leave this doomed planet and embrace a new life in the universe. No requirements, no missions, no checkpoints. These 6 colorful grade accessory blueprints are right here. As long as you are the first train conductor to arrive here, you can take them. But if you believe you can't shoulder the responsibility of passing on a civilization, I hope you can leave these colorful grade accessory blueprints for subsequent train conductors arriving in this area. This is the best I can do. I wish you all good luck on your journey. Qin Mang stared at the lines of words carved into the ground, speechless for a long time. He had never met the princess of the mechanical civilization Tutu, but he had heard her name in many places. Although he questioned many of Princess Tutu's actions, such as why she wasted resources strengthening her trains when she clearly wasn't going to the battlefield, and why she didn't even fire a single shot until the civilization collapsed, but it had to be said that Princess Tutu was the purest saint he had ever met. And not in a derogatory sense. At least, if it were him, in the face of civilization's collapse, he wouldn't have considered distributing his heritage to help other civilizations have some means of resistance in the face of Doomsday. He was almost dead, so what did the fate of other civilizations matter to him? Honestly, he couldn't do what Tutu did. He walked to the ruins, came to the throne, picked up the civilization order on its surface, sat on the chair, looked up at the sparse white clouds overhead, and stroked the civilization order in his hand. A long time passed. The door of carriage number 10 of the star train sizzled open, and tens of thousands of mining robots formed a long line, heading toward the mines that lined the island. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was time to set sail. He saw the blueprint for the 7-color accessory wormhole opener, quietly floating in a ball of colorful light. The 7-color zone contained no dangerous resources, only opportunities. He could fill the star train to its capacity in this area, then prepare to leave the blue water planet with everyone and begin his interstellar journey. The universe was both unknown and exciting. And at that moment, Xiao Ai also stepped off the train and came to Qin Mang's side, gazing at the colorful balls of light hovering above the 6 stone pillars. "Conductor, are we going to remote control?" "Yes." Qin Mang nodded slightly and stepped down from the throne. Then he walked towards the first stone pillar, reached out from the ball of colorful light, and pulled out a blueprint for a 7-color accessory. It was the wormhole opener. He gathered the remaining 5 7-color blueprints and returned to the train room, preparing to allocate resources. If he could upgrade a main gun similar to the Zerg civilizations, his future long-range attacks would be extremely secure. He had obtained another civilization order. One for rebuilding human civilization, and one for rebuilding goblin civilization. Most of the time, he still held the promises he had made in high regard. These days, the 4 progress items behind the civilization order are all approaching 100%. It is expected that all of them will reach 100% before leaving the blue water planet, and after rebuilding human civilization, they will sail into the Starry Sea. Chapter 293. Inside the star train, docked at the edge of an island in the colorful zone equatorial core, Qin Mang sat in a chair, tilting his head to gaze at the army of mining robots heading deeper into the island. The robots had already begun their mining work for the day. The residents had also joined the fray. When there was plenty of ore, the residents would still come out to mine, cherishing this hard-earned opportunity. Time changes many things. From being slaves on other trains, mining like the Walking Dead every day. Now, on the star, even mining is something you have to fight for. The leading mining robots carried refrigerators on their shoulders to store the mined resources. The resources in this colorful zone are quite abundant. There are 4 level 7 iron mines alone. For level 7 iron mines can yield 40 billion units of iron ore. However, the highest level mine is only level 7. There is no level 8 mine. At this moment, there was only one train in this area, the star, and this area also marked the end of Water Blue Star. He glanced at the colorful accessory blueprint in his hand, the wormhole opener. This would be the second colorful accessory aboard the star, the first being the wormhole radar. The train still had 6.95 billion units of iron ore. He consumed 1 million units of iron ore to craft the wormhole opener, and another 45 million units to upgrade it to level 10. Wormhole opener? Qin Mang sat in his chair, gazing at the miniature dagger embedded in the tabletop in front of the console. This thing was the wormhole opener, and it looked quite adorable. The wormhole opener's effect, as the name suggests, can explore the stability of space within a certain range, determine the landing point for creating a wormhole, and then create a wormhole. The range of level 1 is 1 light-year. The range of level 10 is 10 light-years. In addition, if he knows the coordinates of a wormhole's end, he can directly create a passage to that wormhole's end. For example, even if his current wormhole opener is only level 10, As long as he knows the coordinates of a wormhole near the Zerg civilization's home planet, he can jump the queue and directly create a passage to that wormhole near the Zerg civilization's home planet, even if the distance is far greater than 10 light-years. For this reason, in the universe, the coordinates of wormholes created by each civilization are top secret. If the coordinates of a civilization's wormhole are leaked, there is a high possibility that the wormhole created by that civilization will actually accelerate its own demise. After reaching level 10, he also gained 2 super mode effects. Wormhole Opener Level 5 Super Mode Effect. Energy consumption is halved. Wormhole Opener Level 10 Super Mode Effect. The created wormhole has a higher stability rate. Qin Mang pressed a button on the control panel. As the energy stones began to rapidly consume, the wormhole opener began to operate. After a few minutes, it detected the mining star, 0.3 light-years away from the blue water planet, and the stable spatial coordinates nearby for creating a wormhole. The nearest stable coordinate point for creating a wormhole is 3 million kilometers away from the mining star. At the star's current speed, full speed would take 595 hours, equivalent to 24 days and nights of non-stop travel. They can successfully reach the mining planet. He glanced at the console screen. This exploration had consumed 11% of his level 5 energy stones, which was roughly equivalent to using up a level 4 energy stone. Creating a wormhole from water blue planet to the coordinates 3 million kilometers from the mining planet would require 50 million units of iron ore. That's a bit pricey, Qin Mang said softly, looking at the data on the console screen. 50 million units of iron ore doesn't sound like much, admittedly. But the wormhole he created was only 0.3 light-years across. If he wanted to build one farther, the cost would be unimaginable. He had also created a relatively cheap, one-way, disposable wormhole. You can imagine. A while ago, the Zerg civilization created hundreds of thousands of random, one-way, disposable wormholes, simply to find that civilization. How much resources did that consume? Trillions of iron ore at least. The Zerg civilization certainly can't consume that many resources to create wormholes, Qin Mang murmured with conviction. The amount of resources consumed is a bit exaggerated. If the Zerg civilization needed to consume so many resources to defeat a low-level civilization, they would have been bankrupt long ago. After a moment's thought, Qin Mang decided not to upgrade the colorful accessory wormhole opener. Level 10 was sufficient for now. A distance of 10 light-years was more than enough for him to explore, and he wouldn't venture too far for now. The resources saved could be used to upgrade other accessories. For example, the colorful accessory Arcanon Light Cannon. A killer weapon. At level 10, this accessory's power far surpasses the Doomsday Cannon. He saved up so much iron ore just to upgrade this grade of firepower accessory, and if he was going to upgrade, he'd have to get the best. The Doomsday Cannon certainly saves energy, but it's completely useless in space. After consuming 1 million units of iron ore to build it, Qin Mang stepped off the train. He gazed at the massive, jet-black main gun atop the train. After the train's expansion, its width had reached 10 meters. However, that main gun not only occupied the entire length from the train compartment to car 2, but also stretched to 7 or 8 meters in width. This was the largest firepower weapon ever assembled on the starship. But that wasn't the most important thing. After all, a weapon of this size wouldn't even rank among the firepower weapons of his previous world, let alone in space. The barrel of the gun was engraved with scarlet, honeycomb-like lines. He couldn't understand it. He just thought it looked beautiful together. Level 1 firepower weapon, Arcanon Light Energy Main Cannon. Qin Mang piloted the star train through the air, leaving the colorful zone equatorial core and arriving in the surrounding area. He locked onto a small island in the ocean, roughly the same size as the island in the colorful zone. Activate the Arcanon Light Energy Main Cannon. A minimum of 1 level 3 energy stone is required. Do not observe the firing process directly. He slowly pressed the scarlet button on the console. The massive muzzle atop the star train slowly unfolded, its honeycomb-like lines illuminating with a faint blue light, as if awakened from a long slumber. The waves below were pushed back by an invisible force. The air twisted wildly. It was as if the entire ocean feared the coming judgment. Charging progress 67%. Charging progress 99%. The next moment, a blinding white light pierced the sky. It was no ordinary light, but a torrent of plasma compressed to the extreme, its core temperature rivaling even the core of a star. Like a beam of light. The moment the beam touched the island, the vast island melted almost instantly, its foundation, standing on the ocean for countless ages, evaporated in an instant. There was no sound. No roar of artillery fire, Utter silence. So quiet it seemed like war was not even taking place. Boom! The sound finally reached the surface, but it wasn't the roar of the main guns, but rather the overpressure shockwave created by the evaporated seawater and rock. The sea surface beneath the island sank into a massive crater thousands of meters wide. It was a scene beyond human control. Then, a violent recoil erupted, sending a tsunami thousands of meters high, sweeping in all directions. Where the island had originally stood, only a massive ball of lightning could be seen, engulfed in seawater. It lasted for several seconds, staining the entire sky a purple-red. Even the seabed's crust shattered under the aftermath of the energy, sending a torrent of seawater surging back, forming a massive vortex that swallowed up all the debris on the surface. Chen Meng sat beneath the console table, his eyes filled with shock at the scene unfolding on the screen. Since he was told not to look directly, he naturally chose not to. However, the power was far beyond his imagination. After all, this was only a level 1 Arcanon light cannon. Even a level 1 Doomsday cannon, also a level 1 firepower weapon, couldn't achieve this level even if it were exhausted to death. After a long time, the lingering light in the air gradually dissipated, leaving only floating lava and ore on the sea. That empty sea, where once there had been an island, now only a swirling, boiling ocean vortex remained. Shall I? I'm here. Are you sure a level 1 attack of this magnitude can't kill a level 2 zombie? Yes, Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train cabin. All major civilizations in the universe may manifest themselves in different ways, but the core is how to better utilize core energy. Whether attack or defense, they are all generated through core energy, and core energy has a strict hierarchy that cannot be exceeded. But, according to the information in the AI database of mechanical civilizations, when the level reaches a certain limit, this situation may be broken. However, this speculation is still in the experimental stage, and no concrete results have been achieved. Chen Meng said nothing, simply sitting back in his chair, gazing at the whirlpool on the sea with a dazed look. Arcanon Light Energy Main Cannon. This was the third colorful accessory he had obtained. The previous two were merely functional, hardly demonstrating the power of colorful grade accessories. This accessory truly taught him what a colorful accessory was, what a capping accessory was. This single shot was enough to explain everything. If he could upgrade this thing to level 100, he probably could easily bomb an entire planet with a single shot. He consumed 4.5 billion units of iron ore, upgrading it to level 50 in one go, and gaining 4 supermod effects. Arcanon Light Cannon level 5 supermod effect. Recharge time is significantly reduced. Arcanon Light Cannon level 10 supermod effect. Attack power does not decay with distance. Arcanon Light Cannon level 20 supermod effect. Tracking is enabled. Arcanon Light Cannon level 50 supermodel effect. Energy consumption is halved. This was the most expensive upgrade he had ever made. Just to upgrade it to level 50 had cost him 4.5 billion units of iron ore. Almost all the iron ore he mined in the pink area was spit here, but it was totally worth it. One level 3 energy stone was enough to fire a beam attack with a level 1 attack strength from the Arcanon Light Cannon. A level 50 attack strength required one level 8 energy stone. That's 5 billion units of iron ore. It was incredibly expensive, far exceeding the cost of crafting. Even with the energy consumption halved, it still required 2.5 billion units of iron ore. Although it was expensive, he could afford it. He actually wanted to test the power of a level 50 Arcanon Light Cannon, but he didn't dare. Level 50. This wasn't just about bombing a small island. He was a little worried about blasting a massive crater directly into the blue water planet, or even blasting it in half. This level of power wasn't suitable for testing on blue water planet. When there was a chance, he tried dropping one on a Zerg civilization planet. Of the 4 supermodel effects, the one he valued most was actually the level 10 supermodel effect. Attack power didn't decay with distance. And the Arcanon Light Cannon fired a beam of light, meaning, theoretically, he could have some fun with it. Aimed, parameters adjusted. Ready to fire. Conductor, please give the command to fire. That's right. Standing inside the train, Chen Meng slammed the scarlet button on the control panel with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He unleashed a level 1 attack from the Arcanon Light Cannon at a planet on the very edge of the Zerg civilization zone. As the muzzle of the Arcanon Light Cannon on top of the train opened slightly, the honeycomb-like lines on its barrel once again shone with a faint blue light. A blinding white beam pierced the sky, shooting straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the atmosphere and disappeared between heaven and earth. The level 20 supermodel effect is a tracking effect. The planet is a full 57,000 light-years away from the blue water planet. This means that, with a small probability, this beam will accurately hit the planet in 57,000 years, giving the planet a slight shock. During this long journey, the power of this beam will not diminish. It has a tracking effect and will try to follow the planet's trajectory to change its own trajectory. The attack strength is only level 1. Of course, it can't kill a Zerg monster. It's just for fun. Furthermore, 50,000 years is too long. He's unlikely to live to that point, and there's no telling what will happen in the meantime. The probability of a hit is also very low. Far less than the probability of a coin tossed in the air landing upright. After all, the path between Blue Water Planet and the Zerg Civilization planet wasn't entirely smooth. Interesting, isn't it? Qin Mang chuckled, looking up at the now vanished beam in the sky. He suddenly realized the greatest advantage of this beam-based firepower weapon. It attacks at the speed of light. A train couldn't reach the speed of light, but the attack he launched could. Xiao AI, adjust the target. This time, the target is the mining planet 0.3 light-years from Blue Water Planet. Aimed, parameters adjusted. Ready to launch. Qin Mang slapped the control panel button again, sending a small gift to the nearest mining planet. The attack was expected to reach the mining planet in 0.3 years, or 3.6 months. By then, he should have already been on the mineral planet. It was just the right time to observe closely what it felt like to be attacked from 0.3 light-years away. Then, somewhat addicted, he randomly fired 10 times into the depths of space, aimlessly. The Arcanon light cannon, with its level 1 attack strength, only required 1 level 3 energy stone per shot, or 50,000 units of iron ore, practically free. In his eyes, this single unit of iron ore was insignificant. The universe is still fun. Qin Mang's lips curled slightly, as he gazed at the 10 beams of light disappearing into the clouds overhead. He somewhat enjoyed this feeling, the feeling of randomly hurling beams into the vast universe. No one knew whether the attack would hit a target thousands, tens of thousands, millions, or even hundreds of millions of years from now. Or perhaps, shortly after leaving Water Blue Planet's atmosphere, it would collide with some meteorite fragment in the universe. But it felt quite interesting. If only each beam could be equipped with a mechanical eye and a data transmitter, he could know the final outcome of each beam. And he finally understood why the universe was so chaotic. Even he, after acquiring the Arcanon light cannon, couldn't resist firing a few shots into the depths of space. How could any other civilization resist firing a few shots? If everyone were to fire a few, how could the universe not be in chaos? Add to that the myriad other factors, the struggle for resources, the struggle for legitimacy, the conflict between civilizations, and so on. It had already become a complete mess. That's why his special tool, the galaxy map, only had a detection range of 100,000 light-years. If the detection range were a little wider, hundreds of millions of light-years, he might have discovered that the entire universe was already in complete chaos. Every civilization attacks the one closest to it. There's no reason. They just start. It's pure naked bloodlust. If I don't destroy you, you destroy me when you grow up. That's the ultimate reason to destroy you. Of course, this is just his speculation. Perhaps the entire universe is peaceful, and only his part is in chaos. However, this possibility is unlikely. After all, with the struggle for resources and the clash of civilizations, it's unlikely that peace can be maintained. I finally understand the meaning behind the order of civilization. When a civilization's level rises above 1, it officially enters the fray. Without the strength to be a hunter, you only become the prey. You're either the strongest or the weakest. It seems only these two types of civilization are relatively safe in the universe. Then, Xiao AI's voice echoed from inside the train cabin. Conductor, which type of civilization do you want to be? Of course, the weakest. Qin Mang said unhappily, the latter is controllable, but can I control the former? Even if I develop rapidly, I'm still a level 1 civilization. How do I transition to the strongest civilization? Other civilizations don't seem to be able to let me make the transition slowly. And haven't you noticed? In our galaxy, the Zerg civilization is the most powerful. There may be many powerful civilizations nearby, but they've all been blocked by the Zerg. We're located behind the Zerg's base, which is certainly dangerous. But in a sense, we're also protected. Other powerful civilizations won't come here. Under the Zerg's protection, we can develop slowly and unnoticed until we achieve our ultimate success. Try firing 10 more shots. Qin Mang, somewhat reluctantly, pounded the scarlet button on the console again. If these beams actually hit a civilization, they would surely sense his goodwill. After all, he was only firing beams at level 1 attack strength, not enough to kill. That feeling. It was like receiving a letter from a stranger, a friend, sent centuries ago. Time always imbues an envelope with rich meaning. Like aged wine, its aroma is intoxicating. After satisfying his desire, he piloted the starship back home. He could no longer test the attack strength. Once out of space, he would test the effects on other planets, and see how powerful the level 50 Arcanon light energy main cannon was. The only pity was that the upgrade consumed too many resources. Upgrading from level 1 to level 50 consumed a full 4.5 billion units of iron ore. He just checked. Upgrading later would cost even more resources. Without tens of billions of iron ore, he couldn't reach level 100. But he didn't need such a high-level main gun for the time being. Colorful area, on the equatorial core. A middle-aged man glanced around. Seeing no one was paying attention, he leaned his pickaxe on the ground and began to slack off. He looked at a man working diligently beside him, and whispered, "Hey, buddy, the guards aren't looking over here. Who are you working so hard for? No one can see. Why don't we take a break together? Humans are social animals. The greatest significance of a criminal gang isn't how much its members can help you, but how it allows you to feel more comfortable committing evil. It's like if a teacher makes one person stand in the corner as punishment, they might feel a little intimidated. But if 7 or 8 people are made to stand in the corner, they become more confident. This is the greatest significance of the gang's existence. For example, this lazy man right now wants to slack off, but seeing everyone around him working hard, he feels a little uneasy inside, desperately hoping someone will slack off with him, so that he can feel more at ease." The mining man glanced at the middle-aged man, smiled, and casually said, "You're new to the star from the pink area tropical jungle, right? You didn't catch a good time. Back then, resident benefits were rising quickly. By the time it was your turn, there weren't many mines left. It's so hard to find so much to mine, so why don't you hurry up and dig more? Otherwise, I'd be worried about you, wondering how you're going to upgrade your resident benefits. You're really generous. Resident benefits are pretty good now. Just enough to eat, and have a place to live." The middle-aged man squatted on the ground and muttered softly, "I know that in Neon City, 1 unit of iron ore can be exchanged for 1 star ticket. You've mined so much, and we only give you a few stellar tickets. I don't know what you're thinking." The man hadn't intended to waste time acknowledging the middle-aged man, but when he caught sight of the pig train captain approaching from the corner of his eye, he spoke seriously, "Brother, your understanding is a bit low. First, you have to understand that Neon City's target customer base is train conductors. Would you really need those train parts? Secondly, you have to understand that the reason we're able to mine so much iron ore isn't because we're incompetent, but because I was able to find so much. You can't assume all the credit is yours just because you mine the ore. Finally, Mr. Mang protected my safety during the apocalypse, providing me with shelter and food, allowing me to maintain a basic level of dignity in the apocalypse. I see no problem in handing over some iron ore. Your awareness doesn't seem like you're living in the apocalypse, but more like you're living before it." Just then, the pig cart driver approached with a smile, looking at the man in surprise. "You're quite aware, worthy of being a veteran of the star." Then he casually looked at the middle-aged man, who had hurriedly stood up and pretended to work. "Take him away, and give him a few days of political education. This guy's ideological awareness is a bit low. It needs improvement." "Yes." The 2 burly guards behind him immediately stepped forward, lifted the middle-aged man into their arms, and led him towards the nearby refrigerator. The Neon City streets were bustling with people. Due to the increasing number of people, the originally designated area was no longer sufficient, so an additional street was opened to accommodate the increased influx. At this moment, many train conductors gathered in front of the billboards on both sides of the street. Neon City is owned by the Star Train. I regret to inform you. Aquamarine is expected to collapse and be destroyed within 2 to 3 years. This is an irreversible process. The Star Train is preparing to depart from Aquamarine in a month, heading into space to escape the Zerg civilization's encirclement and seek life. Conductors interested in joining the Star Train in interstellar escape can visit Sun City for more information. This billboard had been up for over 10 days. It also detailed the current state of the universe. They all knew that Aquamarine was located behind the Zerg civilization, and how terrifying the Zerg civilization was. They had no other choice but to flee. Join or not join. This became the choice facing every train conductor entering Neon City these days. 2 years or 3 years. A bearded man, his expression complex, stood there, looking at the information on the notice board and speaking hoarsely. "With our train's current capabilities, we absolutely cannot achieve interstellar escape within 2 or 3 years. This means that if we don't join the Star Train, we will most likely perish alongside Blue Water Planet. Me too, a young man nearby muttered silently. I haven't even gotten the bunny cloud wheels. How can I achieve interstellar escape? Sun City, high-rise building. Chin Mang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling streets below. Silently, leaning on his cane, he listened as Uncle Lee reported on the specific statistics of Neon City in recent days. He didn't know how many survivors were still alive on Blue Water Planet. But he had calculated it. The Star Train couldn't carry too many survivors. It couldn't hold them. Carrying an entire civilization with one person was an extremely draining undertaking. Just like how Noah's Ark could only selectively take one man and one woman. The same was true for him. He could only selectively take a few survivors. He didn't know how long his interstellar escape plan would last, but he was certain of one thing. They wouldn't survive long on the Blue Water Planet. No one had signed up for those high-level trains recently. It was obvious. These people had been train conductors for so long, enjoying such privileges, they wouldn't want to be inferior to others. He completely understood. It was perfectly normal human nature. After all, in the eyes of those high-ranking train captains, the Star Train only gained interstellar escape capabilities after reaching the seven-colored zone. They were already in the red and gold zones, not far from the seven-colored zone. Wouldn't 2 or 3 years be enough for them to reach the seven-colored zone? That was the logic. However, there was only one component blueprint for the wormhole opener per planet, and only the first train captain to reach the seven-colored zone could take it. Without the ability to create a wormhole, how would the other trains leave the Blue Water Planet? This was a major problem. He didn't reveal this information. He had selectively abandoned those high-ranking trains. In a few days, he planned to circumnavigate the globe from the North Pole, pulling as many survivors from the lower-ranking trains as possible onto the Star Train. His upper limit was 1 billion people. This was almost the limit the Star Train could sustain. The daily food, drink, and defecation requirements for 1 billion people were astronomical, but even basic food consumption would require 100 million units of iron ore per day. But the Star could handle it. After all, these people weren't just eating and drinking for free, they would give back in other ways. However, the train simply couldn't accommodate so many space gates. Each space gate would require a large number of refrigerators and other equipment. Furthermore, with the 1 billion people on board, the train was so small that the vast majority of them would never again be able to leave the space gates. Management would be a real hassle. It would be extremely chaotic. He believed that these 1 billion people would undoubtedly play a greater role in helping him rebuild civilization in the future. That was beyond doubt. But in the early stages, he would have to endure the resource drain of 1 billion people. This was the limit of what he could bear, which meant he had to selectively abandon some of the survivors. He couldn't take all of them with him. He would screen them carefully, taking only those who met all requirements. In fact, if he simply needed to build a train, he wouldn't have needed to bring so many survivors. But since he wanted to rebuild human civilization and appear in the universe as a legitimate human civilization, he had to bring these survivors with him, and the more the better. Mr. Meng. After reporting the data, Uncle Lee began to report on other recent developments in Neon City. The Neon City free entry ticket only guarantees that all train conductors on this planet can reach Neon City after activating it. Mr. AI is currently researching how to allow train conductors from other planets to reach Neon City after activating the Neon City free entry ticket. This is equivalent to creating a one-way, disposable wormhole. It's quite complex, and no conclusion has been reached yet. But according to Mr. AI, even if the research is successful, the cost of producing this Neon City free entry ticket will rise rapidly, and it won't be possible to mass-produce it as before. Yes. Chin Mang nodded slightly. Neon City's primary customer base in the future will still be other planets, or rather, other civilizations. He wanted to allow different civilizations to trade in his Neon City. To achieve this, how to make the Neon City free entry ticket achieve this effect was a difficult problem that had to be solved. One more thing. We've acquired the parts blueprints you instructed us to acquire last time, Master Meng. He tilted his head to glance at Uncle Lee, and took a blueprint from him. Returning to the train, Chin Mang looked at the screen displaying the cyber mine. He now had a total of 50 cyber miners. After the training he received from Big Mao, the probability of success had significantly increased. But not by much. After all, the success rate for these things was already very low. This was mainly because the number of cyber miners was too small. If the number of cyber miners increased, the probability of success would also increase significantly. A low probability doesn't matter, as long as the data is large enough. The only factor hindering the rapid development of cyber miners was a shortage of dream stones. Aside from the first acquisition, which went quite smoothly, each subsequent acquisition only yielded a few scattered pieces, and the number remained extremely low, completely unquantifiable. But that was in the past. When the Star Train has 6,000 residents, it can produce roughly 1 dream stone per month. That's equivalent to 180,000 residents producing 1 dream stone per day. His plan is to take 1 billion survivors with him when he leaves Blue Water Planet. If the train has 1 billion survivors, then the daily production capacity will be approximately 5,556 dream stones. 556 dream stones in 1 day, at that time. The cyber mine will officially expand and reach its peak. Chin Mang glanced down at the blueprint for the blue-grade accessory dream spray that Uncle Lee had just given him. It's a valuable item. Simply install it in a car or space gate, and it can spray water to quickly lull or awaken those on the train. This way, there's no need to prick his butt with a needle. Although the latter wasn't seriously injured and would be perfectly bandaged after leaving the cyber mine, it still sounds a bit inhumane, so this accessory would be a good substitute for the needle tip. He remained silent, not immediately upgrading the newly acquired blue-grade accessory. Instead, he silently stared at the remaining 4 colorful grade accessories he had crafted on the screen, wanting to test how many units of iron ore would be needed to upgrade the space gate to level 200. He wanted to see if the Star Train could actually accommodate so many people. Conductor? Xiao Ai's helpless voice echoed from the train cabin. I think you might be overly optimistic. You're thinking the Star Train can only accommodate a maximum of 1 billion survivors, and the rest will be left on this planet. That sounds cruel and callous. But, Conductor, is there a possibility that there aren't even 1 billion survivors on Blue Water? There definitely are. Chin Mang said calmly. After all, Blue Water has a population of tens of billions. How could it be that not even 1 billion survivors can survive? The question now is whether the space gate can accommodate so many people. And the management of so many people. The most powerful space gate on the Star Train is the level 100 space gate in Car 10, measuring 10,000 meters long and wide. Constructing this level 100 space gate consumed a total of 1.31 million units of iron ore. He did the math. If they squeezed in, accommodating a high density of 10 to 20 square meters per person, a level 100 space gate could accommodate 5 to 10 million people. This was definitely not feasible. After all, this was idealized data. 5 million people couldn't be spread out flat inside a space gate like sand. It would require level 10 refrigerators. Level 10 refrigerators, each worth 4,500 units of iron ore, could be stacked into a tube-shaped building to house the 1 billion survivors he wanted to take away. This would bring the maximum population capacity of a level 100 space gate to 10 million. This was the actual population capacity, given the available space. 1 billion survivors. 100 level 100 space gates would be enough. But, space gates can be large or small. If all entrances to space gates were built to the minimum standard, a train car could accommodate up to 20 space gates, or 5 train cars. With a large number of level 10 refrigerators, a population of 1 billion could be accommodated. However, the quality of life would be barely survivable. The daily death toll would be substantial, and it would consume a significant amount of resources. A single level 100 space gate would require at least 50,000 level 10 refrigerators to accommodate 10 million people. The cost of building 200,000 refrigerators would be 225 million units of iron ore. 100 space gates. That's 22.5 billion units of iron ore, and that's just the cost of building the refrigerators. It doesn't even include the costs of the space gates, daily meals, management costs, and so on. The sum would be astronomical. So, he wanted to give it a try and see if there were any better results. Chin Mang glanced at the data on the console screen and whispered, "Isn't there anything in the AI database about the supermodel effect of a level 200 space gate?" He pinned his hopes on the fact that the level 200 space gate's effect would allow it to grow larger and larger, even larger, based on component upgrades. That way, he wouldn't have to build so many refrigerators. Building refrigerators was too expensive, and the living experience for residents was poor. No. From inside the train, Xiao Ai's voice echoed, "The database doesn't show any supermodel effects for a level 200 space gate. If nothing unexpected happens, no one in the entire mechanical civilization would have dropped a Murphy stone into a place like this." Indeed, since there was no answer, he could only try it himself. Chin Mang looked at the three-dimensional image of the space gate component on the console screen. The amount of Murphy stones required to upgrade from level 100 to level 200 increases sequentially, and the resources consumed for the upgrade also increased significantly, far exceeding the resources consumed from level 1 to 100. However, since he has level 0 authority, the cost he needs to pay is only the latter part. The former cost can be ignored. The next moment. Upgrading the level 100 space gate to level 101 requires 3 Murphy stones. The train conductor has been detected to have level 0 authority, so no Murphy stones are required. Continue the upgrade? Chapter 294. Jin Mang narrowed his eyes as he stared at the lines of text appearing on the control panel screen. After learning that the mechanical Princess Toto's AI had reached level 200, he tried it out. Upgrading the train assistant's AI from level 100 to level 100 and 1 required 2 Murphy stones. The train assistant's AI is a green-gray component, and the space gate is a yellow-gray component. Upgrading from level 100 to level 100 and 1 required 3 Murphy stones. In other words, the higher the grade of the component, the more Murphy stones it consumes per level after level 100 and above. Obviously, the 7-color grade components consume significantly more Murphy stones to upgrade to level 100 than lower grade components. And this, another advantage of his. Or rather, level 0 permission is a late game bonus, becoming increasingly powerful as you progress. While it can still be effective in the early stages, it's nowhere near as powerful as the later stages. Just look at the power of the Arcanon light cannon. If only he could upgrade it to level 200. And what about the Zerg civilization? 1 shot, 1 Pikachu. Upgrade. After consuming 1 million units of iron ore, he upgraded the space gate in Car 10, used for forest storage, from level 100 to level 101. That's expensive. Upgrading from level 1 to level 100 only cost him 1.01 million units of iron ore. This isn't a standard accessory. Every time you build one, you have to upgrade it again if you want a higher level. Jin Mang checked the train's remaining balance. 2.45 billion units of iron ore were still available. Without further hesitation, he poured 1.3 billion units of iron ore into the air, upgrading the space gate accessory in Car 10 to level 200, granting it a brand new supermodel effect. This was also the first level 200 supermodel effect on the Star Train. Space Gate level 200 supermodel effect can accommodate a planet with a diameter less than 100,000 kilometers. Jin Mang sat in a chair in the Star Train's cabin, somewhat bewildered. He glanced at the information on the control panel screen, rubbed his blurry eyes, and when he opened them again, to confirm he was reading correctly, he muttered. A bit outrageous. When he upgraded from level 100 to level 101. It reminded him that the length and width of this space gate had increased from 10,000 meters to 20,000 meters. He mentally calculated this. Even if the level 200 supermodel effect was useless, the increased range alone was enough to accommodate 1 billion people. Result? When I reached level 200, the length and width of the spatial portal suddenly disappeared, and this supermodel effect appeared. Without hesitation, I immediately stood up and left the train compartment, striding onto the flat elevator towards Car 10. Car 10. Jin Mang pushed open the spatial portal before him. Originally, he had transplanted the entire forest from the pink area tropical jungle into this spatial portal. It should have been a vibrant scene after opening the door. However, behind the door was nothingness. Absolute darkness. Not a single ray of light. Like a black hole, it swallowed up all surrounding light, captivating the soul. If a weak-minded person stood there, gazing into the abyss for too long, they might fall into it. He tilted his head and stared at the small text on the screen next to the space gate for a long moment, remaining silent. This space currently cannot accommodate a planet. It can accommodate any unowned planet. It can be accommodated if it comes within 10 million kilometers of an unowned planet. It contains a star chamber to ensure the planet is habitable, but it consumes energy. Please avoid prolonged power outages to avoid unexpected accidents. When the space gate reached level 100, he truly felt it was impressive. 10,000 meters long and wide. Equivalent to 14,000 football fields. But when the space gate reached level 200, he was stunned. How could it suddenly accommodate a planet? Isn't that a huge change? The change from level 1 to 100 wasn't that significant. He finally understood why Tutu upgraded the AI to level 200. Level 200 was a huge hurdle. A hurdle from mortal to divine. He finally understood why Toto hadn't considered upgrading the AI's level. The next supermodel effect appeared at level 500. Upgrading Space Gate from level 100 to level 100 and 1 consumed 3 Murphy stones. Each level up cost an additional 3 Murphy stones. To reach level 200, using Murphy stones, a full 14,580 Murphy stones would be required. Over 10,000 Murphy stones. Green-grade upgrades cost less, but still not significantly less. He must have gotten a lot of flack for upgrading the AI to level 200. Upgrading from level 200 to 200, and one would require 300 Murphy stones. He calculated it. To reach level 500, a total of 224,550 Murphy stones are required. 220,000, an astronomical number. It's hard to say if the entire blue water planet even has that many Murphy stones. Huh? Qin Mang took a deep breath. Only then did he truly realize the power of level 0 authority. Or rather, only then did he realize that after nearly a year of hard development, he was finally leaving the novice village. Next up, the grand stage of civilization. He was about to start a new journey. His cheat had completely failed to realize its full potential on Blue Water Planet, and hadn't truly realized its value. Only by reaching the grand stage of cosmic civilization could he truly feel at home. The only regret was, where are all those trees I had? What a pity. The creatures within this space gate, including small animals and the like, were teleported to other space gates. This was the level 100 super mode effect of the space gate. When the space gate shattered, all living things within it were teleported to another space gate within the train. Going from level 100 to 200 was practically equivalent to a shattering event. The small animals were all thriving. But the tropical plants he painstakingly transplanted had all been reduced to ashes and disappeared. Damn it, but... Qin Mang gazed at the pitch-black darkness within the spatial portal, lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and grinned. Shall I cancel the Neon City announcement? No need to consult them. Take the ball with you. Stop plucking that university professor. Just transplant the rarer plants to other residential areas. The rest can be left here. I've taken the ball with me anyway. He was very happy now. This level 200 supermod effect not only solved the problem of the train being unable to carry so many people, but also solved the problem of so many survivors having nothing to do on the train. Since he had taken Blue Water Planet with him, the survivors would naturally remain on Blue Water Planet. The mines on Blue Water Planet would constantly refresh, and these survivors would just continue to mine. Most importantly, although he had already decided to become a nomadic civilization, surviving in the universe solely on trains, without a base he had, after all, traveled from the previous world. In his previous world, the customs of traveling without a place of his own always made him feel uneasy. This time, he felt at ease. The planet was stuffed directly onto the train. It had both a base and the ability to function as a nomadic civilization. It was both safe and secure. Who says you can't have your cake and eat it too? What a delicious fish and bear's paw. I've loved this dish since I was a kid. Qin Mang flicked the unburned cigarette from his fingertips into the darkness before him with a satisfied look. He watched the crimson streak gradually fade into nothingness and vanish before striding towards the train room. Seal this space gate. Don't let the professor and his team fall in while moving trees. We plan to complete the mining of all the mines in the 7-colored area, stockpile some resources, and then depart for the mining planet 0.3 light-years away. All trains on the Blue Water Planet will be disbanded. Merge into the star. Implant iris chips in all survivors. Use the ruins as a foundation to rebuild the city. Record the coordinates of all reproducible resources. I will upgrade the off-road motorcycle production line to level 200. All survivors will live in the city in the future, and after sunrise, take automated vehicles to the mines. Work at sunrise, rest at sunset. And Qin Mang strode towards the train compartment, issuing one order after another. The appearance of the level 200 space gate could be described as a game changer. It solved all the problems the star had encountered today, and provided a nearly perfect answer. Inside the train compartment, Xiao Ai's voice rang out. Conductor, during the apocalyptic eruption 2 years ago, the machine civilization injected a special agent into Blue Water Planet, forcing its core energy to overflow, thus forming a mine. This process is irreversible. It's equivalent to destroying a planet from the inside. In 3 years, Blue Water Planet will be a dead star. Will rebuilding the city ruins now waste too many resources? No. Qin Mang sat in his chair, staring at the information flashing across the control panel screen. After a pause, he said softly, even planning a city is difficult to achieve perfection, let alone planning a planet, a civilization. Don't rebuild it too perfectly. Just rebuild it close enough, similar to a wasteland civilization. In 3 years, I will find a planet more habitable. Understood. Xiao Ai's voice faded in the train compartment. He had only proposed a rough outline. The specific details would need to be refined by Xiao Ai and Lao Zhu. Professional matters should be left to professionals. He only needed to decide the direction. Everyone has an iris chip implanted, meaning Xiao AI manages all survivors. Under this premise, the entire blue water planet civilization may experience a period of the lowest crime rate in history. Any trace of crime will be immediately discovered and executed, and everyone's efforts will be recorded. This is something truly commendable. Any civilization. There's always a shortage of people quietly working hard in certain corners. What's lacking is the eyes that see these people. This kind of meticulous, real-time management, down to the smallest detail, would be a devastating blow to those with crooked hearts. But for those who simply desire a stable life, it would be a tremendous guarantee of security. It seems it's time to seriously consider a name for this civilization. Chen Meng muttered, looking at the remaining progress bars behind the civilization order in the drawer, each one about to reach 100%. The original military progress was 84%. After firing his Arcanon light cannon, it instantly maxed out, reaching 100%. In a trance, Chen Meng pressed the wormhole radar button on the console, scanning for existing wormholes within 10 light-years. He wanted to see if the Zerg wormholes near the 2 habitable planets had disappeared. Those 2 wormholes from the Zerg civilization hung over his head like a sword of Damocles. He didn't know when they would fall. He always worried that the Zerg civilization's army would reach his area at any moment. Soon, the 2 Zerg wormholes appeared on the galaxy map, still lingering. His brow furrowed slightly. A small change had occurred. A wormhole from an unknown civilization had appeared 3 million kilometers from the mining planet. Those coordinates were exactly the ones he had detected as a possible wormhole. Artificially constructed, bearing the imprint of an unknown civilization. One-way, disposable wormhole. This is the end point. It has been formed for 2 days. Internal stability is 96%. The coordinates of the other end are unknown. A wormhole that had only formed for 2 days. He didn't know which civilization it came from. He also didn't know if anyone had emerged from the wormhole, or if the person who emerged was heading for the mining planet. These details couldn't be realistically mapped on a galaxy map. A newly formed wormhole. This incident, let alone in the context of the entire universe, was just a minor incident even on a galaxy map spanning only 100,000 light-years. But it was a devastating blow to him. This mining planet was crucial to his plan. It was his first target on his quest to break out of the universe. This mining planet would allow him to ensure that many of his train's components would surpass level 200 and achieve the transformation from mortal to divine. Anyone who dared to steal this mining planet would be severing his path to survival. Without this mining planet, the resources of Blue Water Planet simply wouldn't be enough to support his interstellar voyage. Besides this mining planet, the nearest remaining mining planet was 378 light-years away, and he couldn't reach such a distant area in a short period of time. It could be said that this mining planet was his lifeline. Chen Meng's expression was rather grim and unpleasant after a long silence. He then spoke softly. Xiao AI, you said a few days ago that this mineral planet is extremely inconspicuous in the entire universe, and that those powerful civilizations wouldn't even notice it. Logically, that should be the case. Don't talk nonsense. I've noticed you're a bit of a pessimist. Everything you think shouldn't happen has happened. The mineral content on this mineral planet is indeed low. The fact that they didn't arrive via random wormhole, but made a special trip, suggests their civilization is at very high level. Furthermore, the wormhole doesn't have a brand. Generally speaking, only weak civilizations dare not leave their mark in wormholes. Powerful civilizations, like the Zerg, will leave their mark in the wormholes they build, telling everyone that anyone who dares enter is an enemy of the Zerg. Not very strong. Definitely not. Then kill them. Chen Meng glanced at the information displayed on the galaxy map and said word by word, everyone, speed up the process. The train still has 1.15 billion units of iron ore. Take 400 million units, and build another 160,000 mining robots. Mining the mines in the 7-colored area as quickly as possible. Then set off. As expected, the enemy's target must be the mining planet. But the wormhole is still 3 million kilometers away. At the speed of the star train, it would take 24 days and nights of non-stop travel. He didn't know the enemy's speed, but it had only been about 2 days. They shouldn't have landed yet, right? He would go and reconnoiter first. If it was just a small sliver of civilization, and he could defeat them, he'd bomb the wormhole first, then destroy that sliver of civilization, and then he mine. When the enemy came, he run. If he couldn't defeat them, he just run, plunder the resources of the other 2 planets still experiencing apocalypse, and then head for the mining planet 378 light-years away. That was his plan. These people. Damn them. Every time you finally get back on your feet, someone pops up, trying to drag you back into the mire. Chin Mang leaned back in his chair, tapping his knuckles lightly on the armrest as he muttered. The train hadn't been upgraded yet. It's only a level 22 train right now. The lowest level train in the pink zone is level 22, and the highest level train in the colorful zone is level 27. Level 27 is the maximum level. After that, staying on the blue water planet will no longer allow it to upgrade. It will need to journey into the depths of space to continue upgrading. Although he felt a little angry, he wouldn't let his anger get the better of him. With the train so inferior in every way, even rushing through would be pointless. He would wait until all the mines in the colorful zone were mined before going back to test the waters. If he can't defeat him, he run away. As the saying goes, there's life, there's hope. Upgrading to a level 23 train is simple. Upgrade requirements. Consume 140,000 units of level 3 iron ore. There are no component requirements or population requirements. Just 140,000 units of level 3 iron ore, or 14 million units of iron ore, and in the next moment, the train will be upgraded to level 23. Not only that, upgrading to level 24 through level 26 trains requires no other requirements. After consuming 62 million units of iron ore, he successfully upgraded the train from level 22 to level 26, just one step away from the maximum level. During this period, the control panel had no new features, nor were there any craftable parts. It was only when preparing to upgrade the train to level 27 that the upgrade requirements became more stringent. Upgrade requirements. Consume 180,000 units of level 3 iron ore, require at least 5,000 survivors on the train, and have a total equipment level exceeding 500. The requirements were quite demanding. At least 5,000 survivors were required, a requirement few could meet. But he just happened to meet it. After consuming another 18 million units of iron ore, 2 lines of text slowly appeared on the train screen. Your train has been upgraded to level 27. No more craftable parts available. A new function has appeared on the control panel. Heart of Civilization. This function becomes available after establishing or joining a civilization. It is currently dimmed. The Star Train is not affiliated with any civilization. No additional craftable parts are available. Level 27. This is already the highest level train the 7-color zone can accommodate, but there are still no craftable 7-color parts. If nothing unexpected happens, the train may gain other parts with future upgrades, but definitely not 7-color parts. These parts will need to be obtained from other zones. Chin Mang reviewed the requirements for upgrading the train to level 28. Upgrade requirements. Consume 200,000 units of level 3 iron ore, have more than 5,000 survivors on the train, and have a total component level of more than 550, with any pink or 7-color component exceeding level 50. The train must also leave its current planet. This upgrade couldn't be completed on Blue Water Planet. Chin Mang glanced at the various information on the control panel. The train's current biggest drawback is its weak defense, with only level 22 armor. With this level of armor, navigating deep space is still too unsafe. Before leaving Blue Water Planet, I'd like to upgrade my armor level as much as possible, and then increase the energy shield level as well. That way, if anything unexpected happens, I can use the train's special ability, Absolute Defense, to withstand it. Time slowly slipped by. For the next few days, the entire 7-colored region Equatorial Core was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, something happened in Neon City that left all the train conductors utterly bewildered. Neon City had closed down. What a joke. Is he running away? Even after crushing his Neon City admission ticket, he could no longer enter Neon City. Market transactions? No. After the space gate reached level 200, Chin Mang no longer needed to trade with the train conductors on Blue Water Star. In a few days, all the survivors on that planet would become his miners, handing over all the resources they mined daily. There was no need for Neon City as an intermediary. All the resources on Blue Water Star were his. He had already determined the direction of his future development. The civilization he led didn't need too many trains, nor would he engage in war with other civilizations across a front tens of thousands of light years away. All the resources of his entire civilization would be concentrated on the Star Train. Using the power of civilization, build the star, one train to carry one ball. 13 days later. All mines in the colorful region Equatorial Core have been fully mined, and all residents have returned to their residential areas, looking anxiously at the black screen. Captain Pig informed them today that the starship is preparing to leave planet Aqua. The entire process will be broadcast live. This has made many residents nervous. After all, most people may have fantasized about winning the lottery, a relatively low probability event. But few would imagine leaving their native planet one day. The fear of the unknown has left many residents feeling uneasy. Is it going to space? Sitting in residential area 1, DeMount gazed at the black screen with a hint of unease. Although he had immense faith in the star, the dangers of the deep universe were completely unknown, and no one knew what would happen. Maybe he'd die. Maybe he'd live. Thinking about it, it seemed like there was only a 50% chance of dying, which wasn't a high probability. Inside the train, Chen Meng looked at the current resources displayed on the train panel. 51.2 billion units of iron ore, 14.22 billion units of wood, 43.49 billion units of copper ore, 12.4 billion units of red hard rock, 10.87 billion units of titanium crystal ore. All resources had reached the tens of billions. This had reached the pinnacle of all the train's resources. And the 6-7 color blueprints he had taken from the equatorial core that day had already been used to build the wormhole opener and the Arcanon light cannon. He had upgraded the former to level 10, and the latter to level 50. The 4 colorful accessories at the back were crafted with light, and haven't been upgraded yet. Just then, a short, compact train shot in from a distance, slowing down and slithering into the star train's locomotive. Just as it came to a complete stop, Erden anxiously strode towards the elevator in the first-floor train compartment. After taking the elevator to the second-floor train compartment, he hurriedly said, "Master Meng, something's happened. The barriers between all the zones have suddenly vanished. The train radio is going crazy. The train radio is no longer just communicating between train captains in a single zone. All train captains in all zones now share the same radio." Chen Meng gestured for Erden to sit down and relax before speaking. "I lifted the regional barrier. Without it, you couldn't reach the 7-colored zone." "Huh?" Erden was slightly taken aback, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. "The regional barrier can be lifted manually? Wouldn't the survivors in the lower-level zones be completely slaughtered by the swarming higher-level monsters?" He was already baffled by the star's sudden flight from the red zone to the 7-colored zone in such a short period of time. It was as if he had been on a cheat. And now he was being told that the regional barrier was lifted manually by Master Meng. "Yes." Chen Meng nodded slightly. At the center of the 7-colored zone's equatorial core, there was an explanation of the zone's formation. The so-called regional barrier was actually a shaped energy shield with a defined range. It prevented higher-level monsters from reaching the lower-level zones. It also prevented lower-level trains from reaching the higher-level zones. It was a means developed by the mechanical civilization to combat the Zerg civilization, ensuring that planets facing doom would have more time to develop and produce more survivors. This feature wasn't included in the original Dawn project of the mechanical civilization. It was added after careful consideration by Tutu and her AI. Facts have proven that this feature actually helped more survivors survive. This is why he burns incense for Tutu. Although this mechanical princess has left a stereotype as someone who doesn't go to the front lines and doesn't know the suffering of the world, at the time of her own civilization's demise, she revived the Dawn project, giving countless people a chance to survive. He was one of these countless people. And it was in this area that he learned of the Zerg civilization's most perverse characteristic: infinite resurrection. Honestly, when he heard this news, he was practically despairing. Infinite wormholes plus rapid reproduction plus infinite resurrection. This Zerg civilization is the king of the universe, right? Rapid reproduction is already a buggy ability that allows for rapid troop growth, and infinite wormholes is even more of a buggy ability that allows it to reach enemy territory quickly. Infinite resurrection amplifies both of the previous abilities infinitely. In 2 words, it's invincible. In 4 words, everyone stand up. There's no way to fight it. All monsters created by the Zerg civilization, as long as their planet possesses core energy, can absorb that energy, allowing them to resurrect infinitely. After all, they are all monsters without the ability to think, only with a lust for blood, so there's no need to worry about whether they're the same monster. Even if their planet is a Death Star, they can slowly resurrect by absorbing the core energy scattered throughout the universe, though the resurrection rate will be slower. However, not every monster possesses this ability. Among the insect eggs released by the Zerg civilization onto Aquamarine planet, there's a monster called the antenna worm. It's roughly the size of a stink bug, extremely fragile, and only level 1. Its effect is to absorb the core energy of the planet or scattered throughout the universe. Through this antenna worm, it's possible to infinitely resurrect monsters on that planet, effectively granting a group resurrection buff to allies. This monster is located in the seven-colored area. After being easily crushed to death, all monsters on the blue water planet lost their ability to resurrect. To be honest, when he first entered the seven-colored area, the enemy radar didn't detect any monsters, including this antenna bug. This antenna bug was hiding in a tin can, ignoring radar. If the university professors hadn't found it, he wouldn't have known such a monster existed in the seven-colored area. The AI database only mentioned the existence of the antenna bug, but didn't mention where it might be hiding. The most despairing thing is that the mechanical civilization is not actually weak, or even a very strong civilization. For a long time, the mechanical civilization even completely dominated the Zerg civilization, slaughtering them madly. For 200 years, the mechanical civilization maintained an absolute advantage. The great victories announced by the mechanical civilization in the news weren't false propaganda. They were truly victorious at the beginning. However, the turning point in the war, which lasted only 295 years, resulted in their annihilation in the 239th year. That year, the Zerg civilization suddenly saw a massive increase in its military strength. At first, the machine civilization simply thought the Zerg civilization was expending its resources and preparing for a desperate fight. Later, they discovered that it wasn't just a massive increase in the Zerg civilization's military strength, it was actually a freaking endless resurrection. Yes. This is the Zerg civilization's fourth metamorphosis ability. Devour evolution. After devouring any civilization, it preserves its essence and rapidly iterates it through the Queen Mother to every member of the Zerg civilization. Logically speaking, while there might be differences among the members of a civilization, the differences wouldn't be significant. However, the monsters of the Zerg civilization are quite diverse. This is because the Zerg civilization devoured numerous civilizations, creating a variety of monsters. In the 239th year, after devouring a civilization capable of infinite resurrection, the Zerg civilization's momentum became unstoppable. Is this Zerg civilization fucking cheating? Erden, sitting in a nearby chair, muttered in shock, infinite wormholes plus rapid reproduction plus infinite resurrection plus devouring evolution. Does this give other civilizations a chance to survive? Comparatively speaking, the mechanical civilization's only trains are too weak. The mechanical civilization is dead, and we're relying on the mechanical civilization's means, even behind the Zerg civilization's headquarters. How can we survive? Isn't this pure cheating? We're all competing fairly, so why is he cheating? What I hate most in my life is cheating bastards. Indeed. Chin Mang sighed softly, lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and agreed, me too. The enemy was a little too powerful. So powerful that it was beginning to despair. The scene he encountered in the Flesh Train adventure map in the green zone of Kunlun Mountain. A gigantic worm-like monster constructed with the Flesh Train as its skeleton, surrounded by hundreds of mantis-like monsters constantly being built. That monster was the Flesh Train formed by the Zerg civilization of the time, after it devoured a large number of the mechanical trains of the mechanical civilization. It had demonstrated its might on the battlefield many times. Seeing this, the mechanical civilization also urgently began developing the Flesh Train. But it was wiped out before long. Even after their destruction, they hadn't resolved the Flesh Train's uncontrollable nature, nor the fact that as it upgraded, it would merge with its conductor. All the Flesh Trains that failed in their research were imprisoned in a prison for further research. This is a path that is yet to be explored. It's also a crooked path. It's not the right path. From this perspective, Zerg civilization is an absolutely pure civilization, taking the essence and discarding the dross. Every civilization speaks of this slogan, but only the Zerg civilization has implemented it with absolute perfection and extreme strictness. Gnome civilization was also devoured by the Zerg civilization. And the Zerg civilization has inherited the characteristics of the Goblin civilization. It is not affected by the distorted temporal magnetic field, which means it is not affected by the temporal rift. It is extremely perverse. Many races and civilizations possess unique talents, and the Zerg's gift is the ability to transform the talents of all races and civilizations into its own. But, perhaps due to the nature of the Goblin civilization, a bug occurred when devouring them, causing goblins, like Doba and Mundo, to retain some of their memories and thinking abilities. The antenna worm is dead. Doba can no longer be resurrected, or rather, since Doba joined the star, he has been unable to benefit from the antenna worm's group resurrection buff. Neither he nor Doba knew about this news. Fortunately, he never sent Doba on missions where he would surely die, thinking he could be resurrected anyway. Furthermore, the resurrection of this antenna bug shouldn't just be about the body, but also about the soul and mind. Otherwise, Doba wouldn't be able to remember the events of his last death every time he resurrected. This is already a rule-based ability. It would be great if the star train had corresponding accessories. Then, Erden was silent for a long moment before his expression became complicated. Can we defeat them? Definitely not. Qin Mang shook his head firmly. It'd take at least 100 years of development. During those 100 years, the Zerg civilization will undoubtedly devour more civilizations and grow even stronger. By then, we might be even more vulnerable. That's not impossible. Qin Mang looked seriously at the galaxy map on the screen beside him. So, rather than fighting the Zerg civilization, my plan has always been to escape from it as much as possible. That mining planet, 0.3 light-years away, is our first target. It's also our springboard to space. But someone's already gotten there first. 15 days ago, a wormhole from an unknown civilization appeared near that mining planet. Perhaps the pioneers sent by that civilization have already successfully landed. We need to rush over and see what they're capable of. If we can defeat them, we fight. If we can't, we flee. It's not that he's afraid of fighting. It's not that he's cowardly. Rather, that Zerg civilization is completely unstoppable by human power. It's a god-level civilization. You should simply declare them invincible. He ran first. Both possessed cheats, but the Zerg civilization's cheat parameters were clearly more outrageous and unreasonable. So what do we do now? Wait. Qin Mang leaned back patiently in his chair and began to rest. When the regional barriers were closed, he dispatched all 100 shuttle ships on the train, reaching other areas at breakneck speed and beginning to slaughter monsters in all areas. Each shuttle was equipped with a level 5 energy stone, costing 5 million units of iron ore. Prioritize killing high-level monsters. After losing the antenna worms, the Zerg civilization's monsters could no longer be revived. No matter how numerous they were like rootless water. They would be decimated in no time. Of course, the monsters on Blue Water Planet weren't just the Zerg civilization. There were also zombies spawned by the core energy emanating from Blue Water Planet. These zombies could not be completely annihilated, and could only coexist with Blue Water Planet. Qin Mang leaned back in his chair, wanting only to close his eyes and rest, but perhaps from exhaustion, he gradually fell asleep. Next, he prepared to transfer Water Blue Planet to the starship and implant iris chips in all of them. Erden was left alone, sitting in a chair with a complicated expression, staring at the galaxy map on the screen, unsure of what to do. The future held an uncertain outcome. He would rather die simply, like by hanging or jumping off a building. He didn't want to die from some unknown risk. Who knew how he would end up? He had a strong feeling it would be a horrible death. He had searched through the family tree, and he was the only one to have died that way. If only I could die of old age. If not, dying of illness would be fine. And at this moment, on Purple Cloud Star, a planet 0.4 light-years away from Water Blue Star, a young man sat in a train cabin, gazing at the galaxy map on the control panel screen. A strange glint flickered in his eyes. A few days ago, he successfully completed the extremely difficult adventure map Dead Trees Reborn. He had received numerous rewards. The greatest reward was probably the special item embedded in the control panel, the galaxy map. This item allowed him to see the distribution of civilizations within 10 light-years. It also revealed that his planet wasn't the only one facing Doomsday. 2 other planets were also suffering. And there was a mining planet only 0.1 light-years away. If only he could reach this mining planet. Zerg civilization. The young man looked at the Zerg civilization territory occupying a large area on the galaxy map, clenching his fists, his eyes gleaming with a coldness. Given time, I will surely annihilate the Zerg civilization. The youth's pride. I can even fight against gods and Buddhas. He had always firmly believed that he was the sole protagonist of the entire cosmic civilization. No matter how powerful others were, they were merely supporting characters waiting to be defeated. Chapter 295. 7 hours later, it was dark. Qin Mang drowsily woke up and sat on a chair inside the star train. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, tapped a few times on the control panel, and then looked at the information that appeared on the screen. After a moment's silence, he went to the shower, rinsed up, lit a cigarette, and sat back in a chair whispering, "Is everything done?" 15 minutes ago, all 100 shuttles returned to their fleet. "We've finished handling it." Xiao Ai's voice echoed from inside the train. Halfway through, 100 shuttles ran out of energy stones and returned to the star. Following the instructions, the train captain, replaced all shuttles with a level 5 energy stone and set off again on their mission. At this time, all monsters on the Blue Water Planet have been essentially annihilated, and they cannot be revived. Only a small number of corpses remain on the entire blue water planet. Yes. Qin Mang nodded slightly, glancing at the resource balance on the terrain panel. 50.8 billion units of iron ore, 14.22 billion units of wood, 43.49 billion units of copper ore, 12.4 billion units of red hard rock, 10.87 billion units of titanium crystal Oregon. It's time to set sail. But before setting sail, he needs to upgrade some components. Of the 6 colorful grade component blueprints obtained in the colorful zone equatorial core, the wormhole opener and Arcanon super cannon have all been crafted. There's also another colorful component. Spy 7 Doppler radar. This is a top-tier alternative to the enemy search radar. The detection range of a level 100 search radar is 100,000 meters. The level 1 Spy 7 Doppler radar also has a detection range of 100,000 meters, and can also detect more data, such as cosmic radiation. Since we're already preparing to head to the mining planet, let's see who gets there first. Intelligence is essential. It even takes priority over armor. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory, as our ancestors taught us. The Spy 7 Doppler radar not only has all the functions of a search radar, but also can detect even more data. The range of level 1 alone is the same as that of a level 100 search radar. But he's currently short on resources. Upgrading the colorful Spy 7 Doppler radar accessory to level 50 requires 4.5 billion units of iron ore. Upgrading the green search radar accessory to level 200 only requires 800 million units of iron ore. They're not on the same level. Although he longed to upgrade his Spy 7 Doppler radar to the top of the line, the search radar clearly offered greater value for his money at this stage. I just wish the range could be a little wider. Qin Mang muttered, gazing at the control panel screen. The 200-level supermodel effect undergoes a qualitative change. He called it a transformation from mortal to godlike. But the search radar's 100-level supermodel effect was 0, which meant its 200-level supermodel effect was also 0. All he needed was a slight increase in range, a qualitative change in range. He dared not ask for anything else. The next moment, with the complete consumption of 800 million units of iron ore, the search radar was instantly upgraded to 200 level, its search range skyrocketing from 100,000 meters to 0.1 light years, and it also gained a brand new supermodel effect. Search radar level 200 super mode effect, none. Huh? Qin Mang let out a long sigh. Level 200 was indeed a critical threshold for improvement. A detection range of 0.1 light years was more than sufficient. But without the level 200 god level super mode effect, it was a significant loss. After capturing this mining planet, the search radar would essentially be obsolete, and the Spy 7 Doppler radar would replace it. Next up was an accessory he often overlooked. An accessory that was rarely effective on the blue water planet, but was absolutely the most important in the universe, even more important than the search radar. Radar jammer. He had only upgraded this accessory to level 10 and never upgraded it again. Its usefulness was minimal, but he would upgrade it to level 200 during the rest of his journey. Undetectable, yet able to detect others. This would ensure an invincible position. Fight or retreat, it was all up to him. The initiative was always in his hands. Among the 6 colorful accessories, there's also a superior replacement for this one, the Spy 7 Doppler radar jammer. The remaining blueprints for these 6 colorful accessories are all extremely important. The radar jammer has no supermod effects starting at level 5, so naturally, it doesn't have any god-level supermod effects. This is a yellow-grade accessory. After consuming 1.3013 billion units of iron ore, he upgraded this accessory to level 200 in one go. At this point, enemy radars below level 200 will no longer be able to detect him, effectively making him completely invincible. Perhaps the Zerg civilization might possess detection methods superior to this, but the unknown civilization that arrived at that mining planet first and dared not show its face certainly didn't have a detection method superior to this. After fully upgrading these 2 components, Qin Mang leaned back in his chair, exhaled lightly, and stubbed out his cigarette in a can of Coke. After a pause, he spoke, "Shall I, for the research project I told you about last time, do your best to find suitable candidates among the people on Blue Water Planet. This includes the adventure maps on Blue Water Planet. Many of the regional maps have traces of mechanical civilizations. Space travel consumes a tremendous amount of time. During this time, create several task forces, led by Erden, to survey all the adventure maps left by mechanical civilizations on Blue Water Planet. All those worth researching will be transferred to the number 2 Mecha Research Center. Some white and green accessories would be incredibly effective if they possessed a level 200 God-level supermodel effect. I'm going to completely wash the supermodel effects off these accessories, and recreate our own original accessory images. The supermodel effects of different accessories are completely random. The scientific name for this is cosmic empowerment. In other words, they are completely random and uncontrollable. There are many accessories in the train whose supermodel effects are none at level 5 or level 50. Once a none appears, the subsequent supermodel effects will also be none. In order to obtain a sufficiently satisfactory supermodel effect, a large amount of Murphy stone and resources are needed to test what supermodel effects the original accessories created this time have. This process was extremely consuming Murphy stone. But fortunately, he didn't need it. Especially for many colorful grade accessories, the resources consumed during the testing process were astronomical, so the supermodel effects of most colorful grade accessories were mediocre. Building a R&D team wasn't something that could be completed in a short period of time. But he wasn't in a hurry. This was something to raise the upper limit. It was like both his and his opponent's cups were filled to the brim with pebbles. Neither could fit even a single pebble, but they could still add some sand. After the sand, they could add some water. As long as there were enough resources, they could even raise the cups a little higher. Understood. Xiao Ai's voice echoed inside the train. Qin Mang continued to look at the control panel screen. With these two accessories, the star was essentially invisible in space. The next step was defense. Armor. The price of upgrading from level 21 to level 22 was 140 million iron ore per carriage. The cost of upgrading from level 22 to level 23 is 160 million iron ore per car. The stellar train has 16 cars, including the locomotive, and the level 10 supermodel effect reduces the crafting cost by half with each upgrade. The train still has 48.7 billion iron ore. After consuming 1.28 billion iron ore, armor reaches level 23. Then, a series of data began to flash across the screen. Upgraded to level 24 at a cost of 1.6 billion iron ore. Upgraded to level 25 at a cost of 2.4 billion iron ore. Upgraded to level 26 at a cost of 4 billion iron ore. Upgraded to level 27 at a cost of 6.4 billion iron ore. He spent 8 billion units of iron ore to upgrade to level 28. He spent 9.6 billion units of iron ore to upgrade to level 29. He spent 12 billion units of iron ore to upgrade to level 30. By the time he upgraded from level 29 to level 30, the cost of armoring a single carriage had reached 1.5 billion units of iron ore. He spent a total of 44 billion units of iron ore to upgrade the armor from level 22 to level 30 in one go. The train suddenly had only 4.7 billion units of iron ore remaining. This batch of iron ore would become his reserve. Finally, he would upgrade a green-grade accessory, the nitrogen exhaust, to increase the star train's speed in space, and the system would be almost complete. Magnetic levitation was a red-grade accessory, which he couldn't afford at the moment. Green cheap. After consuming 800 million units of iron ore and upgrading it from level 100 to 200 in one go, the increase was incredibly significant. The original speed increase for this component was 1,020 km per hour, but after reaching level 200, the increase was 51,000 km per hour. An absurd 50-fold increase. The original coordinates for the star's planned wormhole were a full 3 million kilometers from the mining planet. At the star's train speed, it would have taken 24 days non-stop. Now, it only takes 54 hours, just over 2 days. A significant speed increase, and the maximum speed is well within the tolerance of the armor level. Based on this calculation, if the uninvited guest from the unknown civilization was weaker, perhaps even if they set out a dozen days later, they could still reach the mining planet before them. And there's an additional supermodel effect. Nitrogen exhaust level 200 supermodel effect. It draws on the core energy floating in the universe, significantly reducing the train's energy consumption during operation, an estimated 99.9% reduction. Huh? Qin Mang let out a light breath, rubbed his cheeks, and expelled all the anger and anxiety in his chest. He looked at the screen and smiled again, with a triumphant smile. He liked the level 200 God-level supermodel effect. Next, when he has enough resources, he will upgrade all the train components to level 200, even without the level 200 God-level supermodel effect. Upgrading the components to level 200 will significantly change their effectiveness. Everything is ready. Level 200 search radar. Level 200 radar jammer. Level 30 armor. Level 50 Arcanon light cannon. Offense and defense ready. Several lines of data flashed across the screen. Final check. All components of the star train are 100% intact. The level 7 energy stone embedded in the locomotive is 100%. The level 5 energy stone supplying the Armor Research Center is 90%. And the level 7 energy stone providing energy to the train components is 100%. Sufficient energy. All residents have entered the star train, and their numbers have been checked. No significant changes to the galaxy map. Prepare to depart. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown began, the star train slowly lifted off the ground and flew into the air, its nose tilted upwards, the entire train tilting increasingly until it reached 90 degrees. Nitrogen nozzles embedded on both sides of the carriage continuously spewed out pale blue flames, ready to start at full power at any time. 3, 2, 1, launch. Chen Mang slammed the red button on the control panel, and the nitrogen nozzles on both sides of the carriage suddenly erupted with thick and dazzling white flames. Like a comet, the star train accelerated to an incredible speed of 50,000 kilometers per hour in almost 0 seconds. Shooting out of the atmosphere, Chen Mang's whole body was pressed tightly against the chair, feeling the powerful thrust, and he couldn't help but grin with excitement. It was powerful, he liked it. He could feel the thrust, but there was no chest tightness or shortness of breath. He had already upgraded the built-in space stabilizer to level 100. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to accelerate so fast. If only a level 10 or 20 person accelerated so hard, basically everyone on the train would be turned into a paste. He wasn't so stupid as to kill himself. The star train shot out of the atmosphere at breakneck speed, its rapidity causing dazzling sparks to fly from the friction around it. 3 minutes later, the star train slowly hovered in the starry sea of space. This day was a memorable one. This was the first time the star train had entered the starry sea, the first time it had hovered in the universe, the first time it had observed water blue planet from this perspective. Is this the starry sea? Inside the train, Chen Mang gazed at the scenes outside the window, his expression hazy, his thoughts drifting away. Having lived 2 lives, his life experience far surpassed that of most of his peers, but he had never observed the universe from this perspective. It's hard to describe. The first thing that enveloped his senses was boundless darkness. He had never designed anything, so he didn't know if a colorful black even existed. But this darkness was darker than the one he'd seen in the Goblin Tomb. It was a pure, dense, almost condensed darkness. It seemed to swallow up all sound and warmth. And on this pitch-black curtain, countless stars were dotted. The number of stars he could see with his naked eye far exceeded the number shown on the galaxy map, like a sky full of gravel. Now, these stars no longer twinkled like they had when he looked up at the sky on the blue water planet. Instead, they were frozen, sharp as nails to the curtain. Gorgeous? Yes, it was indeed gorgeous. But more than that, there was fear, or perhaps helplessness, a fear of not knowing where to go, how to survive. And to the right of the train compartment, filling the entire window, was a massive, blue-white gemstone-like blue water planet, suspended in the universe. The clouds swirled like a veil. The continent's outline, divided by the Terminator, was half bright and half dark. There was no wind, no smell, no sound. There was not even a sense of up and down, a complete lack of grounding. The only sound within the train was the constant sound of his breathing, without any reference points or gravity. Thanks to the built-in space stabilizer, he could stand quietly within the train. But perhaps it was a psychological effect. He always felt a false sense of grounding. Behind him, there was an immense white flame. It was the sun, more violent than any flame he had ever seen directly. The aquamarine planet seemed insignificant in comparison. Chen Mang stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the train compartment, gazing at the sea of stars. He lit a cigarette and remained silent for a long moment before softly saying, "When you get closer, beauty disappears." Back on Blue Water Planet, he loved looking up at the starry sky, as if those twinkling stars could guide him on the path ahead. In the Abyss of Doom, he saw stars that warned him that Blue Water Planet would become a dead star in 5 years. But when he truly reached the depths of the universe, and could observe these stars with his naked eye, without the distortion of the atmosphere, they lost all their gentleness, leaving only a naked and sharp reality. Just like your wife, who is so pleasant to everyone outside, but gives you the cold shoulder when she gets home. He had thought that after leaving Blue Water Planet, he would be able to see the stars with the information he had seen in the Abyss of Doom. But when he actually arrived in the Sea of Stars, he found no trace of them. He didn't even know who had left those stars. The database of the mechanical civilization's AI made no mention of this at all. Chen Mang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in silence for a long time. It was difficult for him to imagine how a high-level civilization could exist. Just the Zerg civilization territory shown on the galaxy map encompassed tens of thousands of stars, a vast territory, spanning tens of thousands of light years. All he saw, even though it was less than 0.01 light years across, had already left him with such a profound shock. Can civilization truly conquer the universe? Before leaving planet Aquamarine, while quietly developing along the same path, he had harbored a desire to conquer the universe and create human civilization. But now, he began to doubt himself. Is this really something he can do? Can he really conquer this universe, or really survive in it? After a long pause, he laughed. I like hot chicks. Fuck, it's exciting. Shall I get to work? Yes. Shao Ai's voice quickly echoed from the train cabin, without a pause, as if the shocking scene before her had no effect on her. What a clueless guy. But as an AI, it seems he doesn't need romance. Data began to appear on the screen. The 200-level space in Carriage 10 currently has no space for a planet. Within 10 million kilometers of the ownerless blue water planet. The planet's diameter is less than 100,000 kilometers. Meet storage requirements. Starting storage. The star module begins simulating blue water planet's current living environment. Progress bar, 0%, estimated storage time, 8 minutes. Qin Mang tapped lightly on the other side of the console screen, silently recording the coordinates. Perhaps one day, he would return here. The storage time was much shorter than he had expected. He had originally thought it would take dozens of hours. As the progress bar gradually grew, a massive wormhole, resembling a black hole, slowly appeared out of thin air next to the Aquamarine planet. Did I create this thing? Qin Mang stared at the abruptly appearing massive black hole, and took a deep breath. The energy stones on the generator weren't depleting very quickly, suggesting that absorbing a planet wouldn't consume a lot of energy. Consuming so little energy to create such a large wormhole. What a bargain. The moment the progress conditions reached 100%, the entire blue water planet was completely swallowed by the wormhole, and at the same moment, the wormhole vanished from its original location. At the same time, a slowly rotating planet appeared within the level 200 space gate in Carriage 10. This scene was clearly visible on the train control console screen. A planet lay deep within the star train. Standing in Carriage 10, in front of the level 200 space gate, Qin Mang pushed open the door and took in the scene before him. Inside the door was the blue water planet, slowly rotating in the pitch black. The simulated star allowed the blue water planet to maintain its day and night cycle. Everything seemed normal. The only difference was, now he was like a god on blue water planet. If he so desired, blue water planet could experience polar day and polar night at any moment. In a moment's thought, hundreds of millions of survivors on blue water planet would perish. This efficiency was many times greater than any built-in fire control system. He had never personally killed many people. In total, the number of those who died at his hands was only a handful, countable on one hand. He had once thought that killing 1 million people was already a sign of greatness. But in the war of civilizations, the death of tens or even hundreds of billions of lives seemed commonplace. There were too many lives. There was no end to the deaths. This blue water planet was completely under his control. To reach the blue water planet's mainland, he simply pressed the red button next to this spatial gate to reveal the hidden two-way wormhole, allowing him to travel freely between the star train and blue water planet. Landing can be controlled at will. Shall I rename this space gate Water Blue Planet and prepare to begin receiving all survivors on Water Blue Planet and implanting iris chips? Leave behind a few advanced trains as the advanced team, with Erden as captain, responsible for detecting all traces of mechanical civilization on Water Blue Planet. Yes. Then Qin Mang strode towards the train compartment. The search radar has reached a range of 0.1 light years. No living creatures exist within this range. No monsters. No people from other civilizations. No giant celestial beasts. Everything is as dead silent as death. Extremely safe. Civilizations abound in the starry sea, yet they are incredibly rare in the vastness of the universe. All finishing work has been successfully completed. Next, it's time to explore the mining planet. My name is Wang Qi. I was born into a family on Purple Cloud Planet. You may not have heard of me, but that doesn't matter. I believe my name will one day spread throughout the galaxy. 1.5 years ago, the apocalypse arrived. Countless people perished at the hands of monsters, but I narrowly escaped and obtained a train order, beginning my journey of escape. Both my parents died when I was young. I fought my way through. A few days ago, I successfully cleared the Dead Tree Resurrection Adventure map, reaching the end and receiving numerous rewards. This further solidified my conviction that I am the child of destiny, and that sooner or later I will stand center stage. The greatest legacy reward is, of course, the special item, the galaxy map. Although I'm only a level 18 mechanical train and can't travel to the galaxy anytime soon, I frequently glance at the galaxy map, observing the movements of nearby planets and the Zerg civilization. A few days ago, the Zerg civilization, with horrific force and lightning speed, destroyed a newly promoted, level 1 home planet. I was terrified and vowed to further develop in secret. I kept observing the 2 habitable planets closest to me, as well as the mining planet only 0.1 light years away. The galaxy map showed that 78% of this mining planet was iron ore, with an extremely high concentration. I was thinking, the other 2 planets must also be experiencing their doomsday. Sooner or later, the 3 of us will all begin competing for this mining planet. Whoever successfully captures it will use it as a springboard to reach even more distant galaxies. But, I just have one question. Where the hell did that planet go? A young man sitting in a level 18 mechanical train jumped up from his chair, staring at the galaxy map screen with horror in his eyes. His voice rose in a crescendo. Where did that planet go? Did the Zerg attack? Probably not, conductor. A cold, mechanized voice echoed from inside the train. If the Zerg attacked, there would have been a lot of noise. It wouldn't have been so quiet. What about that planet? Just disappeared? Yes. Why? Unknown. The young man sat down again, his expression uncertain. The situation seemed even more critical than he imagined. A planet only 0.4 light years away had vanished without a single warning. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? It couldn't possibly collapse directly into a black hole, could it? That couldn't be possible. It was a habitable planet, after all. Moreover, if it did collapse into a black hole, his purple cloud star would be doomed. How was it destroyed? The unknown dangers in this universe seemed greater than he had imagined. The star train sped through the universe, advancing rapidly in the pitch-black darkness that seemed to have solidified into a solid substance. Creating a wormhole requires both the head and tail to be in a stable state. The nearest stable region to the mining planet is 3 million kilometers away. And the stable region he was constructing at the head end was just 5 minutes ahead. Arriving soon. Shall I? Sitting inside the train, Chin Mang gazed at the countless angular stars engulfing the pitch-black curtain before him and whispered, "How's the progress in Neon City?" "Not very good." Shall I quickly reported, "According to your idea, train captain, each Neon City free admission ticket can be crushed by people from other civilizations to enter Neon City. The cost is extremely high. Each time a Neon City free admission ticket is crushed, it creates a small, one-way, disposable wormhole. This is not only extremely difficult to develop, but also extremely costly. I'm researching another system. Plan. Manufacture large Neon City free admission tickets, and evenly distribute them across the home planets of other civilizations. These Neon City free admission tickets are equivalent to a permanent, large-scale bidirectionally stable wormhole. The advantages of this plan are that it is simple to develop and consumes relatively few resources. The disadvantages are: the large Neon City free admission tickets deployed will be immobile and fixed in place. Train conductors from other civilizations cannot enter Neon City at any time and must arrive near the deployed large tickets before entering. And it's shaped like a giant door. Yes. Chin Mang nodded slightly. Once we occupy the mining planet, I upgrade the train assistance AI to level 200. I can't let you be a level lower than a solid AI. You'd definitely be the highest level AI in the entire universe. Let's follow your plan. Complete the research and development as soon as possible. When we've mined all the mining planets, and before heading further afield, we deploy large Neon City free admission tickets on those 2 habitable planets. This way, we can continuously earn a variety of resources. We still value peace. With Run. When dealing with a civilization, if there's no animosity between the 2 sides, try to first negotiate a trade agreement, achieving peaceful coexistence and a win-win situation. Since we've already implemented the second plan, the name of the large Neon City free admission ticket is inappropriate. Let's change it. Let me think. It can't be moved, fixed in place, and takes the form of a giant gate. Let's call it Stargate. The Zerg civilization will release Zerg eggs, bringing disaster and death. Human civilization will deploy Stargate to bring peace and trade. Nothing else. Just from the perspective of purpose, we're superior. After this was settled, Chin Mang looked at the civilization order in the drawer, which was flickering with a faint white light. The 5 progress indicators on the back were all at 100%. Humanities progress, 100%. Cultural progress, 100%. Military progress, 100%. Agricultural progress, 100%. System progress, 100%. As a large number of survivors from Blue Water Planet joined the star, becoming residents and receiving iris chips, the 5 progress levels rapidly increased until all were fully reached. They could rebuild their own civilization at any time and give it a name. However, he didn't plan to rebuild civilization for the time being. First, he would go and see what the situation was like on the mining planet. Once everything was properly handled and there was no danger, he would rebuild civilization. With so many residents, the train's daily dreamstone production was an exorbitant figure. The cyber mine could also begin its rapid expansion. Soon, the star successfully arrived at the nearest stable area of space. Chen Meng pressed a button on the control panel. The wormhole opening device began to operate rapidly, detecting stable areas of space where wormholes could be opened. After confirming that these 2 areas had remained stable during these days, clang! The 50 million units of iron ore in the train's interior turned to powder and dissipated into the air. The dark, solid curtain in front of the train suddenly began to twist under an invisible force, a torn hole emerging, its edges gleaming with starlight. At a glance, the internal passageway was not straight, like the neck of an elongated hourglass. The exit in the distance was visible, curled into a blurry speck of light, like a person with astigmatism hiding in a river, gazing at a bikini-clad woman beyond the surface, blurry yet distinct. Chen Meng stared intently at the scene ahead, his breathing subconsciously catching. This was the first wormhole he had ever created, and it held immense commemorative significance for him. The entrance to the wormhole wasn't a smooth tunnel. It was more like a vortex formed by countless shattered mirrors, like a cyber umbilical cord. Although he knew his description wasn't entirely accurate, he certainly felt that way, and the wormhole felt like it was constantly stretching and shrinking. The next moment, the wormhole's constantly churning passageway suddenly stabilized, and a flash of white light flashed through the vortex at the exit, signaling that his wormhole was complete. A one-way, disposable wormhole leading 0.3 light-years away to the vicinity of the mineral planet, 3 million kilometers away, was complete. Huh? Chen Meng took a deep breath, gazing at the enormous wormhole before him. He slowly pushed the control lever, and the train plunged straight into the wormhole and into its interior. The exit was just ahead. It looked close, but after 3 seconds of travel, the distance seemed to have remained unchanged. Inside the wormhole passage, humans lose their sense of distance. He couldn't even tell the approximate distance between the 2 sides of the wormhole. It seemed within reach, but when he closed his eyes and opened them again, it seemed millions of miles away. A flood of light flashed by on both sides of the tunnel. It was dazzling. He felt no discomfort. The level 100 super mode effect of the built-in spatial stabilizer meant that when the train began the wormhole jump, the interior of the train would not be affected. He had thought that this super mode effect might not be useful until a long time later, but he didn't expect to use it so soon. The AI database of the mechanical civilization contained no relevant information. So he wasn't sure what would happen to a normal train without a level 100 built-in spatial stabilizer after entering the time rift. He only knew that if one entered the time rift without protective equipment, the speed of time inside and outside would differ significantly. The principle of a wormhole is actually very simple. Lay an A4 sheet flat on a table, fold it, and poke a hole through it with a pencil. This hole is a wormhole. It can significantly shorten the route, allowing you to reach extremely distant places in a short time. About 10 seconds later, the stellar train finally successfully reached the end of the wormhole, exited the wormhole, and once again found itself in the pitch-black, solid curtain. Inside the stellar train, Chen Meng looked at the disposable wormhole behind him, which had not yet dissipated. It was the wormhole he had created. Disposable wormholes are like that. They will never dissipate within a certain period of time after they are created. When it will dissipate after that, no one knows. Perhaps in 10 minutes. Perhaps in 100,000 years. Theoretically, if you're lucky enough and brave enough, you could use a disposable wormhole as a permanent one, and always pray that it doesn't dissipate while you're inside it. Not far away, a wormhole of the same structure was floating there, visible to the naked eye. This wormhole was the one-way, disposable wormhole created by the unknown civilization. This location was 3 million kilometers from the mining star, and his level 200 search radar had a detection range of 0.1 light-years, or 946.1 million kilometers. The moment he arrived, he detected all the information from the unknown civilization's forerunner. It was also a mechanical train, with the same train components. The train and component levels were clearly displayed on the control panel screen. After seeing the strings of data flash across the screen, Chen Meng smiled. Unknown civilization. It's so mysterious. Next time, just call it a small, underdog civilization. Where did he come from to ask for help? He said. How could those powerful civilizations even consider such a tiny mining planet? It's ridiculously weak. This wormhole was built 15 days ago, and they haven't reached the mining planet yet. They're still 2.4 million kilometers away, and they've covered 600,000 kilometers in 15 days. That's a snail's pace. It will take at least 60 days to reach the mining planet. And that's even with non-stop travel. Level 26 Mechanical Train, Gold Grade Accessory Particle Shield Level 23, Gold Grade Accessory Particle Main Cannon Level 27. Level 27 Mechanical Train, Gold Grade Accessory Particle Shield Level 24, Gold. A total of 37 mechanical trains. A fleet. The strongest, a Level 27 Mechanical Train, only possessed a Level 24 shield and a Level 28 weapon. The Star Train's armor was currently Level 30, its energy shield was Level 10, and under special circumstances, by activating the train's special ability, Absolute Defense, its defense could reach Level 40. No one in this vast convoy could penetrate its defenses. Get ready for work. The Arcanon light cannon on the Star Train's roof suddenly activated, sending a beam of incandescent light towards the wormhole constructed by the unknown civilization not far away. With a mere Level 4 attack strength, the beam completely destroyed the wormhole. This wormhole was of a very low level. This wormhole was only Level 4. Cut off the retreat route first. This would prevent the unknown civilization from sending further reinforcements. This convoy looked more like a bounty hunting squad than a regular army. Boom! Chen Meng yanked the joystick, and the Star Train suddenly exploded into speed, rapidly pursuing the convoy on the radar screen. He glanced at the control panel, which indicated that he estimated he would successfully catch up with the convoy in approximately 13 hours. Should we upgrade the train's radio to Level 200? Otherwise, how can we communicate? I don't know if they speak Mandarin. What if there's a language barrier? Have Old Pig use sign language? The Star Train was speeding through space. He murmured, his expression dazed, as he gazed forward. He felt a faint excitement within him. This was his first contact with people from another civilization. He planned to engage peacefully first, hoping to gain some information, perhaps about cosmic civilizations. However, if they opened fire first, he wouldn't mind letting them experience the power of the Arcanon light cannon. If the opponent were stronger than him, he would definitely not even consider engaging them. He would hide at a distance, slowly approach, and before they could detect him, he would launch a surprise attack and kill them with one strike. But since the opponent was far weaker than him, then everyone could sit down and chat. When he was in the driver's seat, he wouldn't mind having a tea party and chatting for a while. After all, he was kind. Chapter 296. In the universe. Because there's no atmosphere to scatter or absorb light, the range visible to the human eye is nearly infinite. Of course, certain prerequisites apply. For example, the object must be bright enough, large enough, and unobstructed. Inside the Star Train, Chen Meng sat in a chair, gazing out the window at the stars twinkling against the pitch-black curtain, his eyes fixed on the unknown civilization. It would take about 13 hours to catch up with the convoy ahead. In the past, he would have chosen to rest during this time, so he could be in a better mental state to deal with the next emergency. But this was his first time navigating the universe. He looked around like a curious baby. The Star Train, like a long, mechanical dragon, seemed incredibly small in the universe, and filled with many unknown things, such as the interstellar dust nebula in the distance to the left. Formed from a vast expanse of dust, it covered a vast area. It was pink. It was an extremely stunning pink, a pink that even a man like him couldn't help but stare at more. How beautiful! Chen Meng muttered, his expression a bit dazed, as he gazed at the scene to his left. He longed to find a line of poetry to describe what he was seeing, but the right words were hard to come by. He couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for not having learned enough. If only one day in the future, he could fit this pink nebula into his train. Maybach has starry sky roofs. It makes sense for his Starliner train to have a starry sky roof, right? What's wrong with the conductor? Xiao Ai, sitting in carriage number 2 Mecha Research Center, sat on the ground, somewhat bewildered. Ever since leaving the Blue Water Planet, the conductor had been in this state. It was strange, indescribable. In his view, wasn't it just about leaving the novice village, preparing to officially enter the civilized arena, begin competing with other civilizations, and strive to survive? It was a natural and inevitable occurrence. He didn't find it particularly aesthetically pleasing. From the moment the star train left Blue Water Planet. Its entire journey was broadcast live to the residential area. All the residents sat on the grass, staring at the images on the screen. No one spoke. Everyone's face was filled with shock and anxiety. Even though Blue Water Planet had suffered apocalypse and been left in ruins, it was still their home. Now that it had suddenly disappeared, they felt a sense of emptiness. Ji Choo Choo, sitting in carriage number 5, also sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside, her eyes filled with daze. The story of Blue Water Planet ended. Without much competition, the star train became the most powerful train, embarking on a new journey in the universe on behalf of Blue Water Planet. Just as she had imagined. Master Meng, you're trustworthy. The star, you're trustworthy. The only thing that made her sad was that Master Meng seemed to have forgotten her, and hadn't contacted her in a long time. She had already started learning to make scallion oil noodles with Xiaofeng. She didn't know if it would help, but she had to do something. Soon. More than 10 hours passed, and Chen Meng finally took a break. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it got a little boring after looking at it for too long. The enemy radar showed that the distance to the convoy ahead was very close. So close that he could see it with his own eyes. Has it stopped? Chen Meng sat in his chair, gazing out the window at the convoy. He slowly pulled the control lever, slowing down and gradually closing in. The other party had clearly spotted him, and had stopped. Let's gather together. The locomotives were all aiming at him, seemingly on high alert, yet a faint hint of despair could be sensed. Beep beep. Warning, warning. A shrill alarm echoed through the cabin of this Class 27 mechanical train. A middle-aged man stared at the stream of data displayed on the control panel screen with despair on his face. This unknown mechanical train has been detected. Its maximum attack energy range is between 4700 and 5000, and its defense energy range is between 3000 and 3500. Unbeatable. This mechanical train is far more powerful than they are. In the depths of space, in this uninhabited region, encountering a train that crushes them, what will the consequences be? Need I say more? Master Chiu. From the train compartment, a hoarse, shrill voice from another train conductor echoed, "This guy is clearly heading straight for us. He's definitely been following us all the way. He's doomed. Let's fight him. Fight, fight. At worst, we die. Since we've been with you, Master Chiu, we don't expect to return alive. Fortune and honor are in the hands of God. Life and death are determined by fate." Shut up, everyone. The middle-aged man standing inside the train compartment slowly closed his eyes filled with despair. This was a gamble he staked everyone's wealth on. He knew the risks were high, but he had no choice. If he didn't make a big move, his child would surely die. But, brothers, I'm sorry. It's my personal matter. Bring everyone along. They're probably space pirates. I explained to them as clearly as I can, saying we're not escorting in convoy, and there's nothing valuable on the train. Maybe we can survive. A flurry of chatter erupted inside the train. Master Chiu, isn't your child ours? He's also our nephew, calling us uncle. How could we possibly watch him die? I, Zhang Dabiao, have never regretted following you, Master Chiu. That's right, that's right. Wait. The middle-aged man standing inside the train was taken aback as he looked ahead. The train was slowly approaching, and it was doing so without its energy shield activated. This didn't seem like the way space pirates did. It seemed more like a gesture of goodwill. But if it was a gesture of goodwill, why hadn't he received the other party's message? Silently, he simply approached. Perhaps there was a chance of survival. The other party seemed to have good intentions in the universe. A train slowly approached without activating its energy shield. This was the ultimate act of goodwill, bar none. The enemy's defensive and offensive energy ranges were clearly extremely high, but they didn't launch a surprise attack or activate their energy shields, clearly seeking a friendly exchange. He hesitated for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. All trains, deactivate your energy shields. The other train conductors didn't ask why. They simply deactivated their shields without a word. Huh? Chen Meng sat in his chair, watching the convoy ahead suddenly deactivate its energy shields. He couldn't help but smile. It seems everyone in the universe still values peace above all else. Fighting and killing are so bad, peace is better. He instantly understood the other party's misunderstanding. But that was exactly what he wanted. He had wanted to communicate with other civilizations. This was the first time the star had communicated with another civilization, a feat worthy of being recorded in history. At this moment, the star train was very close to the convoy, less than a kilometer away. He slowly stopped and saw a man wearing something resembling a spacesuit emerge from the train. He floated through space, flying towards him with the help of thrusters. Soon, he arrived at the star train compartment. He tapped lightly on the glass. He waved his hand, and soon the door on the first floor of the compartment opened, and the man flew in. Biazi and the others immediately surrounded him with serious expressions. After confirming that the man was unarmed, they took him to the second floor. Wah God Chia Chia. The middle-aged man stood upright inside the star train, looking at Chen Meng with his hands clasped together, speaking each word with a sonorous, powerful voice, neither humble nor arrogant. But he couldn't understand. What kind of gibberish is this? Chen Meng leaned back in his chair, his face expressionless as he stared at the middle-aged man standing before him. He tentatively glanced at Xiao Ai standing beside him, and when he saw Xiao Ai shaking her head, he sighed softly. What kind of nonsense is this? Don't you speak Mandarin? It seems there's still a long way to go in promoting Mandarin. I don't understand. Chicken quack. I don't understand. Forget it. Take him down and execute him. Then dig out their train's AI database and see if there's anything useful. The words fell. The middle-aged man, who had been neither humble nor arrogant, suddenly pointed anxiously at a small mechanical device on his collar, gesturing with his hands and feet. Halal Galu, Lulu Galu. Huh? Chen Meng's eyebrows raised, his expression gradually becoming strange. Although he couldn't understand the man's words, it seemed as if he could understand him. That small mechanical device on his collar was a translator? I don't have one. Bring me a few from your train. The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly, then turned to Biazi, indicating that he needed to go back to the train to get some translators. 10 minutes later, the middle-aged man stood in the train again, his face serious, and once again looked at Chen Meng with a fist. Mysterious and distinguished master, hello. I'm from the Casa Civilization Federation, and the president of a small chamber of commerce. I wonder what you want from us. Such a long sentence, and you managed to convey the entire point with just a few ABAs. Your language is quite refined. Chen Meng fiddled with a little mechanical toy in his hand, paused for a moment, then looked up at the middle-aged man and whispered softly. I accidentally entered this place through a random wormhole, and am unfamiliar with the area. I like to inquire about the situation. He didn't make up any impressive stories, or claim to be part of some god-level civilization. After all, the information he was about to ask would be very basic. It was pointless. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Ask me anything you want, sir. I won't hide anything I know. The other party was clearly not a space pirate, so his chances of survival were very high. Moreover, he appeared to be from a peace-loving civilization. Please take a seat. The tea party officially began. Xiaofeng brought over a table. Chen Meng sat at the tea table, took a sip of the warm tea in his hand, and then looked at the middle-aged man sitting across from him. Do you have a name? Xiao Yuseo. Where did you get your surname from? My ancestors. Why Yuseo? My father's motto was, if you can't even clean your own house, how can you clean up the world? First clean up your own house, then you can clean up the world. How old is your father? He's dead, and along with his house, he's been reduced to rubble. I went to clean up the scene. Do you know the Zerg civilization? Yes, they're very powerful. Tell me how powerful the ones you know are. Although the Zerg civilization is officially only a level 2 civilization, its combat power is even greater than many level 3 civilizations. However, due to some unknown issue within the Zerg civilization, it has been unable to complete its advancement. Over the years, the Zerg civilization has destroyed hundreds of surrounding civilizations, including the level 3 mechanical civilization. The middle-aged man trembled slightly when he mentioned the Zerg civilization, and a hint of uncontrollable fear flashed in his eyes. The Zerg civilization is nearly invincible. Anyone who has faced its armies directly will truly understand despair. They sweep across the region like locusts, unmatched. So what level of civilization is your Kasha Civilization Federation? There's no level. The Kasha Civilization Federation is a federation of civilizations led by a level 3 civilization. It comprises 9,398 level 1 civilizations and 239 level 2 civilizations. That level 3 civilization is called the Kassadin civilization. Although its civilization level is extremely high and its combat power is formidable, its population is extremely sparse, making it unable to withstand the overwhelming, multifaceted, and all-out Zerg civilization's crushing attack. Therefore, they established the Civilization Federation to resist the Zerg civilization's attacks in the east. This is why the Zerg civilization has been expanding westward instead of eastward. Kassadin civilization? Chen Meng frowned slightly, leaning back in his chair. He lit a cigarette and stared at the galaxy map behind the man for a long moment before whispering, "Where is the Cassidon civilization? Why can't I see it on the map?" The man was startled for a moment and instinctively turned to look behind him. Upon seeing the galaxy map on the giant screen, he froze in place, his mouth slowly opening in shock. Is this a galaxy map? Damn it, he only glimpsed this thing once, in the civilization's combat command room. It was strategic material, priceless, and simply not something private individuals could possess. He had originally thought this powerful individual was merely an explorer from a certain civilization. Now it seemed likely that this powerful individual held a high position within that civilization. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought something like a galaxy map on his train. This galaxy map was completely different from the one they had on their train. It was a real-time update, a legacy of the mechanical civilization. It couldn't be manufactured, was a non-renewable resource, and was extremely scarce. The man's throat rolled slightly, but he stood up and walked over to the screen, pointing to the eastern edge of the map. All the level 1 civilizations in this area belong to the Casa Civilization Federation, and are the first line of defense. Level 3 Casa Civilization is a bit further off the map. About 300 light-years. If you ever have the opportunity to visit this area, my lord, you find it very prosperous. Many permanent two-way wormholes have been established, and exchanges between different civilizations are very close. Which civilization are you in? Chen Meng asked. Here. The man zoomed in on the galaxy map, pointing to a pale blue planet on the screen. Level 1 peacemaking civilization. Let me see. Chen Meng stepped forward, first marking the spot, then zooming out to find his location. Narrowing his eyes, he whispered, the straight line distance between the two places is a full 44,000 light-years. Can you afford to create a one-way, disposable wormhole over such a long distance? The distance from water blue planet to mineral planet is 0.3 light-years. For such a short distance, the one-way, disposable wormhole he created cost him 50 million units of iron ore. 44,000 light-years. If they don't have a cheap way to create a wormhole, then, if calculated on a comparable basis, creating one that reaches such a distance would require a full 7.33 trillion units of iron ore. 7.33 trillion. That's a fucking trillion. If you had that much iron ore, would your train be level 27? At least level 100? And why would you even need to go to that mining planet? Even if that mining planet were mined completely, it would be difficult to even mine a fraction of the iron ore. You sound like you're lying. Chen Meng turned to the middle-aged man and chuckled. I invited you here for tea with such good intentions, and you lied to me. Do you know what happens when good intentions are deceived? The middle-aged man's expression shifted from gloomy to bright, and after a few seconds, he rasped, I'm not lying. Our target this time is the 2 million kilometers mining planet. If we could have created this wormhole, we wouldn't have come to this mining planet. Although the Zerg Civilization and the Kasha Civilization Federation haven't officially gone to war yet. But minor conflicts continue to occur between them. The Kasha Civilization Federation has always considered the Zerg Civilization a major enemy, and has taken many countermeasures, such as deploying numerous hidden wormholes very close to the Zerg Civilization's base camp. These wormholes are normally hidden, completely undetectable by radar, so that they can be directly attacked at the first sign of war. It poses a devastating threat to the Zerg Civilization's main base. It's a strategic weapon. It's also the top secret of the Casa Civilization Federation. I accidentally obtained information about this wormhole, and taking a desperate risk, activated it. I left my own civilization and traveled to this area, intending to mine the iron ore, hoping to make a fortune and take a risk. Chen Meng nodded, counting on his fingers, and muttered, let me calculate. You're the captain of a small chamber of commerce in a level 1 civilization Choha civilization. There are a total of 9,398 level 1 civilizations in the Casa Civilization Federation. Even in a level 3 civilization Casa civilization, this information is probably only known to the decision makers. And you? You have access to this level of information? What does this equate to? It was like a drunk old man bragging in the village at night in his previous life, spouting nonsense from the next day's speech from his brother across the ocean, all about tariff increases and making China great again. This was simply impossible. Rather than an intelligence leak, it was more like foreknowledge. I really want to know how you got access to it. Give me a plausible path. It's hard to make it plausible. The middle-aged man grimaced. My access to this kind of information is inherently illogical. How could the path be plausible? I accidentally entered a group chat, and the name of that group chat just happened to be Cassidon Civilization 239 War Zone Strategic Intelligence Daily Summary. And then, Someone posted the coordinates of this hidden wormhole. Although I was quickly kicked out of the group chat, I secretly memorized the coordinates. My child is seriously ill and needs a lot of iron ore. I had no choice but to take this risk. Chen Mang remained expressionless for a long moment before he whispered, "Does this make sense?" Not really, but it did happen. So you activated this strategic hidden wormhole set up by the Casa civilization and headed here to mine this mineral planet? Yes. Creating such a wormhole requires 7.33 trillion units of iron ore. Even if the Casa civilization has a way to reduce the cost of wormhole construction, building a wormhole this far would surely cost no less than 1 trillion units of iron ore. You used 1 trillion units of iron ore to create a strategic wormhole just to mine such a small mineral planet? Have you calculated how much money this will cost? The middle-aged man, not daring to look up, whispered, "The public is losing money, I'm making money." Does the Casa Civilization Federation have legal provisions? Yes. Are you familiar with them? Yes. In our line of work, we must be familiar with legal provisions. According to the legal provisions, what is the penalty for privately obtaining strategic information from the Casa Civilization and activating a hidden wormhole? The entire clan must be exterminated. Very good. You gave up all the members of your own civilization to save your child? The middle-aged man took a deep breath, looked up at Chen Mang, and said sincerely, "Before coming here, I considered the risks of this trip. The main fault for this intelligence leak came from the leadership of the Casa Civilization's War Zone 239. If this incident is exposed, my civilization, they'd definitely be wiped out, but everyone in that group will surely die too. So I'm taking a gamble. I'm betting that those guys will cover up for me. Even if I activate a hidden wormhole, they patch it up and make it seem like nothing ever happened. As long as I don't spread rumors, it won't be exposed. After all, hidden wormholes have a chance of naturally dissipating. Their weekly Monday inspections are primarily focused on this. One less wormhole. It won't attract the attention of the higher-ups. It's completely within a reasonable loss. I can't just watch my child die. For this, I'm willing to risk everything." Chen Mang walked back to the tea table, sat down, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in his chair, his joints tapping rhythmically on the armrests. He remained silent. The entire chain of events makes sense. This also explains why a seemingly insignificant mining planet in the universe would have people create a wormhole specifically for mining. The cost of creating a wormhole is not cheap. This is a completely unprofitable business. Losing public money, making their own money. That makes sense. The middle-aged man's logic is actually sound. The 239th war zone of the Casa civilization would most likely clean up the man's mess, lest his own future be ruined. He probably won't die. After all, the Casa civilization is a small tribe, and it's unlikely they would execute this group for this negligence. But their chances of advancement are certainly slim. For this group of people, the calculation is easy. The government doesn't need a wormhole, but they really need promotion opportunities. However, if they want to keep this matter a secret, they need to completely silence the man. He's lucky he ran fast, otherwise he would have been hunted by now. It's heartbreaking. If only we could give him the iron ore needed to build this hidden wormhole. What strategic wormhole? Why not just use all our resources to build it? He could single-handedly charge into the Zerg civilization and crush them to pieces. Very courageous. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, looking at the middle-aged man sitting across from him with a smile on his face. He whispered, "But that strategic hidden wormhole is one way. How are you going to get back? The ore mined on this mining planet certainly isn't enough for you to get home." The middle-aged man looked up at Chen Mang and whispered, "The coordinates of the strategic hidden wormhole sent in that group weren't just one, but a string. 13 in total. I've got them all memorized. Next to the coordinates of the wormhole we came from, there's another one-way, disposable wormhole that leads from here to the Casa Civilization Federation. I plan to activate this strategic stealth wormhole when the time comes to return home." Chen Mang remained expressionless for a long moment before softly saying, "Very good." Back and forth. Trillions of iron ore, just like that, gone. Upgrading a single 7-color accessory to level 50 only required 4.5 billion units of iron ore. Trillions of iron ore would have been enough to upgrade all his accessories to level 200. 2 strategic stealth wormholes, created with such a vast resource, were effortlessly blasted away by this guy. What's the difference between this and trying to scoop up iron particles in Aqua Regia with a golden spoon? If he were the leader of the Casa civilization, he'd be murderous. If he didn't kill, his anger would be quelled. Here's what I think. The middle-aged man explained cautiously. From the moment we activate the first strategic concealment wormhole, if the leader of War Zone 239 reports it, we die if we return. But even if we don't, we also die if we run out of energy here without any contact. It's better to use another wormhole than to die one way or the other. It's a more valuable death. Our mining and return trip will take about 300 days. But if the leader of War Zone 239 doesn't report it during this time, his crime will change from dereliction of duty to concealing a major mistake or even colluding with outsiders to steal civilization's resources. If the former is the case, it might not be fatal. It might just be temporary dismissal, or he might lose hope of promotion. Then the latter two are doomed. If he doesn't report it within this year, he have to clean up his second mess. He have to do it, or he die. And I won't use any other wormhole coordinates anymore. I live in seclusion. Everyone's safe. Chen Mang didn't reply, but silently poured himself a cup of tea. For some reason, he felt quite sympathetic towards the leader of War Zone 239. It was as disgusting as swallowing a cockroach alive. This wasn't even more disgusting. The only thing more disgusting than that was this situation. I couldn't get it out, couldn't swallow it. I could only feel the legs teasing my throat. Can you write down the remaining 12 strategic wormhole hiding coordinates for the Casa civilization? No problem. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man took the pen and paper Xiaofeng offered him and began writing quickly. After the man finished writing, Shen Mang waved Xiaofeng away, motioning for her to remove the paper. He casually inquired, "What's your child's illness? How many units of iron ore are needed to treat it?" Entering a time rift, it costs 3.99 billion units of iron ore. So expensive? Chen Mang's brows furrowed slightly. He also had someone enter a time rift before, and the cure had only cost 39.2 million units of iron ore. How could this man's child's time rift cost nearly 4 billion? Or perhaps the dangers of different time rifts differ? That's possible. It's very expensive, the middle-aged man said bitterly. Our Chamber of Commerce earns only a small fortune. We haven't received any major orders. It's impossible for us to come up with so many resources. I was desperate, so I took this risk. Indeed, my brothers have suffered. They're completely putting their heads on the line and doing this to me. Tell me more about your story. I'm quite interested. And so? The conversation lasted for over 3 hours. During these 3 hours, Chen Mang learned a great deal about the Casa Civilization Federation and gained a general understanding of other civilizations. It was his first time interacting with another civilization, and the interaction was quite pleasant. I've had my eye on this mining planet for a long time. Chen Mang patted the armrest, stood up, and looked down at the middle-aged man in the chair. He smiled and said, "I definitely can't give it to you, but I can let you mine 10 billion units of iron ore. For your child's medical treatment and some travel expenses. I'm very interested in your Chamber of Commerce. We should have many opportunities for cooperation. I land on the mining planet first, and you can just follow along. But, before that, I need to bother you one more time. My assistant is a bit clumsy, and I lost the paper I just wrote. I have to ask you to write down the coordinates of the 12 strategic hidden wormholes for me to see." The middle-aged man in the chair was slightly stunned. He looked at the paper and pen that Xiaofeng offered him and took it. No problem. 3 minutes later. In front of the man, Chen Mang took the 2 sheets of paper filled with coordinate data from Xiaofeng and compared them one by one. After confirming that there were no errors, he looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "It seems that our cooperation should be very pleasant. It is an honor for us, the Yaseo Chamber of Commerce, to cooperate with such a powerful person as you." The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. After all, he finally survived this time, and if all went well, his daughter would be able to survive too. He hadn't even considered lying. Although if this gentleman had rashly activated those strategic wormholes and angered the leader of Area 239, he would undoubtedly have died. But, as the saying goes, when you're close at hand, everyone is your enemy. Death in the future is a matter of later death. If he lied now, he would die now. The coordinates of a wormhole were extremely complex. It was impossible for him to fabricate 12 coordinates in a short time, memorize them, and then rewrite them hours later. He had guessed from the beginning that this gentleman would have him rewrite them. He had a motto in life, to distinguish between dying in the future and dying now. He would obey whoever was closest to him. After the man left, the star instantly accelerated, and under the watchful eyes of the Yaseo Chamber of Commerce convoy, it shot off at breakneck speed into the depths of space. The target. Until, that small mining planet a million kilometers away. Let's save these 12 coordinates in the database first. They might come in handy later. Although their authenticity is questionable, it's better to have them than not. Chen Mang sat inside the train and tossed the 2 pieces of paper onto the nearby control panel. The mechanical eye inside the train slowly rotated, focusing on the strings of data on the 2 pieces of paper. Conductor, do you think these coordinates might be fake? It's hard to say. He sighed softly and leaned back in his chair. I took a look. These coordinates have no pattern or memorization points, and the numbers are long. It's difficult for a human to remember them. I can't remember them, but he can remember such a long list of coordinates in his head. Then changing a few numbers, and getting the same result twice shouldn't be that difficult. But I do need a Chamber of Commerce in the Casa Civilization Federation to work for me. Let's try collaborating a few times. I was thinking. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade. Since the Casa Civilization has so many resources to build wormholes, let's go to the Casa Civilization Federation and look for opportunities. Maybe we can earn a lot of iron ore. After all, there's only one mining planet nearby. After mining this one, the nearest one will be another 378 light-years away. Building a wormhole 378 light-years away is too expensive. Even if he could afford it, he wouldn't make much money. He still had to go to the Casa Civilization Federation. But how to get there was still a question. He couldn't go back with the middle-aged man. What if there was someone guarding the end of the wormhole? If he went through and said he didn't know Chiyo Yisa and was just passing through, that excuse would be hard to justify. However, Chen Mang leaned back in his chair and suddenly laughed, picking up a strawberry and popping it into his mouth with a hint of resignation. This guy was truly courageous, a combination of bravery and strategy, though the bravery should have been a bigger factor. Indeed, bravery. At least a level 3 civilization. Inside the level 27 mechanical train, Chiyo Yuseo summoned all the Chamber of Commerce train captains to his own train compartment. Pointing out the window at the star train hurtling toward the depths of space, he looked at everyone with a serious expression and spoke gravely. I spoke with this guy for over 3 hours, and we talked a lot. One thing is certain, he's definitely not an interstellar pirate. My guess is that he's at least a high-ranking member of a level 3 civilization. Not to mention the power of his train, he also has a real-time, updating galaxy map. Logically speaking, the galaxy map is a relic left behind by the demise of the machine civilization, but he's definitely not from this region. After all, he's almost completely unaware of the area, and doesn't even have a translator. Do you know what this means? A bearded man nearby hesitated. Does it mean this person's civilization is very backward? No. Chiyo Yuseo shook his head seriously. It means this person's civilization has achieved unification, isn't part of the Civilization Federation, and doesn't need a translator at all. My only question now is, if he's not from this region, how could he have access to something like the galaxy map? Or, other regions have developed similar methods. The level 10 supermode effect of spacetime leap is to create a random wormhole to any corner of the universe. I suspect that's how he got here, but this effect requires a lot of resources. I have an idea. Since he comes from an advanced civilization, his vision must be broader than ours, and he needs to see further. His words hinted at seeking a spokesperson within the Casa Civilization Federation. If we can reach a deep cooperation with him, perhaps we won't have to live this life on the edge of a knife anymore. He's new here and unfamiliar with the area, so he needs more help. What do you think? Everyone glanced at each other. Master Chiyo, whatever you say, we do it. We all listen to you. You have the best brains, and we do whatever you say. All right. Chiyo Yuseo took a deep breath. That's enough. 3 hours of conversation wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. What they could discuss wasn't completely detailed. Before parting with Chiyo Yuseo, he had Chiyo Yuseo go back and copy him a general overview of the area. Chen Mang was sitting in the train, slowly reviewing it. There were still 30 or 40 hours until reaching the mining planet. Attack energy range? Chen Mang looked thoughtfully at the information scrolling across the screen. The so-called energy range is actually the same as the level. An energy range of 5,000 means an attack strength of level 50. No difference. It was just another way of putting it. The information in the database wasn't complete. It only mentioned something vaguely, as if something had happened that caused the term level to become an energy range. It seemed like the hierarchy between levels wasn't absolutely dominant. It was a vague statement, just a casual mention. What intrigued him even more was the existence of cultivation civilization. Daily cultivation relies on iron ore, breakthroughs, and the creation of spiritual treasures rely on Murphy stones, and talismans are crafted with copper ore. But in this civilization, iron ore doesn't have a name. They prefer to call it spirit stone. What a spirit stone! Qin Mang looked at the information on the screen with a slightly strange expression. He had long known that the power of all civilizations came from core energy, simply through different means of utilization, and trains were just one of them. But the civilizations he had encountered generally relied on trains, such as Chiyoyuseo. This was the first time he had seen anyone using iron ore for cultivation. A Jinan stage cultivator could single-handedly withstand a level 20 train. That's ridiculous. Qin Mang sighed deeply, leaning back in his chair, rubbing his temples and whispering, "My current star is a level 27 mechanical train. In the world of immortal cultivation, is that considered half a step to the nascent soul stage? I've been developing for so long, and I'm not even at the nascent soul stage yet? Let's see if we get a chance. I don't believe a nascent soul cultivator could defeat my star. One blast from the Arcanum's main cannon, and what can he do to stop it?" Chapter 297. Huh? Qin Mang leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples with a slightly weary expression. After a long silence, he lit a cigarette and tilted his head to gaze out the window at the scenery, his thoughts drifting away. He had learned a great deal from Chiyoyuseo. The situation in the entire universe was almost entirely dominated by war. He could understand that. After all, even his previous world was dominated by war. It was perfectly normal, a natural law of development. But his wars in that world at least had a righteous purpose, for the sake of the world and the people. At the very least, to put it bluntly, I want to be king. Wars between civilizations in this universe simply don't have so many reasons. The only reason to start a war is, kill him first, or else, when he becomes powerful, he kill me. It's not just a fight for resources. It's pure slaughter, with no right or wrong. If you don't kill the other side, they will kill you. This is embodied with extreme purity in Kassadin civilization. Before the rise of the Zerg civilization, the Kassadin civilization annihilated nearly all nearby level 1 civilizations, without reason or contradiction. Although only a level 1 civilization, if it somehow acquired vast resources and rapidly rose to prominence, it would pose a significant threat to the Kassadin civilization. If it weren't for the rise of the Zerg civilization, weaker civilizations near the Kassadin civilization would have been virtually doomed to extinction, facing devastating blows the moment they ascended. Thus, the number of lives lost was measured in trillions. Including that Shioshian civilization. According to Chiyoyuseo's records, Shioshian civilization was not a powerful civilization, but rather extremely weak. There are many reasons. For example, if he possesses 100 billion units of iron ore, he can convert these resources into combat power within 10 minutes. The same is true for other civilizations if they obtain enough Murphy stone. But in a cultivation civilization, even if one possesses 100 billion units of spirit stones, it takes a considerable amount of time for the body to absorb them, and combat power cannot be instantly increased. It often takes thousands of years. However, cultivators in this civilization can extend their lifespan through cultivation. Some powerful cultivators choose to shorten this time by traveling to the time rift. Of course, in the cultivation civilization, these are often referred to as blessed places. In addition, a level 30 train is equivalent to the nascent soul stage in the cultivation civilization. A nascent soul cultivator's attack power is that of a nascent soul cultivator. Until they reach the divine transformation stage, this is an insurmountable barrier. But, the level of a train is just a vague number. After all, the train's combat power comes from its components. Even if his train is only level 1, as long as he possesses a level 107 color accessory, he can slaughter gods with ease. A train's level doesn't necessarily indicate combat power. Furthermore, a train's power level is instantly 100% as long as it's equipped with a single firepower accessory. However, cultivators in immortal civilization still need to learn various techniques, which also consumes a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, nascent soul cultivators are unable to leave their home planet, unable to fight or explore the universe, and their means of acquiring resources are far inferior to those of other civilizations. Under these harsh conditions, mechanical trains have become the mainstream system of various civilizations in the universe. The other systems are all inferior. There are over 10,000 level 1 civilizations in the Kassa Civilization Federation, but only one dedicated to cultivating immortality. It's said there were originally quite a few, but they were completely annihilated by the Kassa civilization, leaving only this one. After joining the Federation, this civilization began vigorously developing its tourism industry, attracting a constant stream of tourists daily, and business is quite good. It's worth noting, The Casa Civilization Federation has a total of 239 Level 2 civilizations, but initially there weren't 239, but 241. The remaining 2 civilizations weren't killed by the Zerg civilization. Rather, they were slaughtered by the Casa Civilization's armies when they suddenly gained an opportunity and surged in strength. They weren't given the opportunity to explain their allegiance. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. If it weren't for the struggle against the Zerg civilization, the Casa civilization would have been annihilated by the surrounding area long ago. Qin Mang tapped his knuckles lightly on the armrest of his chair, leaning back with his eyes closed. Conductor. At this moment, Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train. Are we sure we're going to the Casa Civilization Federation? Yes. Qin Mang paused for a moment before softly saying, according to Chiyo Yaseo's information, whether it's the Casa Civilization or any other civilization, they're all primarily military-oriented. Building a train to its full potential would require an astronomical amount of Murphy stone, making it impossible to build. So, all civilizations generally try to use the minimum amount of Murphy stone possible to build the largest number of trains, not the most advanced, but still very powerful. For example, the Casa civilization has abundant reserves of iron ore. It's just that we don't have enough Murphy stones to upgrade the components anymore, so we can only build more trains. But we don't need Murphy stones. We can use very few resources to build the star into a top-notch train, top-notch enough, the king of the top. Even if other civilizations have more trains and more means, they won't be able to cause even the slightest damage to the star train if they are completely outclassed. This is the path we must take. The Kaisa civilization must go there. There are riches waiting to be mined. My civilization only needs one train. One unstoppable train that recklessly careens through the universe, focusing on growth until it can even speak at the poker table. His goal was crystal clear. His path was also crystal clear. Although the dangers remained numerous, he felt a sense of peace of mind after learning the general information about the area. As long as he remained a small Karami, no one would notice him. After a while, Qin Mang's lips curled up slightly, his hands resting behind his head as he chuckled. I'm increasingly looking forward to the days ahead. Everyone's too irritable. Let me bring peace to everyone. Time passed slowly. When Qin Mang was awakened by a warning from the train cabin, the star was about to reach the mining planet. After getting up and washing up, Qin Mang lit a cigarette and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the train cabin, gazing at the mining planet ahead. It was much smaller than the blue water planet. About 1/30th the size. It was like a forgotten hell, suspended in eternal darkness, like a rusted gear stuck in the depths of the universe. If there's a hell, it's probably here. Tens of minutes later, the star slowly descended, less than a few dozen meters from the ground. Boom! A faint sound was heard. The train landed smoothly on the surface of the mining planet. This place is a full 0.3 light-years away from Blue Water Planet. According to records on Blue Water Planet, even before the apocalypse, the most distant aircraft on Blue Water Planet couldn't reach this distance. With a low level of civilization, exploring the universe is like trying to reach for the moon in the water. It seems right before your eyes, but when you reach out, there's nothing. Beep, beep. The resource detection radar beeps continuously. There's no need to even look at the screen. At a glance, mines are practically one after another. The highest level mine within radar range is a level 6 iron mine, capable of producing 1 billion units of iron ore. On Water Blue Planet, the highest level mine is only level 7, and these are only found in the 7-colored zone. Furthermore, these mines are one-time use, and will not reappear. Densely packed mines, like the spines of a giant beast, are scattered across the ground. The sky is cloudless. Only endless stardust, like a silent snowstorm, washes the entire planet into a dead blue-gray. There is no sunset, no nightfall. The nearest star is also far away, its faint light barely framing the jagged landscape. No life, no water. The oxygen content in the air is 0%. The atmosphere is composed of carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and other gases. The surface temperature is extremely low, registering -143 degrees Celsius. This is a wandering mineral planet far from its star, drifting in the universe, not orbiting any celestial body. Loneliness and death are the dominant themes here. Here, one can feel the ultimate desolation. Qin Mang walked into the train compartment and looked at the outside of the train on the nearby screen. A thick layer of frost covered the train's armor. The temperature of -143 degrees Celsius was far lower than the polar regions of the Blue Water Planet. The train's armor's integrity was slowly decreasing. 99%. Mechanical nanospider production was rapidly underway to repair the armor. Due to the harsh conditions, a sufficient number of nanospiders was required, significantly increasing the cost of repairs. Outside, on the surface of the mine, a layer of frost covered the mine. It was nitrogen frozen solid. Even carbon dioxide was frozen into a dry cake, like a snowy field. In this environment, steel would be extremely brittle. While not shattering at the slightest touch, it could only barely withstand even the slightest stress. That's a bit bad. Jin Meng stared at the scene in silence. Before arriving on the mining planet, he hadn't known the planet's harsh living conditions. In such conditions, residents would definitely be unable to get off the train. They would die. The planet's atmospheric pressure is also extremely low, nearly a vacuum. Humans exposed to such conditions have 3 possible death scenarios. 1. Freezing to death. 2. Suffocation. 3. Boiling of bodily fluids. That's good. His biggest concern now is whether his mining robot can still operate in such conditions. Definitely not. Inside the train, Xiao Ai lamented, I've said before, that mining robot is pure industrial waste. Made at the cheapest cost, it simply can't function properly in such harsh terrain. It seems we have no choice but to abandon this mining planet and prepare to head to the Casa Civilization Federation. This planet is completely unmineable. Let's try. Jin Meng pressed a button on the console, and the door of train car number 10 slowly opened. Hundreds of mining robots, each carrying a pickaxe, emerged from the train and headed for the nearest mine. The mining robots looked incredibly rudimentary, with no artificial skin or armor, just mechanical skeletons connected by strands of wires. Not to mention the existence of intelligent chips. After all, the cost of such a mining robot was only 2,500 units of iron ore. That price wouldn't even be enough to buy a refrigerator. The hundreds of mining robots quickly arrived at the nearest mine. Stop. Raise the pickaxe. Smash it down. 10 minutes later, Jin Meng's expression grew increasingly strange. The robot hadn't shattered, nor had the pickaxe. Everything was normal. Perhaps it was because the conditions were so harsh that the mine was so fragile, he wondered. Mining efficiency had increased dramatically. Originally, mining robots could only mine 1 unit of resource or per hour. Here, in just 10 minutes, they already mined 10 units. This represented a 60-fold increase in mining efficiency. It seems like even cheap products are good? Just then, the train compartment door opened, and Xiao Ai walked in. Standing outside, she stood at the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the scene below with a hint of disbelief. How is it possible? How can all that industrial waste still function normally in such a harsh environment? According to the data, these robots are simply incapable of mining. Perhaps, despite being cheap, they're not industrial waste. Jin Meng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and laughed. They've simply focused all their functions purely on mining, eliminating all other features. The mechanical civilization should have considered operating in such a harsh environment when they created this component blueprint. They're not industrial waste. They're all valuable treasures. A large number of mining robots disembarked from the Star Train and began their mining operations. There were 210,000 mining robots on the train. With a 60-fold increase in mining efficiency, equivalent to the mining efficiency of 12.6 million mining robots, the time to mine the entire mining planet would be significantly shortened. If he had known the mining conditions on this mining planet were so difficult, he wouldn't have had to chase the Yaseo Chamber of Commerce convoy. The energy shields of any train convoy couldn't withstand the harsh environment of this planet. Their condition would decline much faster than his own. If repairs couldn't keep up with the rate of decline, it would be a disaster, with everyone on board. Not every train has the capacity to mine this mineral planet. However, if he hadn't pursued this Chamber of Commerce convoy, he wouldn't have learned so much about the Casa Civilization Federation. It was a strange coincidence that he ended up on a path that was most advantageous to him. Mining days are always long. 50 days had passed since the starship landed on the star Imam. It would take the Chamber of Commerce about 10 days to reach the mining planet. The original distance of 3 million kilometers had become significantly longer. The mining planet wasn't just stationary in space, but was constantly moving in the opposite direction of the wormhole. Jin Meng sat in his chair, looking at the data on the control panel screen. Over the past few days, he had already mined about 1/20th of the planet's mines. However, based on his recent explorations of the planet with the star, he wasn't able to fully mine the planet's mines. This mining planet didn't rotate. As a result, as it gradually moved away from the aging star, The temperature on the sunlit side remained roughly stable at -143 degrees Celsius, allowing normal operations. On the shady side, the lowest temperature was approaching -265 degrees Celsius. He didn't drive the Star train in to test whether the train's armor could withstand the temperatures. Instead, he sent in the mining robots, which were immediately destroyed. Equivalent to, he could only mine half of this mining planet. The back was unavailable. In those 50 days, he had lost a staggering 70,000 to 80,000 mining robots. A small portion was due to natural damage, but the majority was caused by the strange storms that occasionally formed on the sunward side, completely without warning and for unknown reasons, sweeping his mining robots to pieces. Shall I? Standing in the train compartment, Chen Meng pondered for a moment. Tell me, if I control the Star train into space and fire a few rounds of the Arcanum's light energy main cannon at the edge of this mining planet, can I make this mining planet spin? Like a spinning top? Once we have a day-night reversal, we can mine the mine on the other side. No. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from the train cabin. Let's not talk about whether this spinning top idea is feasible. This mining planet recently escaped from its star, so while the conditions are harsh, mining on the front side is still possible. Wait a while. If it becomes a completely wandering mining planet, the temperature on it will drop to -230 degrees Celsius to -270 degrees Celsius, a range that is completely unsuitable for mining. The escaped star is already aging. Even if it starts rotating now, it won't be of much use. That's fine. Chen Meng sighed, with a hint of regret. Although he felt a little disappointed, being able to mine half of the mining planet was good. Mining a mining planet seemed a little more complicated than he had imagined, much more complicated than mining on Blue Water Planet. He had initially thought he could just mine freely once he arrived. He had gotten used to Blue Water Planet, and hadn't imagined the environment on other planets would be so harsh. In the past 50 days, he's mined 124.5 billion units of iron ore, nearly 40 billion units of copper ore, and other resources. After mining all the iron ore in the Xinjiang area, he expects to mine nearly 1 trillion units of iron ore. This amount of iron ore is more than enough to upgrade all his accessories to level 200. Each will gain the God-level supermodel effect of level 200. What a huge difference. Chen Meng looked at the resource panel inside the train with some emotion. He finally understood why the Casa civilization slaughtered other civilizations so recklessly. In the civilization system of the mechanical train, as long as there are enough resources, the combat power will increase instantly. There's no time to react. If he's not careful, the other party might be stronger than him. He must be strangled in the cradle. Especially him. Completely ignoring his need for Murphy Stone, he can fully absorb any amount of resources. The component for producing mining robots is the Robot R&D Center. It can produce two types of robots, mining robot and robot dog. It's a gold component. It's lower than the pink grade, but higher than the red grade. This component was originally level 10, but he recently upgraded it to level 200. He had originally held out a glimmer of hope. He wondered if he could build a stronger mining robot to mine the extremely cold mines on the shady side, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Upgrading gold components is extremely resource-intensive. Upgrading it to level 200 in one go. It consumed a full 85 billion units of iron ore. The sky is visible. He toiled diligently for a year on planet Aquamarine, only to earn a fraction of the iron ore he earned. Yet, here, upgrading a single gold-grade component to level 200 it cost him a whopping 85 billion units of iron ore. Although the upgrade wasn't quite what he expected, the effect wasn't quite what he expected. But, well, how should I put it, this was even more outrageous. Robot R&D Center Level 5 Supermodel Effect. After installing this component, the manufacturing cost of robots produced by all components on the train is halved. Robot R&D Center Level 10 Supermodel Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced by all components on the train is halved again. Robot R&D Center Level 20 Supermodel Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced by all components on the train is halved again. Robot R&D Center Level 50 Supermodel Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced from all train components is halved again. Robot R&D Center Level 100 Supermodel Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced from all train components is halved again. Robot R&D Center Level 200 Supermodel Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced from all train components is halved again, and they can be remotely controlled by AI. The original cost of manufacturing a mining robot was 10,000 units of iron ore. He had previously upgraded the Robot R&D Center components to level 10. After two halvings, the cost had reached 10,000 units of iron ore, but now, After multiple halvings, the cost of building a mining robot is only 156 units of iron ore. What does that equate to? It's like 1.5 pounds of sunflower seeds. At this moment, across the vast land, 1 million mining robots were densely packed together, working frantically like locusts. The cost of building 800,000 new mining robots was a mere 120 million units of iron ore. Residents, mining, retire completely. Let's enjoy retirement and raise children, passing on civilization to him. At first, he felt heartbroken when the mining robots were swept away by the storm, but later, he didn't even try to avoid them, letting them slowly sweep him away. He had plenty of robots. At that moment, he felt the exhilaration of Zerg civilization. There wasn't much of anything, just a lot of people. And that's not all. The reduction in robot production costs achieved by the Robot R&D Center encompasses not just mining robots, but all the robot production lines within the train, including the red-grade armored black hole robot production line. The armed robots produced by this component are extremely powerful, but they're incredibly expensive. However, after several consecutive cycles of having the cost, he tried it, and building an armed robot with level 50 attack power and level 50 armor only required 50 million units of copper. If he didn't care about armor, just attack power, a level 50 robot would only require 1.25 million units of copper. What a concept! This meant he could completely overwhelm the enemy, even more so than the Zerg civilization. With enough resources, he could even skip the breeding process entirely. A single person could become a civilization, and it could all be remotely controlled by AI. Clear military discipline, fearless, and a god's eye view. This would be an unstoppable army. Huh? Qin Mang sat in his chair, exhaled deeply, and smiled at the data on the train panel. Although he hadn't found any relevant information in the database of the mechanical civilization's AI, he believed it. The mechanical civilization must have consumed a vast amount of Murphy stone, constantly exploring the supermodel effects of the Robot R&D Center accessory. They attempted to counter the supermodel effects with a massive expansion. Without a doubt, they succeeded. It was like a reset, repeatedly refining the optimal supermodel effects. This process consumed a vast amount of resources. It's unclear why, given their success, the mechanical civilization fell so quickly. The stronger the level 200 god-level supermodel effect, the more powerful it was. He was increasingly speechless about accessories, with the nun character in their supermodel effects. Whenever a nun appeared, the subsequent supermodel effects would all be nullified. He hadn't thought much of it before, but after learning that these accessories would no longer have the level 200 god-level supermodel effects, he began to feel a pang of pain. This thing represents a qualitative change from mortal to god. Sooner or later, he had to completely upgrade it to the supermodel effect that best suited him. He didn't upgrade the remaining accessories. He planned to wait until all the mines were mined, then upgrade them all at once. Although he had a full million mining robots, he estimated the mining time would be about the same as before. Initially, he didn't plan to mine level 3 or lower mines. It was a bit of a waste of time, and there wasn't much ore. But, with the number of mining robots reaching 1 million, and the mining efficiency here extremely high, he went all out, even level 1 iron ore, plucking whatever he could find. That is, there were no mines underground. Otherwise, he would have dug the entire underground hollow. Come with me to see how the construction on Water Blue Star is going. Qin Mang was in a good mood at this point. He stood up with his cane and walked outside the train. He arrived at carriage 10. After pressing the button on the door frame, a small, single-person wormhole appeared before him. Xiao Ai and I stepped into it together, and we emerged before the ruins of a city on planet Water. Teeling Wasteland, Taiping City. The ruins of the city, once devastated, were now bustling with activity, with numerous survivors systematically clearing the debris and rebuilding. It's quite lively. Qin Mang chuckled as he stood at the edge of the city, gazing at the nearby city. This city held special meaning for him. It was his birthplace. The statistics had been compiled. The total number of survivors on planet Water was 760 million, far fewer than he had expected. He had expected 1 billion. The death rate during the apocalypse had been quite high in the past 2 years. At this point, all 760 million survivors had been implanted with iris chips and became residents of the Star Train. At first, according to his vision, these survivors would be assigned to various city ruins to mine the renewable mines, which would also be a source of resources. But now, with these 1 million mining robots, and with mining robots so cheap, there was actually no need for these people to mine, but he still arranged it this way. They had to find something to do. But there was no mandatory requirement. It was part work, part play. Their main task was to have children and pass on civilization. Once the city was rebuilt and civilization gradually regained its rudiments, free love would gradually flourish, and human civilization would be passed on once again. Let's go back. The city was still under reconstruction, so there was no need to go in. Jin Meng stood at the edge of the city and observed for a while before returning to the train compartment. The god-level supermodel effect of the level 200 space gate was truly outrageous. It could even fit a planet inside the train. The effects of a level 200 supermodel were so exaggerated. He actually wanted to know how outrageous the effects of a level 500 supermodel would be. For the Iseo Chamber of Commerce, the past 50 days had been nothing but a dull, tedious journey. But for the star, these 50 days had been a qualitative transformation. If 50 days ago, the star was barely qualified to navigate the universe, then after all these mines were mined, the star would have a certain degree of self-preservation even in the Casa Civilization Federation. I love the mining star. The mining star loves me. Jin Meng returned to the train compartment, sat in a chair, and gazed at the data on the screen. A smile crept up his lips, his eyes full of laughter. Although the conditions were a bit harsh, he couldn't sense any anomalies inside the train. And there were no monsters. Mining was incredibly safe. It was like a rat falling into an oil bottle, a kitten into a fishing ground. There was more to eat than he could eat. The original plan was to mine this mining star, and then head to the Casa Civilization Federation. But now the plan had changed. He had tasted the sweetness of the mining star and wanted to try it again. There was another mining star nearby on the galaxy map, 378 light-years away. It was the same one he had detected on the blue water star. He needed to build a wormhole from here to that mining star. This would require 63 billion units of iron ore. The round trip would be over 120 billion. He did the math. As long as the mining star could be mined normally, there would be a profit. A mining star couldn't have only a little over 100 billion units of iron ore. Unless the mining planet was even more hostile and impossible to mine, it would be a sure win. He definitely had to go take a look. He could afford the trial and error cost of over 120 billion units. After all, after mining this mining planet, he would have nearly a trillion units of iron ore. 11 days later, the Iseo Chamber of Commerce convoy finally arrived. Just as they entered the mining planet's hazy atmosphere, a shrill warning rang out from the train. Warning, warning. Energy shield depleting rapidly. Suggest leaving immediately. Chiyo Yuseo's expression was somewhat grim as he quickly pushed the joystick, driving away from the mining planet in front of him. This mining planet turned out to be a wandering mining planet, which was a bit of a bummer. The temperature above any wandering mining planet that couldn't reach a star was extremely low. Normal mining operations are impossible. This mining planet must have been wandering for a short time, otherwise there wouldn't have been a warning. It should have simply gone silent. When he approached the planet and noticed there were no nearby stars, he had a bad feeling. He hadn't expected it to be a wandering planet. So where had the senior gone? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from within the train. Wait for me outside. I find you when I'm done mining. Is this the senior's voice? Chiyo Yuseo was slightly taken aback, glancing at the message on the train radio screen. The voice ended with, Unknown Civilization Star. So the senior's train was really called the Star? Star. There are an infinite number of stars in the universe, so numerous that it's impossible to count them. But it's the light and heat generated by these stars that keep so many creatures alive. Could this be the meaning behind the name Senior chose? He hoped his train would be like a star, bringing light and warmth to other living beings. He decided to follow Senior not only because of his strength and background, but more importantly, because he was truly kind. Yes, although he was nearly chopped down by Senior at first due to a language barrier, but among the powerful individuals he had met, Senior was the most gentle. In fact, he was incredibly gentle. Senior, indeed, was still Senior. Chiyo Yuseo sighed in awe before ordering all trains to rest near Mining Star. Even on such a harsh planet, Senior's trains could still mine normally. The only thing that left him a little baffled was the Senior's method of transmitting messages was surprisingly a train radio, not a communication satellite. How did the train radio manage to send messages over such a long distance? This component can only be upgraded to level 3. Generally speaking, if you plan to frequently venture into space, you must go to the market and purchase the blueprint for the red-gray communication satellite component. This blueprint serves as a superior version of the train radio, allowing for communication during interstellar encounters. Train radios are generally used for communication on planets. In theory, They cannot be used in space. Not bad. Chin Mang looked at the supermodel effect of the train radio on the control panel. This green-gray component had always been level 10 and had never been upgraded. He had just upgraded it to level 200. Upgrading a green-gray component from level 1 to level 200 requires extremely low costs. It only requires 800 million units of iron or to be more precise, an additional 770,000, but that's already several decimal places, and he was now selectively ignoring those decimal places. The level 10 super mode effect of the train radio allows trading with other train conductors through the train radio. This effect has helped him a lot. He just tried it, but it only works within the same planet. He just tried to trade with Chiyo Yaseo, but it said the transaction failed. Level 20 super mode effect of train radio can force a person to send up to 10 private messages. Level 50 super mode effect of train radio can send messages anonymously. Level 100 super mode effect of train radio can trade across regions. Level 200 super mode effect of train radio. Message range is equal to the range of detection equipment, such as search radar, whichever is greater, and can display a real-time battle situation on all train screens within a 100,000 light-year radius. A man. If, at 35, he accidentally broke a stuffed animal he received at 16 and discovered a love letter inside, a gift from the girl he secretly loved for a long time, then this man should be going out drinking tonight. After all, it's not like he was a teenager. He's like that right now. He's already cleared Doomsday Water Blue Planet, and your cross-region trade is available. Had he been on Water Blue Planet, having access to this cross-region trade would have certainly helped him a lot, accelerating his development. But there's nothing he can do about it. Upgrading green-grade accessories to level 100 isn't cheap, and he didn't have the extra iron ore at the time. Most importantly, he had no idea what the level 100 supermodel effect was. If he had known, he would have upgraded long ago. But none of the above is important. The most important thing was the level 200 super mode effect of the train radio, a real-time battle broadcast within a 100,000 light-year radius. He had experienced this effect before. A few days ago, when the Zerg civilization annihilated that newly promoted civilization, they instantly created hundreds of thousands of wormholes, broadcasting the battle live to all trains in the area. That was the effect. However, his effect might be even stronger. The Zerg civilization's real-time battle broadcast only showed the continuous creation of wormholes, while his real-time battle broadcast could be seen in much greater detail, even broadcasting a single cannon shot. It was even stronger. 100,000 light-years. Although it would consume considerable resources, if he so desired, he could allow every civilization and every living being within 100,000 light-years to witness a live battle of his. Very powerful. But it won't be useful in the short term. He hasn't yet become so arrogant as to threaten other civilizations like the Zerg. For now, he can only be intimidated. It's not like he's the one intimidating others. But having it or not having it is two different things. Very good. Sitting inside the train, Chin Mang leaned back in his chair, his hands behind his head, nodding and smiling with satisfaction. He loved the level 200 god-level supermodel effects. They always gave him unexpected surprises. Especially accessories of this white, green, and yellow quality. Upgrading them requires few resources. The effects are powerful. While it won't directly increase combat power, it can improve the train's capabilities in multiple ways. Once he reaches the Casa Civilization Federation, he can scoop up some low-grade accessories he doesn't have. How much can this stuff fetch? By then, he have plenty of iron or reserves. He can just have the Yaseo Chamber of Commerce help him make a splash while he stays in the background. Before he had the wherewithal to smash the poker table with a single blow, his strategy for development was concise. Hide. Let no one know of the star's existence. To that end, before heading out into space, he specifically erased the spray paint that had once read Hack Everything Star. He kept a low profile in both his life and his work. That was fine. He liked it. Conductor. Just then, Xiao Ai's voice echoed from within the train. I think there's something I need to report. Biazi and the others have been depressed for a long time. Huh? Chin Mang raised his brows slightly. A collective heartbreak? No, the star is developing too rapidly. They feel like they can't make a difference, and they're feeling a bit hopeless. Biazi was initially excited when he first piloted the Pope mech, but after leaving the universe and witnessing everything, Biazi became a bit hopeless, especially after seeing those 1 million mining robots. Completely hopeless. That's normal. Chin Mang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. The star is a train built with the power of an entire civilization. How can it be matched by the efforts of one person? There's no need to despair. After all, there will always be a time when we need to send out teams on missions, and I'd be able to acquire higher grade mechs in the future. Don't worry. I go talk to him later, and give him some counseling. Chapter 298. Mining always takes a long time. The star had already been mining on this mining planet for 60 days. During these 60 days, it had obtained a vast array of resources. A full million mining robots, like locusts, swept across the entire mining planet. The resources on a mining planet do not regenerate. A so-called mining planet is actually a planet whose core energy has completely leaked out, forming numerous mines on its surface. It's a one-shot deal, but this one was a bit too big, and it made him feel a little dizzy. Lots of money, but also trouble. And so, day after day, another 300 days passed. The star had been on this mining planet for 360 days. Almost a year. He had no idea what had happened outside during this year, but the interior of the star train had undergone earth-shattering changes. Standing inside the train, Chen Meng, with a stubbled face, looked up at the hazy atmosphere that filled the entire sky above him, his expression dazed. He hadn't shaved in ages. Perhaps because he'd been more relaxed these days, he suddenly wanted to see what he looked like with a beard. 2 lives. I experienced everything. But he never experienced what it was like to grow a beard. He wasn't born with a beard, so he couldn't force it. He could only grow a mustache above and below his lip. It had been growing for a while, and it felt good, though it looked a bit untidy. He was thinking about something. Where were those dozen or so Arcanon light cannon he fired at Planet Aquamarine a year ago? If they hadn't hit any debris, planets, or anything else along the way. I must have flown a light year. What a short distance. Chen Meng stopped his wandering thoughts, and walked into the shower room to shave his beard. That's one less thing I haven't experienced yet. In the shower room, Chen Meng stood in front of the mirror, lathering his face. As he shaved, he casually said, "Is today almost over?" 10 minutes ago, the mines on the sunward side of this mining planet were completely mined. Yeah. Chen Meng nodded slightly, looked at himself in the mirror, and suddenly laughed. This is a bit unfair to others. I don't rely on my looks to make a living, so giving me such a beautiful face seems a bit of a waste. Since everything's mined, let's get ready to go. He had already sent the Isao Chamber of Commerce back to the vicinity of the wormhole ahead of time. They were now quite a distance away from him, but they still appeared on his radar. After all, his radar had a detection range of 0.1 light-years. Count all the resources, inventory them, and strengthen them. Let's go see what the Casa Civilization Federation has to say. Strictly speaking, he was a wanderer in the universe, and going to the Casa Civilization Federation was no different from entering a city. Where there are crowds, there's struggle. Where there's struggle, fists must prevail. This batch of resources would give him a lot of confidence, allowing him to at least whisper a few words. 10 minutes later, the star train slowly took off, accelerating instantly and hurtling towards the mining planet's atmosphere. He didn't bring his 1 million mining robots with him. That was too many. The space gate is full, so it's fine to leave it on the mining planet. A few minutes later, the star had already flown out of space, and the outline of the mining planet could be seen with the naked eye. Half of the mining planet had been mined, while the shady side was too cold to mine. The next moment, a massive wormhole suddenly appeared above the mining planet. Like a snake swallowing an elephant, it swallowed the mining planet entirely. A few minutes later, the mining planet simply vanished into the universe, and the light dot representing it on the galaxy blueprint instantly vanished. Very good. Chen Meng smiled. Just now, he had consumed 1.3 billion units of iron ore to create another level 200 space gate, sucking the entire mining planet into it. Now, the mining planet was his private property. A level 200 space gate could absorb any planet with a diameter less than 100,000 kilometers. The premise is that the planet is ownerless, meaning it bears no trace of other civilizations. The temperature on the shady side is too low to mine, not likely. Enter his level 200 space portal, and the stellar module will be installed for you. You can get any temperature you want. You can't get it too high, but it's still possible to get it to a temperature suitable for mining. Take it away and mine slowly. The 1 million mining robots he left behind on the mining planet were also received on the stellar train. Under the effects of the level 200 supermodel at the Robot R&D Center, the cost of each of his mining robots now only costs 156 units of iron ore. Extremely cheap. Building 800,000 robots consumed only 1.2 billion units of iron ore. If he wanted, He wouldn't have to stay on this mining planet for 360 days. The time could be shortened significantly. He simply wanted to rest for a while. First, to relax his nerves from the recent days, and second, to allow himself and the train's inhabitants to acclimate to space life. Shall I move the robot R&D center to this mining planet, consume 12 billion units of iron ore, and build 8 million mining robots? After the temperature on the dark side recovers, mine all the mines on the dark side of this mining planet. Understood. He named this space gate mining planet number 1 because he would soon arrive at mining planet number 2. 378 light-years away, another mining planet awaited him. It was just too far away. His wormhole opener was at level 10, with a detection range of only 10 light-years. It could only determine which areas within that range were stable, and could be used to create wormholes. Before leaving, he needed to upgrade first. Theoretically, upgrading this accessory to level 200 would also limit its detection range to 200 light-years. However, based on his experience, once it reached level 200, it would undergo a transformation from mortal to divine, and its detection range would definitely exceed 378 light-years. The cost of upgrading different colorful accessories varies. This accessory's upgrade cost is significantly lower than that of the Arcanon light cannon. Some accessories have the same upgrade cost before level 100, and the difference gradually widens after that. Upgrade. The train isn't short of anything right now, except for resources. He glanced at the resource panel and grinned. 1.493 trillion units of iron ore, 1.12 billion units of wood, 353.49 billion units of copper, or 19.4 billion units of red hard rock, 60.87 billion units of titanium crystal. This planet has approximately 1.6 trillion units of resource ore. 73% of this is iron ore. Add to that the recent expansion of the cyber mine and its thriving operations, and the total iron ore on the train has reached the trillion mark, a full 1.493 trillion units of iron ore. The remaining 27% of resource ore is dominated by copper ore, followed by titanium crystal, and finally red hard rock. There's no wood at all. This place doesn't look like a lumberyard. The next step was to upgrade the wormhole opener. He wasn't sure how other civilizations created wormholes over long distances, but for him, building a wormhole required upgrading the wormhole opener. Otherwise, he wouldn't know the exact landing point. Upgrade? Chunmang remained silent, expressionless. He had just used 80 billion units of iron ore to upgrade the wormhole opener to level 100. Just as he was about to upgrade to level 200, he fell silent. Upgrading to level 200 required 750 billion units of iron ore. That was good. The train had enough resources for the upgrade, but some of it was unnecessary. After all, if there wasn't a stable area near the mining planet where a wormhole could be created, the upgrade would be wasted. If it were 200 to 300 billion units of iron ore, he'd take the gamble. But 750 billion was a bit much. Couldn't he use that iron ore to upgrade his armor? If he lost the gamble, it would be like a wasted trip. The level 100 wormhole opener has a detection range of 100 light-years and gains 3 supermode effects. Wormhole opener level 20 supermode effect. Wormhole creation costs are halved. Wormhole opener level 50 supermode effect. Wormhole stability reaches 100%. Wormhole opener level 100 supermode effect. Can create hidden wormholes, making them difficult to detect. In that case, the plan must be adjusted again. Instead of going to the mining planet 378 light-years away, I go directly to the Casa Civilization Federation with Chiyo Yaseo and the others. Before that, I give the train a major upgrade. There's still over 1 trillion iron ore left, and he's going to squander it all. First, the armor. The green-grade accessory carriage steel armor. The most important accessory on the train, directly linked to life. After consuming 110.23 billion units of iron ore. Straight to level 100. No need for all the joking, snarky things, or Cassidon Civilization Federations. Just come on. Level 100 armor. With this level of defense, anyone would be speechless. He poured almost all of the iron ore he mined on Mining Star this year into the armor. Attack slowly. Defense maxed out. Instantly upgrade armor from level 30 to level 100, gaining 2 supermod effects. Carriage steel armor level 50 supermod effect. Surface coated with a stealth coating. When detected, the train and its accessories can be customized, up to a maximum level. Carriage steel armor level 100 supermod effect. Surface coated with a cold weather coating, allowing normal operation in temperatures as low as -272 degrees Celsius. External accessories also benefit from the train's armor protection. Both supermodel effects are excellent. The level 50 supermodel effect allows him to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if he had just entered the Casa Civilization Federation with a level 27 mechanical train equipped with level 100 armor, he would have been used as a guinea pig. The latter allows him to freely travel in the depths of space. The areas he's been traveling in space lately are all within the sphere of a star. Although distant and an aging star, the temperature isn't very low. It's just that most of the universe is in absolute darkness, and the temperature in that environment is extremely low. With this supermodel effect, he can basically run wild in most areas. It's safe now. Chen Meng looked at the data on the control panel screen and smiled. The train also has a level 10 energy shield. In extreme cases, activating the train's special skill Absolute Defense can quickly increase its defense strength to level 110. Upgrading this energy shield would be very expensive, so he didn't upgrade it. It's a bit uneconomical. In a flash, the Star Train went from high attack and low defense to low attack and high defense. After this short combo, the Star Train only had 310.7 billion units of iron ore left. But it was all worth it. The Star Train has mining planet number 1, Cyber Mine, and Aquamarine, providing a constant supply of iron ore. Then, we head to the Casa Civilization Federation to see if we can get more mining planets. Now, it's time to find Chiyo Yaseo and prepare to head to the Casa Civilization Federation. After that, adjust the armor display level to level 25. He then took control of the Star Train, speeding towards Chiyo Yaseo's location. Expected arrival time, 54 hours and 17 minutes. The Star Train was taken into custody and began automatic cruising. Inside the train cabin, Chen Meng looked at the remaining iron ore units. A single shot from the level 50 Arcanon light cannon consumes 5 billion iron ore units. Adding to that, there were a few extra units. The train needed at least 100 billion iron ore units, and that was the minimum. There had to be some left for wormhole creation, to avoid being unable to escape in the event of a crisis. He could manage the remaining 200 billion or so iron ore units. He planned to upgrade some small accessories, first to see what the effects of a level 200 god-level supermodel were. The first and foremost was naturally the refrigerator. If he were to rank all the heroes along the way, he felt the refrigerator would at least be in the top 3, having played a significant role. Mr. Kun is definitely in the top 5. Although the help he provided wasn't much, it was angel investment, so its significance was different. However, just as all angel investments are likely to be washed out in the end, Mr. Kun was also washed out after providing the angel investment. I have to burn some incense for Mr. Kun someday, as a way of repaying this favor. Upgrading green-grade accessories to level 200 consumes very few resources. The refrigerator in his train cabin was once upgraded to level 100, and after consuming 800 million units of iron ore, it was upgraded to level 200. Refrigerator level 200 supermodel effect. All level 200 refrigerators built by the Star Train can freely communicate across space, regardless of distance. Chen Meng stared at the supermodel effect in silence. He had finally figured it out. The accessory's supermodel effect was already outrageous from the start, and after reaching level 200, its god-level supermodel effect would be even more outrageous. Isn't this too outrageous? What is this thing equivalent to? A permanent 2A wormhole, with 100% stability. It will exist forever as long as the refrigerator is not destroyed. And it's not connected end to end. As long as enough level 200 refrigerators are built, they can form a complex passageway. This can't be called just great. It should be very good. He liked it. And he could set permissions. Those with permissions could open a refrigerator that could be 100 square meters, or a passage to other level 200 refrigerators. For those without permissions, it would just be an ordinary refrigerator. The concealment effect was top-notch. He could easily have someone carry the refrigerator to deliver a great gift to the Casa Civilization Federation, playing a Trojan horse. Who would have thought that a refrigerator could hide an army? It made perfect sense. He glanced at the other accessories again, his gaze resting on the single bed in the corner, his eyes narrowing slightly. After consuming 500 million units of wood, he had upgraded the single bed to level 200. Single bed level 200. Lying on the bed grants absolute peace of mind. Chen Meng's brows furrowed slightly, a bit confused by this supermodel effect. It wasn't the god-level supermodel effect he expected, and compared to the god-level supermodel effect of the refrigerator, the difference was too obvious. What does absolute peace of mind mean? He stood up, walked over to the bed, and lay down. The moment he laid down, he clearly felt his heart completely calm. No extraneous thoughts remained, even a feeling of entering a state of nothingness. All desires were gone, all distractions were gone. All 6 senses were purified. But Chen Meng quickly climbed out of bed, kicked the single bed into the refrigerator, and used another 508,000 units of wood to build himself a level 100 single bed. What a piece of crap. Humanity is a complex of desires. The moment he laid down, he felt almost dead, as if he had been dead for 1,000 years. Forget distractions. There was nothing at all. It seems not all god-level supermodels have the same powerful effects. Just then, "Conductor?" Xiao Ai's voice echoed from inside the train. "There's a problem at the cyber mine. We need you to check it out." "What's going on?" Chen Meng frowned and strode outside the train. "Tell me in detail. What could possibly be wrong at the cyber mine?" Star Carriage 10. A level 100 space portal named Cyber Mine houses numerous level 100 single beds. These days, due to the rapid increase in the number of residents on Star, 4,222 Dreamstones are being produced daily. In the year of mining on the mining Star, Star has accumulated a full 100,000 Dreamstones. Yes, 100,000, not millions. The Cyber Mine has therefore expanded to 24,000 units. A stable daily supply of approximately 20 level 9 iron ores is now available. That is 2 billion units of iron ore. The amount of iron ore obtained through the cyber mine this year is more than 300 billion, which is not a small amount. The cyber mine has become a crucial source of iron ore for the Star train. All cyber miners enjoy first-class resident status, residency rights on the Star train, and are provided with individual villas on Blue Water. Daily wages are also very high. These positions are highly sought after by all residents. Most are selected from survivors on Blue Water, primarily young and middle-aged men. Chen Meng stood at the entrance to the space gate, looking grimly at Zhang Yi, who hurried over carrying a medical bay, placing several seriously injured and unconscious residents inside. "Master Meng." Zhang Yi looked up at Chen Meng. "A total of 4 miners are seriously injured. All treatment will cost a total of 40 million units of iron ore." "Treatment?" Chen Meng said softly. He wasn't worried about the iron ore, but rather that the cyber mine was extremely important to him. He wanted to know what had happened. Logically, the cyber miners should be absolutely safe. How could he suddenly and inexplicably become seriously injured? And the amount of iron ore consumed by this injury is extraordinary. Soon, for miners, once on the verge of death, leaped out of the medical bay alive and kicking. "You?" Chen Meng looked at one of his acquaintances and said, "Damao, right? Tell me what happened. How did you get injured?" "Yes." Damao was slightly startled when he saw Master Meng, his expression slightly excited. He hadn't seen Master Meng in a long time, and what surprised him even more was that Master Meng remembered his name. After gathering his thoughts, he hurriedly began to explain. "The specific situation is this, Master Meng. I was mining in my dream as usual. But this time, I don't know if there was a problem with Boss AI, but in my dream, there wasn't just a mine and a pickaxe, but also an armed robot. The moment the armed robot encountered me, it opened fire. Then I felt my eyes go black, and when I regained consciousness, I was already in the medical bay." The remaining 3 nodded, indicating that they had experienced the same thing. "It wasn't me." Xiao Ai, standing nearby, quickly shook her head after catching Chen Meng's gaze. "I couldn't possibly make such a low-level mistake. The dream I created couldn't possibly contain anything other than a mine and a pickaxe, let alone any armed robots." Chen Meng remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly, as he began to understand what was happening. The mine in the dream wasn't virtual. It was real. The mines he had previously visited were all abandoned, but this time, he dug into someone else's property, where he'd been instantly destroyed by a robot at their doorstep. Now that he knew the cause, he was no longer worried. He had been worried about his cyber mine failing to operate. Now that it was working, there was nothing to worry about. This scenario was, after all, a low-probability scenario. "Okay, I roughly understand what's going on." Chen Meng looked at Damao and smiled. "Keep up the good work. You're the director of this cyber mine, so work harder." "Master Meng," Damao said, his voice trembling with excitement, "you're so busy, yet you still pay attention to me." "Nonsense." Chen Meng waved his hand in annoyance. "I appointed you personally, how could I not know? When Xiao Ai sent you the appointment notice, didn't she sign my name? I thought that was standard procedure." He said nothing more, turning and walking towards the train room. Cybermine currently has 24,000 mining machines. There were more than enough Dreamstones, perhaps even a bit too much. After all, the daily consumption was only about 20 dreamstones, but there was no wood left to build a single bed. The original 10 billion pieces of wood were now reduced to a few hundred million. We needed to get more wood. Besides, the civilization level might indeed need to be raised. Logically, if we were producing over 4,000 dreamstones daily, we should have produced over 1 million in a year. However, the train control panel displayed a low-level civilization. A maximum of 100,000 dreamstones could exist simultaneously, which meant that the scale of his cyber mine was limited. Even if he had enough wood, he couldn't expand it indefinitely. Unless he was willing to raise his civilization level. But he hadn't even rebuilt his civilization yet. He was a remnant of a wandering civilization in the universe. Even if his maximum dreamstones were 100,000, it would be more than enough. We talk about that later. This number would only increase once his civilization level surpassed level 1. Level 1 civilization is still too dangerous. It's too late. The 54 hours passed quickly. Sitting in the Star Train cabin, Chen Meng had already spotted the Isao Chamber of Commerce convoy with his naked eyes. As he approached, a man in a spacesuit from the leading train disembarked and, with the help of thrusters, flew towards his train. It was Chiyo Isao. Soon, Chiyo Isao arrived inside the train cabin and looked at Chen Meng with a face full of gratitude. Senior, my daughter has always said she wants to meet you in person and express her gratitude in person. A few days ago, this senior had already sent him 10 billion units of iron ore. He had consumed 4 billion units of iron ore and successfully treated his daughter using the medical pod. But despite his expression of gratitude, a hint of confusion and bewilderment lingered in his eyes. The last time we met, the senior's train's defensive energy range was around 3,000. This time, it suddenly dropped to 2,500. Can it be lowered further? Could it be that the energy shield shattered and a new one was forged? Chen Meng stared at Chiyo Ipao's expressionless face for a long moment before he whispered, "Last time, you said we were entering a planet in the Casa Civilization Federation without any scrutiny, right?" "Yes." Chiyo Ipao spoke cautiously. After all, the Casa Civilization Federation has nearly 10,000 civilizations and a massive population. Most planets don't have checkpoints. Only a few major planets do, and they strictly check the identities of those entering. Senior, your status is that of a wandering civilization. Most interstellar pirates are wandering civilizations. After their original civilization was destroyed, they drifted across the universe as interstellar pirates. Yes. Chen Meng pointed to the newly built refrigerator in the corner. After the wormhole is activated, you will go in first. If there are no checkpoints set up by the Casa Civilization Federation nearby, you will open the refrigerator door and walk in. Do you understand? I understand. Chiyo Isao looked at the refrigerator in the corner in confusion. Although he didn't know what was happening, he still obediently picked up the refrigerator, left the star, and flew towards his train. Not long after, the pitch-black, solid curtain in front of the train began to distort under the influence of an invisible force. A wormhole entrance gradually emerged, its edges shimmering with mysterious starlight, like the neck of a stretched hourglass. The exit at the back of the wormhole could be vaguely seen, as blurry as a spot of light. These are the coordinates of the second hidden strategic wormhole in this area. Chiyo Isao's convoy has begun to gather and enter this wormhole together. Speed is crucial. A disposable wormhole is only absolutely stable when it's first activated. It can dissipate at any time after a certain period of time. It could be 10 minutes, or it could be 100,000 years. It's completely random. It's hard to say. Chen Meng stood in the train compartment, watching Chiyo Isao and the others disappear into the wormhole in silence. Chiyo Isao only had the coordinates of 13 strategic hidden wormholes in the Kasha Civilization Federation and didn't know much else. For example, Chiyo Isao knew that this hidden wormhole led to the Kasha Civilization Federation. He didn't know much more. Don't go directly to the military base. That would be pure nonsense. What a sin. Quite quickly, only half a minute had passed. The refrigerator door inside the train suddenly opened, and Chiyo Isao, bewildered and shocked, emerged from the refrigerator. He gazed at the familiar surroundings, his throat pounding slightly. After rubbing his eyes vigorously, he noticed Chen Meng sitting beside him, and spoke in a trembling voice. "Senior, everything is safe." No one knew how deeply this scene shocked him. He recognized that refrigerator. It was just an ordinary train accessory, a white grade one at that. But how did he appear directly on the senior's train after pushing open the refrigerator door? This was a distance of tens of thousands of light years, and there was no trace of traveling through a wormhole. It is very difficult for humans to physically travel through a wormhole. Yes. Chen Mang nodded slightly, but he did not completely let his guard down. He slowly pushed the control lever, steering the train into the disposable wormhole before him. Countless rays of light streaked through the wormhole. In a matter of seconds, the end was within sight. When they emerged from the wormhole, they had reappeared in the universe. This place was already within the territory of the Kasha Civilization Federation, far from the Zerg civilization, and the scene before them opened Chen Mang's eyes. The galaxy map revealed no further details. Only when you were there could you truly experience what a civilization federation was like. Ahead lay a massive star, radiating light and heat. Around it, more than 60 planets orbited, each one habitable. The scene was truly breathtaking. It wasn't like this before. Chiyo Yuseo, inside the train, explained, after the Kasa civilization established the Federation, they gathered the home planets of all the surrounding civilizations together. This galaxy is called Galaxy 27. One of the planets is called Chioha Star, and my civilization, Chioha Civilization, is located on this planet. Our planetary federation doesn't have any checkpoints. Senior, why don't you want to visit my home? Yes. Chen Mang nodded. Then I go to yours. Since I'm new here, I need to find a place to hide and see what the situation is like. Having a local guide is ideal. Let me take a look. Chiyo Yuseo glanced at the galaxy map on the large screen behind him. We're still quite far from the galaxy. It may take us quite a while to arrive. No need. I have a plan. 30 minutes later. The star was shooting towards the galaxy in front of it in the universe. It seemed to be very close, but it would actually take some time to get there. As for Chiyo Yuseo's trains, they were all connected to the rear of the star train by hair. They enjoyed the same speed as the star train. This isn't the 9 dragons pulling the coffin I imagined. Chen Mang sat in his chair, sighed, and whispered as he gazed at the image on the screen. He had imagined himself in the position of the coffin. Not the dragon. But it wasn't so bad. This strand of hair was the same anal hair he had retrieved from his dream that day. Xiao Ai had already tested it, and found it could extend to 10,000 kilometers, an incredible distance. It was also incredibly strong and could withstand heavy loads. The specific weight it could withstand had not yet been determined. It was more than enough to pull several trains. Before leaving, Chen Mang blasted the disposable wormhole to smithereens with a single cannon, leaving no trace, and then walked away. 48 hours later. The star had slowed down to the speed of a normal train, and, pulling its hair back, it blended into the Isua Chamber of Commerce's fleet, becoming just another member of the fleet. It was extremely inconspicuous. It had already entered the inner reaches of the galaxy, shuttling near several planets. Around it, numerous trains, various aircraft, and shuttles were constantly traveling back and forth between the planets, creating a bustling atmosphere. Although Chen Mang didn't want to act worldly wise, the scene before him was truly captivating. The bustling traffic looked incredibly lively, giving him the feeling of entering a modern city. It was completely different from the universe near Water Blue Star. The universe near Water Blue Star was deserted, devoid of any living being, seemingly dead silent. This place looks vibrant. Led by Chiyo Yuseo, the convoy slowly approached a planet and entered its atmosphere. Just as it entered, a small aircraft shot out, leading the way ahead, guiding everyone to land at a massive train dock. Just then, inside the train cabin, Chiyo Yuseo pushed open the refrigerator door and walked in. Standing behind Chen Mang, he introduced himself with a hint of excitement. Senior, this is my hometown, the Chioha Civilization. There are 128 train docks in the Chioha Civilization. All trains, aircraft, and other vehicles entering this planet will land at one of these 128 train docks. There are about 170 or so trains waiting in line ahead, and it will soon be our turn. Mostly from the Chamber of Commerce and Tourism. Yes. Chen Mang took in the scene before him. It was truly magnificent. The open space before him had been meticulously constructed, with runways marked on the ground. Trains were following the instructions to depart from the train dock. Around the dock, it also houses numerous large-caliber anti-aircraft turrets, clearly quite powerful. Although it's only a level 1 civilization, it looks quite impressive. However, according to the data from the enemy radar, these trains are quite weak, and even combined they wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Did you mention tourism? Chen Mang casually asked. I remember you mentioned a cultivation civilization that prioritizes tourism. Is your civilization also developing tourism? Yes, Chiyo Yuseo nodded seriously. In fact, many civilizations are developing tourism and trade. Although joining the Federation will subject them to federal regulation, it must be said that after joining, trade between civilizations has prospered many times over, and each civilization has developed rapidly. Our planet's tourism project is exotic charm. A few years ago, the leaders of this civilization expended enormous resources, energy, and time to invite tens of thousands of beautiful women from the Casa Civilization Federation, a level 1 civilization, across galaxies, to settle in the Chiyoha civilization. Here, you can meet beautiful women from any civilization. The exotic atmosphere is strong, and many people come here specifically for encounters. Selling flesh? No, we simply promise that any beautiful woman who comes to the Chiyoha civilization will be treated very well as a resident. Understood. The star train blended in with the Yaseo caravan, departing the train dock and speeding along the highway, surrounded by wilderness. Many trains were flying in the air. Chiyo Yaseo had already returned to his train. Chin Mang glanced at the Chiyoha civilization laws and regulations set by Chiyo Yaseo. Violations of these laws and regulations would result in arrest by the Chiyoha Civilization Law Enforcement Bureau. He was certainly not afraid. But he also didn't want to cause trouble. There aren't many laws. It's just... He looked up at the mechanical train flying thousands of meters in the air, picked up the intercom, and whispered, "Doesn't your civilization stipulate that mechanical trains flying in the air can't exceed a maximum altitude of 3,000 meters? The mechanical train above us is already over 3,000 meters. Isn't anyone regulating it? That's a train from the level 2 civilization Atom Civilization." Chiyo Yaseo's embarrassed voice came from the intercom. "Our civilization's laws mainly regulate people from our own civilization and other level 1 civilizations. As for people from level 2 civilizations, as long as there's a legitimate reason for their slaughter, we turn a blind eye. What about the level 3 Casa civilization? If someone from the level 3 Casa civilization actually arrived, they'd be the boss. Not to mention breaking the law. Even if they massacred an entire city, the leaders would politely offer a well-deserved stern warning. If anything happened to them here, the Casa civilization army would descend upon them." "How overbearing," Chin Mang whispered, looking up at the train slowly flying away overhead. That train was truly weak, on the same level as Chiyo Yaseo's, but simply because the civilization behind it was a level 2 civilization, it could act so arrogantly. No one dared to intervene. "Senior." Over the train radio, Chiyo Yaseo continued, "Many people from level 2 civilizations like to come to Chiyoha Star. We should try to avoid them. Those people just want to feel superior to level 1 civilizations. They're just the ones who haven't been doing well. Anyone who's doing well is busy upgrading their trains and building their careers. They don't have the time to go to other civilizations for fun. These people tend to deliberately stir up trouble." Chin Mang didn't reply, simply keeping a steady pace and quietly following the convoy. Having just arrived, he didn't intend to cause trouble. He didn't believe anyone would mess with him while he was driving on the road, not even flying. He looked down at the screen, which showed an introduction to the Chiyoha civilization. When all passengers arrived at Chiyoha Star, the train terminal administration handed them a chip containing a general introduction to the civilization. Since he wasn't entering as a passenger, the chip didn't originally have one. But Chiyo Yaseo was familiar with the people at the terminal and asked for a copy. The database displayed, "This civilization is 99.8% urbanized. There aren't even any villages or towns, only cities. A total of 398 cities house its entire population. To be precise, most civilizations are like this, completely urbanized. In an age of omnipresent trains, villages are unnecessary. Without them, towns are even less necessary. The sun is pink." Chin Mang tilted his head to gaze at the pink sun in the sky, leaning back lazily in his chair, lighting a cigarette and smiling. He enjoyed the feeling of exploring different civilizations. But before that, he needed to know the most powerful weapon of this civilization, so he could understand what rank his level 100 armor ranked within this civilization. He only focused on improving himself. He had no idea how others were faring. The pink sun was quite beautiful, with a unique charm. Chapter 299. No accidents occurred along the way. Chin Mang piloted the star train, following the convoy along the highway. About 2 hours later, they arrived at the outskirts of a bustling city. This planet has a speed limit. Otherwise, with the speed of his star train, it might be a bit of an exaggeration to say he could reach the destination in a sneeze, but a few sneezes would definitely get him there. "Senior." Train radio Chiyo Yaseo's voice came over the intercom. "The Chiyoha civilization has strict regulations on trains. Except for a few trains belonging to leaders and law enforcement officials, All other trains must park in the suburbs. The parking lot charges a daily fee, and the price for a day's parking is 1,000 units of iron ore. And you are not allowed to carry any firearms or other weapons. The other party spoke cautiously, as if he were saying something very serious. In fact, it was indeed the case. For a train conductor, all his fighting power lies within the train. Leading it is like being unarmed and feeling completely insecure. It's no exaggeration to say he's putting his life in someone else's hands. Okay, lead the way to the parking lot, Chen Meng said softly. He possesses a special item called the Hell Hat, which grants him the same level of protection as the train's armor within a 10,000-meter radius. He rarely uses it, primarily because he generally prefers not to put himself in danger. The city ahead is definitely a destination. A city is a hub for communication among civilizations. Only in a city can one learn more about a civilization and experience its scope firsthand. 10,000 meters is definitely not enough. But luckily, he has a refrigerator. Within the range of the enemy radar, the refrigerator enjoys the same defense as the train's armor. Its radar range is a full 0.1 light-years, more than enough to completely cover the entire planet. Add to that the supermodel effect of a level 200 refrigerator, and you can freely move between refrigerators. As long as he's careful, there won't be any problems, unless the entire city explodes instantly, leaving him no time to react. But the possibility of that is also very low. With Xiao Ai in charge of the train, and the enemy radar at full power, no detail escapes Xiao Ai's eyes, so the danger level is already very low. 30 minutes later, the Star followed the Chamber of Commerce's convoy and drove into an abandoned warehouse far from the city. It looked like a converted granary. As the warehouse door slowly opened, a cloud of dust flew out, and trains filed in one after another. The warehouse was quite large. Each train had been expanded, and was essentially the same height as the Star. To accommodate so many trains, you could imagine how huge the warehouse was. However, the Star train was too long. After a long struggle, they finally managed to turn the Star train around in the warehouse, folding it up, and finally park it inside. Accompanied by Lao Zhubiuzi and the others, Chen Meng walked out of the Star train. Standing on the dusty warehouse floor, he stomped his feet a few times before looking up at the tattered ceiling above and laughing. It's been ages since I felt this down to earth. It had been a long time since he left the Star. The mining star wasn't a comfortable place to walk on either. It hurt. As for Blue Water Planet, that doesn't count. Blue Water Planet is considered part of the Star. This feeling of being grounded is quite nice. The gravity is basically the same as Blue Water Planet, and the air quality isn't much different either. It's easy to get used to. And then, Chiyo Yaseo, who was standing nearby, came over alone and said a little embarrassedly, "Senior, the parking lot is too expensive. Generally, it's reserved for out-of-towners. Locals can just find an abandoned warehouse. The only downside is that it's a bit far from the city, so getting there takes a while." "Yeah." Chen Meng glanced inside the warehouse, then, accompanied by Biuzi and the others, walked to the door. He opened his arms and gazed at the somewhat desolate countryside before him, taking a deep, relaxed breath. He liked this feeling of being grounded. Then he pulled a cigarette from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, tilted his head, looked at Chiyo Yaseo, and smiled. "Since we don't have to park in the parking lot, why not just anywhere in the suburbs? Our train won't get damaged by a downpour, right?" He had originally asked Chiyo Yaseo to lead the way to the parking lot, but after hearing Chiyo Yaseo say that the locals didn't go there, he followed Chiyo Yaseo's lead, following the local customs. "That won't happen." Chiyo Yaseo shook his head. "But the Seeking Peace and Civilization government doesn't allow trains to be parked haphazardly in the suburbs. It affects the appearance of the Star, and isn't a good presentation to the outside world. I have a motorcycle on my train. Senior, we might need to ride it." "Okay, but once we get to the city, don't call me Senior. Keep a low profile. Just call me Chen Meng." This. Chiyo Yaseo froze in his tracks, subconsciously glancing at his brothers standing in a group of merchants not far away, then at the more than 100 fierce-looking, uniformed men standing behind his senior. After a long pause, he said awkwardly, "Senior, it might be hard to keep a low profile with your presence in the city." "That's right." Chen Meng glanced behind him, paused for a moment, then casually said, "Biuzi, let everyone get on the train. Just you, old pig, and the Zhang brothers can follow me." "That's much better now. What about those brothers in your Chamber of Commerce?" "They usually work separately for the Chamber of Commerce. They only work together when there's a big job for the Chamber of Commerce." "Are only these train conductors coming with us?" What about the people on the train? Senior, you mean the people below. They all have long-term employment contracts with the train. They eat, drink, and defecate on the train and never leave. Understood. Dust rose in the wind. Led by Chiyo Yaseo, Chin Mang and his group arrived at the outskirts of this modern city. After driving onto the main road, a long line formed in front of them as they were about to enter the city. Inspection line. But the inspection was extremely fast. Chin Mang rode on his motorcycle, his eyes filled with curiosity, as he gazed at the fleet of land vehicles ahead and behind him. They resembled cars, but flew close to the ground, giving them a sci-fi feel. I'd buy one later to play with. Yes. His main purpose for this trip was to spend money. The currency of all civilizations in the Kasha Civilization Federation is extremely standardized, iron ore. Of course, other resources can be substituted with the merchant. It's not that no civilization has ever considered currency, but it's too difficult to implement. After all, no currency is more stable than iron ore. Whether in war or peacetime, iron ore will not suddenly depreciate or collapse. Although there's no currency, there are tokens. For example, every citizen of Sanchue City has a wristwatch. They can deposit iron ore units in a bank and store them digitally on their wristwatch, making transactions more convenient. However, this is generally reserved for locals. Most tourists prefer to pay with cash. Today's spending target, 10 million iron ore units. He planned to buy a lot of things, like crop seeds and other miscellaneous items. Soon, as the team gradually moved forward, Chin Mang arrived at a place resembling a highway toll booth. The lights on both sides of the checkpoint shone red lines on him, and then several lines of text appeared on a screen on one side of the wall. Scan completed. Uncivilized Wanderer, life level 0, no need to lock. Entry granted. Seeking peace with civilization, main city number 8, Sanchue City, welcomes you. I wish you a safe journey and a happy life. Please abide by the laws and regulations of the Seeking Peace civilization and respect local customs. If you encounter any problems, please call the mayor's hotline 237-7998 via your watch or a public phone for assistance. As the digital text appeared on the screen, the lights on both sides of the wall turned green, and the gate ahead opened, signaling normal passage. Chin Mang slightly tightened the throttle and rode his motorcycle out of the checkpoint. As Chiyo Yaseo had said, his status was that of an uncivilized wanderer. No civilization could join. For example, if he wanted to join the Seeking Peace civilization now, he couldn't. After his own civilization was destroyed, he became a wanderer. There were only two ways to reintegrate into a civilization. The first path is to rebuild your own civilization. The second path is to have children with people from another civilization. The children will automatically inherit the imprint of that civilization, and subsequent generations will be fully integrated into that civilization. Civilization imprint, it comes from the laws of the universe, or rather, is a part of the normal operation of the universe. It cannot be forged. The leader of a civilization possesses a seal, usable only by that person, called the civilization seal. Stamp a planet with this seal, and it will become your civilization's property in the universe. This is reflected on the galaxy map as belonging to Civilization XX. It's incredibly simple. Any unowned planet can be stamped. As long as you can afford to avoid being killed by someone else, it's fine. The civilization imprint can also be used in many other ways, such as when creating a wormhole. Once you reach level 1 civilization, you gain this seal. He has no plans to rebuild his civilization yet. Rebuilding a civilization in this area requires review by the Casa Civilization Federation. Passing the review allows one to join the Federation. Failure, if deemed too risky or useless by the Federation, will result in its immediate destruction. With this seal of civilization, one truly stands on the chessboard of the cosmic civilizational struggle, truly participating in this grand conflict. It's a ticket to splendor, but also a ticket to hell. After leaving the checkpoint, it wasn't long before they arrived in the city called Sanchue City. Chin Mang stood there, leaning on his cane, gazing at the bustling crowds and the hustle and bustle of traffic. He stood there perfectly, not even his attire blending in perfectly. But there were so many strange and bizarre people here that he seemed inconspicuous with his cane. Across the street, there were people walking with their heads down, hopping and bouncing. Huh? After a long pause, he let out a soft sigh, his expression slightly complicated. He had witnessed the collapse of a civilization before. It was over a year ago, when the Skyslaying civilization, newly promoted to a level 1 civilization, was instantly destroyed by the Zerg. Seeing it on the galaxy map at the time, he hadn't felt much. It was just a planet gone. The name of a civilization gone. There were countless planets like this across the galaxy map, countless, and no one cared if one was missing or more. But when he actually stood here, in a city where a level 1 civilization was seeking peace, he felt firsthand the cruelty of the conflict between civilizations. Everything here, the tall buildings, the pedestrians on the streets, the trains on the streets, would vanish in an instant, vanish from this world, and billions of lives would be buried with them. This civilization's history, culture, technology, and everything else would be completely wiped out. No one cared. Water Blue Planet had done a good job rebuilding over the past year, but it would become a dead planet in 2 years. He needed to use those 2 years to find a new, habitable planet to fit on the train. Chiyoyaseo and the others had already left. After such a long separation, he asked them to go back and reunite with their families and contact them if they had any questions. Before leaving, Chiyoyaseo had left him a phone number. It could be reached through this civilization's wristwatches or shared phones. Let's go! Chen Meng didn't pause, but leaned on his cane and walked forward, following the crowd along the street. He gazed at the dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street. Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, carrying refrigerators on their shoulders, scanned their surroundings with vigilance, alert for any potential crisis. Everyone can die. Master Meng cannot die. If Master Meng dies, everyone is doomed. Not to mention the star train itself, its power source cut off. Without its star module, the blue water planet will face its doomsday. Their sister will die too. The peace-seeking civilization is actively promoting tourism, but not all cities are tourist destinations. Sanshui City is one such destination. This city has many people from other civilizations. Humans make up the largest proportion. A full 60% of them are human-looking, with some taller, some shorter, and some with different skin colors, but overall they still look human. The other 40% are a variety of people. Is that the Scallion civilization? Chen Meng turned to look at a man he just passed, quickly flipping through the information on his tablet, his gaze finally settling on a single page. Scallion civilization. Creatures within this civilization grow scallions on their heads, and these scallions are extremely sensitive physiological organs. Pulling them out and consuming them at critical moments can quickly heal all injuries. Effective only for the individual, and they cannot regenerate. Creatures within this civilization are known to greatly enjoy scallions, even breaking through technological barriers to do so. Currently, according to statistics from the Kasha Civilization Federation, there are only 3 types of scallion train parts. One was discovered in the ruins of the mechanical civilization, but the quantity is relatively small. The other 2 were painstakingly developed by the Scallion civilization to ensure that trains have sufficient fresh and plentiful scallions for interstellar travel. 13 years ago, the Scallion civilization attempted to create a batch of related accessory blueprints and launched them on the market, with dismal success. This civilization has 2 planets. One for livability, one for developing and growing different varieties of green onions. Amazing. Chen Meng looked up at the receding man, with a scallion growing on his head, and muttered dazedly, I really want to catch one and keep him on the train. He had just bought this tablet at a store. It contained basic information and characteristics about most civilizations. For example, this civilization was incredibly united, a little terrifyingly united. He acknowledged this. After all, according to the information on the dashboard, it was extremely difficult for a level 1 civilization to create component blueprints. This civilization not only could create 1, but they could create 2, demonstrating their strength. Without unity, this wouldn't have been possible, even though they were all white-gray components. In addition to the tablet, he also bought a watch and 4 translators for Biazi and the others, spending a total of 6,000 units of iron ore. The watch was quite expensive, costing around 2,000 units of iron ore. Master Meng. Biazi, standing nearby, suddenly thought of something and asked with a strange expression, since that scallion is their most sensitive physiological organ, does that mean if they're seriously injured, they have to choose between death and eunuchhood? That's not the case. Old Pig shook his head. It's just the most sensitive. It won't affect fertility. At most, I won't say that anymore. In other words, the creatures of this civilization can only use scallions for themselves. Otherwise, I don't think I survive until now. Not really. Chen Meng flipped through the information on the tablet and whispered, the reason the Scallion civilization survived is purely because the mechanical civilization's methods were too gentle. According to the information on the tablet, the Scallion civilization has a very humiliating history, stemming from the mechanical civilization. Long ago, after learning of the Scallion civilization's characteristics, The mechanical civilization captured many of its members and subjected them to many brutal experiments. Combined with other technologies, we were able to develop the original design for the yellow-grade accessory, the medical bay. The medical bay is an accessory that all trains gain upon upgrading. Its existence has elevated the medical capabilities of tens of thousands of civilizations across the region to an exceptionally high level, and the Scallion civilization has made a significant contribution to this. Inhumane experiments don't sound very benign. Relatively speaking. Chen Mang leaned on his cane and walked to a seat on the street. He sat down, flipping through the pages. After all, the mechanical civilization didn't directly destroy the Scallion civilization that day, but rather allowed it to continue. In the universe, this can no longer be described as benign. It could even be considered foolishly kind, leaving behind a seed that will seek revenge in the future. The tablet contained information on a vast array of civilizations. While there was no information on the Casa civilization, there was also considerable information on the mechanical civilization. He finally understood why the train had become a dominant system in the universe. It was inevitable, and a trend. The original design for train accessories was something any civilization could create, and it could be perfectly integrated into the train. It's like a train is just a mobile phone. Each civilization can download different apps from the market, or develop their own, seamlessly integrating them into their phone. It's a completely open interface. Most importantly, it can absorb the essence of other civilizations. A mechanical civilization cannot possess the characteristics of a green onion civilization. This is a civilizational trait. Unless reincarnated, it cannot plunder. However, by developing original designs for train parts, it can achieve disguised plunder. Over time, when a civilization possesses the characteristics of all other civilizations, its power must be terrifyingly diverse. The train is the vehicle. This includes the immortal cultivation civilization. The so-called immortal cultivation civilization cultivates the self rather than external forces. In the universe, this elevates one's life level, placing them on the same level as the giant beasts of the galaxy. But only those from the immortal cultivation civilization can become immortal cultivators. People from other civilizations cannot do this. Even if they acquire the same skills, they cannot cultivate. This is also a characteristic of civilization. So, the mechanical civilization once again captured a large number of immortal cultivators and developed the combat training virtual space. Using numerous map chips and other means, they improve their overall physical fitness until they break through a certain limit and raise their life level from 0 to 1. Combining great power in one. According to the records above, the train system was not developed by the mechanical civilization. It seems to have existed long ago. It was only the mechanical civilization that developed it, developed numerous original designs for train components, and continuously refined and improved the system, gradually becoming the mainstream civilization system in this area. As for further distances, he wasn't sure. It now seemed that trains were the last remaining means of transport. Cars and heavy trucks were too small to accommodate sufficient vehicles and people. Aircraft and starships couldn't be upgraded from level 0 and were initially unusable. Only trains could achieve this perfectly. Starting from level 0 on land, they could be upgraded step by step, continuously installing various accessories according to their needs, building more carriages, and upgrading specific accessories in a targeted manner, ultimately creating a train that was completely personal and tailored to their needs. Chen Mang sat on a public bench on the street, flipping through the information on his tablet about various civilizations, especially those about the mechanical civilization, which he often paused to examine carefully. But it was half true and half false. It wasn't official history, but rather unofficial. But it wasn't entirely hearsay either. It had some basis in sources. On his galaxy map of the Blue Water Planet, the westernmost area was the territory of the Zerg civilization, the easternmost was the territory of the Casa Civilization Federation, the middle was a peaceful zone, and the northernmost area was the territory of the mechanical civilization. It has now been largely destroyed. The Great War that year caused extreme spatial chaos in that area, and traces of the massive attack still remain. Even now, countless beams of light energy are still flying through that area, unable to stop until they hit something. The Casa Civilization Federation possesses a permanent, two-way wormhole leading to the ruins. Every year, a large number of people go there to explore. The mortality rate is as high as 78%. Out of 10 trains, only 2 or 3 return alive. The reason for this constant flow of trains is that any goodies brought back from the mechanical ruins are essentially a sign of fortune. After all, it's all about ancestry. In this area, the train civilization's ancestor is the mechanical civilization. Anyone lucky enough to find a parts blueprint, especially one that's useful, is a fortune. Get rich quick. As long as you have the resources, you can create unlimited parts blueprints. The price is predictable, as long as they're not some scallion-like part blueprint. Huh? After a long moment, Shin Mang raised his head and rubbed his aching neck. He had once obtained a parts blueprint, the blue-grade deep-sea shield part. However, that blueprint was a small original image, not a true original image. It was a small original image placed in a shuttle by the mechanical civilization. Once dropped on a planet stricken by doom, it would grant that planet multiple copies of that component's original image. It wasn't a large original image that could be infinitely replicated. He sat there, watching for a long time. His neck felt a little sore. Gazing at the crowds lining the streets, he still vaguely realized that he was already on the territory of a civilized planet. Only when one stands high can one see more. For the past half-day, he had mostly been reading this kind of information, gaining a general understanding of the civilizations in the area. But he suddenly discovered something very interesting. According to records, many powerful individuals in immortal cultivation civilizations are quite arrogant, believing that great power must be inherent and cannot be borrowed from external forces. Otherwise, they cannot be truly powerful. But the mechanical civilization didn't argue with this at all. Mine, all mine. Everything was snatched up, compressed into components, and installed on the train. Everything, whether external or internal, I want. Everything is mine. On cultural inclusiveness, mechanical civilization is undoubtedly the best, perfectly accepting the characteristics of different civilizations without a trace of discrimination. They are all good things. At first, the immortal cultivation civilization was proud that the mechanical civilization acknowledged the strength of their civilizational characteristics. But soon, the immortal cultivation civilization began to regret promoting their own civilizational characteristics. Let's go! Chin Mang lit a cigarette and brought it to his lips. After stretching his body, he continued walking down the street. Let's find a restaurant and see what kind of messes other civilizations are eating. Delicious food? He had no expectations. He had a feeling he'd be eating something strange. Like scallion sashimi. Tall buildings lined the streets on both sides. They looked like office buildings, but he had no idea what jobs were inside. In P's civilization, most people still worked routine jobs. Only a few with assets would take a gamble, spending everything they had, taking out loans, and emptying their pockets to build an interstellar train and venture out into the world. After all, trains generate iron ore much faster than jobs. A convenience store clerk in Sanshui City earns about 5,000 units of iron ore a month. He's seen that figure on a job posting outside a convenience store. And he had obtained over 1 trillion units of iron ore on mining star number 1. And that was only half mined, not fully mined. It was still being slowly mined on the star train. He increasingly felt that the star was a bit like a mechanical dragon, swallowing up mining planets and slowly digesting them. He wondered when he would devour another one like this. He did the math. Over 1 trillion tons of iron ore. With the salary of a convenience store clerk in Sanshui City, assuming he didn't spend a penny and saved it all, it would only take 25 million years to accumulate that amount. Not bad. Although the train earned iron ore faster, it also lost money faster. The price of the upgraded parts was simply unaffordable for the average person, and losing money was the worst-case scenario. A careless mistake would result in a train wreck and death. The phrase emptying one's fortune to try a gamble here refers to the nouveau riche, not the middle class. The middle class, after emptying their own pockets, would be practically broke after upgrading a few accessories. And not the wealthy either. What wealthy family doesn't have a train? Their plans were laid out before they were even born. Society became incredibly harmonious, completely free of anxiety. Many of the people he met looked quite healthy. There was no class conflict at all. The main class conflict isn't one of one group dominating the other, but rather that those at the bottom see opportunities to move up. Every now and then, someone makes it, and so they become anxious and want to be among them. But they can't achieve it. When expectations and reality conflict and anxiety arise. The train perfectly solves this problem. Those at the bottom see no chance of moving up. Faced with a complete lack of opportunity, they accept their current living conditions. From a certain perspective, this is one way to resolve social contradictions. It's to exaggerate the gap between the rich and the poor. That way, there are no conflicts. Very good. Just then. Bang! The door of an office building on the right, facing the street, was flung open. 2 or 3 security guards kicked a young man with messy hair out. A middle-aged man behind him mercilessly spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at his feet, his eyes filled with sarcasm and a cold voice. To be honest, the company hired you purely for tax cuts. Do you really think your rubbish ideas are valuable to the company? You're useless. Do you really think you're that smart? You're still competing with me? You don't really think you can beat me, do you? When I started this job, you were still in your mother's womb. Do you really think your outlandish ideas are groundbreaking? That's not innovation, that's stupidity. Get lost. Your severance pay will be deposited into your personal account within 15 working days. The young man, with a messy haircut, got up from the ground without a word, picked up his scattered file bags one by one, hugged them in his arms, and pushed through the crowd to the other side of the street. It was dusk. The man lowered his head, his expression invisible. Only rays of sunlight shone on him, making him look a little downcast. It was obvious. Regardless of civilization, watching a spectacle is a natural habit. In just a dozen seconds, a crowd had already gathered at the company entrance. I found it. Lao Zhu, standing by, handed Chen Mang his tablet and explained, Master Mang, this company is called Sanshui Feiyang Technology Company, Limited, and its main business is the research and development of accessory originals. The Chioha civilization government holds a 51% stake. It's a semi-official enterprise. It's been established for 79 years, and hasn't developed a single accessory original. The remaining 49% is held by 7 companies, which have since passed through several other companies, ultimately ending up with Sanshui Kiko Investment Company Limited. The shareholders of this company all have the same surname, Jiang. The Chioha civilization also has a policy whereby all companies that hire uncivilized wanderers receive a certain amount of tax subsidies. Developing accessory originals? Chen Mang gazed thoughtfully at the information on the screen. He had always wanted to form his own R&D team. After all, his team would have the greatest advantage, unlimited detection of supermodel effects, an absolute advantage unmatched by any other civilization. It's just that there's so much missing to get it established. Since the idea was proposed, there's been almost no progress. Follow. Chen Mang looked up at the young man disappearing into the street and whispered, Let's follow him and see. He was a little curious about this boy. The middle-aged man's words had intrigued him. They were bizarre ideas. He liked bizarre ideas. In the bustling city, hidden within the city's sewer system was a slum, built into the city's most secluded corner. It wasn't hard to find. It was simply unnoticed. People only looked up at the tall buildings with stunning facades, never down at the manhole covers. A little girl sat beside a ditch beneath the city's sewers, vigorously rubbing clothes in a basin, while repeatedly glancing up at a beam of light shining down from the surface to her left. That was the only entrance to the area. The once ordinary sunlight had become a luxury here. Finally, after looking up countless times, the girl finally spotted a familiar figure. She immediately dropped her work, excitedly ran over, and threw herself into the boy's arms with open arms. Happily, she gazed up at the familiar, angular face. Brother, you're finally back. So, the boss must have praised you today. I knew you could do it. I found a really nice jacket today. I wash it, and hang it up for you to wear to the office tomorrow. It's a big company, so wear something nice. After today, you officially be a full-time employee. Your dream of sailing won't be far off, brother. The young man held his sister in his arms, expressionless. After a long moment, he finally let go. He looked at the girl's foamy hands, raised in the air. He pulled out the document bag from his arms, and tossed it into the sewer ditch nearby. His tone carried a hint of resignation, and a forced sense of strength. I'm unemployed. That company was a scam. They hired me just to get the 3-month contract, so they could qualify for tax subsidies. They didn't even listen to my ideas. They didn't even care if I could create the original parts blueprints. 3 months in, I haven't even seen a lab or R&D factory. Everyone's sitting at their workstations, churning out one fantastical PowerPoint presentation after another to ask for more R&D funding. They're not developing blueprints. They're developing PowerPoint presentations. On my way back, I saw a convenience store hiring staff. I chatted with the boss for a while, and he asked me to go in for a 7-day trial tomorrow. The sister, who had been smiling just a moment ago, was at a loss when she saw the disappointment on the boy's face. But before civilization collapsed, my father was the best scientist at the institute. You, brother, inherited everything he taught you. And this is what you love most, working as a staff member. But soon, the younger sister waved her fist with a serious expression. It's okay. Even if it's just a store clenching job, I'm sure you can handle it. In a year, I'd be 14, And then I'd be able to go out and earn money to support the family. Yeah. The boy forced a smile and pulled out a small cupcake from behind his back. It's not bad news. They're compensating me for 3 months' salary. I figured if we save a little more, we could rent a small house on the ground floor. Ah! The moment she saw the cake again, the girl's eyes filled with surprise, but she quickly whispered, "Brother, aren't you saving money to build a train? You don't have to waste money on snacks for me anymore. Today is your birthday. Did you forget?" "Really?" The boy walked to a nearby ditch and sat on the ground, gazing at the chalk calculations on the wall. He sat there in a daze for a long moment, silent and dazed. Then he pulled out a half-smoked cigarette he found on the street, lit it, and smiled bitterly through the swirling smoke. In fact, he hated his sister. If he didn't have a sister, he wouldn't have to force a smile to return here. He could have simply left this bewildered world. Sometimes, worry is a painful existence. Worrying makes life difficult. Sanshui City is large, accommodating travelers from all cultures. But it's also small. So small that there's no place for them, brother and sister. Maybe he was wrong. All his knowledge came from his father's notes. His ideas might be unrealistic, lacking any systematic training. He might be better suited to being a convenience store employee. The half-smoked cigarette quickly burned down. The boy silently fished the soaked clothes from the nearby washtub and walked to the wall, ready to erase all the data. It was better to focus on the groundwork from now on. The man was right. Just then. Wait a minute. Don't move. The boy paused slightly, looking sideways. He saw a man walking towards him with a cane. His clothing was unusual, and he was followed by several burly men. He clearly wasn't someone from the slums. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately put his hands in his arms to shield his sister behind him, and took out his employee ID. "How are you?" "I'm a researcher at Sanshui Feiyang Technology Company, Limited, a company owned by the Chioha civilization and highly protected by the Law Enforcement Bureau. What can I do for you?" Chen Meng said nothing. He simply strode to the wall in front of him, looking at the words and the vast amount of data on it. He pulled out a pair of glasses for translating text from his pocket and put them on. He studied it for a long moment. Then, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, he tilted his head to look at the young man beside him. "Little brother, who is unclely to you?" The concepts on the wall were for several accessories, even including the source of extraction, such as the one pointing directly at a specific civilization, which was extremely aggressive. He didn't understand many of the technical terms. But he did understand one. Zombie manufacturing cage, what a coincidence. Chapter 300. "Sir." The young man, shielding his sister behind him, slowly stepped back. He looked at the men before him with ill intentions and said hoarsely, "Are you the train conductor?" "Yes." Chen Meng nodded, pulled a mirror from his pocket, and gazed at his elegant face. Puzzled, he stood there leaning on his cane, looking at the man. "I don't look fierce, do I? I'm quite kind. Why do you look so scared?" Quickly, he followed the man's gaze and turned to look at the Zhang brothers, standing behind him on either side, with icy expressions. He sighed softly. "Relax, both of you. Don't scare the child." Zhang and Zhang, two burly men, each over 2 meters tall. They were both incredibly strong. Each of them carried a refrigerator on their shoulders. At that station, they exuded a sense of intimidation, especially their icy faces. They certainly didn't look like good people. "Huh?" The young man took a deep breath, looked at Chen Meng with a serious expression, and said word by word, "Are you trying to recruit me?" "Huh?" Chen Meng looked at the young man with some surprise, then smiled with interest. "Maybe I'm just here for a stroll." "Young man, don't think too highly of yourself. Let me guess." Seeing that his uninvited guest didn't interrupt him, the young man continued, his voice echoing steadily in the cramped space. "Train conductors are all powerful and influential, and wouldn't come to such a filthy place. So you must have followed me here. You must have seen me thrown out of the company gate in such a state of disgrace. That means you need someone to research the parts blueprints for you. But I'm neither famous nor a seasoned employee. The manager publicly insulted me and kicked me out. And yet, you still find me attractive. This suggests your background might be questionable. You might be a smuggler or a pirate, unable to recruit through legitimate channels. An uncivilized wanderer like me is exactly what you like. Researching parts blueprints is an extremely resource-intensive endeavor. It's perfectly normal to not develop a single blueprint in over a decade. This is what a civilized society does, not what an individual should do. The fact that you're even thinking about this suggests your train's capabilities are quite impressive. Your face is radiant, and you're full of energy. This suggests you're enjoying a successful career and aren't burdened by any tedious tasks. According to the news, recently, the largest chamber of commerce in the Chiyoha civilization, during a business trip, hijacked by the Philia pirate group, a pirate group ranked 23rd on the entire Casa Civilization Federation's wanted list and extremely powerful. This pirate group wasn't originally from this system. They migrated from another system. Their purpose is unknown, but they certainly made a name for themselves with their first strike. I presume you are the Philia pirate group's deputy train captain, right? Chin Mang rested his chin on one hand, pondering for a moment. Don't I look like a legitimate train captain? The Philia pirate group's train captain is a goblin, that's well known. Really? Chin Mang didn't elaborate further. Instead, he looked at the data on the screen and whispered, what if I don't need you to research new component blueprints for the time being, but instead recreate existing ones? For example, the refrigerator. This is the white-gray component blueprint for the train. I need you to recreate a blueprint for a refrigerator accessory, and then run it through multiple tests to select the best supermodel. Can you do that? Yes, but it will cost a lot of resources and Murphy Stone, and each test will require a significant upgrade. How long will it take, regardless of resources? A few months, but I need a lot of lab equipment. If you're not planning on applying for R&D subsidies through PTT, but want to get real work done, I need a lot of high-precision lab equipment, enough research chips, and hopefully an AI with high enough computing power. Where can I buy the high-precision lab equipment you're talking about? It's not available on the market, and I can't buy it through formal channels. What about informal channels? That's a lot. For example, smuggling and robbery. Sanshui Feiyong Technology Company Limited is the company I used to work for. As far as I know, the higher-ups are coming to inspect recently, so the company's head has urgently purchased a large batch of high-precision laboratory equipment through formal channels. I don't know exactly when it will arrive on Chiyoha Star, but I'm sure you're more knowledgeable about this kind of information than I am. You mean we can rob? Pirates don't rob, so do they buy? Very good. Chin Mang smiled, looking at the young man standing in the shadows with a smile on his face. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and tossed them to him. Would you mind joining the pirates? A little, but I think it would be hard for me to refuse. That's true. Then he turned and walked outside. Let's go buy some clothes for you and your sister. Xiao Ai will probably like you. Let's go. Old Pig, who stayed behind, patted the young boy's shoulder and asked in confusion, why are you still standing there? Huh? The young boy paused for a moment, then pointed to two burly men not far away who were stuffing all of his and his sister's daily necessities into the refrigerator. Bewilderedly, he said, I thought you were so powerful you let me throw all this away and travel light. Oh, don't worry about them. They're a bit of a collector. Brother, you're in the group. Assistant conductor. I introduce you later. I'm leaving now. It's so stinky here that I can barely keep my eyes open. The young boy nodded hastily, took his sister's hand, and followed Old Pig. He stared ahead at the dim light streaming through the manhole cover, his expression gradually becoming hazy. Such was his life. A drowning man won't let go of even a single straw. This group was like the faint ray of light ahead, pulling him out of the pitch-black sewer. He didn't know what the future held for him if he joined this pirate group, but he knew he had no choice but to refuse. He didn't want to die. At least not for his sister. That man turned out to be the train conductor of the Philia pirate group. It seemed the goblins had just spread rumors to conceal their presence. So which pirate group could they be from? The only other powerful pirate group nearby was the Geek Pirates, a relatively recent and extremely powerful group. The next moment, the dim light ahead suddenly brightened, and the manhole cover, half hidden on the ground, opened completely. Biozzi poked his head down and said impatiently, Can you hurry up? I'm taking a shit in the back. The young man was slightly startled, then hurriedly strode after him. I'm coming. In Sanshui City, inside a clothing store called Impression City Mall. Chin Mang, Biozzi, and the others entered the store. Looking around, they noticed the prices were quite high. A single coat cost 20,000 units of iron ore, a truly outrageous price. Go pick something suitable for you too. Just one set will do. Don't buy too many. I have better ones for you when we get back. What rubbish, there's not even a space bag. The clothes he crafted on the train all came with a space bag, and only cost 1 unit of wood. Even high-quality clothes only cost 500 units of wood, not much better than here. Although he had money, he didn't want to spend it on such a wasteful expense. This was a clothing store on the first floor. It was supposed to be a luxury brand. But when he saw the slightly uneasy look on the young man's face, he smiled. The easiest way to win over a down-and-out boy like this was to bring him to a place of high quality and gradually shatter his worldview. 20,000 units of iron, or for a coat, not bad, well worth the money. Okay, both of you, come this way. The clerk enthusiastically ushered the young man and his sister to a sofa nearby and began introducing the styles one by one. This is this year's newest model, incorporating elements of the galaxy and starships. It's a great fit. Just then, a middle-aged man strode into the store with his arm around a woman. Instantly, the other clerks in the store swarmed over him with excitement, like flies to dog shit. Seventh Master, why are you here in person? I was just about to bring all the latest styles to your house for you to take a look. Seventh Master, why didn't you tell us you were coming soon? We haven't had time to clear the place yet. Hurry up. Seventh Master is here, why haven't you cleared the place yet? You have no sense at all. No need. The middle-aged man waved his hand cheerfully, glanced at Chen Meng and the others standing nearby, nodded, and smiled. We should have fun with the people once in a while. Besides, it's not right for you shop owners to chase customers away. We're all guests, so we should treat everyone equally. Seventh Master style. It's still Seventh Master. Chen Meng sighed softly and avoided the middle-aged man's gaze. Based on his experience, if he dared to meet his gaze at this moment, he would probably ask what he was looking at. As a newcomer, he really didn't want to cause trouble. The man was obviously a local dignitary, so he should keep a low profile. However, the entire scene was seen by a young man who was quietly observing from the side. After seeing his new master avoid Seventh Master's gaze, a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes, and the excitement on his face faded a lot. Even if he joined the pirates, he hoped to follow a powerful enough master, so that he would have sufficient resources for his research. But as a pirate, he wouldn't even dare to provoke a local dignitary, so he must be a small-time pirate. Would he really have enough resources for his research? Huh? Buzi, standing nearby, looked at the middle-aged man's clothing and was slightly surprised. Look, Master Meng, that sun-like logo on that guy's clothing looks familiar. We have it too. Don't you remember Master Meng? You have it too? The beautiful woman next to the middle-aged man examined Chen Meng and his group's clothing, then lowered her head to play with her nail polish and said with a smile, Do you know what this is? It's from the top luxury brand of mechanical civilization, Liang. When mechanical civilization was at its peak, even a single piece of Liang clothing was priced incredibly high. Even now that mechanical civilization has vanished, every piece of Liang clothing is out of print. Any single piece could be auctioned off. They're truly priceless. You say you own one? Do you deserve it? Alright. The middle-aged man feigned anger and accused the woman, How dare you talk like that? Then, apologetically, he approached Chen Meng and his group, pulled out a business card, and handed it over. I'm sorry I'm not very good with words. I frightened you. Here's my card. As compensation, please charge the 2 pieces of clothing you bought today to my account. General Manager of Sanshui Port. Zhou. No contact information, only title and name. Chen Meng looked at the business card in his hand, silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Sometimes it just happens so coincidentally. Old Pig, look up Zhou. Yes. Standing nearby, Old Pig clutched his tablet and began searching quickly. The port manager should be the one who knows best when the shipment from Sanshui Feiyang Technology Company, Limited will arrive. He needs this batch of high-precision laboratory equipment to build his own R&D team. The R&D team is a tool used to raise the ceiling. It won't have much immediate impact and may even waste resources. But in the long run, what will it look like when all the parts of his train are washed to a perfect supermodel finish? I found it. Standing nearby, Old Pig clutched his tablet and spoke. The official website indicates that Zhou will take office as the chief manager of Sanshui Port in 3 days. It's only the last 3 days of the public announcement period. Tonight, Zhou will be inviting friends and family, as well as the presidents of all the Sanshui chambers of commerce, to his private residence for a promotion banquet. This position gets all its lucrative benefits from the Chamber of Commerce. It seems they should have contacted the presidents of the various chambers of commerce before taking office. How dare you buy luxury goods during the public announcement period? And even bring your mistress along to buy them? Please be civilized. The regulations on this area are relatively loose. Very good. Chen Meng glanced at the young man and his sister beside him. Have you picked out? Yes. If you picked out, let's go. With that, Chen Meng led Lao Zhu and the others out of the store. Sir, you haven't paid yet. The clerk behind them hurriedly chased after him. Didn't you hear? Put it on Zhou Shen's account. Exiting the mall, Chen Mang lowered his head and entered the number Chiu Yaseo had left on his watch. The call was quickly connected. Senior. Chiu Yaseo's respectful voice echoed from the watch. Well, tonight, Sanshui City's port manager, Zhou Shen, is hosting a celebration banquet at his private residence. Did they invite you? Huh? Chiu Yaseo's voice was clearly tinged with surprise. Senior, you're incredibly well informed. I only received the invitation an hour ago. This guy's new, and tonight's a bit of a hongmen feast. He's clearly trying to intimidate us. By the way, let's discuss the commission. I was just thinking about how to handle this. The previous manager's commission was 2% of the total cargo value, and I hear this new one is even more greedy. If the commission isn't high enough, and they randomly place some contraband in the cargo during inspection, they generally won't swallow the goods. That would be too blatant. But if the goods are left at the port for a year or two, a chamber of commerce will basically collapse. What gift are you planning? I haven't decided yet. Come see me tonight before the banquet. I go with you. This? Chiu Yaseo's voice on the other end of the line hesitated, a hint of unease in its voice. Senior, the Chiyoha civilization's firepower is considerable. If something unexpected happens, leading to a planetary closure, it could be disastrous. Yes, I understand. After hanging up with Chiu Yaseo, Chen Mang breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched lazily, chuckling softly, as he gazed at the darkening sky overhead. His luck had always been good. He was feeling sleepy, and someone offered him a pillow. Just then, Lao Zhu leaned forward and whispered, Boss AI has reviewed all the relevant intelligence on the peace-seeking civilization in recent years. So far, the peace-seeking civilization's firepower organizations are divided into the following categories. Law enforcement bureaus in each city. Generally speaking, a city's law enforcement bureau will be equipped with a level 10 train. Its primary attack methods are level 10 Doomsday cannons and level 10 armor. Law enforcement personnel are equipped with standard weapons, and their attack strength is generally level 1. And above that, these are the base weapons of each city, such as the anti-aircraft guns surrounding Sanshui City and the port. The text then abruptly shifts topics. The main A guns are generally around level 30. Besides that, the strongest ones are the interstellar main guns and train troops. The former is primarily used to protect the planet. The Chiyoha civilization possesses 3, all with a level 50 attack strength, to defend against invasions by alien civilizations and against meteorite fragments that break through the defense network and crash into the planet at high speed. In addition, there are a large number of robot units, a small number of armored ground action units, and the main train troops. There are 1,600 trains in service, with the highest level military train being level 30. The most powerful weapon is the level 99 Arcanon light cannon. The main weapon is still the pink accessory Sidewinder wave cannon, which is a secondary weapon and generally has a level 50 attack strength. But, Old Pig paused and continued, of the 1,600 mechanical trains in service, 1,086 are privately owned by various families of the peace-seeking civilization. The policy of the peace-seeking civilization is that as long as a family uses its own trains in the military, the government will cover half of the costs of upgrading them. Normally, family trains are used by each family and are only requisitioned in times of war. The peace-seeking civilization hasn't been at war for many years. Yes. Chen Mang nodded slightly, took the tablet from Old Pig's hand, and flipped through it. While upgrading a colorful accessory to level 100 consumes a lot of resources, it's still affordable for a civilization. But after level 100, the resources consumed for upgrading become astronomical. The peace-seeking civilization's most powerful weapon is a level 99 Arcanum light cannon. This means that even with all the power the peace-seeking civilization can muster, they can't even penetrate their train's defenses. Little Karami. Old Pig only reported the attack strength, not the defense strength, because there's really no need to. The strongest train has a defense level of only 47. Compared to the Star, it's significantly inferior. Old Pig continued, Boss AI also shared some intel. There's a record in war history of a civilization accidentally hitting a level 2 zombie with a level 1 Arcanum light cannon. It couldn't penetrate the zombie's defense, so the zombie survived. However, when they used a level 101 Arcanum light cannon on a level 102 zombie, the zombie died. Conclusion. Level 100 is a threshold in the universe. Beyond this level, the strict protection of core energy ceases to exist, and everything is measured in terms of energy attack strength. For example, A level 101 Arcanon's light energy main cannon will cause some damage to level 110 armor. However, due to the armor's higher defense, the damage won't be very high. However, with frequent main attacks, it can slowly wear down the enemy, rather than being completely incapable of penetrating the defense. The Kassadin civilization stipulates that all level 1 civilizations are prohibited from possessing weapons with an attack strength exceeding level 99. Exceeding this range, once discovered, will lead to an overwhelming force of the Kassadin civilization. Officially, the peace-seeking civilization has no intention of doing so, but whether or not they do so behind the scenes is unclear. Qin Mang's eyes narrowed slightly. This news was crucial. It meant that after level 100, rapid military deployment would become extremely important. With sufficient numbers, even an ant could defeat an elephant. However, rapid military deployment in this range would likely be considered a battlefield for a level 3 or 4 civilization. Even for the then dominant mechanical civilization, mass-producing a weapon with a level 100 attack strength was difficult. This was likely due to the fact that the mechanical civilization had repeatedly upgraded the robot R&D center accessories Supermon effect to have its cost. Each attack of this intensity consumed a vast amount of resources. Each shot from his level 50 Arcanon light cannon consumed 5 billion units of iron ore. Based on this calculation, the resource cost of a level 100 Arcanon light cannon was at least 20 billion units of iron ore. Civilizations at this level of war were a test of their resources. Once their resources were exhausted, they were doomed. The highest level of a train in the peace-seeking civilization is level 30. The highest level train in the former mechanical civilization was no more than 100. It seems that train level isn't essential, at least most of the time it takes priority over accessory level. Let's get ready to go back. Qin Mang handed the tablet to Old Pig beside him and whispered, "Go back and get ready for the banquet tonight." He wasn't yet exposed to the battle scenes beyond level 100. The most urgent thing before him was to attend the banquet. He walked to a roadside hotel and booked a double room. He waved his hand to signal Biazi and the others to cover the young man's eyes. When he opened them again, he was already inside the star train compartment. The young man was slightly stunned by the scene before him, a little unbelievable at how he had suddenly appeared there, but before he could say anything, Qin Mang sat down on a chair and waved his hand. "Take this little fellow downstairs and have Xiaoyai implant the resident chip." "Talk to Xiaoyai?" "Yes." Old Pig nodded respectfully, looking at the young man and the little girl hiding behind him, anxiously tugging at her brother's shirt. He smiled and said, "Welcome to the starship. Follow me." After they left, Qin Mang grabbed Little Green, who was sleeping like a dead pig in a chair nearby, and cradled her in his arms, rubbing her. Little Green, who had been half asleep, opened her eyes and, upon seeing Qin Mang, affectionately rubbed her head against his palm a few times. She was covered in fur. So adorable. Little Green, you've eaten so many of my resources. It's your turn tonight. Do you hear me?" Qin Mang looked down at Little Green in his arms, fiddling with its rosy lips as he smiled. "You must be the fastest growing star beast in the entire universe." Star beast. Legend has it that it's the darling of the universe. Once it reaches adulthood, it possesses unfathomable and immense power, a child of the universe. This is an ability unmatched by any other civilized being, and the star beasts are not affiliated with any civilization. The giant beast carriage, a great invention of the mechanical civilization, significantly shortens the star beast's larval stage, allowing it to quickly reach combat-capable adulthood. Adults can reach level 180, possessing extremely powerful attack and defense. Little Green was already level 100, having already passed most of her larval stage. Of course, this had consumed a significant amount of his resources. Every time the carriage was upgraded, a portion was consumed by Little Green. "I'm going to a banquet." He needed a powerful weapon to completely control the situation. The train was making too much noise, so he planned to be quiet, trying not to alert anyone and only interrogate Zhou Shen. Xiao Lu was the perfect choice. Although he was only a level 100 cub, his attack and defense strength were already 100. His Arcanon light cannon was still level 50 and hadn't been upgraded yet, but each firing of his main cannon consumed an enormous amount of resources. And each charge by Xiao Lu consumed the equivalent of a meal. Good value for money. He tried it. As a cub, he didn't have many offensive methods yet. His only attack was a brutal charge. It sounded crude, but it was the brutal charge of a level 100 star beast. If all 9,398 level 1 civilizations in the Kassa Civilization Federation followed the rules, then given enough time, Xiao Lu could single-handedly defeat them all. With the power of a single beast, he slaughtered nearly 10,000 civilizations. To be precise, the specific regulations of the Casa Civilization Federation stipulate that the maximum attack strength range of all level 1 civilizations cannot exceed 9,900. 9,900. This range represents the power that a level 99, 7-color firepower accessory can inflict. As for the level 200 continuous crossbow, it has no impact. Even level 400 wouldn't matter. After all, the power of a level 400 continuous crossbow couldn't possibly reach this range. Below level 100. Due to the protection mechanism of core energy, as long as the level is crushed, no matter how powerful the attack is, it cannot be broken. But after the protection period has expired, everything is calculated based on the energy range. As long as the energy range is high enough, the crossbow can kill gods, but generally speaking, the attack strength of a continuous crossbow can't reach such a high energy range. Afterwards, Chen Meng prepared some car blade fragments and kept them in the refrigerator nearby. Powerful magnets allow him to unleash 1,000 swords at once within range of his radar. He cast his gaze upon the robot R&D center, an armed black hole robot production line on the train screen. Making a standard, unarmored, level 10 robot only requires 70,000 units of copper ore, with level 0 armor and level 10 attack power. Of course, this was the previous price. Back then, with 2 half costs, and after he upgraded the robot R&D center to level 200, the cost of building a level 10 armed robot was only 4,375 units of copper ore. Extremely cheap. For a mere 43.75 million units of copper ore, he built 10,000 level 10 armed black hole robots, and placed 100,000 units of copper ore in each robot's head to ensure sufficient ammunition. This low-level attack doesn't consume much ammunition. A level 10 armed robot. On the battlefield, it wouldn't even be cannon fodder. But against a minor official from a peace-seeking civilization, it's more than enough. Little Green, while powerful, isn't intuitive after all, far less visual and imposing than 10,000 armed robots armed with Gatling guns. Under normal circumstances, fewer than 10,000 would be needed. But be prepared. In case of an emergency, you can just step out of the refrigerator door. Dusk faded. A sea of stars filled the sky. In Sanshui City, Chen Meng and his companions successfully met with Qiu Yuseo outside a manor. That manor not far away is Zhou Xun's private residence. Due to some issues in the past, ownership remains entangled, and it's been tacitly agreed that every port manager in Sanshui City can live there after taking office. Zhou Xun's promotion banquet will be held here tonight, Qiu Yuseo said, introducing the situation from the sidelines. Chen Meng stood in the shadows, leaning on his cane. He paused for a moment before whispering, Qiu Yuseo, I've noticed the internal rot within your Chilha civilization is quite severe. Companies are blatantly using PowerPoint presentations to defraud R&D funds. These corrupt officials are even more brazen in their exploitation. It's as if no one cares about the development of civilization. Qiu Yuseo's expression was complicated, and after a long silence, he spoke, Excuse me, senior. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, the upper limit of civilization has been set. The Casa Civilization Federation won't allow a level 1 civilization to become too powerful. Unable to continue developing, it can only rot internally. The Chioha civilization appears to have been peaceful for many years, but in reality, it's been under constant pressure. Senior, you might not know this. Recently, a Philia pirate group has arrived near the galaxy, and has been robbing the commerce chambers of various civilizations in the galaxy. Their most powerful weapon is a level 100 Arcanon light cannon. It's well known. The pirates' primary source of profit isn't robbery, but rather demonstrating their strength through robbery, thereby collecting protection fees from commerce chambers, smugglers, and other organizations in various civilizations. This is their primary source of profit. If it weren't for the regulations of the Kasha civilization, how could the commerce chambers of so many civilizations be bullied by a group of pirates? Civilizations are bound by regulations, while those pirates are left alone. This has led to many pirates becoming increasingly powerful. They even built firepower components that outperformed many civilizations' strongest trains. Although those pirates upgraded the Arcanon light cannon to level 100, they never used it at level 100. They never fired it. After all, how could a train's defense components be level 100? There's no need for level 100. Level 50 would be more than enough. They simply built it for show. The entire Civilization Federation is already in an extremely depressing state. Sooner or later, something bad will happen. Under these circumstances, Everyone can only muddle through. Let's just live the present moment first. Qin Mang nodded slightly. Actually, there's a way. Civilizations can also send their own pirates to forge their own forces, severing ties with civilization without taking responsibility. Indeed? Chiyo Yaseo asked in a gloomy tone. Otherwise, where did the geek pirate group that suddenly emerged recently come from? No civilization will ever accept restrictions peacefully. Even if the Casa civilization tries its best to suppress them, the desire to seek the truth will not die. That's why, with the increasing number of rogue pirates in the Federation, I'm worried that the Casa civilization will sooner or later launch a major purge, and who knows how many billions of lives will be lost. Furthermore, most of the resources of the Chiyoha civilization are concentrated in the hands of individual families, making it difficult for leaders to exert much restraint. Without the restrictions of the Casa civilization, leaders could build sufficiently powerful trains to ensure absolute power, and thus concentrate resources. But in this situation, power and resources are extremely dispersed. Qin Mang said nothing more, simply patting Chiyo Yaseo on the shoulder and signaling him to enter. On the outskirts of Sanshui City, a manor stood. People began to enter the manor one after another. Qin Mang, accompanied by Lao Zhu and a few others, followed Chiyo Yaseo into the manor. The road was brightly lit and decorated with lanterns. Someone was taking names at the door. It was extremely lively. Interestingly, the names weren't registered. Instead, someone at the door held a small notebook containing the names of all the chambers of commerce in Sanshui City. Whenever a chamber's director arrived, they would cross out the name of that chamber. At the end, a group of people who didn't come would be left behind. This might make it difficult to count who had come, but it would be easy to tell at a glance who hadn't. Going down the path from the manor to the end, they came upon a luxurious villa. A middle-aged man, with a cheerful smile, stood at the door to greet each visitor. This middle-aged man was the Sanshui port manager they had met at the mall today. Just then, the middle-aged man noticed them, leaving the guest he was chatting with, and striding over to them. He looked Qin Mang up and down, then said with a smile, "We've met today, but I didn't expect you to be involved in the Chamber of Commerce. It seems we'd be dealing with each other a lot in the future. Come in, please." "Very good." Qin Mang also smiled, but before he could finish his words, Zhang Yi, standing nearby, strode forward, carrying a refrigerator. He flung the door open and placed it directly over the middle-aged man's head. When the refrigerator slammed to the ground, the middle-aged man vanished. Chiyo Yaseo stared at the scene in bewilderment. He had known beforehand that the senior was going to cause trouble tonight, and he had been prepared. He just hadn't expected the senior's actions to be so extreme. "Can you at least find a place to hide? There are people everywhere. How could no one have noticed this place?" He looked around, and no one really noticed. Could there be no cameras? He glanced around again. There really weren't any. No one would install cameras in this manner. That would be like leaving evidence of one's guilt. Although the Chiyoha civilization didn't care much about this, if it were ever exposed, there was no way they wouldn't deal with it. The young man following Qin Mang was also completely bewildered. He thought his new master wasn't very powerful today, afraid to offend the local dignitaries. So why had he gone to someone's house and kidnapped them tonight, and in public? So arrogant? Are all pirates this daring these days? Kidnapping the port manager is a serious crime. Aside from a few powerful pirate groups, how could any other pirate group withstand the wrath of the Chiyoha civilization? Even the Philia pirate group wouldn't dare provoke the peace-seeking civilization. After all, while they possess a level 100 light energy main cannon, their defenses are weak. If the peace-seeking civilization deploys its full force, the Philia group will be forced to flee. Standing with his cane, Qin Mang, who had just extended his right hand to shake hands, smiled as he looked at the scene before him. His smile gradually froze. He glanced around, and when he saw no one was paying attention, he looked up at Zhang and Zhang Er, speaking hoarsely. "Excuse me, what are you doing?" Perhaps sensing he'd done something wrong, Zhang Yi lowered his head in fear. "Master Mang, didn't you say that when you see Zhoshan, if you say the word 'very good,' I freeze him?" "Did I just say that?" "Yes." Qin Mang tilted his head to glance at Old Pig beside him, a questioning look in his eyes. Old Pig whispered awkwardly, "Master Mang, you did say that." Qin Mang was silent for a long moment before sighing softly. "When making plans next time, remind me not to use quirks as codes." "Indeed. Since we've already started like this, let's proceed with the plan. Find a place to hide, and go talk to Zhoshan." Star, inside the train. Zhoshan stood in the wasteland, bewildered. He looked up at the orange sun overhead, then at the deserted wasteland around him, and at the lonely refrigerator nearby. After a long pause, he couldn't help but shout, "Where the hell are we going? Is this still Chioha Star? Is anyone here? Hey, hey, hey! The sun on Chioha Star is pink and incredibly beautiful, while the planet here is fucking orange." Although he didn't know where this was, he was certain it wasn't Chioha Star. The most important thing was, it was dark on Chioha Star right now. The sun had just set, and it wasn't even dawn yet. He only remembered running into a man he met at the mall that day. As he went to say hello, a burly man carrying a refrigerator rushed towards him. The next moment, he was here. Somewhat skeptical, Joe should open the refrigerator nearby. It was just an ordinary refrigerator. There was nothing inside. No one was there. He had just been put into this refrigerator, and when he pushed the door open again, he came here. This can't be a kidnapping by the Kaisa civilization. Joshin sat on the ground, somewhat helpless. The ability to instantly teleport to an unknown planet should only be possessed by the Kaisa civilization. Could it be that the Kaisa civilization was planning to attack the Chioha civilization and use him as a traitor?